It's the taking it off. That's what Peyton was doing in here with KNC a couple weeks ago when he took off his shirt and hugged Corey.
We got to get more girls doing that, I think, at the games.
Yeah, equality.
You know?
I did just read a long Andrew Tate article yesterday.
You did?
Mind-blowing.
Really?
Was it a handwritten one from his cell?
He got out.
Yeah, I know.
He did?
Yeah, he's out. But this took over my entire day. Captivating, mind-blowing.
Man, my kids, my oldest one, they were so into Andrew Tate. I'm like, all right, I'm kind of glad they got over that stage.
Yeah, really good that they got over it. He's a monster.
Because they keep saying, what color is your Bugatti? That was like Andrew Tate's favorite. Well, what color is your Bugatti?
The same color as the bruises he left.
Well, absolutely.
On all the women. Allegedly.
But like Caglianone, he that first pitch, he up and in, and he just tomahawks this thing out. It was, they hit the ball really, really hard that inning.
Hey, people have been hitting the ball really, really hard off of Eovaldi a lot of this year. Yeah. He's had a couple stretches where he's whenever he's playing the Astros or the Yankees, it feels like those are the teams he's pitched well against. And he had a stretch there right before he had gotten hurt where he was pitching really well. But, this has just kind of become a norm for him that he'll have a point where, A, he's getting hit hard pretty much all year, but B, he will have a point where that eventually translates into a snowball effect and ends up giving up 4 or 5 runs in a game.
It seems to be feast or famine with him. He either gives up 0 or 4 or 5, and that's... 0 against the Astros, and the next time he faces them, 11 days later, he gives up 5 and 7. It just, it's hard to make a whole lot of sense of it with him. And I think you could tell a little bit because I don't think very often with a 1-run lead, up 2-1 in the 6th, I don't think with a strikeout pitcher on the mound, I don't think many managers would bring the infield in if they thought he A, had it, or B, had faith in the offense to score more runs. But he brought the infield in a 1-run game, and then when they were tied on the very next at-bat. And it wouldn't have mattered anyway because the balls went over the heads of the outfielders. But, I just thought it was kind of telling.
He allowed 4 runs or more. He's done that 6 times this year. He did that once last year.
4 more.
4 more. He did it 1 time.
4.26 ERA. It was a crazy 9th inning where you had a wild pitch, you had a pass ball, you had Berger on third with Jock Peterson at the plate, but he ends up striking out to end it. And the Rangers fall to 13-20 against teams under 500. Meanwhile, the best record in the American League versus teams over 500. And the under 500 thing continues to kill him because we're in the midst of this stretch now that I was highlighting a few weeks ago, one of the easiest stretch schedule runs that I've seen in 15 years of doing this, maybe the easiest, as you won 3 straight series, you get Kansas City, they're in last. Then you get the Red Sox, they're in last. Then you get Minnesota, who's in third. Then you get the Padres. Now, I did these standings a couple days ago. The Padres were 3 over. Then you get the Marlins, who are in 4th. Then you get Toronto in 3rd, the Guardians in 1st, and then the Tigers 12 games under at the time. The Angels are awful, and then the Astros are 7 under. Those are the consecutive teams that you're getting, that you're facing. And
then the thing with the Padres is they just got done losing 9 of 10. So the chances that they're still struggling at that point and haven't figured things out and got a little hot, that's the problem with that. The teams that routinely beat up on the bad teams are the teams that make the postseason.
Well, Bassick was trying to soften Kansas City's suckiness yesterday where he's like, after the Rangers, they went on to win a couple series. So don't know if it was a little bit misleading how bad they are, but they're 28-39. They're bad and minus 46 run differential.
They did take 2 of 3 from Cincy.
They have the worst run differential in the entire American League.
Yeah, good teams beat up bad teams and they split against good teams. Great teams will beat up on everybody. And then the most infuriating teams in sports play up to competition and down to competition. Yeah. That's what the Rangers have done this year.
Meanwhile, the Stanley Cup Finals are not disappointing.
Money puck. Let me see.
Oh, my goodness. Now out in front, Stahl. He scores while falling down. 4-3, Carolina.
The Carolina Hurricanes jump out to the 3-1 lead. Then you end up with a 4-2 game after 2 periods, and then they tack on. Wait a second. It was 3-3. I'm sorry.
It was 3-3.
After 2 periods. So you're thinking, all right, Vegas momentum at home. Carolina scores 2 more in the third, and we are tied.
If you have not seen that Jordan Stahl goal, you have to go look at this. I mean, falling down, backhand, basically baseball swinging at this puck to one of the slowest moving pucks for a goal you'll ever see. It just barely moved, and the goalie was completely on the other side. The puck was bouncing everywhere. It was a wild play. All the Vegas defenders were on the other side.
It's an air hockey goal.
It really is it not?
Yeah, that shouldn't have got in. But they deserve to win 54%, Sean, according to Money Puck.
That was, I mean, it was pretty incredible. Great stick control by Stahl, who's he's been in the league forever. He's like 20 years in now. But that was a really fun hockey game. And now we get 2-2, and that is going to be rocking in Raleigh.
Spittle brought this up the other day in the meeting. I was hesitant like I am right now because I was trying to figure out if both series are great. But basically, he was like, when's the last time that we've had the NBA and the NHL finals be this good going on in the same year? And I was like, all right, has the Stanley Cup final been this good? As I told him, and I'm looking wrong right now after the Carolina win, feels like Vegas has been the dominant team. Carolina was lucky to even get one, but now we're tied at 2. I think this question really takes effect if San Antonio wins tonight at the Garden. But, Bobby, you were kind of going through some of the years of a Stanley Cup and an NBA final that gave us a great series as in the same year.
Yeah, I was trying to think back to, you got the 2016 NBA finals, which were the Warriors and Cavs that went to 7 games. Stanley Cup apparently wasn't that great that year, but then it was like, okay, I know the Mavericks Heat series, even though that was 6, not 7, it was like that was a great series. There's like essentially only one game that felt like it wasn't close, and that was the 7-game series that Boston won over Vancouver in the Stanley Cup final, and that was a big series. I remember for just being like, there was so much intense focus on it. So that was the last one that I found because I don't have a great reference for which Stanley Cups have been great. 2 years ago, the Stanley Cup went to 7, but it was 3-0. Right, it was 3-0. Then Edmonton comes and wins 3 straight, and then they lose in Game 7. But 2 years ago in the NBA, that was the Mavs, right? That was not a great series. That was not a great series. Pretty terrible.
It was.
3-0 is not a great series in hockey.
No, but like I said, it did come to Game 7. But by that point,
I'm thinking blow for blow,
right?
Match for match, epic back and forth.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's why the 6-game series between the Mavs and the Heat is better than a 7-game series that goes 3-3, and then especially if somebody's getting beat down a lot, where those games were all just competitive. It's just it broke out before you got to 7.
Yeah. So let us know if you can think of one with the hockey and hoops knowledge on the Frankel and Frankel fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. The NBA, man, this Wemby Golden Child thing is really becoming a thing, because the NBA yesterday looked at his Brunson foul and decided not to upgrade it to a flagrant 1.
You're getting there. You're getting there.
Man, that's ridiculous. That's criminal right there.
Come over to my side.
I don't know how often they upgrade afterwards like that to make it a flagrant 1.
Yeah,
I know they rescind because we covered Luka Doncic for a long time, technicals nonstop, but I don't know how often they actually do it. But since it is a thing and they reviewed it, I have to judge the ruling. Which is stupid.
Yeah.
So now you have Wemby. People are piling on, right? Wemby with the elbow, with the ejection. Now, he should not have been suspended for the next game, so they did end up getting that right. Wemby whispering hard fouls. Oh, my God, is he dirty? And then the Knicks fans are just crying even more after this, and Stephon Castle running through Brunson.
You remember the Mason Plumlee shoving Jared McCain in Game 5?
Yeah.
That was a foul. That got upgraded to flagrant 1 after the game.
Oh.
So they did it 2 weeks ago.
There you go.
Yeah, because the only thing I was going to think of in that is they don't want to show up the referee, Right, they don't want to make the referee look bad.
Which they are more than willing to do. They are the only league that publishes their final 2-minute report to tell you every game, this is the foul call that this person screwed up.
So, short of that, it doesn't make any sense. And since they don't really care about that, it doesn't make a whole lot. Because that should have been a flagrant one. I mean, like, he popped him in the back of the head. Like, what more do you want?
And speaking of that, I was already rooting for the Spurs. And then the whininess of my New York friends making me root for them even more. And then the viral videos of what happened on the streets after the Knicks loss burned the whole city down. Burned it down.
Those people are psychos. Like, legitimately, like...
There's a Spurs fan just walking on the street. Down. Looks like that. I'm guessing he wasn't doing anything beforehand to poke and prod.
It could have been... Look, it very well could have been... in this day and age, everything can be staged. You know, that wasn't staged, but like things can. You could pick up the video in the middle of the fight. That wasn't this. He's walking down the street.
Well, which video? Like there were like 6 videos of guys getting their asses kicked for like what seemed like no reason. And in a lot of these, it seemed like Spurs fans go like trying to like just like get out of there, and like people who didn't want to let you. That was a bunch of drunk, angry, like twisted up Knicks fans. Which I saw somebody suggest last night. They're like, if Trump wasn't there and all that security wasn't there, who knows? Maybe somebody would have had a weapon on them there. It could have gotten so much worse. Thank you, Mr. President.
They're kicking the guy when he's down on the ground.
Yeah, pieces of crap, pieces of garbage. Now, you're not going to get, we do the topic of why can't the DFW crowds get that loud and intense. I'll take the trade-off for being able to walk out of the American Airlines Center into a ride share, into my car on the way home after a tense finals game. I never worry about that stuff for the most part around here, or leaving a Cowboy game.
And this is why
I have Cowboy games after pregame.
Unless it's a college football game, I never wear road gear to a visiting stadium, ever. I just dress in Anthony Davis clothes.
Depends on the stadium you're visiting. Sometimes, you do absolutely don't. Newey Scruggs will not wear NBC5 stuff to Philadelphia. Like if he goes out there, he's
you think they're familiar with the other affiliates?
No, if they see it's NBC and they know it's not theirs, they just assume you're, and so they'll start like he said he's gotten barked at for it. But then,
you've seen this more than most going to all the Cowboys.
I wore Mavs gear to a Nuggets game in Denver years ago, and that was great. Like it's just that then becomes fun because everybody just wants to like mess with you in like a more playful way, not kick your ass like in New York.
It's the Hump Day edition with a concert ticket giveaway. We will chop it up as well. Below the belt and the red zone on your home are the Rangers and Cowboys. Cowboys OTA practice yesterday. Are they about to unleash the Longhorn? We'll take you inside the Star next. But let me go ahead and take you inside the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers. It is Hurtado and HurtadoBBQ.com. Go ahead and check out what you can get, whether it's the classics like the bacon burnt ends, prime brisket. Not everyone serves prime, by the way. The awesome spare ribs, that touch of sweetness that Brandon Hurtado adds. The amazing turkey. because of a personal matter. So that's where things stand on the injury front. Now we take it out to the practice field.
Yes.
And Tommy Yarsh and Kyle Yeomans with some highlights, DallasCowboys.com.
Yeah, because I wasn't there. I didn't end up going there yesterday. But
why?
Tommy, because I had to get a shot in the butt. That's what I had to do. Yep, got a steroid
Tetanus?
shot. Nope, steroid shot. So
For a why?
because I kept hacking and I was like, Laura woke me up this morning and she's like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Why?" And she's like, "You sounded like you were choking." And so it must have been like, I don't know. I probably got sleep apnea is what I'm guessing. But no, it was I kept hacking and Kristen's voice is getting worse. And they're like, well, you don't have strep or anything. Yeah. They're like, you don't have strep or anything. She sounds like Kathleen Turner right now. But they're like, you don't have strep or anything. But they're like, you could have something, so we'll give you a shot if you want one. So I did, and it's still there. I still keep hacking. So, all right, some of the observations from Tommy and Kyle. Sounds like it was a big day for the new defensive players or some of the players that you're wanting to get a look at. I know I saw Nick Harris said that Malachi Lawrence flashed in a big way yesterday, which is something that you were looking for. But Tommy and Nick both wrote about Kobe Durant had the moment of practice. He intercepted Dak during 7-on-7. And there were a couple different times that defenders got hands on the ball, too. D. Winters, the linebacker, obviously another new addition. And then Kalen Carson, the third-year cornerback, who was hurt most of last year. And if you get, obviously it's nice to see new additions like Lawrence and Durant and all those guys coming in and making plays early in practice and doing things like that. But if you're able to get Kalen Carson to do anything for you after they were hyping him up like crazy during that first training camp, just behind the scenes, they were like, man, he looks so good. He looks so strong. That guy's got like super competitive, love his mentality. And then it's just been downhill ever since then. But if you can get something out of him, that would be fantastic and obviously change the dynamic of your corner room.
When it comes to Durant, I love what Schottenheimer had to say about him in the presser. Said his communication is elite. And that, to me, I'm loving hearing about communication these days just as much as athleticism, maybe even more. So I thought it was interesting that Schottenheimer highlighted that, given the train wreck that this team was last year trying to figure things out. He said, I'm thrilled with where the pass defense is right now. Flexibility, versatility, and disguise.
He loves, Shotty does. Shotty loves the ability to communicate from defensive backs because he wouldn't stop talking about it with Jalen Thompson. He wouldn't stop talking about it with Kobe Durant. We were trying to figure out who he was tipping off might be his green dot choice that he's like, I'm not telling y'all. It led me to believe he was talking about Jalen Thompson. And so that's clearly something that they've got a big focus for, especially with Parker looking for smart defensive backs.
Couple different guys. I think we're wearing it and trying it out. Todd Archer saying that, even though Clarence, I think, tried to name Overshown as the green dot yesterday. Clarence jumping the gun, as usual.
So if you, it did not look like a great day from all the descriptions from everybody. It did not look like a great day for Dak Prescott. He could not handle the Carl Banks pressure of being named the best quarterback in the conference. He had some struggles. That will happen when your starting receivers include Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who Hagee just could not stop, going on and on about as a bit example of why OTAs are so stupid, of just like, oh, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who cares about him?
Well, Schottenheimer did open up, making RJ Choppy proud, saying, this really isn't real football. This is 7-on-7. It's not real football. And he was downplaying it, saying, I wish we could do more. But he's like, this is not real football. When it comes to Dak, and Bobby's having some fun over-exaggerating the struggles, but they did ask Dak about facing Christian Parker's new defense early on.
A lot. Starting with just their DC Christian Parker. Obviously excited about when we got him, but now having spent time with him, having to compete against him, just his leadership for one. You can feel it amongst each and every one of the position groups on defense. You can feel their intensity. Probably just going against them, their communication. When we motion or we make moves or calls, they're as loud as we are. They're echoing, and just a defense that communicates loud is usually a defense that's sound. So just excited about that. They've already made it hard on me. They've already made some of these practices very competitive, and the trash talking, the energy has been high. It's iron sharpens iron already, and I can tell you it's only going to get better. Camp's going to be fun, and we're going to make it tough on each other best we can.
I mean, it's so difficult sometimes, whether you listen to him or you listen to Brian Schottenheimer, you listen to anybody talk in the NFL. It's so difficult sometimes to tell, like, all right, what is genuine praise for a group of people or genuine praise for a player on your roster versus I'm gassing him up or I'm saying the nice thing because he's a teammate.
Well, we're about to find out with the Schottenheimer clip here in a second.
Yeah, and so I think on this front here, I think that's genuine. Like the fact that he's specifically talking about how loud they are echoing the calls and different things like that. I think it probably is standing out to him specifically after the defense they saw last year where everything was so broken.
Yeah.
Everything in the way they communicate was so fundamentally broken that it's encouraging that it's a refresher and they all hear it and it stands out to them. It's super troubling that it stands out that much to them probably.
It's 10 years in the league. If that stands out, that the defense is vocal and communicating during practice, that's troubling. It's not troubling for Dak. It's troubling for, like, that the last 10 years, you mean to tell me they haven't been communicating?
Yeah.
Some clear wins for Kenny Clark. As you mentioned, Malachi Lawrence with a sack on the 11-on-11s. Rashawn Gary with a pressure against the first team as well.
Maybe I should put my hair on the line for Malachi Lawrence too then, if he's going to do that.
Where would you set it? What's the point of putting your hair on the line?
Something much more attainable. Well, I could put my beard on the line. But Kristen would kill me if I did that one. But no, this is Shotty was right, and there's a lot of that. The hardest ones to judge a lot of time are going to be the edge rushers. I mean, there's a lot here that's difficult, but you get the 7-on-7 stuff. You can kind of see a little bit of things. They're not obviously in full pads, but trench work is going to be the most difficult to kind of project out.
My favorite moment of the day, by far, though, was Brian Schottenheimer being asked. I love the answer so much. He was being asked about Texas Longhorn running back Jaden Blue in year 2.
I think he's doing great. Came back with a different look than what he had his rookie year. I think most rookies have to figure it out. I thought he and I had a very candid conversation. Joe, at the exit interviews, we just kind of put it all out there, put all cards on the table. He didn't like being inactive, and I was very honest with my opinion of why he wasn't active, and so we had some really great conversations, and he took that and he ingested it, took it in, and he's come back with a great look on his face and a great work ethic, and intelligence is off the charts. I mean, the guy is football brilliant. He really is. And obviously you see the speed and explosiveness. He's going to be a huge part of what we want to do, but he's got to continue to do his part, which he's doing great right now.
Man, I love that answer because I think it was truthful and it was encouraging with the arrow sounding like it's going the right way after all the Jaden rookie issues.
I think it was definitely truthful. I think it was the first part of that definitely felt like it was softened a little. Like when he's like, we had a candid conversation. We put all our cards on the table. He ingested that. And it's like, you guys had it out. It sounds like. But that's why I think it is, you can believe with 100, that's not him just talking somebody up. Because Shotty has built up, I think, enough credibility in the area of, will he be critical of players publicly, or will he just be direct and say, look, they're not there right now?
Yeah.
And he was that way with Jaden Blue all last year. He would consistently say, he's not there. He's not ready to do it. And he's been that way. Last week, he talked that way about Tyler Guyton. Tyler's been inconsistent. He knows it. This is a big year for him in his career. Like, he will press on that button if he needs to. So I think for him to say he's been great so far in football brilliant, I think those are all things Brian Schottenheimer probably genuinely believes, and it's not just fluff.
Then he called him football brilliant. Intelligence off the charts, night and day from last year. So let's see how much juice. That's what I'm looking for from Jaden Blue this season. How much juice can he give you?
My expectations are pretty low. It's like, that is the one position where you should be able to go, guns blazing day one. Day one, if you're really good. Zeke came out of the gate.
I mean, pass protection is really the biggest thing you have to figure out.
Right. See hole, hit hole, pass protection. But you should be able to. It's one of the positions where you should have the least amount of growing pains with it. And that wasn't the case with him. So I have low expectations, but sometimes I like the low expectations. That way I get more excited about it as it's happening.
It's also one of those things where the expectations for him, I think, were probably too high. Because we're talking about, a lot of people saw, man, he's a 4-2 guy. We never have 4-2 guys who can run and do all these things. And, oh, my gosh, he can be a receiver and he can split out wide.
Well, he played at a big school, too, and that matters.
Yeah, but he played at a big school where he did not win the job, and he never could. It is a school where he never took hold of that job at Texas. He fumbled a lot at Texas. He had issues there. He was always having to rotate out with guys, and he went in the 5th round. He is all upside. There's not a whole lot of, ready to go kind of about Jaden Blue's game.
Schottenheimer cross-examined over George Pickens showing up to the next phase of the Cowboys offseason, and then we got into some semantics with reporters as Shotty said, I expect and hope that he'll be here. And they're like, well, do you expect or do you hope?
Right.
And I think Shotty was like, no, it's kind of the same thing. No, it's not.
It's definitely not.
It's not the same thing. And then I think Shotty admitted, no, Pickens has not communicated that he will be here, but I expect and hope that he will.
I expect to poop in 2 minutes. I hope I'm back before the end of the break. There's a difference.
Yeah, I expect he will be there. I kind of hope he would drag it out a little longer because that'd make for compelling storylines. Why isn't George Pickens here? But no, I imagine he will be there as soon as the mandatory stuff comes in and money's on the line. He will be there.
Inside the Star with a full recap on your official home of the Cowboys. In case you did not know, shout out to the 6 a.m. Club for the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. The Carmelo Anthony verdict is in. We talk about it with an extra guest from down the hall next on The Fan.
But first, affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000, and most people's wages haven't kept up. That's why some are stuck with 7-year loans just to make their payments work. At D&M Leasing, they solve that problem with the Easy Lease. They offer lower monthly payments, no money down, and terms that make sense. Don't overpay. You don't have to. You can solve your payment problems today with the Easy Lease. At D&M, they know how much trust you're putting in them when you're getting into a new vehicle, and they don't take it lightly. That's why D&M has been the right fit for so many of our friends, family, and neighbors. If you put up a post on social media, ask people in your social circle, hey, have you ever worked with D&M? I promise you're going to find people who have and who absolutely loved the experience. It's the same D&M Leasing that Cars.com ranked the top leasing company in the country for the 11th year in a row and best overall dealership for customer experience in the Southwest region of the United States. So join 50,000 other satisfied customers by calling 817 or 972-35-LEASE. That's 817 or 972-35-LEASE, or visit us online at dmautoleasing.com.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a 4-hour show before Rangers-Royals resume at 6. Nation starts at 2. Krusty's Corner at 3:40 here on The Fan.
You just returned from holiday vacation, and there it is, a letter from the IRS. You don't even want to open it. I'm tax attorney Jamie Flores. Don't let the IRS disrupt your life. The law offices of Namath and Flores can help get your life back to normal. So call us right now.
I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath. You've heard me for over 25 years on the radio helping Texans resolve their IRS issues. National tax resolution companies with 1-800 numbers do a lot of talking when it comes to these problems. But when you have the IRS coming after you, it's a serious legal matter that deserves the attention of an experienced tax attorney.
At the law offices of Namath and Flores, we focus specifically on helping people like you resolve IRS wage levies, bank levies, and even unfiled returns. The first visit is completely free and confidential, and we'll let you know on the spot exactly how much it's going to cost you. IRS problems don't go away on their own, so quit losing sleep over possible jail time and call the law offices of Namath and Flores at 972-484-0829 or go to myiRSteam.com. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
Summer is coming. Are you ready to look and feel your best? If you're dealing with low energy, weight gain, muscle loss, or low sex drive, your hormones may be holding you back. BioT certified providers help treat men and women for low testosterone, low energy, muscle loss, and low sex drive. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program or call 817-518-4580. That's myhormonelevels.com or call 817-518-4580. Enjoy culinary excellence at Knife Steakhouse in Plano, helmed by Michelin star awarded chef John Tazar. Voted the best steakhouse in Dallas, Knife Steakhouse invites you to experience lunch and dinner 7 days a week. Elevate any occasion with exclusive private dining spaces and handcrafted cocktails. Visit knifeplano.com for reservations.
Did you know that 1 in 4 men over 40 have low testosterone? They have low energy, low sex drive, low motivation, and barely recognize themselves. But 100% of them can get it all back and feel like themselves again at the Low T Center. Low T Center is the original TRT clinic, changing lives since 2009. Their expert providers work to tailor their TRT plans to every man to get your levels back. So head on over to fixmylowt.com and book your free testosterone test. That's fixmylowt.com.
Texas. Let's talk Wagyu. Better yet, let's taste it. Booth Creek Wagyu is now open at Park Village in Southlake. Stop in and experience it for yourself with a complimentary sample of our Wagyu beef. From our ranch to your table, every cut is raised, finished, and crafted with one goal: incredible flavor and consistency you can trust. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Visit us in Southlake or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
The world's biggest soccer celebration is here, and Mexican Bar Company is your headquarters for every match. Catch all the action on our multiple screens and enjoy ice-cold cervezas, handcrafted margaritas, and authentic Mexican favorites. Bring your crew and experience the excitement at Mexican Bar Company in the district of Willow Bend. Info and reservations, mexbars.com.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more, or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Gavin Dawson for DraftKings. DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, Texas. The whole world's watching one tournament right now. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in Texas. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in Texas, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers sign up with code DFW the Fan, spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code DFW the Fan in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligible restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim, issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28th. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
Rangers manager Skip Schumacher with the KNC Masterpiece, Wednesdays at 12:20. Coverage you deserve on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
It took 3 hours for a jury to decide a court case that received national attention, and we're going to recap it here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Carmelo Anthony sentenced to 35 years yesterday.
Yeah, and I think he has to serve half of that, so like 17 and a half at the very, very minimum. But that was, I thought, a very speedy deliberation. I didn't know how. First of all, the whole trial seemed like it went pretty quick too.
Let's bring in our boy Russell Scott from Down the Hall News Radio 1080 KRLD. He has been out there at the scene of the courthouse for a week plus. Good morning, Russ. Thank you for joining us. Sure. What was it like yesterday?
It was tense. Even before the verdict came down, it was tense outside. I was out with both supporters of Carmelo Anthony and those who were calling for justice for Austin Metcalf. Those were the two sides you had out there. And this turned into, unfortunately, a very racial situation, black and white. Austin Metcalf, a white young man who was stabbed to death. The stabber who admitted to it, Carmelo Anthony, African American. This happened at a track meet 434 days ago, and it comes to trial, and you're right, it went by extremely quickly. The jury selection last week went faster than expected. The trial got underway faster than expected. Only it was 5 or 6, and I don't remember offhand, witnesses called by the defense. Carmelo Anthony does not take the stand in his own defense, although his attorneys kept saying it was self-defense in the trial. Jury just didn't buy that. It took them not long at all to come back with the verdict, and then it didn't take them long. I kind of expected that it would take them at least a day or so to come up with the punishment phase, but 35 years in prison is what he got.
Did there seem to be, well, I know it's going to be split because of the racial components of the story, but did there seem to be a turning point throughout the week inside the courtroom that surprised you, or had you say, okay, this right here is the moment?
I think what surprised me and surprised most of the people was that Carmelo did not take the stand. Because if you're arguing or if you're claiming it's self-defense, you've got to let the jury look at
take
this
them
young
inside
man.
that.
You've got to take them and let them see that this is a teenager. This is a young man who was worried. He was scared that something was going to happen to him, that he was being attacked by more than one person, that he was worried about that, and you didn't do that. And so I think that was a lot for the jury to try to unpack, was that they had to try to go inside the mind of Carmelo Anthony at the time that was happening, and that's kind of tough to do, to ask a jury to do that.
Do you think if he wasn't an 18-year-old kid and he was 30, and they thought maybe he would handle cross-examination better, that it was more likely that he would have taken the stand?
Absolutely. I think that was a big part of it, being a teenager, not used to going through something like this. Toby Shook is an incredible defense attorney, and you just know he would have been roasted on the stand. They would have gone back and forth. It would have become extremely contentious, and I think the defense realized that, at least that was a big part of it, that they didn't want that to happen. They were worried he might break. What might he say? You know, if you're pushing and arguing with, he's now 19 years old, you don't want him to say the wrong thing on the stand. And this whole thing is going to be appealed. Don't think it's over, because it's not. It will be appealed, and now we're going to see when this is going to go to appeal. Will it again be in Collin County? Will they look for a change of venue? A lot of people that I talked to out there who were supporters of Carmelo Anthony say that's what they want. They want it to be moved somewhere else.
What was the argument from the Carmelo supporters?
That there were no blacks on the jury, and that, they say, will be a big part of the appeal. They also say that there's a racial divide in Collin County, that they weren't all that surprised about this. A couple of people I talked to after the jury came back so quickly before they handed down punishment said they were really worried about what the punishment was going to be. And I talked to one man who had a great take on the whole thing, African-American gentleman, who told me, he said, I think this is terrible for both families. It's awful for both families. And the only way we get past this, meaning the African-American community in Collin County, is we vote in and we go to the polls and we elect people who represent us, meaning the black community.
Russell Scott, News Radio 1080 KRLD, on the scene for the Carmelo Anthony news that came out yesterday, 35 years from the jury. You're not done yet. Hang on a second. Tell Bruno someone else has to spot him.
Yeah. Oh, he's not even here anymore.
He got fired?
No, it's June. It's sunny. He doesn't come in anymore. We don't have rain all week.
Russell, everything is on video nowadays, so I think that played a part in my hesitancy to have a really strong opinion about this, because I'm used to seeing it and judging it for myself. Was the verdict decided? How much was this decided on video, evidence, or eyewitness accounts.
All of it was eyewitness accounts. There's not much video on this. The video that the jury saw was kind of grainy. It was from some of the cameras that they had at the stadium. They didn't get to see any up-close video or anything of that nature. They did see pictures, and then they saw some gruesome pictures. Those were not shown to the public, but they were shown to the jury. And from the people inside the courtroom, they said the jury kind of winced when they saw some of those. So I think most of it was people testifying and Carmelo not testifying. And from one attorney who watched the case, he said he wasn't surprised that they came back so quickly in something like this.
The tension you felt out there yesterday, is that a tension? Obviously, I would not imagine if the tension is there that deep, it's not just going to be over today. And I would imagine it's a lingering, broader tension that has more to do than just about this case.
Well,
but do you expect that? Do you expect we're going to see lingering after effects? Is this going to become something where we start hearing more protests in Collin County or other vocal?
Question. That's a good question. And people I ask outside that I talked to and said, do you think this is going to spill over? Do you think something's going to happen? Told me they did not think that was going to happen. Now, Black Panthers were there yesterday. They didn't want to talk, but they had a presence that was felt. When the sentence came down, when the guilty sentence came down, there was white man, black man, nose to nose. Sheriff's deputies right behind them. Deputies, I think, did an outstanding job the whole week. 2 people were arrested yesterday, one for public intoxication, and I can't think of the charges for the other. But that's a great question, and that's something we're going to be watching to see if there are protests or anything else that happens in the days and weeks to come.
Give us your best understanding of what happened in your opinion, or if you don't want to go there, being a journalist, the prosecution's version of what happened.
Prosecution's version of what happened was Carmelo Anthony brought a knife to a track meet. That's the first overwhelming question that the jury had. Why? Well, they never heard why. The prosecution says Carmelo went under the tent of the other high school and picked a fight, basically is what they said. Provoked Austin Metcalf into pushing him, and once he pushed him, he pulled the knife and stabbed him. Defense says, no, that's not the case. Austin Metcalf is the aggressor in this, and Carmelo was defending himself. So it comes down to who did you believe? The jury obviously believed the prosecution.
And how many people were in that tent, or the eyewitnesses were from where?
Most of the witnesses, they called them from both sides, and they got conflicting stories on, they talked about the track meet culture.
Track meet culture? What's that?
And they got 2 different versions of that from students from both sides, prosecution and defense. Just that it's a kind of a social event when you go to a track meet, that you've got these tents set up, there's so much time between events, and it was raining, and that it's not unusual for students from high school A to go into a tent with high school B or vice versa. Prosecution witnesses said, oh, no, that's not something we do. Defense witnesses said, oh, yeah, that's something that happens quite a bit. So, again, it came down to how did the jury read that? How did they respond to that? They responded following the prosecution.
You think there's anything else we need to know?
I think just the only thing you need to know right now is this is going to be appealed. No black jurors, how quickly it came back, Carmelo not taking the stand in his own defense. I think the whole thing will be appealed, and we'll be talking about this probably in a year from now.
Thank you, Russ. Great stuff. Yeah. Russell Scott, our guy from Down the Hall News Radio, 1080 KRLD. Carmelo Anthony, 35 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, it feels like one of those really impossible things to talk about, just because you know naturally how much it's a story with a backdrop of a much broader issue in society. But man, it's really tough when you get like one of the defense witnesses up there who says, I saw this, and this. And then they go, here's a video, and you had your back turned when it happened. You didn't see it until after. That's tough. Like when there's a contradiction there, or ultimately what it felt like this came back so quickly over was the fact that the defense's like witnesses that they talked to, just it did not go well for them. A lot of conflicting stories, a lot of stuff. Stories changed from what they had initially told police, and some conflicting stuff. There was one of them who was actually I think a teammate of Carmelo Anthony's who said, "I thought Carmelo was in the wrong." Like it was not the witness questioning was really bad for their side.
There was about a 6-hour stretch yesterday. A lot of news came down. First, it's like, okay, they rested their case. We knew that. And then we get news that the judge says, okay, the jury can decide for manslaughter. Right? They can decide for manslaughter. And then it comes out that they can use this other thing called a sudden burst of passion, which is like it's like a crime of passion where you don't have time to think about things, you're reacting.
Not premeditated.
And that would carry a 2 to 20-year sentence as opposed to 5 to 99. So there was a wide range of things they could have done and how they could have come to this conclusion. But because it was such a quick deliberation, it's 3 hours, that pretty much means these guys were all on the same side. They all kind of agreed. So that's why everything was so fast. Like it seemed like there was very little arguing.
Ultimately, he is, in my opinion, he is ultimately guilty of minimum manslaughter. You could I guess maybe talk into
somebody died, right?
You can talk into manslaughter, but in some instances there would be some who argue that is self-defense. There's no crime there. But man, even if there's a physical altercation, I think it's hard for the jury to look at that and go, you can walk out of there without somebody dying.
Yeah.
And somebody died. And that's the biggest problem. And basically, watch what happens, touch me, see what happens. Like it came off to me like it was an invitation for confrontation. And so it's just a tough thing to talk about because, again, you look at it and go, no white juror or all white jurors, and you got this and that, and there's so much about it that's a broader issue that we still haven't figured out that soils the rest of what we're trying to talk about here, or not soils it, but colors it that it's like this is the backdrop, and you can't really talk about one without the other.
He mentioned track culture.
Yeah.
I was thinking,
Julian.
Yeah, because he was running track this year. Now they were all in the infield, and these are 7th graders. They go to other teams. They just talk all kinds of trash to other teams. Well, now add testosterone to it. Right now you're getting 17, 18 years old as opposed to 13.
Yeah.
With 13, nobody's really going to get harmed at 13. They're not. And then you get to 17, and it's all right. I mean, now you add that culture. You add trash talk, and now you got testosterone thrown in. It's a mess.
Is this guy about to become a Hall of Famer? If the NBA Finals continue this way, we get you set for Game 4 with Sean and RJ next. But they're chosen by the Tolos and feared by the insurance companies. It is Mark, Scott, and Gene at Franklin & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck lawyers in DFW. They will guide you through the legal process, answer any questions you may have, and fight tirelessly for your rights. For 3 decades, Franklin & Frankel have been fighting for those injured in car and truck accidents in the Metroplex. So if you or a loved one has been hurt, call Franklin & Frankel first to get the medical treatment you need and the money you deserve with no out-of-pocket expenses ever. The consultation is free, and you don't pay anything until they win your case. So call Franco first at 214 or 817 all threes. That's 333-3333, 333-3333. Don't get hurt twice. Once out there on the roads, and 2, choosing the wrong legal representation. Get a Tolo team that has your back, and tell them Sean from the Fan sent you to Franklin & Frankel, frankelfirm.com, principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Now on camera, and looking
Is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight at Madison Square Garden. The president will not be in attendance, so let's see if that turns around the mojo, according to Stephen A. Smith. Good morning, Metroplex Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Sean and RJ trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt and Jacob Ray in for Pay. Former Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone will join us at 9 o'clock. But Choppy, I am with you. I am not touching this game outcome tonight.
No. And it's right now at 1.5 at BetMGM. It is at 2.5 at Caesars.
Nick's favored.
2 at Caesars, 2.5 at DraftKings. It's all over the map, right? So I am staying as far away from this one as possible. Because quite frankly, I don't really have a handle on this at all. I don't have a handle on this series. I thought.
You said it was over after 2, the same way we all did.
Yeah, but things change. Now you have a Spurs team that Wemby played a much different game. It was like they had figured out, okay, sleepy time is over. We're gonna play, and now I have no idea what's gonna happen.
Brunson won't be bad 4 games in a row. Knicks are gonna win tonight. This will be their most solid victory in the series. This will be the one that they win comfortably.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, the odds would say that, but it's not just Brunson.
Right, we didn't expect Kyrie to play bad all 6 games. I think he had one really good game against Boston, but we didn't expect him to keep playing poorly the way he did. So it could happen. And
it's not just Brunson. It's not Brunson. A lot of times it's you control your own stuff. Well, this defense is a problem for him as well. He's still missing open mid-range jumpers. Through 11 quarters of the finals, the Spurs are outscoring the Knicks by 14 points when Jalen Brunson has been on the floor. Knicks outscoring San Antonio by 24 points with Brunson off the floor.
Yeah, I think tonight he'll put up mid-30s to damn near 40.
All right, so there's my
40. Okay,
there's my underdog higher lowers as I try to win.
Hi, Gene.
The Josh Hart
all 3
steals.
All 3 teams have held leads in the second half. I'm sorry, in all 3 games. We've had different teams holding leads in the second half, and they've all held it.
And the Spurs are winning every first quarter. They're up double digits in every game. Every game. But I haven't felt like that's telling me that they've been the better team through the first 2 games. But now I'm wondering to the point where I'm scared of touching the point spread until Bobby, gave me a little push.
Have you changed? So your pick is still Knicks?
Yes, but not as confidently. But yes, it's still the Knicks. The cat disappearance to me, that worries me more than anything. Wemby is still, I think, going to go up and down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not convinced tonight.
No.
He scores at the basket nonstop. That should be the case if you're San Antonio. But we've had this discussion about Wembanyama now 3 or 4 different times. To me, I got to know what happened to Cat last game.
Is the series over tonight regardless of who wins?
No.
If the Spurs win, I think it's over too. I think now they've got it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because they would have home.
Well, so what? They lost the first 2 at home.
There'd be nobody who won at home yet.
I know, but it's not going to be one of those series where the road team wins every game. And obviously, the Knicks win, it's over. At the very least, they would win in 6.
I mean, I still think it's over. It was over after game 2. I don't think the one game where there was a lot of emotion and a lot of context that would have made it a difficult game. I don't think that means it's over. I'll be concerned if they lose tonight, but I think they've got this.
All right, I've been dying to get to this topic. I had listened to it originally on the Hoop Collective, and I thought it was started by Tim McMahon. Choppy got this audio from Brian Windhorst on Karl Anthony Towns becoming a Hall of Famer if his series continues.
If you went back 45 days ago and you said to somebody, I'm talking about his father, his fiance, his agent, and said, the Knicks are not going to lose for 45 days, and you were going to see during the finals Cat walking off the court at halftime saying Victor Wembanyama ain't got flipping nothing for me. And all of that being accurate, I don't think they would have believed it. Okay? This transformation has not been sudden because he's been working towards this his whole life, but it has been stunning. And he's right. Those numbers that we just showed, he's kicking Wembanyama's ass in this series. And it is absolutely the difference in what's going on right now. And if he can do it for a couple more days, he's going to the Hall of Fame.
So McMahon, I thought, kind of brought this out on the Hoop Collective, and then Bontemps and Brian were like, huh? What? Because no one's really brought this up, but I think Tim was going pretty hard in the paint, and there was Windhorst saying it as well. This is what the fan text is made for, 877-881-1053.
When I first heard this, I thought Windhorst forgot who he was talking about at the very end when he said Hall of Fame. I was like, there's what? He's not talking about Karl Towns anymore. He's talking about Brunson.
And this was before Game 3, by the way, yeah.
I'm like, there's no way. I don't care how bad the Basketball Hall of Fame is. People had a problem with Carmelo Anthony getting in. You know, like, and he was like one of the all-time great international superstars ever. I'm just, Karl Towns in the Hall of Fame?
Well, look, nothing can really stun me when it comes to this joke of a Hall of Fame.
I know.
I hate it that it's just, they've created so many categories for it that everyone gets in. But I mean, there are numbers that are there when you go and look. And again, 82-0.
Did you look at it already? His numbers? I know you did. Did you look at his numbers?
No.
What do you think his career averages are? Points and rebounds.
I would have no idea. 19 and 9.
Okay.
No, much better. So he's had years of 25-12, 21-12, 24-12, 26-11, 25-10, 24-10. 24-13 this year. 20-12. You go 24-13. I mean, just statistically. Again, I hate just looking at those numbers because if you look at Reggie Miller's numbers, you're going to say he's not a Hall of Famer. But if you just look at a lot of these mid-20 point scoring seasons and 10+ rebounds, statistically, you can make that case and get him in.
So I was just looking up. I was like, who are the worst Hall of Famers of all time?
Yep.
And just trying to see some of the names. So the first name that shows up on here, it's a list of like the 30 least deserving. And the very first one on here is Bernard King. And Bernard King has played about 100 more games than Cat has at this point. His career averages are 22 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists. Cat has 22 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists. Cat's made more All-Star games. The next one on this list, I did not realize his numbers are this bad. I knew he got hurt, but Grant Hill's numbers are not good enough to be in there. What do you think Grant Hill averaged for his career?
Well,
points, rebounds, assists.
After the Detroit days.
Are going to go peak or going full on where you even count the end?
Yeah, the peak was him playing 30 games for the Pistons.
25-4?
16 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. That was for his entire career.
Yeah.
His peak, in Detroit, I think he was like 25-5. He was 25-5-5,
But Duke can get you in because the college part.
It is, and that, look, it is
I
the
hate that. I hate that.
Yeah, that's just
have a separate college Hall of Fame.
They should have a separate one, but they don't. So you are going to get. That's why, Melo had one of the greatest individual NCAA championship. Kemba Walker, right? They had one of the greatest individual NCAA championship. And Grant Hill.
Is it called the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame?
The Basketball
okay,
Hall
so
of Fame.
Leitner, I imagine, is in.
Vivian Stringer, the women's basketball coach from years ago.
Yeah.
They're in, right? So. Bobby Knight, he never coached the NBA, but he's in that. So you get a lot of guys and girls that are in the Hall of Fame, and it's based on what they did in college. Because Krzyzewski said the reason we beat UNLV was Grant Hill.
Let me ask you,
if he was in the Hall of Fame right now, Karl Anthony Towns, he'd be in the top 20 all time in the Hall of Fame list of scorers, like in terms of per game. There's 19 guys in the Hall of Fame who have more scoring than him.
Cat, I know Choppy's answer already, but I'm gonna throw out some fun ones.
Let's go.
Cat or Ginobili.
Cat.
Ginobili's
such a fraud superstar.
But he wasn't a superstar. No one.
That's exactly. Everybody would talk about him like he was, and he absolutely was not. They're like, well, he plays within the system. They talked about him like he was Aikman, and it's like, no, he's not. Stop it.
He also won he won an Olympics.
Yeah, he also introduced traveling as just a dribble move to the NBA.
I'm saying for 10 years, who would you draft?
Ginobili.
No.
Okay.
It's Cat. I could do more with him.
What's that?
I could do more with him.
Yeah, for 15 minutes a night as he comes off the bench and then goes back.
He wouldn't come off the bench.
Cat or Tony Parker?
Parker.
Again, so much of it's hard to divorce them from where they're playing within. I guess Parker.
Cat or C-Web?
Weber. Yeah, Weber was. I always thought Weber was underrated.
So there it is. That is Tim McMahon and Brian Windhorst going hard on this about Karl Anthony Towns possibly becoming a Hall of Famer if he gets this championship.
Put Tyson Chandler in. He dominated an NBA Finals.
Is Cat's big thing, you think, or at least partially, just people don't like his personality, or people just find him like corny or whatever?
Yeah.
Like if he was completely anonymous as a personality, would everybody just be like, he's good?
Yeah,
I like his person. I like Cal. I mean, I like his disposition. You know how he just doesn't seem to take anything seriously. Like he doesn't take it overly seriously. I can't put him in the Hall. I don't know. His Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I don't think he's a Hall of Fame. He shouldn't be. He wouldn't be in my Hall of Fame.
Right.
Wait, Vlade Divac is not in, is he?
Let me look.
No.
He's better than Bosch, by the way, and Bosch isn't it.
Cat?
Yeah.
Cat Bosch?
Yeah, Cat's better than Bosch. Yeah.
Ooh,
man.
that's a good one.
That's spicy.
I think I'm taking.
He is in the Basketball Hall of Fame, but that's also partly because of what he did
Internationally.
Yeah,
I'm taking Toronto Bosch over Cat.
Kevin Love.
Man, Love was really good early on.
No.
Kevin Love's not in though.
No.
No, I don't think so. I wouldn't think he is.
That's a good one.
Bosch in Toronto was 20-9, which I thought he was higher than that.
I thought he was higher than that too.
Yeah, his last year there, he put up
Lot of
24 and
blocks.
10. 24 and 10 was his last year.
Oh gosh, I don't know. Kevin Love or Cat.
That's because they both were really good in college.
I'm just thinking NBA.
Yeah,
I think Choppy just hates power forwards / centers that played for the Timberwolves. He doesn't want Love, Garnett.
Well, I hate centers who play out.
I think I'd lean towards Cat just because of what I'm seeing defensively now. But again, part of the reason I picked the Spurs is because I never saw Karl Anthony Towns playing that type of defense on Wembanyama. Like this underdog contest to win $1 million for whoever leads the series in steals. I've been picking Josh Hart, but I was 50-50 on including Cat in that because of his hands and his strips and his defensive play in this series for tonight. So that is what was being thrown out there by the NBA analyst yesterday. Paul Pierce also, I thought, brought up a pretty good point. Paul Pierce is wild, but he brought up an interesting point about lack of home court advantage at the Garden, and he's like, it was never one of those places. Now, he is a Celtic, New York hate, just like he throws out LeBron hate, but he's like, never one of those places where I dreaded going to play, and look at all the people who have all-time career scoring highs at MSG. So I thought,
for it.
I thought that was an interesting point.
I think they play up for it.
Yeah.
It's like
the Mecca.
Yeah, like LeBron's talked about it. Jordan's always they loved going there because they felt like they were playing against almost a sixth person, and they literally brought their most concentrated A game, and I think that's part of the reason why the Knicks, and we talked about this yesterday, have so many big losses there because other players, and look at all those big losses. They all came with like all-time moments from certain players. Jordan's all-time moments and Reggie's all-time moments.
Yeah.
You'll be going back.
It's a stage.
It's a stage. It's Broadway. It's different.
RJ Choppy disagrees with the one major question left for Dak Prescott to prove. Commercial free in the Expressway with a concert ticket giveaway next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist owned store. Gilchrist Automotive, and they are going to hook you up
Expressway on Sean and RJ is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Thank you, Jacob Ray. We got Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. He'll set up the video for Brett Boone at 9 o'clock after the Rangers lose the opener in Kansas City on your home for Rangers baseball. Sean Sharif next to RJ Choppy and our insider Bobby Belt. Cowboy OTAs yesterday. Brian Schottenheimer was asked about what he is better at in year 2, and he said, look, we obviously need to get more wins. I think the culture is better. I'm more involved in the defense and special teams early on. So that's Brian Schottenheimer talking about his adjustments. Said he's going to switch things up with the practice schedule in Oxnard, but that was Schotty yesterday. Why are you smiling?
Because that's an indictment. That was last year what we talked about, the idea of like, okay, was it an indictment that you needed to go over and spend time in the defensive meeting room?
Well, you wouldn't think that you would need to.
Right, you wouldn't think that you would need to, but was it an indictment that you wouldn't have to spend time in the meeting room, or that was when you did it was like in week 5? Like, should you have been in there earlier? So Shoddy right there, I guess, is telling us I should have been in there earlier just to, like, or been more present to make sure everything was running the way it needed to be running.
Said they did not spend a lot of time on ball security last year. Again, he looked like he wanted to puke at the podium when talking about, I think, -9 with the turnover differential. Said absolutely unacceptable. And then Dak Prescott was asked with some audio, DallasCowboys.com, where he thinks the offense needs to improve, and Dak did not hesitate.
Yeah, red zone. Just plain and simple red zone. We talked about it last year throughout the year, and then so you get into the offseason, you look at the numbers. I don't remember exactly what it was, but one of them were, I think, 30th in some red zone ranking, and that's just unacceptable, especially with the players we have, the talent we have, the coaches we have, the schemers. So that was put on notice for everybody, put on notice, the whole unit, and we're all, pushing not only get better in that, but as you said, every aspect, but that's a place that you have to get better at.
Thank God you paid the kicker a bunch of money then. Thank God you got him back. Now you can continue to have that red zone percentage below.
No. Man, that is red zone is
that is the red zone percentage. Field goals are take away from your red zone percentage.
It's the offense's fault that they're
getting them in a 4th and 3.
We're not good enough that they were in the red zone. That's the offense's fault. You don't blame Brandon Aubrey because the offense couldn't get it done.
I'm going to blame the usage of Brandon Aubrey and the play calling leading up to it.
I bet you could find a correlation between like the Super Bowl champ and where they are in the red zone touchdown percentage. It's probably pretty fair that most of the Super Bowl champs are in the top 8. Right, in red zone touch and conversion, it probably makes sense, and sometimes teams pop. We have seen year to year that red zone percentage. Now, look, it's stable for Tom Brady, right? Tom Brady almost always was high in the red zone percentage, right? It's stable for certain guys, but for your average or your non all-time great quarterbacks, teams, whatever. It is there's a little more variance to red zone and how you are year to year. It doesn't always carry over.
I'm looking at the numbers for last season. Looks like Philadelphia led the way at 70%. That would make a lot of sense.
The tush push
yes.
changes things for them, right? It's kind of a cheat code.
Yep. Buffalo, 67%. Cincinnati, Allen. Yep. Cincinnati, San Fran, Washington, Indy, Rams, Detroit, Jacksonville, Atlanta were your top 10. The Cowboys were here at 16 with a 57% conversion. I think I'm getting that right. That's from TeamRankings.com. But I think Dak was talking about being 30th in some of the different categories, so I don't know.
I think it was probably, because like I said, he said one of these rankings. I don't think it was just the raw red zone ranking. I think it was one of these analytics.
This is just touchdowns only.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, ESPN.com with the biggest remaining questions for every quarterback in the league.
Yeah, and for the Cowboys, the question is, can Dak finally add playoff success to his resume? And the write-up is, this is his 11th season. He's got a record of 83, 55-1, 2-5 in the postseason. The 8th time he's played at least 12 games. But this was the first of those 8 which Dallas had a losing record in. So every other year he played 12 games or more, they had a winning record. We've talked about that. Like when the Cowboys have had a healthy quarterback, basically since they moved on from Quincy and they basically brought Romo in,
the GOAT.
Right? When they've had a healthy quarterback, they've been 8-8 or above. It's easy for fans to wonder whether he'll ever attain the postseason success they expect, especially if they struggle to even contend for the postseason. But if we assume the defense is improved and he stays healthy, they should be in good position to return to the playoffs. It might not be totally fair to pose a question that can't be answered till January, but he's one of the most established trend starters in the league. There aren't many more questions for him to answer except for the big one.
So I thought this was a dart right in the middle of the bullseye, but you disagree.
Well, here, what bothers me is
that's like my literally only remaining question left with him.
So I guess the question is, can he become Superman? I don't think, and I don't even think that's a question. I don't think he can become Superman. Like, Superman is the guy who's Josh Allen, puts the cape on, leads you to a Super Bowl. Like, just him.
Which Josh Allen can't do either.
Josh hasn't done that either yet.
Why does he have to be Superman? Why does he have to become Superman? Yeah.
He doesn't. No, he doesn't. I'm saying I don't think he's. That's not him.
Okay.
I don't think he's at that level. Like, that level is for the GOATs, the GOATed of the GOATs.
Okay. But to me, that's a separate conversation.
Yeah, I don't need Dak to advance to the NFC Championship game or even a Super Bowl to be able to say, I believe that he can win in the playoffs. I believe Dan Marino never won a Super Bowl. I believe Dan Marino could have won a Super Bowl. Looking back at his career.
Yeah, well, he got to one.
Yeah, he got to one.
Dak hasn't come close.
Dak hasn't come close. I don't think that if you say, if you were to just ask me, do I think Sam Darnold can win a Super Bowl? I literally just saw him win a Super Bowl, and I still would tell you I don't think Sam Darnold can win a Super Bowl. Like, as the guy. When you're along for the ride, that is totally different. And I don't think Dak is the upper top tier of player to where you put this on him. Like I've said before, he's not a legacy player.
Who can he just absolutely? Who do you think he just absolutely not? Let's say.
I thought this was a fair question. This would be a fair question for Romo, and I think you can have a Dak Romo fun comparison and conversation. Mm-hmm. So do you disagree with that? To say, will Tony Romo ever be able to ball out in the postseason and get a lot of playoff wins? Is that unfair to ask to have asked of him?
It's not unfair. No, it's not unfair. I guess what I'm trying to say is like I don't need Dak to advance to a Super Bowl to know that he's good enough to win in the playoffs.
Okay.
Like if
you don't believe there's a difference with him performing in the postseason.
Not necessarily.
That's what you're saying.
Like if you
don't think there's such a thing as like playoff game performances. You've already made up your mind he's good enough.
I believe he's good. Yeah, because if you think, and Bobby said that he's better than Jared Goff, who's been to 2 NFC Championship games. So if Jared could go to 2, then Dak is good enough to go to some. He just hasn't. Like just
I think
the whole thing is like just because he hasn't gone doesn't mean he can't.
Yeah, but he hasn't played great. I think we're now reverting back to.
He hasn't played consistent. He's had games where he has played great in the postseason.
Okay, well,
like that Ram game. In 2018.
It's not been consistent, no. But I mean, he's shown capability to play at a high level in playoff games.
Well, Dak against Green Bay was not it. Dak against San Francisco. No. Dak was fantastic, I believe, against Tampa Bay and Brady. Dak against San Fran, dud. The Rams game, I don't remember him being spectacular or anything fantastic in that game. I was at the Seattle game. Well, Brian, Dr. Pepper, feel free for another invite.
Yeah.
That was no offensive shootout. I'm not saying he played terrible, but it wasn't like Dak Prescott had a great playoff game in that moment. I think what we're kind of reverting back to now, which I thought you had kind of changed your mind about this, is clutch. I think you're removing playing in the playoffs from this discussion because Dak has really good regular season numbers.
Yeah,
you don't believe that anything changes upstairs with him or in his body or nerves-wise when he plays a postseason game, and I think that is a major question and concern amongst Cowboy fans. It's a question in my mind when they're trying to win playoff games. What's he going to do?
I think the issue is I believe that you come down, not necessarily go up, right? So that's my clutch thing. I don't think you rise to the next level. But
like Kyrie Irving folded in Boston. He folded. And everyone knew he was going to fold. Mm-hmm. And he got shut down.
I think what happened,
he wilted.
I think Dak's issue is the playoffs are against good teams. That's where he has or has had some, and the Cowboys in general.
Yeah.
they have had their struggles. They do not play up very well. They're bullies.
Yeah.
We've talked about them being bullies. And I don't know if it's a playoff thing or just a good team thing. And sometimes it goes hand in hand. But we've seen enough games in the regular season where they've played good teams. They've laid some eggs.
A lot. I don't have any confidence in the Cowboys against
a good team.
If they face Brian Flores tomorrow, Brian Flores is going to shut them down.
Yeah, I think
if they in my opinion, they face a really the Houston Texans are probably going to shut them down. That's what's going to happen.
I agree.
Very rarely can I remember coming in here and going, they face a great defense and they equaled or won the matchup offensively.
I totally agree with that, and I think it's more that than playoffs. Now the problem is that's all you face in the playoffs is good teams. You don't face scrubs.
Well, you don't face great defenses all the time.
Not all the time.
A lot of teams without great defenses.
Yeah. But good teams you've got to go shot for shot with sometimes, and he hasn't necessarily done that. And those Niner teams were pretty nasty. Now, they may not have been like the most elite defenses in the world, but they would punch you in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, San Francisco made it difficult on teams. They've made the Super Bowl a couple times or whatever. But does he need to play better in the postseason? Yeah, he needs to be more consistent. The whole thing with him is that, even the very first Green Bay game, that was an impressive battling back and getting you in a position, and he put up good numbers and he played well. But early on, they didn't do enough, and so they were in a hole because he wasn't doing enough. And so even within the games where he's played well, it's not been good necessarily for the entire game. There are times where it's you're forced to rally a little bit. But is it impossible for him to win a Super Bowl? No. He can absolutely, he has the capacity to do it. It's just the question of, if you just look at it as a talent thing, he has the capacity to win a Super Bowl.
Agreed.
If you then look at it from the perspective of, does he have the makeup and the conference and the opponent, because all of that's going to give the context as to whether you have to lay it out for me and say, okay, here are the opponents that he's going to have to face along the way. Here's the teammates that he's got. This is the roster that he has. This is who he'd play in the Super Bowl. If you lay that out for me, then I go yes or no. I would be able to tell you if I thought he'd be able to rise to that.
For sure. I think if you put them up against Philly in the playoffs, he knows how to beat Philadelphia.
Let me see. I want to see right now. I got to look. Let me look and see what Darnold ran up against last year. And if
it was the Niners, it was the Rams.
New England, Rams, San Fran, and LA. His numbers were not, but again, I don't think it's as simple as saying.
When it's 41-6, I don't expect them to throw necessarily. It could be either way. They could be up so much and they run the ball.
I don't think the argument is as simple as saying, well, Trent Dilfer got a ring, so can Dak Prescott? Yeah. I kind of just boil it down to, all right, what do I believe Dak is going to do in these games and in these moments? And he has to elevate. He has to be better.
Yeah, he's not.
I have a question mark. I'll say it flat out. It's hard to get inside of a player's head and choke and clutch and all those things. I have a question about Dak Prescott's mental if we get there. I have a little question. It's not a. I'm not thinking he's going to wilt, but I wonder. I mean, and I don't blame him 100%. There's a lot of people in serious pressure moments who change and don't always have a Tom Brady, Derek Jeter gene in the clutch. I have a question about Dak in big moments when it comes to the postseason. What he's going to do? That's an existing question for me right now.
I think I don't have a question about his mentals. I think he's mentally one of the tougher players out there, and I think he can weather that moment. I think the bigger issue to me has been San Francisco has been just a team, regular season or not, he doesn't play well against. He caught them a couple times. They did to him what they always do to him. And then the Green Bay game, that was collectively everybody, including Dak, everybody just looking like they gave up on that season. They just walked in there was okay. None of them looked like they gave a damn that day. And so those, a lot of that, I feel like those performances that I see, I feel like I see that from him the regular season against San Francisco regardless. That's how he plays against them.
877-881-1053. Rashawn Gary was asked about the makeup. Was this NFL Network?
Yep, Good Morning Football.
Rashawn Gary asked what is standing out about number 4 early on.
Man, me and Dak, man, he's a true leader from top to bottom. I'm talking about I'm driving in, I'm trying to pick up some cleats just a short time. It's like right before the off-season program begins. And he seizes me. And he's driving out. He had to, but he backed all the way up, got out the car and introduced himself. I'm like, I know you are, things like that. Gave him my number, and we started talking from there. But that's just a true leader, man, day in and day out. And I haven't seen a guy like this, and I see why guys, it's easy to go to war for a guy like that.
I think that does. We had talked about this before, that when you speak to players about like the whole thing of like, okay, what are you not saying when you like gravitate towards the leadership stuff so easily? And I remember that was something that Brandon Cooks had said. He's like, you think it's something that we're not saying. We're trying to. It's what you're not getting, which is like you don't understand how impactful that is for us. Like it was similar to what Dalton Schultz said, where he's like, the confidence that like breathes into everybody else is significant, and it's a real psychological impact, and that's why it stands out to so many people.
All right, the other questions, by the way, remaining, I guess we can just do the quarterbacks in the NFC East from ESPN.com. Can Jackson Dart learn how to protect himself? He's saying all the right things with his brand new head coach, who is emphasizing, like John Gruden did when Dart was coming out, to get down and protect. Is Jalen Hurts, you got something on that?
Well, that's like, for a quarterback that is used to running or playing that style, I imagine that is a really difficult thing to kind of coach out of them, for the main point that when you do that, you are taking an instant away. You're putting thought in their head.
It's a lot of assumption, though, that the biggest question about Jackson Dart and his career at this point is like, can he just protect himself? If he protects himself, he's a superstar. It's like, what? That's a lot of assumption and belief. This glazing, just licking up and down on the New York Giants is ridiculous.
It would seem that a lot of people have already made their minds up on him.
They made up their minds on the Giants, and I think it's freaking ridiculous.
But it's also like when you start telling a quarterback to think instead of instinctively doing things, I think you slow down their process a little bit.
Is Jalen Hurts' future in Philly on the line this season?
Ooh.
And Big Dom, I guess, was talking to Mike Garafolo.
He was, about the A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts breakup, and what was the catalyst of all this, and was it just some kind of major rift between the two?
Let me add this part. So A.J. Brown closed the chapter on his time in Philadelphia because he was there at the facility last week. I believe it was Thursday. He was there to pick up some stuff at the facility and say his goodbyes. On the walls there, they have pictures of Pro Bowl players, and A.J. signed his. They have the players sign it. So he signed it, and then from what I was told, he then added, "The best to ever play here, always open." Now, that signature is going to stay up on the wall. They may have to edit out the message as well, but and no hard feelings or anything like that. It's just he had his affinity for the time that he played in Philadelphia, and they still love him. There's still a lot of love for him inside that building.
Okay, so that was part one of it. Part two is where he
just summarize it.
Yeah, as a summary, it basically is Big Dom saying, "Bupkis, garbage." That there's a rift between Hurts and A.J. Brown. That was not the reason for the divorce.
Yeah.
You got to protect the family. He's not going to snitch.
I believe everything that Big Dom says. Italians have no history of doing anything untoward.
Why didn't you take the picture with Big Dom then?
Well,
what's the history?
Well, we don't have a history of organized crime, bootlegging, gambling, prostitution, working in construction and waste management. We don't have a history of any of those things.
And did I hear that right, that AJ signed it, the best to ever do it?
Best
here?
ever do it, always open. He signed his picture.
I guess someone needs to get him on 20-0 and introduce him to Terrell Owens wearing green. And then the final quarterback question, NFC East, Washington, have they done enough to take the pressure off Jaden Daniels? So there it is, commercial free in the expressway. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
That's right, Tolo's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Miles Smith in concert on September 6th at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory, courtesy of Live Nation. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Another hit song that I like from this guy who I did not know. And the promo department gave us these tickets. So thank you for that. Congrats on winning them. We'll do it tomorrow and Friday. No reason to go anywhere else. Commercial free, Hump Day edition. And that means this.
The only explosive thing I like is my diarrhea. Whoa.
Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, no.
RJ Choppy.
Here we go. Chop it up, 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 chop it up. Come on, choppy.
17 million views in 5 days on Netflix for the Michael Jackson The Verdict.
Wake up, Woolchuck. Here you go, baby.
Documentary. I watched this. Sarah had to stop watching this in the middle of it. She said I couldn't take it. She couldn't take it.
Really?
Yeah. I was like, all right, I'm going to power through this thing. So this is a docuseries that revisited his 2005 trial, topped the TV charts, over 17.8 million views in its first 5 days. And it was basically about, like I said, that trial. It was a 3-part series, about 45 to 50 minutes each one, not terribly long. And they did a really good job. They interviewed a couple of his attorneys. So his family attorney, who did all their divorces, Mark Garagos, who was one of his attorneys, and then Tom Mesereau, who was the longer gray-haired guy. So they had all of them. They had a lot of Michael interviews. They interviewed some of the media members that were part of this, some CBS analysts, legal analysts and such. And then they had a lot of the story. They had some of Michael's friends. Some of his people who worked for him, people who were his biographers. So they did a really, really good job. And I thought it was pretty fairly done. Like they did a good job of giving both sides. I did not realize that this trial, I mean, we're talking 50, 60 days in court.
Wow.
We just talked about the Carmelo Anthony trial, which was a week. This thing, I mean, they had 90 witnesses they were rolling out there. The prosecution, there was a documentary done by Martin Brashear.
And just to be clear, on trial for exactly...
This was for it was child endangerment, child molestation okay. And, right. Sexual assault and all those things.
All right.
So they played an entire... By the way, if you go watch this, be prepared. Whether you thought Michael was innocent or not, you are going to hate juror number 8. Juror number 8, who I think smokes 3.5 packs of Virginia Slims a day with how wrinkled, and those are deep, deep crevices, how wrinkled her face. She fanboyed the entire time. She was a juror that was a fanboy.
Really?
And she's talking about it. And I thought it was like a legal, I got really into the legal weeds here on this one, like how, because I love that kind of stuff. But, the prosecution played this documentary for the jury, this 3-hour documentary on Michael Jackson, and the jurors are sitting there because the music is in there. They're bouncing their head. They're like dancing in their chair to the music while they're playing this, and the prosecution's thinking to themselves like, "Oh no." They're supposed to be watching like all the interviews with the kids, and they're sitting there. The judge is up there dancing in his chair.
No,
they're forgetting. They're just being reminded of his catalog. They're like, God, I haven't heard this in forever.
So it was really good. But a couple of things that really stood out to me, like one, they showed some of the interviews that took place with Gavin Arizo, who was one of the children. That was kind of the main focal points for the prosecution, and it was just troubling. It was troubling, and you go in. I went in this, and like I always wanted to believe Michael. It's Michael Jackson. I love his music.
Yeah,
I always wanted to believe.
Yeah, I'd like to believe that didn't happen, regardless of who it is.
I'd like to believe it didn't happen. You came away because in this interview, like Michael admitted to sleeping in the bed with boys. And like an attorney will tell you, like, the hardest thing to do is like get somebody in the room. If I can prove you're in the room, like in a murder investigation, then I can prove that you did it, right? It's easier to do that. Well, in this case, you could prove he is in the bed. Like, it doesn't take a big leap to prove the other things. And And there's some things I didn't know about this. Like, I didn't know that another one of the kids from the early 90s one, and this is that famous interview where Michael's wearing a red shirt, and he's like, these are terrible allegations, and he was really kind of pleading this case. I didn't realize that the mother had given permission for her son to sleep in the bed with Michael.
Yeah.
Which, when I saw that, I paused it and I rewound it. I said, I got to hear this again. There's no way that happened.
Right.
And I was like, you're kidding me?
Yeah.
I could not fathom that.
Yeah.
I could not fathom that. And I think the one thing the prosecution looked at, and obviously he was found not guilty. One thing that the two things that really screwed them up was the kid that was the main focal point is Gavin Ariso, and then his mother. His mother was kind of a nut on the stand. And one of the things they said is that they couldn't control this, is that when they interviewed Gavin the first time, he was like 12 or 13. When he took the stand, he had already gone through puberty. So you don't, the jurors don't see a kid on the stand, like, telling this story.
Yeah.
They see kind of an adult.
Right.
And
it'll break your heart more if the 12-year-old is
telling the story,
telling heartbreaking details.
Psychologically, you look at it, it's like, oh, that's a grown man. Why couldn't he defend himself?
Right.
Whereas it's like, if it's a 12-year-old kid slouched in his chair, it was, I mean, it wasn't.
And he said that Michael did things to him?
He did. But, the defense caught him in a lie somewhere down the line. I can't remember exactly what it was. It was something else that happened. You know what it was? It was he told the jury that Michael would show him in this black briefcase all kinds of like magazines, pornography, right? And one of them, and the guy says, the defense attorney holds up the magazine and says, "This is the magazine you said he showed you, right?" He goes, "Yeah, that's the one." And he goes, "Well, on the date is after."
Oh gosh,
it was after you were with him.
Yeah.
So how could it be this magazine?
Right.
And that just creates enough doubt.
Oh my God.
Right?
No, it doesn't. As a juror, I'm saying, okay, I don't care. I don't care that he got the September 20 edition wrong. It was pornography.
Right. It was
inappropriate.
It was totally inappropriate. But if you're a fanboy, on the jury,
you're looking for a reason.
You're looking for a reason.
Now, Jake, let's bring you in on this after you finish your breakfast burrito, because I would want to know, because you're so much younger than us, how much familiarity with all this.
I mean, not a ton. I mean, obviously, growing up in high school, like, you hear about the tunnel, right, and all that stuff that's going on. I actually haven't seen the Michael Jackson movie. You're making me want to watch this documentary.
But you've never seen any of any of the film work done on this?
No, I haven't. I haven't.
All right.
Yeah, and then another thing that they discovered, the defense, is that so Michael goes to his attorney. He's like, "Dude, find something on this family." And they found that the family had recently, or in the previous years, sued JCPenney or something for like $150,000 for some kind of inappropriate touching. And they won. So their whole thing was, this is a pattern.
But they won.
They won, or they settled. They settled.
Yeah.
They settled with JCPenney.
Right.
And, Michael had settled with that previous kid, Jordy Chapman or Jordy Campbell. That was the kid in 1993. Oh, Macaulay he wasn't in it, but they showed, they said, Macaulay really destroyed the prosecution's defense because he came out and said, Michael did nothing to me.
So let me ask you now, at the end of it all, and watching this on Netflix, have you taken a step or multiple steps towards Team Wolchuk that Michael was innocent?
Oh.
Did it made you believe more of what?
Oh, I don't really have any doubt that he did what they were accusing him of doing.
Yeah.
That said, the prosecution did not prove that.
Well, what I said to you in the garage is, and again, FAF, I'm basically a 24/7 juror with how objective and fair I am. You can tell me that he slept in bed with the kids, but based upon what I'm assigned to do as a juror, you have to prove that he did inappropriate things with them. And I have to hear that in this trial.
Yeah.
I have to hear that he went over the line versus just sleeping in bed with the pajamas. That's the way it's supposed to be decided.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I believe Michael Jackson's guilty. But
there's no. Like, I don't.
What was explained and presented in court, and you're saying the prosecution fell short.
Yeah, it's like. Yeah, he put himself in the bed. He admitted that he was in the bed with these kids.
Yeah.
It doesn't take a giant leap for me to think that something else. Now, if you want
but a giant leap isn't enough.
A giant leap isn't enough
to prosecute.
If you want to tell me that he was a troubled adult male, Michael, from his childhood, and he was like,
I can say he's a weirdo Peter Pan.
Well, he felt he was on this world to protect kids.
Right. Neverland, build Neverland.
If you want to try to tell me that.
That's the ridiculous part I can't understand, that all this present day stuff is like, all right, if this was the case, if this was the argument, why was this argument not made at the time? Which is everybody, I'm sure it's on the fan text right now. What you don't understand is that he was saving all these children from the Hollywood abusers. Like, that was his whole mission. He was rescuing them out of those places and then taking them to play. Okay, why wasn't that the defense then? Why wasn't that then? He'd rather go down having everybody believe publicly he was the one doing it than just saying it's them.
And he had a keypad lock on his door to go upstairs, and there was chimes, so they could hear when somebody was coming in, and that some of the kids said he would roll over when that happened and get on the other side of the bed, and kids describing what he was doing to them. It's really hard for me to think that he is anything but guilty. That said, the prosecution, I don't think, based on what I saw in the documentary, I wasn't in 55 days of court or whatever.
Yeah.
Based on what I saw in the documentary, it would be hard for me to say they proved their case. So I don't like.
You understand how they found him innocent.
I understand the verdict.
Yeah.
But I think that it's pretty clear what happened.
877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel fan text here on Sean and RJ. Are you just uncomfortable?
That whole story just
it's disturbing.
Unnerves me.
Would you watch it?
No.
I can't. It's like the OJ documentaries. I can't keep track of which ones that I've watched.
I can watch murder documentaries all day long. I can hear all the details of what happened. I'm just like, oh, that's fascinating. Whenever they start getting into abuse cases, I'm like, I can't listen to this.
Disturbing. Has the Corey Seager mystery been solved? Choppy has it in Diamond Calves on your home of the Rangers next. But let me go ahead and get you on over. There is
football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1-1 pitch. And there's a swing and a long drive to right field, and that one is out of here. That's a no-doubter for Jack Caglione to straightaway right field, just to the right of the Fountains. That's the first hit and the first run for Kansas City. And the Ranger lead is cut to 2-1.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about finding out Brian Giles was as good as Juan Soto?
10.
Timely. Bobby in the break. We got him caught up. He was on 82-0 last week. Then you're on 20-0. Now Bobby's on 162-0. And he's finding out that Brian Giles was pretty solid.
I remember Brian Giles being a good player. And I just remember also hating Brian Giles because he did the first baseball series I really got excited about watching when I was a kid was Marlins and Indians. And I watch it, and I cannot remember what happened in that series, but something happened in that series, and I just despised Brian Giles because of it. And so I just never paid attention to how good he was. He was a good player.
Rangers lose 5-3 to the Royals. It was a 4-run sixth inning that, everything basically went wrong.
Yep.
Valdi did not hit his spots early on. They brought the infield in, and they hit long fly balls over the heads of the outfielders, but inside the ballpark. They didn't get good beats on the beats on the ball. Is it beads or it's beats?
Beads or something else.
Yes, they didn't get good beats on the ball. And it looked like Evan Carter looked like an unathletic.
That was the other part of your night,
right? Evan Carter looked very unathletic out center field with a ball hit directly at him, which is the hardest one to try to. Those are the hardest ones to get. Are the ones hit right at you. But that sixth inning escalated very, very quickly, and 2-1 turns into 5-2. They add one in the seventh. They threaten later on, but they do lose. And, you got to wonder, after we thought Nathan Eovaldi had turned the corner and figured it out, here you got back-to-back starts. 3 starts in a row where he has allowed 4, 4, and 5. And then he allowed 3 runs in the previous start, which is okay, but not great. Especially not something that you want from a guy whose ERA was, around 2 for all last year.
And the Rangers, they booted the Royals booting because Kansas City committing 2 errors in 3 of their last 4 games and 3 of their last 4 games against the Rangers. They were giving you runs and advancements on the base paths, and obviously Texas coughing up that lead. That inning did them in, and now you continue to struggle at another loss against teams that are under 500. So you're 13-20 versus the under 500 teams. Best record in the American League over.
So, by the way, Eovaldi, 50 innings short of what he pitched last season. He's still 50 innings away from reaching last season. He has given up as many walks as he gave up last year. He's hit as many batters as he hit last year. He's allowed 5 more home runs than he allowed last year.
Ugh. Which one stands out to you more and tells you more about what this team is? Do you allow the record against teams over 500 to win out over the record versus teams under 500? Because, if I put it in football terms, right? If the Cowboys went out and beat the Bills, last season was a good example. During their stretch run that we all started the
Kansas City Chargers, right?
Right. That you start the fall for. Was it the Chargers?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Where you're like, okay, this is them, or is it no, this is them when you lose to the scrubs? I have my easy answer.
It's more the losing. Because them going 500 against good teams.
The record
against
under
bad
500.
teams. Yeah, the record against bad teams is because when you're playing good teams, what are they they always say, losing 1 out of every 3 games, like losing a game a series is that's good. You're one of the best teams in baseball.
Yep.
So the fact that they've leveled it a little because they haven't played a ton of 500 or above opponents. And so they've gotten it about even. They're about 500. I think they're a little over against teams that are above 500. But they are getting wrecked against bad teams, last place bottom dwellers. That's troubling to me. That doesn't happen.
Which one wins out to you more?
It's probably the one against the losing record against the good teams. Because, now, it's a good thing to have a good record against solid teams, because that means that's who you're playing if you get to the playoffs. But you can't make the playoffs if you don't beat the bad teams. Like nobody wants to be a bully, like in terms of like, hey, we only beat the bad teams and we never beat the good teams.
Most teams are bad teams, and so you have to beat them because they're most of your schedule.
If you're gonna make the postseason in baseball, you have to stockpile wins against teams you should beat. Because a lot of baseball is how lucky are you getting in the turn of the rotation? Like if you're facing the Dodgers. Right? If you're facing the Dodgers and you have the back end of your rotation and they have the front end of theirs, bad luck. But if you're facing them with the front end of yours and the back end of theirs, a little bit more even. It's a lot of it comes down to that. You got to beat the bad teams.
The story of this team is the record against teams under 500.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Mm-hmm. There's nothing where I'm saying, well, this shows that they're really good, and they're just having these lapses and these, these bad luck series against the scrubs. No, I think that's the more telling one.
Tom Verducci on Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ.
Dooch.
On 105.3 The Fan.
Never heard him nickname that.
I just gave it to him.
So he had an article on SI yesterday. Manny Machado's slow start speaks to an issue for older hitters.
I thought it was analytics.
Well, and that's part of the problem. But, analytics technology have changed pitching so quickly, older hitters are getting left behind. That's exactly what he says. Players age 31 to 35 used to be able to tap into their experience of seeing thousands of pitches. That was more reliable than younger hitters, right? But that's not the case anymore. The younger hitters this year, 25 and under, are hitting better than 31 to 35-year-olds by about 11 percentage points, 244 to 233. Players 31 to 35 find it more difficult to get a hit than at any time in the history of the sport.
Wow.
Relative to league average, it has never been higher. So Manny Machado has seen 31,000 pitches. 31,263 to be exact. That is a huge number. It used to be that when you see that many pitches, it's just like
quarterback game slows down. You see it enough.
Quarterbacking, you got a guy who sees 1,000 snaps in college. He's better suited to play rookie, first year than a guy who was a one-year starter. You see it. You're used to things more. You understand the expectation of a pitch based on count, based on score of game, pitcher history. Well, there's less of that than ever before because, A, they're throwing harder. Several teams that have leaned into 30-year-old and up players are paying the price. So these are the teams that have given the most plate appearances to hitters that are 31 to 35 years old. The Padres have given the most. Those guys are hitting 205. 205. The Phillies hitting 227. The Angels hitting 215. And right there are the Texas Rangers hitting 216. The 31 to 35-year-old hitters on this team are batting 216 this year. And you could point to maybe that is a reason why Corey Seager has struggled so much, right? ABS, people in the fan text saying ABS has ruined Corey Seager. He may not be getting the calls that he used to, right? You get a pitch on the outside corner, and you're Corey Seager. You're a two-time World Series MVP. There's only 4 of those in the history of baseball, and he's one of them, right? There's only one other offensive two-time MVP in the history of the sport, and he's one of them. Corey and Reggie Jackson's the other. So that guy would normally get a pitch on the outer half of the plate.
How many times has he been involved in a challenge, though? I don't feel like it's significantly disrupted his.
Well, maybe he hasn't maybe the catcher challenged.
That's what I mean. I don't feel like he's getting challenged every at bat and just ruining every single time he's up there.
I don't know.
So they're 30 and up hitters. Higgy's 36.
He's been around.
What?
He was the Yankees' backup catcher for gotta be 6-7 years.
Berger's 30.
Okay, so try 31. I think the stat's 31 to 35.
Nicky Lopez, 31, but whatever. Nemo's 33, and Jock is 34. And then I wonder how much McCutcheon factored into that as well.
Yeah.
I have to go 40 plus.
But, fastball velocity is up 3.5 miles per hour. Average fastball velocity. In 2023, Machado would see a fastball 98 miles an hour about once a week, right? In 2013. Now he sees them, 10 times a day.
Gonna have to ask Boone about it at 9.
Yeah.
When you start to slow down a little bit.
Fastball counts are decreasing. In 2013, he saw a fastball went ahead in the count 62% of the time. It's now it's well below that. It's well below 60% now. More spin rate. That's contributing to all these things. So perhaps that is a telltale sign. Of the problem is that, Corey Seager isn't expiring his contract. He's got years left.
Just because he's not hitting well and he's a little older doesn't mean he's expiring, Chop.
Right. Yeah. So he's got years left of the contract, and that is just one of the things that we have to look at.
It's also one of the things you have to do to get those players.
Absolutely.
You have to give them those deals that expire when they're 37 years old, and then you're sitting there going like, why do we have this guy and he can't hit anymore? We got 6 years left on his contract.
No doubt. That's that from Corey Seager, Tom Verducci, Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Yesterday we talked about how Jim Bowden did not have Zeke Duran on the All-Star team. ESPN does have him on it as the Rangers' lone representative in the as a reserve. They got Ernie Clement from Toronto as the starter, but Zeke Duran is the reserve for the American League. And that is the only player rep. But they did say that Jake DeGrom will be the top option as a pitcher, and that it's not out of the question that Latz and Junis get on as well. Which
Spittle's guy, Latz.
To me, the Rangers bullpen has been, if not the best, one of the 3 or 4 best in the sport the entire year, for the most part.
Yeah, they had a couple weeks there where they were.
Which Chris Young and Skip deserve credit for that.
Yeah.
I know everyone's picking apart Skip.
Right.
I think it's a lack of talent, but that might be their number one achievement of the first half.
Number one, yeah, yes, and
Chris Young will nail some pitching now.
It would be hard for me to say that you could have a bullpen that has been in the top 3 or 4 all year, not have a single representative on the All-Star team.
Yes,
right. That would kind of strike me as something that probably shouldn't happen.
I'll strike you.
Yeah, please, let's go.
That was an invitation.
You never know, right? So the Brewers-A's game, boy, get ready for this. Get ready for this. When we go and the A's play in Vegas finally, the ball is going to fly out. They were playing a game, they're playing a 6-game series in Vegas at the minor league ballpark of the Las Vegas team that's out there. They combined for 11 home runs.
Damn.
They combined for 11 home runs, and the distance in these home runs was nuts. 7 of the 11 went more than 420 feet. 5 went more than 440 feet. 3 more than 457 feet. 1 went longer than 480. 3 of them were in the top 6 of distance this year for home runs. 3 of the top 6 furthest hit balls this year came in one game, including the one that was 483 feet, which is the longest by 15 feet this year. It's almost 3,000 feet above sea level in Vegas, where this ballpark is. So the ball flies out of there. I know it's going to probably be an indoor stadium, but they're going to have a retractable roof, which we know what retractable means. It means just closed.
It's closed.
Right.
It's a dome.
It's closed. Mm-hmm. But, I'm pretty sure when the Denver Nuggets play, they're still playing at altitude even though they're indoors. You're still running up the floor. So maybe that ball is going to fly out of there. It's going to be exciting. 11 home runs seems a bit much, though.
Bring it on. I'd like to see more than 11 home runs hit this season. So
I need a stat like they were trying to explain to Machado that tells you like what your defense actually is or what your pitching is, independent of the defense. I need that stat for the balls flying out and the humidity, because you saying the ball's going to fly out of there, and I know Oakland's or Vegas's offense is different, but I'm like, well, it still depends on the talent. I need to boil it down to the roster and the talent.
Yeah, like who they were in Milwaukee. Milwaukee doesn't.
Like, what's that stat for like fly ball? Not fly ball rate, but
StatCast has park factor,
There you
which
go.
is they
Park
try to like. So, for instance, they say the highest park factor for hitting in Major League Baseball is Colorado. Yeah, and so
I bet you Sacramento's up there where the Raiders, the A's have been playing.
Let's see here. They are. I don't even see them on this list right here. Yeah, I don't even see it on the list. The second worst ballpark in Major League Baseball is Globe Life, but I'm not seeing
second worst.
Yeah, that's the second worst park factor. The worst is T-Mobile, which is the Mariners, which I think was designed by the same people who designed the Rangers.
877-881-1053. Rangers back in action tonight for Game 2 at KC. Was that the real Andy Reid there at the game, or was that fake Andy Reid?
That did not look like that did not look real.
I mean, it looked like Andy Reid. So you're saying it didn't look like real Andy?
It did look like real Andy Reid.
All right,
I'll go back and look on. I'll try to find another photo.
Bobby, you want to weigh in?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, on your home of the Rangers.
I admitted it.
Missed the Cowboys and the Rangers yesterday.
I did not. I watched the Rangers. I just didn't. I didn't watch the whole thing. I guess.
And
what?
Yeah, now I'm trying to. I'm double guessing myself.
Doesn't it look like him?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's him. That's him.
I think that's him. Let us know on the fan text. I know what Bobby was paying attention to: the takedown of the best player in the WNBA. And yesterday, is this an early L for the Wings rookie with the matchup last night? Next on Sean and RJ.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Around, it takes a camp toward the goal. That is in for an empty net goal from the length of the ice by Ehlers.
Was that our crappy computer, or did McDonough's voice crack?
You mean Marv Alberts?
Yeah. Turn on your mic.
Marv
Albert's voice.
The voice crack was that. The da-da-da-da stutter was our crappy computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew the answers to everything I asked.
I know.
I was just making a joke. Yeah, say it out loud with your mic on to begin the segment. Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and we are tied at 2 in the Stanley Cup Finals.
We are. It's been a really fun one, and no lead is safe at all. I think Carolina's up 2-0 at one point in this one, and here comes Vegas, and it's tied at 3 in the third period, and a tremendous goal from Jordan Staal to make it 4-3, falling down on his back, just backhand flicking it up into the net. Just a fantastic goal, and now we go back to Raleigh, tied at 2. Place is going to be nuts. And I still haven't figured out who I'm rooting for. I really don't like Vegas, but I can't root for, and this both these teams go against my, I like these Johnny-come-lately organizations, so they go against that. There's no historical organization. I just can't get past that the owner of Carolina is the same one that bought Portland, the Trailblazers, and he's the cheapskate that keeps firing people. They don't even have a radio.
Because he's throwing all of his money to the Hurricanes.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe. So now they're going to win.
Who are you favoring? Forget about rooting, favoring. Who's going to win?
Man, I think Carolina still is, top to bottom better, but Vegas has something because they just won a couple of years ago. They got a lot of the same players. It'd be interesting because I don't know if Vegas does not win. Mitch Marner's been the most outstanding player of this playoffs. Like, are we going to get a second time in 3 years where the Conn Smythe, which is the MVP of the playoffs, goes to a player of the losing team? We didn't have that for 20 years. Now we're going to get it 2 and 3 years. I don't know.
What'd you say, Sean? You want to know what Money Puck says? 58%. They think 58% Carolina wins Game 5. So
now, why can't your mic be off during that annoying part?
Because that's the important part.
Every hockey summary. So I was paying attention last night to the shots fired, no pun intended, by the Minnesota Lynx against the Dallas Wings and AZ Fudd. Man, it's kind of a ruthless social media account as the Lynx posted Olivia Miles. Olivia Miles, should you have drafted her? AZ Fudd going number 1. Paige Becker's relationship, ? And they posted the head-to-head stats from last night's game. Miles versus AZ. Points, 22-6. Field goal percentage, 66-16. Offensive rating, 141-44. Rebounds, 6-zip. Assists, 6-zip. Then the Lynx went and tweeted a crossover of Miles putting it on AZ on the perimeter. She goes behind her back, then cross-drop. I think that was against Fudd, and they captioned it with, had her lost. And then you go and look at the numbers. Maybe it wasn't AZ. But the point is, Olivia Miles is balling out. And this is leaving a lot of Wings fans angry and questioning, obviously, the number 1 pick, especially when you're comparing their numbers, which I assume you're going to try to contribute to this segment, and you already have them pulled up.
I do have them pulled up.
Hey!
This is all we could talk about.
What site would this be if it's not Money Puck?
This is ESPN.
Oh, no, I thought you were going to make a joke.
I've got what would this be called? Let me think about that. I got the game logs pulled up here. She did, she looked like she had bounced back.
Like if there's an 82-0 and 20-0, what would it be for WNBA?
What would it be?
They play 40 games? 44
is generous.
40-0. Stop it.
Hey, they're friendlies. That's what they are. So she did have back-to-back at the end of May. She had 24 and 22 points, which that looked good. Looked efficient. 9 of 15 is what I'm seeing here. After that, she has not played as well, Sean. It looks like she scored less than that in these games AZ Flood has.
How much less?
She scored 26 points in her last 3 games after scoring 24 and 22 in the individual games before that. So not as good. But, these are the lumps that the rookies in the WNBA go through. How many times have we said nobody just steps into the W and does it? Like steps in there and plays at a really high level. That's what makes Caitlin Clark's 30% shooting so special, is that she did that as a young player. But no, this is
turn your mic. Why are you guys having such a hard time? What's going on with the mics? Why can't you guys turn your microphones on?
I don't know. I keep forgetting to turn mine on.
We're used
light.
To, see, my
red
light. My light. Bobby's light.
Jesus.
Controls my light. It's weird. See?
Look at that. My
light's off.
My
now.
mic.
My mic's still on.
You two kids, you all can do radio. Trust me with these dip S's. 11-1-1 for Fudd and her averages this year. Miles is 18-6-5. That is a tremendous disparity. And
it is. And because of naturally the Paige relationship, it does go all right, were you doing, is this you?
Yeah.
I mean, clearly not the same, but were you drafting Bronny? Are you getting the person for him?
So because I don't trust you guys, I texted Kevin Gray and I said, is this looking like an early draft L with a capital L? And he goes, straight up right now, without any context, yeah, definitely an L. And I was like, okay, but what context is actually missing? Like, who's the better player? And he said, well, the Lynx are missing their best player in Collier, so it's allowed her to do much more as the lead for their team, more of an opportunity to do her thing. But don't get me wrong, she'd still be extremely productive because she's their starting point guard. The wing situation is different since they have 2 guards who take a lot of shots. The Lynx don't have that issue, but yeah, it's an early L right now. And the Minnesota Twitter account made sure to point it out over and over again last night.
I don't know. I would still take AZ Flood just personally. I think she's got a lot of upside, and
I agree.
That's I really believe in what she brings to the table.
A Caitlin Clark takedown is happening.
I gotta say, Bobby Belt is about to sign up for Bill Plaschke's Substack or whatever the hell he's.
Give it to me, Plaschke.
Plaschke, LA Times.
Yeah. So they, obviously, it's been an up and down year for. She had a game-winning shot. She's set some records, but they also have now seen there's issues between her and her coach, maybe her and her teammates.
She got targeted defensively.
Her in the basket. That's a big problem for her.
There was a high five that looked like a high five a teammate tried to give her the other day. She walked right by her. I don't know if that was a high five or they were going to put her hand on her shoulder, but Plaschke had this takedown. Quote, I wish she would just stop whining and play. The logo shooting, circus passing, shape-shifting revelation who was once arguably the most famous basketball player in the world has become rude, entitled, and frankly, not all that fun. In her 3rd season, the once shining superstar has acted like a spoiled brat.
McDonough voice crack.
The most popular player has become its biggest lout. Her stats are decent. Her attitude stinks.
Man, there it is. Couldn't be written better.
Wow.
By Bobby himself. Even though she was named the best player.
Yeah, that's garbage. The WNBA, the Ringer named her the #1 player under 25 in women's basketball. All the while she's shooting like she's Judd Bushler out there.
Listen to me, okay? That 1999 Bulls team. Okay, they had nothing. They had nothing to offer except for Judd Bushler.
It's just I genuinely don't know how you look at this. I don't know how you're able to. The only 2 players I know in the WNBA are Caitlin Clark and Paige Beckers. So that's the only ranking I have a handle on. If I know which one is better than the other, and they still managed to get that wrong on the Ringer in the name of just slobbering all over Caitlin Clark and her mid-ass game that has not been good since she was at Iowa, also losing there to the next Mavericks head coach in Don Staley.
Leads the league in assists.
She also has 6 turnovers a game, so she's Jeremy Lin with longer hair.
They put Jeremy Lin on the Knicks NBA Finals coverage.
By the way,
on ESPN.
I got to say this, and I don't like to give Dolan any credit. he does a really good job of bringing former players, except for Charles Oakley, back to the arena.
They brought him there just to push him out is what he did, but he was there.
Yeah, Starks, Larry Johnson, Sprewell, Houston, Ewing.
Yeah. Do they give those seats to them for free?
Think so.
They have to. Think about the amount of money he's losing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good job. Like, you should bring your former greats
it's awesome.
back.
Speaking of ESPN...
Can I really quickly just give you the Paige Beckers numbers compared to Caitlin Clark and why I think that's like so stupid? So like Caitlin Clark to this point in her career is 18 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, or 8 assists, 5 turnovers, and she's shooting 40% for her career. Paige to this point is shooting 48%, averages 19 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists. She's a better player.
Speaking of ESPN and their finals coverage, I guess Pat McAfee was on a finals simulcast the other day. Well, the media reports came out that ESPN is currently negotiating a $60 million a year contract extension for McAfee. 6-0.
This is bananas. $60 million?
$60 million.
What does Stephen A make?
I think it was at like 20.
That seems like an overpay. I love Pat. I think Pat's great. I think he changed the game. He
changed the game to what? How did he change it?
Changed the way in the way that Rogan changed like radio podcast, how people get some of their information or how they absorb content. He did it for sports. He brought the YouTube style to the radio, right? And he brought it. He kind of meshed radio, podcasting, and TV.
That. I think he's lost that.
Well, he's become
TV.
corporated, right? He's corporate now.
He's got 2 years remaining on his current contract, which approaches the $30 million a year mark. He's got separate agreements for like game day. He doles out the salaries to his regulars and his contributors for the show.
That's like Stern. Stern did that.
And he actually pays the money. I was like, ESPN is paying the money to the kicking contest. No, he actually does it. So you compare that. Stephen A. signed a 5-year, $100 million contract. He's got a Sirius XM deal, 3 for $36 with Russo, I'm assuming. Stephen A.'s deals are in the mid $30 million range with a chance to break 40 depending on incentives. How do they make money off this?
How are they going to find money, period? They just absorbed all of NFL Network. They have all of those salaries now.
Lay off everybody.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's going to be a bunch of contracts that come up. You're going to see a lot of people, I would imagine, be out of jobs.
Andrew Marchand, by the way, with all this.
So my assumption now is Pat's going to do his 5-day-a-week radio show, and then in the football season, he's going to do game day, and then he's going to do something with the NFL Network.
He's working a lot.
All that money to have somebody slobber over Nick Saban, you can find somebody else to do that for like $200,000, I would guess.
Okay, so let's see. Prime has got Thursday. So NFL Network doesn't have any more games anymore, right? NFL Network doesn't have any games anymore, right?
No, I don't think so. I mean, unless they've got one of the little morning things on they have simulcast.
But is he going to do Good Morning Football twice a week now? 60. ESPN is going to find ways to work him.
60. He's working a lot now.
Yeah.
And then his wrestling on top of it.
Yep.
Well, Micah Parsons told new Cowboy Rashawn Gary about America's team. Next, and below the belt, Hump Day Edition on The Fan.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics, get you healthy, keep.
Through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball. Is Micah poisoning the well for your top pass rusher? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation. Trying to remember, I think this was, Sean, was this you I was talking to on at Peyton's wedding, I think, about this, where we were talking about Micah and what he really wanted? I don't think, like, every time you see him, and you hear him talk about Dallas or anything comes up, even still, since he got to Green Bay. I know when he got his new contract, he was that social media video of him running around and going, I'm free, or whatever he yelled. That dude never wanted out of here. Like, I don't think and I think whenever you see him talk about it, he still
lives here.
Yeah, and he has this, he almost like whenever he's gotten interviewed in a podcast and he's talking about teammates or what it's like to play in Dallas, he gets very, like, nostalgic about it, and then he doesn't take shots. He's very unless it's about Jerry. But if he's talking about playing for the Cowboys and what it means to be a Cowboy, he talks about it very romantically, and to the point where it's like, oh, you definitely, I think if you could go back and do that again, you would play a lot of that differently, because you thought, all right, I can leverage this. They always, crumble in negotiations. I can push this a little bit, and you found you pushed it too far. Well, because he still says glowing things about the Dallas Cowboys, Rashawn Gary knew where to turn when he got traded to the Cowboys. And the interesting thing about Gary and Micah in particular, is there were a lot of people who thought at the end of the year Micah was taking shots publicly at Rashawn Gary.
Yep.
Micah talked about same sort of thing that he said after D-Law and the whole we were burned out thing, where he goes, I don't know if we really need that. Like, he didn't name anybody, but the way he described it, Packers fans unanimously thought he was referring to Rashawn Gary. Well, Rashawn Gary, I guess, believes it's a little bit different between them. And he believes that, nope, that's one of my buddies. In fact, when I got traded here, I made sure to go get his insight. And that's cut number 10.
Mike is a close friend of mine, and just one thing that he said is just go in there and be me. They need a lot. They need a leader. They need a guy that's that's confident and believing what believing what you believe. So that's what I've been doing. And he said if I need any help, getting a chef, massage, whatever you can, I can hit him up. So he's a good dude.
So just like very generic advice, but I do think it's funny that if he that conversation that they had, that he would have been saying, the first thing they need is a leader, because he kept saying that the whole time he was here, and Mikey kept saying, I'm going to grow into this and I'm going to do this, and he never really clicked into that role.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he ever I feel like CD pretty consistently owns when he falls short. It takes reflection a lot of times, but when CD has said I fell short, CD has said multiple times, I fell short as a leader, I didn't do what I was supposed to do.
Yeah.
And Micah never seemed to have that sort of reflection.
No, I never heard it from him. Micah wanted to be viewed as Michael Jordan and Kobe and Magic Johnson because he loved sports and he idolized a lot of those greats. But as we know, a lot of times when you just keep talking about it and telling everyone what a great leader you are, you're not that.
Yeah, no, I think it is.
I think, and it's a natural thing. I think you either naturally are or you're not. I just don't think he's up there.
Now, this is not taking any shots or anything else. But for anybody who would have heard that and gone, see, look, like if you're a Green Bay observer, even here in Dallas, look, they were fine. Mike and Rashawn Gary, he just said they were friends. Listen to the difference. He got asked back-to-back about Micah Parsons' advice, and then he got asked about, hey, you get to play with Kenny Clark again. And I would just listen to the difference of, the two guys he describes as, his best friends. There's just a difference. But this is him just talking about his excitement in general about playing with Kenny Clark again and what they can do together.
It's crazy. We back like we never left. That's one thing that just league grants you with, teammates. And if you're able to, play with a no teammate, once you leave, it's a blessing. So being able to be teamed up back with Kenny, just understand the type of guy he is and how he prepares, Monday to Sunday, how he pushes everybody around him. He elevates. So he's an elevator. He elevates everybody around him from, the way he practiced to, the way he played. So being back around a guy like that has a high standard only makes me keep a high standard. And, me and him chasing greatness. So it feels good to be back with my friend.
The Cowboys have sold that a lot. I think publicly they've done it a little bit, but I mean also like if you talk to them like behind the scenes and just kind of talk about like what Rashawn Gary can be, there is a note that's always planted within that when they're talking about his upside that they'll say, and he's back with Kenny. And it's something where like obviously he's a stand-up edge rusher. Kenny's going to be playing on the defensive line, but they will always point out like he played his best ball when he was with Kenny, and they could do different games and they could do different things. And this is a front that Christian Parker obviously believes in really strongly, that Kenny Clark's one of the best. He told us that at Combine. He's one of the best. He's the best in the NFL at playing this front at defensive tackle.
They're maintaining the Kenny Clark hype through this offseason. They really are.
Is that to
glowing?
You, that's the one area so far that when I've heard Christian Parker talk, the only thing that I've heard that I've been like, do you have clear vision on that, or is that your blind spot a little bit because you just remember Kenny Clark when you were a young coach,
the best in the league at what he did,
enough to where you went, we want Kenny Clark, we want the age over Osa, like a guy who San Francisco's clearly hard up for, and you feel like San Francisco generally evaluates players pretty well. San Francisco's telling you like, all right, fine, we'll give you a third, just give him to us, and then San Francisco's really, really excited about him, and. Is there something there that's just you're not seeing it clearly because you're too close to the situation, and you're believing in a player that you were with 6 years ago, 5 years ago, whatever it was? That's a long time in the NFL, especially when you're talking about trench play and get your body beat up every time. Last year, Kenny Clark did not look like the Kenny Clark that Dan Campbell said, "Dear God, I'm so glad he's out of the division. Bring Micah on any day."
Right.
That did not look like the same player at all.
Yes.
And to that point, by the way, when we talk about Osa Odigizua, did you see the Matt Eberflus interview last week? I know you did because you read the prep email, but did you see the Matt Eberflus interview last week?
I did not. He's with San Fran now, though.
So he is with San Francisco now. He's in there as what do you call it? Like it's just like an analyst of some sort or whatever he is.
Consultant.
Yeah, a consultant. So Matt Eberflus.
Problem starter.
Well, he's taken the route that we've seen many coaches and former players take. Like, you got Osa, who says nice things about the Cowboys, Micah, who says nice things about the Cowboys. Matt Eberflus, it's what he's not saying. So he was asked about, hey, how's it feel to be back in, how's it feel to be in San Francisco? You're getting this opportunity. And he said, in regards to San Francisco, it's all football here. He goes, and people will say, what do you mean it's all football? He goes, well, there's nothing but football here. It's just that's all you do. And that enables you to set your meetings up, coach the guys in technique, and really focus on your job. So he's now joining that. Whenever anybody leaves here and they want to take a jab at it, they always just go like, well, it's everything else. Yeah. It's not football over there. And I certainly understand.
Common go-to.
Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, Schultz did it. And I mean, like, I would guess Schultz would probably still say that.
Yep.
And he talks very glowingly about the players here that he played with. He doesn't talk nearly as glowingly about the atmosphere.
They don't come here.
Well, I mean, he was drafted here.
Well, no. If you're a coach, like if you're a coach or something like that, if you're a player as a free agent, like if you're a coach and you've been here, you know what's going on. It's not just about basketball with the Lakers. It's not just about baseball with the Yankees. You have to deal with outside influences. Some of those outside influences may not be just a training room with windows.
Matt Eberflus's ass should be effing grateful that he was still able to become a coordinator after what he did in Chicago.
Yeah.
So instead of sitting here and coming up with these horse-ass excuses and all this crap garbage about the limelight, his ass should have been grateful that he actually got hired here, which is an all-time franchise mistake, just like Mike Nolan was. And now he can go over there in San Francisco and look back on
his last two jobs that he's gotten in the league since Chicago were favors. Dallas was somewhere that was familiar with him, and they liked him, and so they gave him that opportunity. Kyle Shanahan has a very long relationship with Matt Eberflus. So that actually is part of the reason why Matt Eberflus left Dallas the first time. He was the linebackers coach, I believe, at the time. And at the time, you could block somebody from a coordinator interview if they were a position coach. You can't do that anymore. But at the time, you could. And Shanahan had reached out, wanted him to be the defensive coordinator in San Francisco in like 2017 or whatever it was. And Dallas blocked it. and Eberflus was upset about it and was like, all right, I'm not signing a deal here. I'm going to run out my contract and then I'm getting the hell out of here. He did. He went to Indy and then obviously put him on that track. But he was one who, those 2 jobs that he has now at this point are like that. I cannot understand why there would be such a draw to bring somebody on your staff. I understand if it's just an assistant role like Gus Bradley had or whatever else, but I can't understand why you would bring somebody over there and then pair them as an analyst like Osa. Like, here's our big chip. Let's have somebody here like analyze him when we just saw how bad like Osa played relative to the rest of his career last year with them. I don't understand the coupling.
One player.
No, I know.
You're not going there to be an Osa advisor.
No. I know. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I don't know like how that matches up. Somebody that you're coming in here to advise the overall structure of your defense, and one of the biggest chips you acquired on defense this year just showed last year they're incompatible. I don't know why you would think the compatibility is there, unless again, like everybody has, they get some tunnel vision and they have some blind spots that exist. I can touch on the Revel stuff real quick, or do you want to play that last clip from Gary on Downs that you got?
You decide. You've been wanting to talk about Revel for 2 days. I would say Downs.
Okay, let's do Rashawn Gary then. Rashawn Gary on that same interview with Good Morning Football talking about Caleb Downs.
Man, he's a dog, man. It's early, but he's a pro's pro. From how he, take notes to the meeting, from how he asks questions to how, he wants to be on top of the details, and, having a young guy, also try to, bring guys along. So just him being a natural leader, man, he's a great guy, and I just can't wait for him to keep on growing and striving because we're going to need him.
It's rare that
he beat Dak's butt in golf too.
It's rare that when you get people here, Micah, even from the beginning, when he was really, really good, there was a little bit of like, okay, young buck. Like there's a sense of that from veterans. That exists a lot of times with young players. Zeke was not that way. Dak was not that way. Like there's certain guys who they have an energy about them and they work a certain way that veterans instantly respect and will not try to tamp them down at all. Downs definitely feels that way to this point, that there are guys who not only do they respect it, but they're like, we wouldn't check you like we might just naturally with some other rookies because there is such a level of respect organization-wide for who he is at this point.
It's you mentioned the Dak golf. I love that he's playing. I love that he's not getting like so good, because if he's getting so good, it means he's playing a lot. Golf is the one thing.
Or he's a natural like me.
Or he's a natural. But man, you get that first birdie, you get that first taste, and your day is over. Because now your life is over.
Yeah, guys, I think LeBron chipped in or something that went viral the other day.
And it's
his
like
swing looked a hot mess. He's still loving it.
It's got to be hard to swing at 6'9" or 6'8", whatever he is. But you get that first birdie, your sports career is over, because now you're infected.
Bobby will update you on Savone Revel at 9:20 when we continue with the Red Zone, your football fix on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Former Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube after this. Are you looking for...
Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
So Beats ready to go, and his first pitch is hit by Caglione high and deep out into right center. This one's got a shot, and it is gone. Into the fountains goes Caglione. He homered his last time up. That's 2 dingers tonight. Give him 8 for the year. And the Royals now lead it 5-2.
Hixie with the call in your home for Rangers baseball. Final hour fist pump time from everyone here on Sean and RJ on your home for Rangers baseball. And we're always fist pumping for Brett Boone, former Rangers hitting coach, joining us as an Odyssey baseball insider. And he has the Brett Boone podcast as well. And it's all brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you need delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Do we have Brett's video or are we just doing audio with it? Brett, good morning. You there?
How you doing? Yeah, I had the video up. It went away.
Okay.
What's going on? Is that on my end or in your end or what?
I don't know. Are you wearing clothes?
I am. I am not nude.
Well, good. Brett, it feels like we're kind of just treading water throughout this first half with the Rangers. Of course, as you know, the AL West is the closest division in baseball. If you're Chris Young right now and you got the trade deadline still a ways away, are you thinking about buying, selling, or staying?
I'm always thinking about buying. I mean, you want to win, and look at the league this year. It's just so strange to me. I was going over the entire American League. There's 5 teams 500 or better. So at this stage of the game, nobody's really out of it. It's, you look at the games coming up for the Texas Rangers. It seems like every series they play, they're playing a sub 500 team. So nobody's out of it at this point. With the exception of the Yankees and Tampa Bay. Seattle Mariners, we've talked about it throughout the season. I've always thought they're by far the class of this division, but they're not running away with it either. They're starting to play better. So at this point, I'm holding serve. Let's see what happens, getting Langford back, getting this team healthy, and see if they can make a run. So at this point, I don't think it's either way. I think a year ago, because we didn't make it because of the injuries down the stretch, maybe you feel a little snake bitten, like, oh, we went for it a little bit, got a couple pitchers in the mix, didn't work out for us. So that's kind of lingering over probably CY's head a little bit. But I know CY and the way he is. I mean, he's just pedal to the metal. We're winning every year. I've never been around a guy that really kind of wants to win more than him. So right now, he's probably thinking, let's stay in this. Let's see where we're at, and we'll make that decision when we have to.
Brett, just click the video on the bottom of that. We got you on here, but we got to see you. We got to see that beautiful hair.
We got to see it.
Click the video feature on your Zoom.
Okay.
Here we go.
I just clicked it, and it clicks out.
Oh, no.
All right, well, I'll just have to hear the dulcet tones of your voice.
Brett,
I really apologize. I'm right there. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
No.
Hold on, kids. I'm clicking video, and it won't. It's got the line through it.
It's all
no.
good.
It's got the line through. Yeah.
So they've struggled with teams that are below 500. You mentioned there's only a handful of teams that are above 500 in the American League. They've played decent against teams that are above. Not so great against teams that are below. Have you been on a team like that where you seem to play up to competition and down to competition? And we're almost halfway through the season. We're a couple of weeks away from being halfway through. You kind of are what you are at this point. But have you been on a team, and how do you get out of that?
You just keep playing. I mean, I look at the guys, to me, what unbelievable turnarounds. And I've seen some turnarounds in my life. I've had a couple. But to see Josh Young and Ezekiel Duran turn it around like this, it's polar opposite of 2025 for them. So I'm looking at with the Nimmo addition. Peterson, Jock's not killing it.
Yeah.
But to a year ago, he's killing it.
Yeah.
Wyatt, Seager hitting 180. That's got to change. Seager's the key for me. Seager's got it. If everybody else is doing what they're doing right now, and Seager's being the Corey Seager, I think it's a little bit different. I think they're above 500 at this point. He's the key to me, and keeping him healthy. But yes, I've been on teams like this where you just kind of look at each other after every game, after every series, and kind of like, what the hell's going on? We never know. You kind of get a feel. 2 weeks ago, you had that feeling, well, this is going to be a long year. I think they dropped down to 5 or 6 under 500. You thought this is going to be a long, and then all of a sudden they go on a run. They're, 7 out of their last 10, they win. So you just don't know. It's frustrating probably as a fan. But this team, they're just kind of looking around every day. Go, all right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep grinding. See what comes out of it, and maybe we can make a real run. So, yeah, I've been on teams like that. It's very strange, but there's nothing you can do as a player. And I find that players, other than, different than coaches, different than fans, they think a lot differently. When I was playing, I didn't think about all the noise around me. I just thought, win, lose, indifferent. I go home, I get ready. The next day I wake up and we go play again. So they think much differently than we do. We tend to analyze everything so much more when the players are kind of in a bubble.
Brett Boone joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Tom Verducci had an article. It was talking about Manny Machado. I know you see a lot of Manny being out there on the West Coast. But it was also talking about guys who are 31 to 35 and how never before in the history of the sport have hitters between those ages had a worse batting average and have struggled compared to league average more. We're now the first time ever they're hitting worse than guys who are under 25. And the thought is that the pitching's so good, it's so fast, that just the sequences aren't the same. They just can't keep up. When did you kind of notice that it were a little bit slower, that fastball you just couldn't keep up with anymore?
I got to, I was 31, 32 years old, feeling about as good as I could feel. I ran into Robbie Alomar one time at a bar, and I said, Robbie, what's wrong with you? He was on the downside. He's like, Booney, felt like I woke up and I was 35 and I was old. And I just kind of brushed it off, and I thought, I'll never be old like that. I take care of myself, and I train, and I remember doing a contract negotiation. They said the numbers would pan out, and after 35, especially guys with as much mileage as you have on your legs, Brett, start to go downhill. And I was oblivious. I said, you're crazy. I'll tell you what, I got to 35. I was old overnight, like they had predicted. I don't think it's the pitching. I laugh at this pitching. The pitching's so much better. I think it's an excuse why we're allowed to hit 226 these days. It's like, no, the zone's as small as it's ever been. Maybe north-south a little better, but east-west, it's as small as it's ever been. You know what a strike is. You know what a ball is. Yes, the velocity is up without a doubt. But when hasn't velocity been up from generation to generation? And to just be able to say, they're throwing harder and the spin rate's more, I think it's a built-in excuse to, I can hit 238 and still survive and be okay, instead of striving for numbers that have always been set in place. This OPS thing, I think it's a really good measure for a player, but to live and die by the OPS, I think it's hurt the game. I think it's hurt keeping guys on the field. I think you see a ton of more injuries, and it's because you don't have to get out there and hit a certain amount of home runs, drive in a certain amount of runs, because that's not the criteria to make money. It's just to have an 800-plus OPS that keeps you in the game, and that's what gets you paid these days. So I don't buy into the pitching thing. Every generation, my grandfather used to say, Randy Johnson doesn't throw that hard. Bob Feller used to throw harder. So what are you talking about, Gramps? Randy Johnson's a really good pitcher. And he is up from the Bob Feller. He's up from Steve Carlton, and Steve Carlton threw harder than Bob Feller. That's just life. That's what we all go through. That's what these guys come up and are trained to hit. If 90 was the thing for me in college baseball, 92, that was a guy throwing hard. Well, now it's 94. The guns are all different. It's all about entertainment. All we talk about after the game is exit velo, and he was throwing that. His spin rate was really up. Who cares? Did you win or did you lose the game? Did you execute? Did you not execute? And I think we get caught in the weeds too much with that. I'm getting way away from it, but 31 to 35, yes, it's definitely a downtrend. I think you see the guys that scuffle are the guys that have more miles on their legs than others. Manny Machado's been in the big league since he's been 19, 20 years old, playing 162 games. And those guys have more mileage than your typical mid-30s player who did the normal minor leagues, probably had some time off. But the guys that play play every year in and year out. And if avoided injury, that's a lot of miles. And it does weigh down. First thing to go, especially as a hitter, is your legs. And my legs went, I knew it. I just didn't have that youthful spring that we all are born with and we have for a long time. And when you lose it, you kind of start to appreciate, look around, you start to question yourself and what you can do.
Brett, you mentioned Corey Seager kind of being the key to the offense and then bouncing back. And if you can get Seager back and everybody else is hitting like they are, that might be enough to keep them competitive. But we also got back in the last week, Wyatt Langford returned to the lineup after being away for as long as he was. And that's a guy that it feels like all Rangers fans have just been waiting for. Like he's been a good player for us, but like we're waiting for him to take that next step up and become a true star in the game. Do you think he can still reach that this year? Is he further away? When you were dealing with him last year, how far away did you think he was from just consistently being one of the better hitters in the majors?
I thought it was 2 years. I think Wyatt, and everybody knows Wyatt's one of my favorite guys. He's just, he knows one speed 100% and just tinkers, and he's going to figure it out himself. I think what Wyatt's been, he got thrust in the big leagues really quick. And I thought, Wyatt Langford's a guy playing in the big leagues that should be in the minor leagues working on it, but he's too talented. Last year, I think he made strides, and I figured he's had this label put on superstar. He's kind of got a body like Mike Trout, and they've been making those comparisons. Well, it's not really fair for anybody to be compared to Mike Trout. It's like in my generation being compared to Griffey coming up. It's just not really a fair comparison. So I don't think the Trout thing is a comparison I would put on Wyatt, but I think he's just learning. He's a work in progress. And is he ever? I think he's to sit there and say I was going to be the best player in baseball one day. It's like, no, it's like I want to get him to a level where he's going to be a good all-star player, and let's see if in 2-3 years he's an MVP candidate. So I think there's been unfair expectations. Definitely a talented guy. Missed a lot of time this year. But I think this year I expect him to be better than he was a year ago when he gets to play consistently and stays healthy. But as far as putting he's going to be this MVP, Corey Seager, that's pretty lofty to put on anybody. I think Wyatt is what he is, and I think he's going to be a really good player if he can stay healthy. I think one day you're going to be talking about Wyatt in an MVP conversation. Whether he's going to win one or not, I don't know. But when you get to that level, when you're talked about, I think that's kind of work making to that stardom level that people strive to be at.
Brett Boone, every other Wednesday here, brought to you by Granger on Sean and RJ on your home for Rangers baseball. Your thoughts on a possible salary cap?
Well, I know what the union's going to tell these guys, and what we've always been that baseball. You mentioned salary cap, especially hard salary cap, and the players just go crazy. No way, we'll never have it. We're the only sport that doesn't have it. Who wouldn't, as an owner, who wouldn't want to have your costs fixed and your organization just going through the roof as far as their value and worth billions and billions of dollars? So hard salary cap's never going to work. They threw it out there as that first proposal. Of course, it was low. Of course, they wanted a reaction from the players. So in 6 months from now, they can come back, and when they've made strides and made a better offer, they can say, well, this is where we started from. Well, anybody could start at ground zero and then come up to 4 and say, look how far I've come. So I think that was just kind of putting it out there to get a feel for how the union would react. I just think there's so much money in the game. The revenue's so high. Internationally, it's doing so well. They got to find a way to work it out and not stop it. I was there in 94. I was a rep. I went through it. The game was hurt when we canceled the playoffs in the World Series. Start thinking about that too. When is this going to happen? Because the leverage comes when the owners have the most to lose. So if the players decide, and they're not going to want to do it, are you going to have a postseason this year? Because once you get past the postseason of the World Series, the owners have made all their money. So now they can just sit on your neck and wait. So it's going to be interesting, the back and forth. I hope it doesn't happen. There hasn't been a major work stoppage since 94, but I went through it, and it's no fun, and it took us 4 or 5 years to get back. The fans, they don't like it. They look at these, they just want to be entertained. They want to go to the game. And when you see both sides, billionaire owners and the players today making 10, 20, 30 million, The regular fan that just wants to go watch you play, they don't want to hear about all that nonsense. And I can't disagree with that. So hopefully they get it done. They've had a mix up on the union side as far as the leadership. And I just hope these guys get it together and keep it out of the public as much as possible, and just have a great 2026 season. I'd hate to see at this point, with all the strides they've made, and I talked about internationally, especially internationally, just to kind of really put a damper on that by either a lockout or a strike.
Awesome stuff as always, brother. Thank you so much. We'll do it again.
Thanks, guys.
The great Brett Boone, former Rangers hitting coach, here on Sean and RJ, brought to you by Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Bobby gives you his Savone Revel update, and one NFL insider says, get ready, Aaron Donald's coming back. The Red Zone after this.
Personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel & Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
This is the Red Zone, your football fix. No other morning show in the Metroplex going to have you covered with your favorite sport or the Dallas Cowboys more than this one. Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station. So just to recap, Cowboy OTAs yesterday. Bobby, you can take on the field. I will handle Brian Schottenheimer. Shoddy, the number one audio clip that I loved was him talking about Jaden Blue, candid exit interview. Jaden did not like being inactive. He was told why. He has come back with a great work ethic, said he's football brilliant, intelligence is off the charts, and it's night and day from last year. Joe Milton, what's the biggest difference from him last year to this year? Understanding of protections. Kobe Durant, communication is elite. Thrilled with where the pass defense is right now with flexibility, versatility, and disguise. He wants P.J. Locke. Schottenheimer's been taking about 10 players out per week to a dinner, and P.J. Locke apparently blew him away in terms of talking to the rookies about his experience. And Schottenheimer called one of his colleagues within the building and said, you need to get P.J. to talk to everyone, not just these couple of rookies. Tyron Smith has been helping out, and Schottenheimer went back and forth between the words hope and expect George Pickens to show up for the next phase, but George has not communicated what's going to happen to Shotty.
Yeah, or he doesn't want to tell us what has been communicated. He does like to conceal things. That was what he was first given.
Coaches.
He was given hell for that yesterday. The Clarence question, technically I cheated when I said it was the third question because it was just a broad question general about all those guys you left off last week. What the hell's up with that?
Jalen Thompson, minor pec injury. Jonathan Mingo, minor groin strain. CD not practicing for personal reasons.
Yep, and so no CeeDee Lamb yesterday, no George Pickens, obviously. That meant your first-team wide receivers were Ryan Flanoy, Kavontae Turpin, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling, which if you had to go into a football game with that, you are losing that football game, and I don't care who they're playing. They could be playing, UNT, Chop, and they would probably lose that football game.
They would even win that game.
Dak yesterday, these are from Nick Harris, notes from Nick Harris over at the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Dak Prescott went 11 for 16 in the 7-on-7, which people love the stats in the 7-on-7, especially the Philly reporters who want to tell you that Jalen Hurts didn't have any picks during their offseason work. But Malachi Lawrence had a sack on Tyler Guyton. That's obviously the more we watch some of their reps that the offensive line are taking, left tackle is going to be a big part of that. Kenny Clark and Rashawn Gary, who are supposed to work in tandem together, and they're supposed to be a coupling that everybody has had, playing well together. They both had a good play together where it may have been a sack. It's just tough to tell with the way they do things. But you mentioned Jaden Blue there. Took a handoff inside that opened up briefly, but it was quickly met by Caleb Downs in the hole. Said if they would have been in full contact, it would have been a loud thud, and Downs also got work as the personal protector on the punt team.
And speaking of Downs, Dak was asked initial impressions of this rookie class.
Yeah, very, very mature rookie class. I don't know if it's a part of, just the age, right? Just being blunt, the guys are coming in much older than they were in the past, or they were in the past, and have a lot more experience. And so, you feel that. You can feel they're not the young 19-year-olds or whatever it is, or just trying to learn. They're coming in. They understand that there's a way here. These guys have been managing money. They've been doing a lot of the pro things now for a couple of years. So I credit them. They've come in with the right mindset, with the idea to listen, to earn my respect. But at the same time, I've got to go and put stuff on the field to make sure that I can impact and help this team. And every one of them. Credit Caleb and Malachi obviously being the first rounders. The first rounders usually kind of, called the leaders of that group. But I can tell you there's a lot of gems in that group, whether it just be talent or whether it be personality and men. And they're going to help this team.
I hadn't thought of that angle of it before. I know we've all talked about NIL and the impact that this era has in terms of potentially giving players money too early, and do they get a little too wild with it? Do they get a little too loose and crazy, and does it lead to entitled players? But that's another aspect of it too.
Sounds like something Nick Saban would say.
Is that it can be on the flip side of it, of where it also has given other guys experience doing it. I just don't acknowledge anything relating to Nick Saban anymore. It gives guys experience doing it. So it does also reveal professionalism. And that was the thing we heard. Both the first round picks this year, when they got picked on their conference call, one of the first things they talked about was how Texas had no state income tax. Malachi Lawrence and Caleb Downs were both aware of that. And that may be something that guys, like, the more experience they have, the more times that they've got to deal with their own money and things like that, they start becoming aware and a little bit ready to be pros because of that.
The money stuff, it is sad. I see when guys get their first, and I get it. You've been living without things for your entire life. You finally get some money, you want to spend it. But I do find it sad when somebody gets like a big signing bonus as a rookie and they spend 80% of it in the first weekend.
Have you seen how Dak Prescott has been injected into the NBA Finals?
How's he been injected into the NBA Finals?
You aware?
Trying to draw a correlation.
I think I know, because they were doing it during are you talking about the Spurs before the game?
Yep.
Yeah. They've been doing the little...
the hip thing?
Yeah,
Spurs pregame hip thrust. Is Dak aware?
Yeah, I've definitely seen it. Definitely pulling for him. Obviously, not only because of that, but because of Texas as well. It was just super cool. I mean, obviously, I got sent to me numbers of times from different people, but it was just funny. Obviously, they added their own mix into it. Yeah, they've got some good hips, and hopefully it gets some game 4.
No, that's a big miss. That's a miss. That's not understanding the dynamics. Yeah, definitely pulling from them. They're Texas. No. Although Jerry does consider himself as like the Cowboys own San Antonio, so you can't go offending Cowboys fans in San Antonio.
Got to think of it. And also, I'll tell you, I used to do the Mavs postgame show. We would get a ton of Spurs calls, and they were local. I would bet of like not of all the population, but of NBA fans.
That sounds like something you allowed more than Wally Lynn would have, I think.
No, I don't know. But of NBA fans, I would say probably 20% are Spurs fans here. It's a lot.
Yeah, the Mavericks were awful, like in the 90s, and the Spurs were a competitive team.
They were on the
People liked watching them.
And also, but just go to a Ranger game when the Astros are here. I mean, they don't drive up from Houston; they're here.
Give your update, Bobby.
Savone Revel. I know you guys have all been waiting for this with bated breath. Savone Revel, by the way, and Jay Sean Barham, according to Nick Harris, both worked with the first and second team units, kind of rotated a little bit. But Revel does have a competition that he's, I guess, engaged in, or that the cornerbacks are all engaged in terms of how the rotation is going to be stacked. But Revel is a boundary corner. He's an outside guy. He's not going to play the inside nickel corner very much. And so that leaves limited options if you're not somebody who can play inside and have that flexibility. And he's obviously coming off of what was a tough rookie year. He has ditched the brace. No more playing with the brace. He was healthy enough to play without it last year. He actually, what was interesting to me is that when you watched him, he kept fiddling with it, and it's like, man, he doesn't like this brace. I found out later he did not have to wear it. He was wearing it on his own, which tells you he probably was not comfortable mentally with where his knee was. Even though it's, hey, you're medically cleared, and you don't have to wear that if you don't want to. And if it's bugging him that much and he still kept it on, that tells you he just didn't have a lot of confidence in it. But he says that this first offseason, this full offseason that he's had, he said it's been very beneficial. This is what he told Tommy Arish, just because I can clean up a lot of things, a lot of errors I didn't see last year or I did see last year that I could clean up this year. He said we've got a new coaching staff. They're very detailed and very technical. When it comes to things, each day is intentional to get better. That's what I feel like I've been doing. Of course, there's some things I need to work on. My knee is 100% now, so it's time to focus on situational ball and the things I got to fix to get better at. Now, the only thing here that made me a little bit hesitant, that I was like, I don't know that that's totally the purpose of the defense, was Christian Parker is a big fan of his, apparently. Liked him when he was coming out of school, when he was at Philadelphia, and legitimately does have a plan to use him, from what I've heard. But he said that what he's learned under Christian Parker so far within this defense is play your game. Don't think too much. Don't overthink. At the end of the day, you're going to have errors. You're going to have time where you feel like you didn't do it right, but play fast, play 110%. The biggest thing he focuses on is the intent. Be violent, run to the ball. How much do you want it? I feel like if you really want it that bad, that's what I've gotten out of him. So that's true. Like, I know they don't want you focusing on errors too much. When something happens, acknowledge it, move on. And I know they want guys playing fast and giving effort. That's a big part of what Christian Parker's talked about. But I would not just say, yeah, just react. Don't think at all. That is not what that defense is. That defense is not just solely react to whatever and play on instinct. That is actually a way to get in trouble with this defense. So I think it's more, hey, play at a fast level of exertion and make sure that you're not focusing too much. Don't overthink the mistakes you've already made, but absolutely be on your P's and Q's when it comes to what you're seeing in front of you.
The update, the rest of the NFL did not want to hear from Adam Schefter.
Nobody is coming out right now and saying Aaron Donald is coming back. But everybody is acknowledging that it is a possibility. And the fact that it is even a possibility in June tells me that I think there's every possibility it will become more real in July. And I think if and when they present a plan to him as to how he would be used, I think it's more likely than not that he'll be back. Now, nobody said that. Nobody said that. Everybody thinks, we'll see. It's possible. We're talking about it. He has to commit to it. It still sounds like we're a ways away. He has not gotten there yet. The fact that this is even coming up, and the fact that the Rams have the team that they do, and the fact that Aaron Donald will get to play with Myles Garrett, and the fact that the Super Bowl's in L.A. this year, I just think the ingredients are there to make it happen. They're there to make it happen. And we'll see whether or not it actually does. But the fact that there's so much talk and the fact that people are thinking about it tells me that in the end, if I had to guess, I would guess it does happen. That's just a guess.
It'll be 3 years almost since he last played.
Mm-hmm.
Are we just?
This is interesting. You'd be the only one.
Are we just assuming he's going to go back and be first team All Pro?
Yep.
Why?
Because he's Aaron Donald.
So what?
Plenty of guys have stepped off the field. He has stayed in shape. He was incredibly young. Gronk came back out there and was Gronk.
After 2-3 years out?
Gronk, yeah.
Was he out that?
Gronk was away for, I think, 2 years.
I like this take, Choppy.
I just don't know. And I don't even know, was Gronk the same as he was?
I'm not agreeing with it, but I like it because I don't want the Rams to be invincible.
Yeah, I don't think... I'm not saying he'll be a bum.
Yeah.
But we're just assuming that he's going to be prime Aaron Donald.
No.
That's a wild assumption.
I don't even think anybody's assuming he's going to be prime Aaron Donald. They assume he's going to be...
First team All-Pro seems prime Aaron Donald to me.
Because prime Aaron Donald was like...
Yeah, but first team All-Pro is... Let's just say, can he be first team All-Pro?
He could be, yeah. I think he could be. He'll be what he will be. He has All-Pro capability right now. But the thing was, when he was playing, he was not just...
think?
No, I'm saying, I think...
We don't know.
3 years ago, he was a... First team All-Pro for Aaron Donald was... Yeah, that's
You're trying to say his regression is still first team All-Pro.
Yeah, that's the highest you could go, but he was way above anybody else.
Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece next.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registration 2023 through 2025.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On and Leave It On. Corey Majors, good morning. What's coming up?
Skip Schumacher joins us today, gentlemen. Is this the first time in like over a month that they've lost?
Yeah.
Leading into one of our interviews, so we'll get into that. And then today, guys, at 11 o'clock, from the matches to the money to the kits to your predictions, our official World Cup preview.
Oh, baby.
The only show with the balls to talk about all the other things.
Like soccer.
Right, Bobby?
Yep.
What are you naming it?
Oh, I haven't come up with clever names yet.
Oh.
I really need to.
That's kind of like the highlight of the whole thing.
Ooh, that's good.
Cup
That's good.
check?
Yeah.
2 teams, 1
No.
cup.
Net
I think of
net
I like
return.
that. I like that.
Net return.
Net return?
Yeah.
Hey, it feels like choppy and appreciate.
Massive disappointment.
Oh.
Are we going to be disappointed?
Ooh, man.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Have you guys sniffed tickets? You gotten close? You feel like Dan...
I did, but then the person told me to go away.
Dan Hunt tomorrow, 8:20 in studio.
That's who we should ask. That's who we should ask for
Are you
tickets.
asking about the pheasant?
Whoa!
What is this?
One of our the beer guardians that hang out. They are supporters. They're supporters for the entire team. And one of the guys that kind of heads it all up, he had made a deal that Dan Hunt would bring some pheasant to him, and then he didn't. And so now it's kind of a running joke of when are you going to bring the pheasant? So it's the supporters, dude. That's the group that they're blowing the horns and lighting the smoke and waving the flags. They're the ones that are the hardcore fans for FC Dallas.
Who told you to go away and why?
Well, your joke was, did you sniff the World Cup tickets? And I said, yeah, but then that guy told me to go away. It was like a guy was holding a pair of World Cup tickets, and I sniffed them.
You know there are no tickets to the World Cup. They're all digital.
I mean, that's the way of the world, right?
Hockey.
Well, they do
ageism.
Well, they do what they do.
That way, when they don't get purchased and used, then they don't have to they don't have to worry about things.
The Knicks were handing out kind of like commemorative tickets in top loaders for Game 3.
Oh, neat.
So they were giving you the top loader version
That's
of it.
cool.
And I wonder if the World Cup will do anything like that because those things will be valuable if there's something out there that exists.
And let's talk about your apology to the Euros.
Yeah.
Because of how amazed they are by our country.
Listen, I went in hard on the Europeans.
Yeah, you did.
I called them the Euro pores, the Euro trash.
Oh, my goodness.
I really went in. And listen, I have been to Europe. I have been there, so I do feel like I could talk on this. Yes, you did. They did have some positive vibes. They really killed America the day before and the last couple of days. Yeah, it's too hot. Yeah. Public transportation. Yeah, we got to walk and drive everywhere.
The stadiums.
Do you kind of think that public transportation thing's kind of fair, though?
You know what? I like driving my car. I like having my vehicle, so I know when I can leave at any point, and I don't have to sit there and wait on a train.
Okay,
I like that. Right? I enjoy. We want to have our own vehicles.
Okay,
except for Sean, he likes to Uber. But
anti-DUI.
They, they did say they were raving about the indulgences that they can do over here. Now, their food, like their Italian food's way better. A lot of their food's like healthier. They don't have a lot of the crap that we have. But they rave. They're raving about the Waffle Houses.
Oh yeah.
The fact that you could go to those soda machines where they got the buttons and you could find like 60 different sodas on there.
How are you supposed to make a decision, Chavi?
Yeah.
You don't. You just keep going back for more.
The European mind cannot comprehend that. They're like, what is this? What are all these options? They've never heard of big gulps.
What?
They got big gulps now. Right? They've never seen. They didn't know that you could go to Taco Bell and Wendy's at 3 a.m. and get food.
Yeah, live miles.
And they're seeing all
That's
this.
The only reason Taco Bell is in
the McDonald's large drink in the EU is smaller than the small McDonald's here in the US.
What? How are you supposed to wash things down?
Don't know.
That's a good point.
You know, there they call it a Royale with cheese.
That's right. And there was a German guy who posted on social media that he was walking through Chicago. I guess Germany is based. I guess Germany is going to use Chicago as their home base. He's walking through Chicago and he had to go to the bathroom, so he ducks into a Macy's, right? And he goes and he sees this giant American flag hanging there. And he says, we would never have something like this in Germany, which I think is good because the last time they were waving flags in Germany, a war broke out.
That is a good-ass point.
But so anyway, I got to apologize to some of the Europeans are good. You know, they're coming over here. They're loving our indulgences.
See, I didn't know you did apologies.
Right.
I thought you were just like, let's move on.
I spend my entire day apologizing to people.
Oh.
Have you all seen the Freddie account? The dude from Germany who's like, they landed in Auburn, and they were at Auburn, and he was like, I'm leaving. They stopped in at Buc-ee's. They found a Buc-ee's, and they were like, you can eat breakfast at 1 a.m. at Buc-ee's?
Yeah.
They were like, this is a gas station. It's awesome.
Well, what's awesome, I guess, is to them, kind of hit me with a dose of reality looking at all these photos because we are so gluttonous.
Oh, because they're so thin?
Oh, the sizes of the photos, of the pictures that they were
of food
in awe of.
Even the stadiums we have are gluttonous.
But
you know?
the big gulp of the soda, like who can drink a soda of this?
I know it's a massive soda. I'm not gonna, I'm gonna tune out their negativity. I'm not gonna listen to it. I can't hear them.
They're not giving the negativity. I'm giving the negativity over the size.
No, I'm saying in general, moving forward on the Europeans.
Oh,
I'm not gonna. Besides, I can't hear them over the sound of my own freedom. Okay, I can't hear them, so I'm not gonna listen.
Yeah, so that's what they were in awe of: our big flag and our big drinks and our big breakfasts.
Big gulps.
Yeah.
And our big gulps.
Our big gulps, man.
America.
Does anyone have a great feeling about tonight and the NBA Finals? I was coerced by Bobby when I was scared of touching the point spread in this game. I always get coerced by Bobby to touch.
Yep.
And I finally made some underdog plays that I've been.
What were your plays?
They've changed the spread now, at least on underdog. Knicks 1.5 to 2.5. So I took the Knicks by 2.5.
Okay.
With Jalen Brunson scoring 28 or more. Bobby guarantees that Brunson finally goes off. He stops the poor shooting, and the Knicks have their most comfortable win of the series. Now, I added in my own guarantee to the play because my man Dylan Harper, who I'm in love with on the board. So I got some Dylan Harper rebounds, Brunson finally shooting it, and the Knicks winning comfortably. Let's see if Bobby can rebound from costing me his last basketball guarantee.
What has led you to this guarantee?
Loma, when we were at dinner, you said put the house on.
I don't have. Whenever I say put the house, I don't have a house.
That's
so,
right.
Like, that's the thing is that's
said put the apartment.
I don't have any idea how much leverage that actually is when I say a house is the problem.
Yeah.
But no, this is
true.
No, this will be like it's just not going to have. These are like the 3 worst games played. And you could say, well, they're doing something defensively to them to take them away in ways that other teams haven't, and they are. But I think that second game at MSG, there was just a lot of buzz and a lot of distraction in that first game. So going into the second game here at MSG, I think Brunson's going to finally click and figure it out.
That might be nice. The Spurs have a very good 5 defensive players. They're a very good defensive team, so they can do that to you. I still think they were that close in game 2. They just had the bumble moment.
But that's the thing; they're always going to have the bumble moment.
They're young and dumb. Game 3. I mean, they ended up winning that one. So
young, dumb, and
that's
polo.
why I'm looking at the Spurs to take another one on the road and then come back to San Antonio and lose.
Yeah, I like the Knicks tonight.
You're going to see me one of those road team wins every game of the series?
That would be awesome. I like the Knicks tonight. You haven't really gotten too much in the fourth quarter from Karl Anthony Towns. I think that is going to change tonight, and that's going to be the difference.
And, of course, MSG, the site of the Taylor Swift wedding, with 1,000 people invited.
That's too bad. Do you need that many at a wedding? Like, if your wedding's that big that you have to have it at Madison Square.
$1 million a day?
Yeah.
To rent it?
She's got it.
And this is the second,
so does he.
This is the second venue. They had already kicked a bride out of the previous venue they had. So they had reserved this venue in Rhode Island, and it was the date was taken. So she paid off the bride that was there. She gave her this massive amount of money, said, we want it. Here's money. Take another day. Take another year. Here's your honey, whatever. And now they decided to move it to the Garden.
Did they announce the date? Does everybody know the date?
I thought it was July 13th.
I'm
Everyone's
sure we'll
supposed to
know
be-
the date is like her next album title or something.
Yeah,
Like,
probably so.
The 1,000 people she invited are the 1,000 people she's written about slanderous songs about and exposed during her career.
I guess Miles Teller got the disinvite with whoever his girl is. They wanted the garden because there's no windows, so there can be no photography going through.
Why did he get disinvited?
You know, I'm not as up to date.
July 3rd.
He's married, like you said, it was related to his wife? He's
Him and his wife.
He's
Disinvited.
Is that another person she banged? Whoa! Just
I believe the term is had relations with.
okay.
She only did it
very vulgar
for inspiration.
They're not as close as they once were.
And the underground parking for security where people can just sneak in there to the garden. So there you go. 1,000 people reportedly with the hush-hush invites. They don't even want an invite getting out publicly, so they're just texting everyone.
I'm surprised. Well, I mean, but we all know where it is now. I'm surprised. She seems, or they seem like as a duo, the people that would like sell the rights to the photos and
That's
stuff.
why they don't want windows for photos.
Oh, so they're going to do it
have
after the fact?
Yeah, they're
Okay.
asking Dolan for his little like MSG security cameras, knowing how high tech they are, and then they'll sell the photos.
They're going to have the
people or
PA
somebody.
announcer there. Patrick Ewing.
You guys got her wrong.
Taylor Swift.
She's a good kid. She's a good girl.
I'd say she wasn't a good kid.
You just called her a.
As it used to be.
You said she got around.
Has she not?
Have
She
you
dated
not
a lot of
listened?
She has like 80 albums
Yeah,
and
have
they're
you
all
not
about a
listened to her?
different ex.
Isn't that what her music is all about?
We all dated lots of people.
Yeah, why is it fun when a
She's
man does
only-
it?
she's
Why is it not
only-
fun when a woman does it?
She's only
because,
marrying Travis Kelce so she can get the divorce and get the divorcee group when she's in her 40s so she has music to make. That's why she's getting married.
I don't know about that,
I think
but
he's a puppy dog, dude. He loves her too much.
All right, we are back tomorrow. The KNC Masterpiece next with the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Right here on The Fan.
an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
Oh, and of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, how the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, the Frankel of Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
Well, I mean, usually I'm in a great mood, Kevin, and I was in a really good mood coming into the studio this morning.
Oh, no.
And I was in a really good mood right before the show started. And then these are the moments that I regret not being a reporter anymore. But I also, because we just don't do the same things we used to do as reporters. But our friend Brad Townsend is out at the Dallas Stadium right now. And
we don't have to call it that, right?
What?
Dallas Stadium. You can just call it AT&T Stadium.
That's what it's called, though, Kevin. Let me ask you a question. You want to be in the middle of a commercial and say the wrong thing?
I don't. But also, I never call it the, Tostitos Fiesta Bowl or whatever back in the day. I was like, yeah, the Fiesta Bowl.
Well, and you know what? I don't know. Would FIFA walk in and be like, you are sued now for not saying Dallas Stadium? And I'd be like, I didn't know. But they're eating some of the concessions, the food that's going to be available during the World Cup. And those are things that I get a little jealous about, dude.
This is authorized, right? They're not just storming into the concession.
Start opening the
These
fridges.
Nachos are mine!
Feed me! They're making rolls, hey, turn that off and on! I think it's authorized. It looks like somebody with black gloves and a chef's jacket is handing them out to them.
All right.
And it's just sometimes I miss that stuff, We don't get to go when the Rangers...
the free food?
Yeah, well, yes. Free food was those days.
Okay.
Remember those days in college whenever somebody would say, hey, there's free food in the Union, and everybody would just leave in the middle of whatever they were doing and just run to the Union to get free food.
You know what I remember about that? When I worked at the newspaper in college, we had a Chick-fil-A up on that same floor. I ordered two
fancy.
I know. 2 Chick-fil-A chicken sandwiches, no pickles, of course. And
why? You just ruined it.
I ate one.
It's already brine and pickle juice.
I took a bite out of another one, and I was like, I just can't right now. So I put it in the bag. It was in its little foil wrapper thing. Then I put it in the bag and threw it in the trash. And our cameraman walked over to the trash can, took the bag out.
It had never touched the trash.
Took the sandwich out and ate it.
He should you cut off the part you bit.
He definitely did not.
That's what you eat around it, right, Alec? That's the approach.
Yeah,
there.
More of an issue with that than him going in the trash to eat it.
It was wrapped up in a bag.
Okay.
It had not touched anything. It was actually protected.
That was actually pretty close to his argument. Shout out to you, Josh. Don't forget when you ate garbage. All right, Alec, are you okay with this? And would you have cut off the little piece where I took a bite?
Oh yeah, I would have ripped that little piece off for sure. And Kevin, just to dunk on you a little bit, if you go onto Apple Maps, you type in AT&T Stadium, nothing comes up. If you type in Dallas Stadium,
shut your mouth. Are you kidding
Dallas
me?
Stadium comes up, and it shows all the World Cup entrances and everything. They have fully committed to this being Dallas Stadium. And it's kind of incredible.
Oh, man, it does pop up as Dallas Stadium.
It's kind of wild. It's scratching my brain in a weird way that I don't like.
Are you surprised it's still
wow,
blue one?
Google Maps the same thing. But here's the weird thing. It still says AT&T Stadium Tours. So I guess that's
what?
But that's because that is the company probably.
Are you surprised they haven't changed the blue parking lot, the silver parking lot to the Pele parking lot or the Maradona parking lot? Or,
that would be cool.
Yeah, you're in section Messi. That's where you go park. How is that not happening?
Yeah, Messi section's always the best. Kevin, how is your mom doing though? Now that the stadium's been renamed, and is she still collecting the royalties from AT&T?
All right, so a couple of things.
Just Dallas Stadium.
For the first time ever, And there are 2 whole texts about it. This is the most supported any food take I've ever had is 2 texts. I take the pickles off my Chick-fil-A Sandos every time, Kevin. That's probably your only good food take. From the 214, King Kevin, Team No Effing Pickles. And those 2 represent the most support I've ever gotten on any food take. My mom never worked for AT&T. She tells people that. It's a lie. She worked for Southwestern Bell. So
Gotcha.
For some reason, do me a favor. If you ever have a conversation with my mom, for whatever reason, and she's like, oh, when I was at AT&T, stop. And be like, no, you weren't.
The next time I'd have a conversation with her,
I hope you do.
I am going to directly and aim the conversation so that she brings that up, and I don't have to bring it up myself. I'm gonna make sure she does. And all I'm going to talk about is how great it must have been to work for AT&T.
Son of a gun. And then from the 903, Dallas Stadium sounds better than AT&T Stadium. Yeah, but there's no money to be had there. It's not called AT&T Stadium for aesthetically cool purposes. It's because they pay, $20 million per year? Woo. Something along those lines. It's about money. Nothing else.
I'm a little curious, though. How much did the city of Dallas pay for that?
Nothing. That was a World Cup or a FIFA requirement.
Pickles are not the devil's fruit.
Oh, yeah!
What we're doing right now. Pickles
We're
are
coming
phenomenal.
around.
Pickles are awesome. Y'all are terrible.
Add me to that list, Kevin.
No
Pickles
flavors.
suck. From the 972, pickles are awful. I like it.
This is the worst I've ever seen. This is the worst I've seen from the Tolos.
We're up to 5.
I know.
This is now far and away the most support that I've ever gotten on any food topic. And Aiden is on my side as well.
So am I.
Oh my gosh! This is the greatest day of my life!
It's okay. I know when everybody's wrong. From the 214, my sandwich bag had a hole in it and got all the cooler water in it. I was finna throw it out, and my trainer asked for it. He proceeded to drink that sandwich.
What? Oh.
That's so gross. You can't drink a sandwich.
The hell?
I guess if you've had jaw surgery, and your mouth's wired shut, that's the only way.
Good point. By the way, and multiple people are like, but Dallas Stadium is not even in Dallas. Now, this I have just gotten to accept over the last 16, 17 years. I hope the people of Arlington have as well. Like several years ago when they came back here for the second time to do WrestleMania, the WWE called it WrestleMania Dallas. At no point did they call it WrestleMania Arlington, despite the fact that it's the exact same thing. I just if you live anywhere in the world, there's a decent shot you know what Dallas is. And if you live in the United States, you definitely do. But you probably don't know Arlington. I told you the story of we went to Voodoo Donuts in Portland and this guy was selling water and he's like, where are you guys from? We're like, we're from Dallas. And he goes, oh, I'm from Dallas. And you're like, yeah. And he goes, well, actually I'm from Grapevine. And I was like, okay, so you're telling the truth because nobody just knows. No matter how good Great Wolf Lodge is, nobody just knows Grapevine.
Yeah, I'll say Plano, and I'll say it's outside of Dallas.
Exactly.
It's north of Dallas.
Exactly.
We did confirm this morning, Kevin. Brad Alberts, the president of the Dallas Stars, did say the Stars will be the Dallas Stars, not the Plano Stars. And the mayor of Plano said the NHL actually has a little bit to say about that. So that's a big deal right there.
Why does the NHL Why does the NHL get any say in what as long as it's not
branding
offensive?
Branding and marketing probably.
Okay.
That's probably under their branding umbrella.
Nobody knows Plano. So they're like, we'll move you out there because the rich people live there.
Yeah, probably.
You can't change your name.
It's not all rich
nobody
people, dude. I live there. I'm not rich.
They had a city council meeting to make sure no apartment buildings were built out there, all right? It's a little bit like a rich people. They're like, you don't build any damn apartments.
Well, because the property could have been used for some. There's lots of apartments.
Yeah, the property could have been used for other rich people, right?
There are lots of apartments in the Plano area, on the outside of things.
On the outs. Listen to this. Listen to this, Plano man.
In the mixed use communities.
There are a lot of apartments on the outside of things. There's 3 apartments.
The heart of Plano is definitely the residential.
The heart of Plano. Listen to that coded language. The heart of Plano.
Don't say that. I don't even know what coded means.
For like rich people language.
Oh, okay.
And it can actually have other meanings too. Hey, did you know the Rangers played yesterday?
I did. It was looking like it was going to be good, dude.
It was, except for the second time, Nathan Eovaldi is incapable of getting out of the inning. And it's so crazy, like how quickly, and you could say this about all sports, but how quickly it changes, right? No hitter through 4.
Mm-hmm.
Then you give up the home run to freaking Caglione, who's destroyed us yesterday.
Tired of this dude.
And then it all fell apart. He couldn't get out of the 6th. So go ahead and I'll take cut number 1, I guess, because things were looking really good for Eovaldi and the Rangers until they definitively were not.
The 1-2. Swinging a high fly ball deep enough to get the run in. This one's carrying well. Carter going back. He leaps at the wall. Can't get it. It's off the wall. Nimmo plays the carom. Jensen has scored. Garcia's headed to third. He gets there standing up. RBI triple off the wall in right center for Michael Garcia. And this game is tied at 2.
Now, a couple follow-ups from the 817. Listen to Moneybags talking about the slums of Plano. And from the 817, there are so many apartments just on the other side of the city limits because they had that city council meeting and they're like, the hell you are going to build apartments here.
From the 972, Dad here in Florida, they changed the name from Hard Rock Stadium to Miami. Tolo, listening to you guys. Have a great day. So there you go.
See?
Yeah, that is what they do in the areas. Kevin, it did kind of just... When Nathan Eovaldi gives up a home run, your first instinct isn't to panic. You know,
to think it was DeGrom.
Dude, your first instinct is to be like, dang, that, he missed on that one. He'll find it or whatever. And then all of a sudden, 3 in a row, and you're like, 3 like hard hit balls in a row, and you're like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
And then you have a couple of moments in innings where you're like, man, we talk about runners in scoring position, not being able to execute whatever it is to get that. And then you have some dry spells and your power hitters aren't doing, the excess part of it. Then you're going to get a game like that against Kansas City. But I know Skip wanted to win the first one. He really wanted that, and now he's trying to figure out how to pick up 2 after that with Mackenzie Gore on the hill tonight.
Especially because you were in position where obviously you could have been back at 500, 2 games back of Seattle. It's probably too early to standings watch. But I asked this question once more. Are you concerned? I'm not going to go with the broad. Are you concerned about Nathan Eovaldi? Are you concerned that this is back-to-back starts now where he has begun an inning that he was incapable of finishing at a time when the Rangers needed it? Because, you go back. I am. Because Schumacher last week was like, hey, we needed him to really get 7, but at least 6. And that's why they put him out in the 7th. Didn't work out. Couldn't get out of the 6th yesterday.
I am a little concerned about it. And I don't know what the fix is. Other than you're just going to have to tell your bullpen to be ready. That might be it. He might be that from now on. And that's where the other thing is, okay, let's say you do sneak your way past 500 and get into a playoff. And if Eovaldi's on the mound for you, how far can you trust him into it now?
Right.
So that's the other thing is you do have to see it more often to be like, oh, yeah, he's still that guy. Maybe he's not. Maybe this is part of the natural progression of things, but I am a little concerned about it.
And that's the worry that I think so many people have about whether it's Eovaldi, whether it's Corey Seager, whether it's whoever else, is that eventually you get to that point where there's no doubt you have been awesome and your service has been great for this team and helping us win championships. But at some point, I'm not saying it's happening right now, but at some point every athlete gets to that spot where you're just like, you just don't have it anymore, or you don't have it anywhere near the same level. And just these
there are moments when he has really good level stuff, right?
Yeah.
Early.
Oh, yeah.
It just seems that now you're getting a little later into it, and it's not there.
Yeah, and it was disappointing. And I want to defend just myself on this one for the 817. Kevin calls my pizza rolls poor people food, and Corey refuses to live amongst the poor. K&C sure has gotten out of touch. For the record, I was against Totino's pizza rolls when we were on the night show.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I was against that all the way back then.
I moved to Plano when we were on the night, but before we got the night show. So I've lived in that area,
and it's gotten you more out of touch.
No, and that's not what I'm. No, dude.
Oh, okay.
No,
I was just trying to
I don't live in the rich town.
I mean, you do live in the rich town. But are you saying you don't live in the rich part of
The
town?
rich part of Plano is West Plano, dude.
So you live on the outside that you were talking
I
about.
live in the middle. I live like in the.
You're in the middle?
I live in the heart of Plano, actually.
The heart of Plano.
A lot of residential.
Where there's not an apartment complex to be found.
No, there is. It's further down, but yeah, it's around
further down. Why not further up
or further over the road? If that's how you,
or the tracks, if you will. God, Corey,
there's no escaping this.
You're not progressive.
Hey, I will say this: Plano's a cool little city, man. That's grown into a big city. I hope I can. Dude, come on.
Keep digging.
All I wanted was a house with a pool. All right, that was it.
Oh, wow!
What? It's not like it's a nice pool. The tiles are falling off.
Man, what a first world problem that is. My family's hungry. Well, my tiles are falling off in my pool, so we both got problems.
You know what?
I need you to ground yourself. Just
what? I'm going back. I'm going back to living in my apartment complex in Garland.
Hell yeah!
That's whenever.
Hell yeah! Yeah, I live in Garland. I'm with the people.
My apartment got broken into 3 times, and my car got stolen twice.
Yeah, somebody down the street at the Sonic got murdered a couple of years ago from my house. So there you go. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about the Stanley Cup Finals, but also Dallas Cowboys and OTA news of the day, even though they're off today. Next, right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?"
If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Jarvis is stopped by Hart. Oh, my goodness. Now out in front, Stahl. He scores while falling down. 4-3, Carolina.
And Carolina would go on to win that game 5-3 after an empty net goal in the final minute. That series is now tied 2-2. And I have to admit, Corey, at this point, I would be shocked if it didn't go to 7
goals.
7 games.
Every single one of the games has gone 7 goals at least.
That is true.
9, 7, 9, and 8 now. That's wild.
I believe through the first 4 games of the Stanley Cup final, this is the 3rd most goals.
They've scored more goals in this Stanley. What do you say? Fourth game?
Yep.
They've scored more goals in these 4 games than you'll probably see during the entire World Cup.
That actually, I'm inclined to believe that World Cup will start tomorrow. United States plays Friday evening, and Mr. Medford, there is indeed a watch party for this whole thing.
Cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless starting at 7:30. It's going to be a party. We got a 50-inch 4K TV to give away and other prizes. So come hang out with us. Bobby Belt, Lucius Alexander, Fred Davis, Eric Chiafalo, and myself.
By the way, speaking of giveaways, tomorrow we will be doing our show live from Specs in Arlington. Ken Hill's going to be there. Darren Oliver is going to be there. Plus, Specs is going to be doing Rangers premium ticket giveaway happening tomorrow. Our show from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Now, let's talk about, don't worry, we'll talk about the Stanley Cup final even more as the show goes on. But I wanted to talk some Dallas Cowboys news of the day, and I wanted to roll this out there because I thought this was interesting this morning from Matt Bowen. He talked about the best NFL offenses across the league in the 11, 12, 13, 21, and 22 personnel groupings. So, personnel grouping number 11, that is 1 running back, 1 tight end, and 3 wide receivers. The team that ran it best in 2025, your Dallas Cowboys. They led the NFL with a 101.8 EPA on 11 personnel snaps and averaged 6.6 yards per play. In that formation, Dak Prescott helped lead the offense to a league-best 206.7 yards per game, and Javonte had high-level rushing production with a league-best 80.8 yards per game out of that formation. Do you think all of that success, and I know they said they're going to fidget with some stuff on the offense, do you think all of that success leads you to believe that that will be the most frequent personnel grouping once more?
It makes so much sense to have it out there for this specific group of skill set players.
True.
When you have Javonte Williams, you're like, okay, you know, our blocking system really does set up well for the way he reads. But then you can always pull a tight end into the backfield if you decide you want to make a look of a lead blocker. What's great about that too is then you do something like that, and now you leak that tight end out on a route, and there's Jake Ferguson with a 5-7 yard pickup or whatever. There's a lot of things you can do out of that look. And for the Cowboys also, it spreads everything out so much with their receiving group because you have to pay attention to them. You as safeties cannot let CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens just run free. So you just can't spend that much time down in the box, which then again opens things up in the passing game for Javonte Williams. And then, Flanoy, take that next step.
And that's a shot. He seems, yesterday sounds pretty confident that's coming.
Could be very, very lethal. But then you add, I think that just the fact that Ferguson is there, and again, he's not doing anything groundbreaking right now, but he's a good security blanket in what that personnel grouping is.
And by the way, in case you were curious,
also, I'm sorry, you got some pretty good blockers in that mix as well, and I think that's an effective part of the run game.
In case you were curious, essentially the shorthand is that's just how many running backs and tight ends you have out in your formation. So 11 personnel, 1 running back, 1 tight end, 12, and on and on and on. So I wanted to start with that. Then, can we get some freaking turnovers this year? So Mickey Spagnola has a tremendous column up on DallasCowboys.com that goes through on both sides of the ball just the real struggles you had with turnovers. So the Cowboys only managed 12 takeaways last year. That was the second fewest in franchise history by 1. All right, so you had the second fewest, and you only got 1 more than the worst in franchise history.
Not going to be enough.
No, you only had 6 interceptions. The only team with less interceptions was the Jets because they had 0. And no team in the franchise's 66-year history had ever finished with fewer than 7 interceptions prior to last year when you only got 6. And then on the flip side of it, you only recovered 6 fumbles, matching the franchise's second fewest. And so it's not that you're like, hey, we're not getting interceptions, but at least we're jarring the ball loose. You're not jarring the ball loose. You're not recovering it when you do in those limited times, and you're not getting interceptions. So we go to Brian Schottenheimer yesterday.
This is really good stuff.
And the question was pushed. You can't have both in terms of forced turnovers and don't turn over the ball, because he was like, all right, I want to preface this by saying, obviously, I would pick both.
You guys won't let me say what I want to say.
Exactly. So let's give it over to Brian Schottenheimer.
I'm going to start with, if you don't give it up, then you're not going to lose the turnover battle, right? So if we don't turn the ball over, it's going to be zeros, right? So I would say that. And again, we proved it last year, Brad, that, we could go 4 straight games without a turnover. And there was too many multiple turnover games on offense. We were sloppy. We were careless with the ball. Mostly as ball carriers. A couple of them were on really 3rd and long, like situation where we're checking the ball down. We're going to probably punt, and we ended up losing possession of the ball. So, since you won't let me say what I want to say, I'm going to say securing the ball.
So he says securing the ball, and obviously, that's a great point in terms of if you never turn the ball over, well, obviously you're never going to lose the turnover battle, but turnovers are going to be inevitable to a certain extent. So my question is, while we've talked about all the changes on defense thus far, schematically and talent-wise, do you believe that the Cowboys can also get back to average when it comes to forcing turnovers?
They should be able to be back to average. Like, when the confusing part of a defense should create that. I do hope Rashawn Gary gives us 7.5, 8, 9 sacks this year.
Sure.
Like that, we discussed that yesterday in the pressure on the football. And if that's what you're going to get, is you're going to get 7.5 from a bunch of people, that's going to be quality stuff right there for you, which should lend itself to the ball landing in your hand more often, because a quarterback's like, I don't know what to do, I got to throw it up, and then all of a sudden, now you've created problems. I don't know enough about Revel to know if he's going to be one of those guys that forces a lot of them. But I do know Jalen Thompson and Caleb Downs look like dudes that I think are going to make something like that happen. And we know Deron Bland is a ball seeker.
Right.
Like, that's one of his... It's a blessing and a curse at the same time, because he's really good at it. So when he's on the field, I feel like that's going to be something that's possible.
Can I tell you something that I think is positive on the Revel front? Is Shereen Williams was writing about this, and one of the things that he told her is that, or it might have been Tommy Yarish, I'm sorry, that Revel is so far ahead of where he had been that he's now able to do situational work, whereas before it was just like get healthy and very basic schematic things for the defense. Now, I know doing situational work does not automatically mean you're going to turn into a turnover machine, but it sure does feel like a big step in the direction of getting turnovers if you're able to not just get the broad strokes of the defense, but be able to go like all these intricate different details.
The Eagles last year year were ranked 11th in takeaways.
Okay.
So, and that's, the idea is
I would love that.
It's part of the Fangio scheme. But they also did have the talent to do it too, right? Like they had the talent on that side of the ball. The Fangio scheme has something to do with it, but also what Christian Parker did in that secondary with those guys. That's where I say that whether it's Revel, whoever that cornerback is, that you're going to be like, wow, he is locking it down over there. And then maybe you have a risk taker on the other side. But then you have Jalen Thompson, who I believe we talked about his IQ. And I believe that he's going to be one of those dudes that's just kind of sitting and waiting a lot of times because he's going to be in the right position, especially with the attention to detail that you get from Christian Parker's secondary defense.
Now, either yesterday or the day before, speaking of Jalen Thompson, we talked about kind of the concept of being the green dot guy and being the captain of the defense and everything like that. So yesterday, DeMarvion Overshone talked about how excited he has been to get some run as the Mike linebacker and wear the green dots. Specifically,
he wants it, doesn't he?
Yes, he said specifically, I've been wanting to be the Mike for the longest time, since my rookie year. I felt like it was going to come a time when I wore the C on my chest and I had the green dot, and now I've got it, and I'm excited. Are you also excited at that prospect? And I know it all comes along with the caveat of if healthy, but if healthy and if captaining the defense, what is the potential for Overshone?
A Pro Bowl, maybe all pro team guy. I really do think that.
Yeah.
He's got speed, closing speed on running back, closing speed on tight end, on quarterback. He's got that. He's got length. He's a size. I was always concerned about his body type because he had come from safety to linebacker, and I was like,
okay,
is he kind of a tweener guy? But he's built into it now, where I'm like, okay, I feel like he's good for it. I just need to see him healthy. But if he's healthy, I think he can be a Pro Bowl caliber player for sure.
And we talked about Kobe Durant and how excited we are, especially for a lower money signing. Kyle Yeomans was thrown out there that he might have provided the moment of OTA practice yesterday when he intercepted an underthrown Dak Prescott pass during 7-on-7. Now, I realize 7-on-7, not technically.
Dak's underthrown receivers again.
So your takeaway is not good job, Kobe Durant. It is that
it's a fickle place to be.
Yeah, it really.
Yeah, move on.
It really is. All right, so don't tell you that Kalen Carson and D. Winters both had pass breakups against Dak in the first team offense yesterday.
Come on, dude. What are you even doing right now?
Okay.
But you know what? They're working on things.
Exactly.
He's just working on a new
pitch.
pitch.
There is the positiveness I was looking for right there. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Will these two elite players finally be named All-Star starters? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
It's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
1-1. High fly ball across left field is back, and it is gone! Bobby Witt, he'll touch them all with one swing. He's given the Royals the lead.
So, Corey, if I told you that Malachi Lawrence blew past Tyler Guyton yesterday for a sack, would you classify that more as a positive for Malachi Lawrence or a negative that Tyler Guyton is losing the left tackle position battle?
I mean, so Tyler Smith tells us that he thinks Tyler Guyton's going to be really good this year, that he's taking the right step in the right direction. The only thing that will really tell us this is games. Even joint practices won't tell us the true things we want to know. It'll be it's so controlled, but the games are the only thing that are really going to tell us. There are no things that can protect him. So now what's out there? It's raw 1v1. How does it go? How are you picking things up? What's, as far as the scheme goes, what are you doing to be even better than the scheme? Those are the only things. So I'll say good for Malachi Lawrence right now.
Okay.
That he beat a guy that has not been a all-pro tackle.
All right. Man, we're so close. Good enough. Right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the All-Star voting. So, is this finally the year that Julio Rodriguez or Bobby Witt Jr. cracked the starting lineup? So both were born in 2000. They made their debuts a day apart in 2022. In the ensuing 4 full seasons, Julio Rodriguez has been 4th, 6th, and 7th in the MVP vote, and Bobby Witt Jr. has been 2nd, 4th, and 7th. And yet, neither have ever been starters for the All-Star game. With the injury to Aaron Judge, Bobby Witt has also become the favorite for AL MVP. Is this the year that one or both of them gets to start the All-Star game?
Dude, Bobby Witt Jr. already has 23 stolen bases.
He's so good.
Like, his career high in stolen bases is 49. And he's already almost halfway there before the midway point of the season.
Yeah, maybe he should be focusing on his pop a little bit more,
Oh, because of the 9 home runs?
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. Like, one of the key factors for that dude is he's a 5-tool, like legitimate really 5-tool dude. Here's one of the things I think that it's an unfortunate negative for both of those guys, and that's market. The market for Julio Rodriguez in Seattle, while they were involved in it, Seattle's kind of... Would you put them 3rd tier? Maybe 4th tier?
Probably.
It depends on what tiers you
probably
have. But they could be a 3rd or 4th tier team. The Royals might be 7th. That's...
They're in the bottom tier.
Yeah, and it's also like with...
Next to bottom.
At least with Julio, you're on a good team.
Right.
With the but you're also in a division that nobody sees that often either.
Hey, the Royals won yesterday.
Everybody hates the AL West. Stop it. You don't have to do this.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
We can ignore the losses.
Okay.
Rangers did lose yesterday.
Okay, see?
But with the Royals, they're in a bad market, bad team. Although they do have a lot of concrete out in those outfields with a lot of waterfalls. That's cool.
That's a point. Now, his case has obviously been hurt a lot by the fact that he is not playing baseball right now.
Oh, no.
But let it not be said that all-star voters always pay attention to what's happening in baseball when they make their votes. Could Aaron Judge still figure out a way to be the leading vote getter for the 3rd straight year?
And probably be MVP again. And people will be like, yeah, it's Aaron Judge. We had to vote for him.
Okay, hopefully the media will not fall into that trap. But... did you know only 3 times in baseball history has a player been the leading all-star vote getter 3 straight years?
No, I didn't. I didn't know that.
Would you care to take a guess at any of them? I think you would probably only get one.
All right, repeat the story. 3 times, 3 straight years.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Judge is one of them.
No.
Mike Trout.
Incorrect.
Pujols.
Incorrect.
Josh Hamilton.
Incorrect.
Juan
Alec,
Gonzalez.
What? We go to you. We're not a first team tier market, all right? Aaron Judge trying to become the 4th player ever to lead All-Star voting 3 straight years. Can you name any of the other 3? You were 0 for 4. It's Alex's turn.
I got it.
It's Alex's turn.
Oh.
Bo Jackson.
No.
Is it Bonds?
Nope. This is a huge, iconic player that, especially is in your era.
Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth is not in your era of baseball.
I watched The Sandlot. That was my era.
Ken Griffey Jr.
Oh, that would make sense. Yeah, good job, Alec.
Thanks, man.
Is the only person to do it 4 straight years. The other 2 that got 3, Rod Carew and Ichiro.
Both of them are Mariners. Not Rod Carew.
Right.
But Griffey and Ichiro, both Mariners.
Do you need to reconsider the level
Good point.
that the Mariners are on?
I'm interested in this. With Ichiro, how much of that was fan voting, and was that an opportunity to open it up overseas?
Well, it was all fan voting. But
was it open overseas, or was that... Okay.
I mean, and you have to remember, too, in 2001, Ichiro was a phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
He transcended baseball. And that's one of the things. I'm not as familiar with Rod Carew because that run was before I was born. But didn't it feel like Ken Griffey Jr. transcended baseball at the time? Ichiro transcended baseball. Do you feel like Aaron Judge transcends baseball, or does
I feel like Shohei does?
See, I could see that.
Aaron Judge,
that makes sense to me.
Aaron Judge always feels like he's gotten to a level, and obviously being in New York, but the championship elusiveness is always going to be there for him still. But
That's fair.
Shohei definitely does. Now, it's weird because Griffey transcended baseball without the championship.
He did.
But that was an era where we were kind of looking for a player like that. The personality, all the kid, everything that was fun about him. He reminded you of being a kid, in the game. So and then you'd watch him throw flat-footed from center field all the way to the dugout, and you'd be like, "What just happened, dude? That's insane." That makes a lot of sense. But Shohei transcends baseball to me because he seems. Aaron Judge might go down as a great player of the time, but Shohei seems like he's already a legend, that'll never die.
Now, Alec,
did you break your headset?
I want to let you know I can't hear anything that you say at the moment, but will you please go ahead and give me cut number 9? It was the Major League Baseball debut for Braden Montgomery, and this is how it ended.
His most crucial at-bat of his first game. Sends it in the air to left. It is back near the wall. It is over the wall for a game-winning home run. How about that? Talk about drama. Talk about theater.
How about that indeed? Braden Montgomery turns a 5-4 10th inning deficit into a 6-5 White Sox victory with a walk-off home run in his Major League debut. Absolutely incredible stuff right there. And then I want to take you over to the Brewers. They have made another long-term contractual move for somebody who has never been in the major leagues yet. Their number 5 prospect, they went ahead and gave a 7-year contract to Luis Lara. He's the number 5 prospect for the Brewers, number 91 overall. He agreed to a 7-year contract worth about $31 million, but it also has 3 club options in it that can max it out at $78 million. So this is the second time that the Brewers have went ahead and gone and made this deal with somebody who hadn't been in the majors yet. Do you like the...
And they have Jesus made.
They do. Also known as Jesus Made. Do you like the strategy? Because it does have the potential to save them a lot of money in the long term.
I do. I will just say this, though. There's always going to be something about a contract season.
For sure.
And if you're signing all these dudes and you're just like, we're just paying guys before they get to that, that's fine, but you might be missing out on some of the even best play because you don't have the contract season guy for 1 year. Maybe you do, but
right.
like, it just feels like, yes, I think it's a smart thing to ensure that your team is kind of built with a lot of good talent very early on and for a long time, and they get to play together for a long time.
Yes.
That's a good thing, too.
By the way, since I told you that Bobby Witt Jr. had become the favorite for MVP with Aaron Judge's injury, Yordan Alvarez, Ben Rice, Nick Kurtz, and then Julio Rodriguez round out the top 5 for betting odds at the moment.
I'm curious your thought on when you are at the point where you have those players under those contracts and they're getting to, 28?
Yeah. He would... So I think that's where the club options are built in, because essentially otherwise you're just buying out 1 year of free agency.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out when their most value for trade is. And like what makes sense because their contract is still what it is.
I mean,
and you're like, it's time to go ahead and we can trade the guy, and we're getting something really good back because he's a good player.
If you wanted to rebuild, by the time you got to the club options for Lara, he would be 28, 29, and 30. And I looked at those club options. Total are $47 million over 3 years.
That's valuable right there,
and
dude.
so if he's really good, then especially for a switch-hitting outfielder, you're like, holy crap, that is an amazing deal. And so you do have that potential down the road.
Absolutely.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, from the matches to the money to the kits to your predictions, it's our official World Cup preview. It's next on The Fan.
is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for our official World Cup preview. We have many, many things to start with. Would you like water bottles, school, good players, economic impact, or rating the kits?
Water bottles.
All right. FIFA has done a U-turn, declaring now that water bottles will be allowed at World Cup stadiums this summer, except for Mexico. As of last night, I have not seen if there's an update this morning, but for some reason of which I didn't totally get the answer, Mexico was not cleared for this policy as well yet. I know the Athletic said they were following up with FIFA to get an answer to that question.
So you can take water bottles in?
Correct.
In Mexico,
they have to be empty.
In Mexico, you cannot, though, right?
As of now.
Wow. Okay, so
that could change.
So I can take a water bottle into Dallas Stadium now.
As long as it's empty. And then you fill it up in the bathroom or whatever.
Okay.
So you just save money there.
How many quarter slots do you think Jerry installed on the water fountains or the bathrooms?
Oh, man.
He's like, hey, guys, we're going to make sure we get our cash worth.
It's interesting that you say that, Corey.
Don't want them using any of our sweet, sweet water.
Believe it or not as much of that money is going to go to them as you would think. Well, I'm like in the midst of telling you my point, Jerry. If you'll just hold on a second.
Dude.
So whenever you sign a contract with FIFA to be one of the host cities, you have to, it's kind of Super Bowl-esque, where you have to give all of these things over to them, from facility usage to all these different services and everything. And then the city itself spends about $100 million to accommodate the World Cup. Now, that's especially tough if you're Arlington, knowing you're going to have to spend $100 million for the matches to be played at Dallas Stadium. So that is unfortunate. Now, the other thing that's really interesting about this is FIFA won't let you sign deals with companies in an industry where FIFA already has its own sponsor, like McDonald's and Coca-Cola. So there are food chains, drinks, sportswear brands, cars, airlines, a whole bunch of other stuff that you cannot sign any sort of marketing deal with because FIFA already has their own marketing partner, and that will not be challenged. Which begs the question, and this is going to tie back into something that you talked about with the baseball tiers just a second ago. Why in the world would you want to host the World Cup? Because there are many stories about cities losing money. Now, on the flip side, I'm sure there's plenty of businesses and stuff like that end up doing well. This is an actual quote from the host committee CEO of Kansas City. Quote, "There is a united collective belief that this could be transformational for the way people think about Kansas City." So they're saying, we think being a host of a World Cup or one of the host cities can maybe make us more of a destination or just change the way people think or perhaps don't think about Kansas City.
Okay. I'm going to compare this to a TV show I'm watching. Widow's Bay. And anybody out there that's checked out Widow's Bay so far, let us know. It's a very good show. But the concept is the mayor of the island wants to be the next Martha's Vineyard. You know, he wants people coming to this island because it's an adorable little island. It's boutique-y. It's got all these little fun things. Even though the island's haunted.
Oh, it is?
Everybody on the island's like, why would you invite people here? They're all going to die. And so, this is the concept behind it is, behind his mindset, though, is once they get here, we're going to turn this island into something you've never even seen before. So, that's the concept. I see where they're saying for a place like Kansas City. Dallas and Arlington, do they need that?
I don't think they do. However,
But Jerry Jones loves the idea of the biggest event was played in my stadium.
And that's the thing. When he says he would write whatever check for a championship, I don't necessarily believe that. I think that has been proven out. But if he has to take part or eat a little bit of money for him and his stadium to be the focus, that I do think he would do. Now, WFAA has put together kind of their own, I think in cooperation with places like Front Office Sports and Forbes, to put together a determination of the economic impact for specifically the Metroplex.
Okay.
So the thought is that the economic impact for our region will be between $1.5 and $2.1 billion. There should be more than 100,000 visitors per day in the Metroplex, with total visitors over 2.7 million. These visitors will use 42,000 Airbnbs, with those hosts earning approximately $24 million during this World Cup run. And so
each one of the local businesses around there is going to earn $24 million
as a total.
Why didn't we invest in a business?
So we definitely should have. So the trickle-down effect, whether it's that or you look at the hotel industry, rental cars, or of course all the restaurants and bars, I'm sure they're all super stoked about this.
I'm interested too. I know we have a lot of Uber drivers out there.
Oh, that too.
Are y'all if you're an Uber driver out there, are you expecting to cash in over the next month?
And I wonder if you were an Uber driver who maybe didn't live in the Metroplex but lived close.
You come to the area.
Yes. Or
just spend your time around.
Exactly. Now, to the actual matches themselves. How many U.S. players do you think are in the top 50?
How many players are on the team?
20. Oh no, that's baseball. I was about to say 26.
All right, so half, yeah.
No.
Half the 50 of them.
That's too many. They have 0, and I think they probably have 0 in the top 100.
You know what, Kevin? It's because we play as a team. We're not soccer's not an individual sport. It never has been. It's always been a team sport. And it really does take a team to go out there and do this.
Mm-hmm. All right, Alec, let me ask you a question. Would you rather go with the team dynamic that Corey just described, or would you rather be France, who has 2 of the top 3 players and 3 of the top 7 players in the World Cup, or Spain, they have 2 of the top 6, or England, they have 2 of the top 9?
Hand me the baguette and call me French.
It's a good point right there.
Thanks.
All right.
He comes in, he's got white makeup on and one of those black and white striped shirts.
You don't have to be a mime if you're from France.
I think you do.
Okay.
I think that's a school that they start, that's like elementary, and then you learn it all the way up.
I don't know how much it would cost, but could we get that glass pane taken out and then Alex just pretending that he still can't get out of the box?
I'm showing up Friday and I'm not saying a word.
Yes.
I'm going to be face painting everything.
So,
oh my gosh, I'm stuck behind this glass wall.
All right, so teamwork aside.
Oh, that's
but
not
you're
how
right.
Mime works.
That's exactly. Teamwork aside, and that is important. You'd rather have 3 of the top 7 players,
Absolutely,
right?
dude.
Wouldn't you like it if Christian Pulisic, you're like, I don't know, he's like our 5th best player.
Yeah.
And that might be high for these. That probably is really high.
Who for this team? Who is their best player?
I mean, obviously, for the FC Dallas connection, I'm going to say Ricardo Pepi.
Yeah.
But I can see how other people would say Pulisic. But the fact that you don't have anybody in the top 50 or the top 100, you'd be glad to know that the United States coach essentially said, hey, we can win. Despite that being the case. Mm-hmm. So he's all aboard.
Strategy and teamwork, baby.
Yeah, the teamwork. Yeah, because if there's anything the United States is known for, is its amazing soccer strategy. So just something to keep in mind whenever you hear the Kalshi spots and Corey tells you that the United States is trading at 1.6% or whatever.
Alec,
that's why.
I did one this morning, and I was like, all right, I'm going to put down $40 on the U.S.
Not
to win. All right? Not to win.
So like a Cleveland Browns Super Bowl thing?
It would have paid out 55 cents. That's how they feel about that. So
Stick a
Holy
gum.
moly.
From the 817, I'm an Uber driver from Dallas from the playoffs in 23, went to Houston. I drove there, and when they came back to Arlington, I came back, then drove for the World Series. Money was great.
Ooh, yeah, see, and I can see, obviously, the pre- and post-matches are going to be just
Here's
crazy.
the 972. I drive Uber overnight. I expect a lot of party goers, much better than fighting traffic at the matches.
Ooh, okay. So like maybe the official, Norway watch party is down the block at the Arby's, and then I don't know where they want to party, and so you could just go pick them up. I don't know what Norwegian people want to do here in America. I'm not Norwegian.
If you're from Norwegia, whenever you get here, is Arby's your first stop?
Yeah.
Like,
they've got the meats.
That horseradish is so great.
Yeah.
You ever get confused about the horseradish whenever you're growing up? You didn't know?
What do you mean?
You put it on something, and you're like,
no.
oh, it's just white ketchup. And then you're like, that's not white ketchup.
Yes. And it's really hot, right?
It's a little spicy, not really hot.
Oh, okay.
For your child's palate. Yes.
Hey, that's just what I had heard. Now, is Mexico doing the right thing? The Mexican president, she announced that school in Mexico City would be suspended during the nation's World Cup opener on Tuesday.
Okay.
That seems really nice, right? Except it's not to help out tomorrow. Did I say
They're
Tuesday?
in school right now? What are they doing?
Again, much like I'm not familiar with the food palates of Norwegian people, I do not know enough about the Mexican school system. But school is out tomorrow, not to help out the kids, but in order to ease traffic.
All right.
So they're like, hey, kids, stay at home.
Didn't UNT, aren't like colleges, don't they do that sometimes too?
Are
They're
they
like,
doing that?
No, not for this specifically, but for other things. We've seen that before. The 817, I went to mime school recently. I can't say enough about it.
Alec, do you get it? Because mimes don't talk.
Yeah.
Our boy Latrette says, I'm Uber, Lyft driver. Working events like games and concert doesn't always translate to making more money. Many rides take you away from the event and you never make it back over there.
Oh, and by the way, somebody asked, what if you put $10 million down on the U.S. to not win the World Cup? $137,500.
All right. I need to take out a loan to make a net profit of $137,000.
I would like to go to the bank with you when you tell them your plan for the loan.
Like, guys, this is guaranteed money. And they're like,
they're going to try to sell you government bonds.
I was like, you're getting your
instead.
$10 million back, but I can't pay you any interest. Like, you're not getting anything else. I need that $137,000.
That really sounds like a great deal that the bank is getting right there. All right, so we're going to give you an interest-free loan of $10 million.
Guaranteed money.
You can't guarantee that.
I'm guaranteeing that I'm getting money off this.
Hey.
The U.S. is not winning the World Cup.
I think you're probably
How
right.
awesome would it be, though, if it was rigged all the way up and the U.S. really did get that opportunity?
Well, you wouldn't think it was awesome going into the finals. You'd be like, son of a gun.
Well, then I would trade out, you know?
Oh, you okay. All right.
Now my value's gone way up. I don't know exactly where I land on this, but
could try to do that if you wanted. Now, if you care about, it's sad, we haven't even really gotten into the nitty-gritty of some of the matchups and stuff, but I'm going to tell you one more nonsense thing. The kits. The Athletic ranked all of the kits for the World Cup. Coming in dead last, Croatia. No love for the checkerboard pattern right there. Canada is 47, because what the hell is Canada going to do about it? And then coming in at number 26, almost exactly in the middle of the pack, which is pretty much where people project them in the World Cup itself, it is the United States of America. If you want to know the top 5, Morocco, Germany is 4, England, which definitely won't make it past the semifinal, is 3, followed by Brazil, and Ghana is number 1, and the Ghanaian kit is really awesome.
Kevin, those are the home kits, correct?
That is correct.
They just released the away ones.
Does it look cool for America?
You'll get that in the World Cup segment tomorrow, I believe.
Oh, do I have to come up with names for these every day?
You don't have to. We can just come up with one name.
Okay. 2 teams, 1 cup?
Stop it.
No. We don't want.
There's going to be, because there's more teams. There's at least 48 teams.
Can the one for the final, what do you mean at least 48 teams? For the final, could it then be 2 teams, 1 cup?
Yes, you can change it for that one.
All right.
But for right now, we need to incorporate at least 48.
Okay. Oh, man. I do not have that many names. So, we'll talk, I guess, more about this tomorrow. But, Spain is the favorite. France is right up there.
Right there next to them, dude.
And the United States, much like the Cowboys, year after year after year.
England's right behind them, too.
They're in the middle of the pack. That's a stupid bet. Don't bet on England to win the World Cup. England last made it past the semifinals of like a major world event, I think one time in the last 60 years, and it wasn't the World Cup.
Is that then, is that the hype on England? Is that the Cowboys tax? When it comes
England
to that?
soccer was in our always let you down bracket.
Yeah, so England would be that team that a lot of money comes in on them, so that kind of makes the market do what it does. Gotcha. Okay.
That's where you should take advantage of Kalshi, is by letting people play up England and be like, no, I'm going to keep playing against them.
Down.
I'm going to keep shorting them.
Okay, all right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the newest tactic in the world of NIL next on The Fan. personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to remind everybody that we'll be back at Specs in Arlington tomorrow off of South Cooper. And then also, do you think that the magicians at the World Cup mostly just do hat tricks?
Oh, you know what? That's probably like getting a rabbit out of the hat.
Yeah. And then one more question. For like the wives and girlfriends, do you think most of them are gold diggers?
Alec, that it's a play on words.
I get it, Majors.
Because
I get it.
Gold.
Where you score is the goal.
Fact.
And these wives and girlfriends are also where you score.
Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Wish Kevin would push the button at this point. It's time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. Ooh, a little premature there. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day or disown Kevin Hageland.
Oh,
I'm okay with either of those. Plus, we're going to talk about the newest tactic in the world of college NIL, which is kind of genius. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But since we are talking about soccer's biggest prize, Corey, want to remind you and invite you to Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. This Friday, we're going to be chanting on USA together as we fan hang and give away some cool prizes as well. Bobby Belt, myself, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, and Fred Davis are going to be there. And hey, if you're looking for a good time, that's the right crew to hang out with. That is the right crew. Plus, drink and food specials all night. The cheeseburgers at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers are freaking amazing. You're going to have yourself a good time and a full stomach by the end of the night. But we're not going to the National Day calendar. Instead, we're going to focus on our friend that we discussed in this segment yesterday and you brought up in Crosstalk, Corey, our friend Freddie LA7 on Twitter. He is the inspiration for the question of the day today.
He's the best new follow for this next month or so, I think.
Yes, he is.
Or however long he's here. I have no clue how long he's here.
I hope he's here forever at this point because it is amazing. At Freddie LA7 on Twitter, he is a German soccer fan who has made his way to the southern parts of America. He is traveling as we speak to Houston, and he's kind of going on a bit of a field trip and documenting every stop that he makes. Yesterday, he was at the University of Auburn at their stadium for that match, for that friendly, if you will, and he was on the campus doing a tour and everything, and he discovered Buc-ee's. He went to Taco Bell for the first time. Oh my gosh.
Go at 3 a.m. to Taco Bell.
It looked like it was dark outside, so I'm just going to assume that it was 3 a.m. because that would be perfect. But he's discovering all of these things, including the Coca-Cola remix machine that we discussed yesterday. That's just normal to us at movie theaters and fast food places where you can choose one of 50 different soda flavors from one machine. He had never seen this before. It overstimulated him. He's like, how do I choose? So the question of the day for all of you is, what is the one thing that you didn't understand the hype until you actually experienced it? 877-881-1053, because honestly, a couple of his experiences that he's documented qualify for me. I had not been to Buc-ee's until I was a senior in high school.
Really?
Yeah, just because I wasn't doing a ton of traveling. So I was like, I don't really understand. It's just a gas station, right? Then I finally tried it on a road trip to Corpus Christi. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is the greatest thing on God's green earth. How has this been missing from my whole life? I had it plenty of times as a kid, but when I was young and didn't remember. Waffle House. I was like, oh my God. In high school, I was like, what? Especially college, I was like, why does everybody romanticize Waffle House? And then I finally went on one of those 2 a.m. excursions to Waffle House, and I was like, I get it. I totally
That's like
get
their
it.
rush hour.
Yes, it really is, and it was packed. We had to wait for a seat. My first time going as an adult at 2 a.m, had to wait for a seat. So I was like, okay, this has to live up to the expectations, right? And it 1,000% did. So what is that thing that you didn't understand the hype, and then you experienced it, and you changed your mind?
I will say a Magic the Gathering tournament.
Oh,
yeah, we I think it was we went to Madness out in Plano, and one day I walked in and I was like, wow, this place is packed. What's going on over there? And then whenever I looked over and saw them playing, I was like, oh my gosh, like this is serious stuff. These dudes are over there, like they are intensely going after it. I did not go play, but just watching and then the camaraderie about it, I will compare it to the Dallas Card Show.
Okay.
Because the Dallas Card Show was something too that I was like, okay, it's a card show. And then the experience the last 2 times I've been out there has heightened to a place that I've never experienced the first few times we went out there. And that is now seeing people flip the coins to make deals and all the other things that are going on and the wheels that people are spinning. You know, there's so much stuff that people are like, we need you to stick around my table a little longer. And here's how we're going to keep you here.
I remember our ad rep, Chelsea, was like, wow, this is pretty big. And I was like, you just saw the small room.
Yeah, that's just the
You haven't
tiny
even
room.
gotten into the main room yet.
Yeah.
You know, somebody brought this up. This is a really good answer from the 682 Korean barbecue. Man, Korean barbecue was awesome. It took me a really long time to get to try that.
Yeah, we ordered too much.
Oh, I wouldn't have thought that could be a thing. You just needed more people.
I did need the right people, because here's why. Carter was at this like phase where he's just like, I'm a little hungry. And Adrian doesn't love to like, down that much. And Lucy was like, I'll help you out. And then Avery was like, hey, let's order some extra stuff. And I was like, but it said like, this looks like enough. And he's like, but I really want to try this. And I was like, that's fine. We'll try that too. And then by the end of it, I was like, oh my gosh, the meat sweats.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Show me your meat. Uh-huh.
Yep. Thank you.
I said that.
Yep, you did. Once upon a time. No, that was the funniest thing. Was we had just a little bit of like it wasn't even like a birthday or anything. We just got together at a buddy's house from college like a few months ago, and it was like a potluck situation. Just bring some food, we'll have some drinks, we'll play a wiffle ball game out in the yard and have a good time. And somebody brought some actual like different cuts of meat that's meant for a Korean barbecue style meal, and he cooked it in that same way. And there were so many people in the house on that given day that had never experienced it, and they're like, what is this? And he explained like the history behind it, and they're like, oh my gosh, this is the only thing I ever want to experience ever again. So it's amazing how many people are like catching on to it, and you're seeing those places pop up everywhere now.
Yeah.
It feels like there's so many. There's a bunch in Arlington now. There's a few in Mansfield out by me. They are all over the place, and for good reason. 877-881-1053. The one thing you didn't understand the hype until you actually experienced it from the 430 sushi. Never had it until I was stationed in South Korea.
Okay. All right.
You still haven't tried sushi, Kevin?
No, I mean, and I appreciate that person's answer. It's just not super high up on my list.
Oof.
I will say, what's really great, Mac Engel told me that I think he was covering one of the Olympics in Japan, and he said it was wild one morning waking up and walking down to a dock and eating fresh sushi that the dude caught literally, like, right there.
Yeah.
Right there on the dock, like, it's an amazing thing, as fresh as that was. Yeah, sushi did change my life. It definitely did.
Oh.
Yeah, Adrian, because I was like, I'd never had it either. And Adrian took me to, I think it was like Bluefish, and I was like, this is great. This is like, I've opened up a new area of foods that I can go after.
From the 817, Costco's chicken bake was a game changer.
Yeah, I still have yet to do it. We do have the Costco membership. I need to go swing through.
All right, I'm so sorry. What does that mean?
What? The chicken bake?
Yeah.
It's a little chicken bake, dude. You can get it there, and they make it for you, and then you eat it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's from the food court.
It's one of those.
Okay.
I think this would be something
that I would enjoy.
You could absolutely, go look
All
it
right.
up real quick. I think you could get down with it.
It's like an extendo hot pocket.
It's definitely not. It's definitely not. It's not going to be something that's going to be something you're afraid of.
Okay, but then they just make it for you in the food
I believe
court?
so, yeah.
Okay.
And you just walk around and eat it while you shop.
Yeah, okay. Man, that does kind of look like a Hot Pocket.
From the 469, paying my bills on time. Got a better job, and now OMG, it feels so nice. I like that.
Yes, you should.
That is incredibly wholesome. Let's see, from the 682 iced coffee. From the 817, I love this. I want to try this whenever I get to that point. 40 and over softball. The attitudes, culture, and environment are incredible.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that for sure. When I was younger, we used to play on teams like we have Tommy from softball, who's Tolo. He's always listening. They were all older, and we were kind of the 20-year-old dudes that they brought in to, just fill out the team or whatever.
Because it feels like it's fun, but then at certain times it can turn very serious.
Very competitive and stressful, and you're like, am I here for that?
Right.
No, I came out here to have a nice, relaxing war zone.
Right.
Huh, that's right. And from the 469, I used to hate on hockey for being ice soccer. And then I watched a game and fell in love.
Yeah, I could see that.
That's honestly, I feel like that's a love story for a lot of people, is they're just like, hockey, what the heck? And then they actually go to a Stars game, or they just sit down and watch one.
And that's the thing right there. Go to a Stars game, man.
Get in that arena. The sound, I think the sounds make the big difference, right?
I could see that.
The way the puck is sliding, the skates, the noises, it just makes, and then you hear the crowd buzz and hum along the way, too.
I agree.
Guys, the newest tactic in the world of NIL comes from Washington State University. They are often synonymous with Fireball whiskey. The Cougars have announced they are working on a new version of the cinnamon-flavored whiskey to support its college football players with NIL money. So what they are doing is they are making something called the Cougar Reserve, and it's going to be a extension of Fireball whiskey. Yes, this is a real thing. They have posted it on their social media page, and basically what it is a fancier and more potent version of Fireball that they are selling by the bottle, and they're even serving at some local bars and restaurants, and proceeds will go towards the Washington State NIL Fund.
Very smart.
So they took something that's already a tradition, which is consuming copious amounts of Fireball whiskey on game day, and they said, how about we make it even stronger alcohol content, stronger cinnamon flavoring, put it in a fancier bottle, and we can charge a little bit more than your typical Fireball bottle. And then you sell it to the masses, all of the 21 pluses attending the school and all of the fans and donors and boosters, and we can take a cut of that upcharge, and we can put it straight into the football team.
Fireball nights are different, dude. And they've lacked since, we've gotten a little more matured in age. But the Fireball, because I couldn't do it every night, dude.
Fireball a younger person's drink?
No, it's just that, things happen fast when you're doing the Fireball.
Yes, because it tastes like candy.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you're like, what? The next morning you're like, what happened? Everybody in the room is like, what?
Why is my head pounding?
What happened?
Okay.
And
I gotcha.
But in that moment, you had the most fun.
That's right.
And everybody was having fun.
Okay.
Right? You weren't a jerk.
How do you know that?
Huh?
How do you know that?
Because nobody can remember whether or not you were a jerk.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Cougar Reserve sounds more like a filter on Tinder.
I could see that. Or Alex's phone. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. What is the best running back duo in the NFL? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
7 plays on this drive, all passes, 8 for 8, open and dancing and prancing into the end zone goes Kyron Williams for a touchdown.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, powered by Men's T Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And let's start with this. What do you think are the chances that Christian Watson can have at least 1,100 yards receiving and double-digit touchdowns this season? He said those are his statistical goals, obviously, from both a yardage and a touchdown standpoint. He has not gotten particularly close to either so far. Most yards he has is 620. Most touchdowns he has is 7.
Well, I mean, now that Romeo Doubs isn't there, obviously, it's going to take away from nothing.
Oh, man.
I don't think Christian Watson's going to be able to do it, dude.
Yeah. That's a good thing they paid all that
Aiden.
money.
They have 84 receivers, all right? They have all,
and you said an overrated quarterback.
And Matt LaFleur's always like, hey, let's throw to all of them. Every single game, let's throw to all of them. instead of the great things that Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams used to do. But he's just like, let's just chuck the ball around. Reed's going to be healthy, so that's another thing that's going to be there. And, I mean, Golden, you have a lot of options at receiver. And I just don't know that I believe that Christian Watson is going to stay healthy enough to be on the field to get those numbers.
Now, I kind of forgot about
this.
Dude,
literally, his most is 620.
Yeah.
He's had 3 seasons of 6'11", and then 620, and a 400-yard season.
Oh.
Yeah.
Man.
His rookie season was 41 catches for 6'11", and then last year was 35 for 6'11".
If you combine his last 2 seasons, they would make for one good season.
Yeah.
And
you're right.
So it's a good thing.
And if you combined his last 3 seasons, it'd be one great season. That's how,
That's worth the money. Hey, I kind of forgot about the whole Diana Rossini investigation.
Why?
Well, I guess because The Athletic did too.
Okay.
So their executive editor said it's going to take a few more weeks for them to conclude their investigation. So either A, they're thorough, or B, they might have forgotten about it. And then somebody asked them a question. They're like, "Oh, it's going well. We'll get it.
Okay.
Soon."
All right. What about C? In their thoroughness, they've found out more information,
and they really wish they wouldn't have put out that statement that this was a big nothing burger.
Or
paraphrase.
They're like, why do people keep leaking these photos? How are we going to have the best story if these photos keep getting leaked?
Right.
Should we start paying like TMZ does?
I mean, that's like how there. You get it, Alec. All right, let's go from that to I have great news for you. Jackson Smith and Jigba has gotten his corrected Offensive Player of the Year award. Congratulations to him. And he's kind of chilled out just a little bit. He said the Super Bowl, it's a lot. A lot of things are thrown at you, and I tried my best to stay focused on the game. But now I have no negative feelings towards the NFL, Roger Goodell, or Drewski. I'll just take my trophy and accolades and all that stuff and chill at home.
New season, right? Get focused on the next season. I can imagine, dude, the Super Bowl on the level that it is. That the having never experienced anything quite like it, right? Most players never have. That it's a lot to, especially at a young age, to have coming at you. So good for him, man. That's really good quality stuff. Just chill at the house, have your buddies around, enjoy your Defensive Player of the Year trophy.
Now, I think this nickname started with the schedule release video, and Fernando Mendoza is now seeking trademark protection for the phrase "the Nandalorian."
Yes!
And so there you go.
That rules. Is it too close? Is Disney going to be like, sorry, buddy?
No,
It's the way.
I think you should be able to. I mean, they might need the money because that movie has flopped pretty hard. So they might need the money right now. But hopefully they'll just let him have it. Did you see when, because Kirk Cousins had jokingly said he wanted to be called Kirko Chains? And so Mendoza said he wanted to be called the Nandalorian.
And he's going to walk around going, this is the day.
Yes.
This is the day. And then they go out there and stay undefeated. I don't know what a Mandalorian really does.
Keeps their helmet on.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
And then protects.
Does that mean he's never going to take his helmet off?
And they have a code.
when he's out there playing? Because if he does,
yeah,
then I think he should get that trademark.
Oh.
Okay, well, not that. Okay. I was just going to say, I hope he gets the trademark. But the second he takes the helmet off, then I'm
Even during interviews.
Yeah, exactly.
They go to him in the shower.
Yeah, exactly. What did you think of the game? Well, this helmet's getting really heavy, but I thought we had a pretty good game and stuff.
Every night he goes to bed and it's just like, oh.
Now, I'm going to let you decide. Is this quote real or did I make it up?
Okay.
I take you to the Cleveland Browns, where they're going to continue.
Bless you.
Their quarterback competition. Todd Monken said, quote, I don't know what the hell you want me to do. We have lots of quarterbacks, but none of them are any good. So I guess we'll keep going.
You serious? That was his quote?
As for you to determine.
You said
embarrassed?
You said quote.
Unquote.
So when you said quote, I just started believing it all that was true.
I made that up. What he actually said is, once we get to the fall, we'll have to dissect the reps how we see fit. I just don't see it after the way Shedor's played and Deshaun's played. They've both played well enough.
But I just don't see it.
Yeah. So they've both played.
So he's waiting for something to give him the cue.
Equally mediocrely well.
That's the quarterback, not just the guy throwing the ball, but the leader of the team.
Right.
Do you have any doubt that Shedeur is the more attractive leader to a group of guys than Deshaun Watson?
I actually do have doubts about that.
I do not.
I do not know about his leadership qualities.
I don't know about Deshaun's either.
That's fair.
The dude has not wanted to be around.
Hey, that's why I didn't say Deshaun. I said I have questions. I also, like Munkin, would not want to name a starter, but because of other reasons.
And I mean, because you still have Dylan Gabriel.
That is not one that's super high up on my list.
He's such a leader that another guy wanted his number too.
Because they forgot already that he was on the team. What do you think is the best running back duo in the NFL right now?
Well, it was Gibbs and Montgomery. Is it still Gibbs?
It is not.
And Isaiah Pacheco.
Well, you tell me. They're at number 5 on this list.
Number 5 on the list. DeAndre Swift and is it Monangai?
Number 2 on the list, Mr. Medford. Would you care to give it a shot?
I'm not taking any hints or anything. I'm going to go with Kyron Williams and Blake Corum.
Very smart. Always follow the audio. That is a clue for you. Kyron Williams and Blake Corum at number 1. We already told you the Bears are at 2. And at number 3, Javonte Williams and Malik Davis.
You don't have
I'm just
Derrick
kidding.
Henry and Lamar Jackson?
I just want to make sure you were listening. Lamar Jackson is not a running back.
They run the ball.
Okay, so everybody who ever runs the ball is a running back. Tom Brady was a running back.
He'll have more rushing yards than most running backs.
I could see that. But he'll also have more passing yards than all the running backs.
Ooh.
Boom!
Josh Allen.
Ooh, so you've classified him as a running back here.
They're running quarterbacks. I get it.
All right, so I told you that Gibbs and Gibbs and Pacheco 5. Atlanta with the Robinsons is number 4. Travis Etienne and Alvin Kamara are 3, with the Bears at 2, and then the Rams at 1.
I'm interested to know where the Rico Dowdle Jalen Warren combo ends up this year.
Okay.
Because with Mike McCarthy, he liked having Rico Dowdle, and now he's got him again. Jalen Warren was a fun fantasy dude to have on your team last year. Now that Rico Dowdle's there, he's a 1,000-yard rusher. Like he does have that in him. I'm also interested to know where Jaden Blue ends up at the end of this year.
And if he's running back,
he's the guy. Like he talked yesterday, Shoddy was like legitimate. We're trying to create the competition there, but those are the dudes that we're going for.
And Calais Campbell said this year is most likely his final season. That would be 19 years. He was first-team All-Pro in 2017. He's been second-team All-Pro 3 times, and he was part of the All-Decade team. So potential Hall of Fame career coming to an end this season, probably. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about a little NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan?
and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time to fire up some NFL overreaction or reality. We will also have a Rangers Twins 4-pack of ticket giveaway in this hour, and Skip Schumacher will be on the show in about 20 minutes. So, whoo, you're welcome. Overreaction or reality? This is the year, and this is the defense in which Sam Williams shows out.
Overreaction, because when you say shows out, I feel like this puts him in the category of potential Pro Bowl player.
Yeah.
Not like...
He has 8.5 sacks or something like that.
That's actually really good in what I think this defense would be. You know, it's really good in what I think this defense is. I just don't... You know, they re-signed him for a reason.
Was the reason he was cheap?
Yeah. And can play, and they're familiar with him. They do like familiar a lot of times, but I don't think Shoddy would have necessarily been like, bring that guy back if he didn't want him. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think if he didn't want to be like, no, we're not doing it, we'll find something else. So I think it's an overreaction because I think there's going to be other things on this defense that show out.
Alec, overreaction or reality? This is the year, and this is the defense in which Sam Williams shows out.
I'm going to be optimistic and say reality because whenever I think about it's a conversation that we had earlier this week about, you know, the star pass rusher versus the conglomerate group effort and what you're able to do whenever certain players exit the field. And if you can keep that same level of production throughout your different rotations, I'm hoping this defense, when it comes to pass rush, when it comes to the defensive line itself, I'm hoping it looks like the Harbaugh Ravens teams. I felt like you always heard on the national broadcasts where it was like, it doesn't matter which defenders are on the field for them, it's still going to look the same.
Right.
Because they would do like almost like a hockey line change where every starter would come off of the field. All 4 defensive linemen would come off of the field, the reserves would come in, and they're still getting home with 4. And you didn't know who those guys were, but they were getting home. And they were still generating pressure because everybody knew the system and everybody on the back end on passing downs was doing their job and keeping things locked up. So I think, like Corey keeps mentioning, because it's true, I think you're going to see guys like Sam Williams getting a lot of sacks because of good coverage. So I think that this is the year that, and really just the system, that you could see that happen.
Overreaction or reality? Kyler Murray at 40-1 and Baker Mayfield at 45-1 are intriguing bets for MVP.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Those numbers do seem...
Not in any way do I think that they would launch themselves into favorite. Like, seriously, I think they will be right there in that top 10 most of the year. Because I think they're going to do things that put themselves in position. I also think they are flawed quarterbacks. And that flaw is going to show itself whenever defenses pick up on those flaws and break them apart. And that usually happens later in a season, and it seems like Matt Stafford had a really good year all year. He had a spell where it kind of was like, is he? Right. And he was like, oh, yeah, he is. Let's not forget he is. So I think that's kind of the difference there, is that flaw is going to be the thing that exposes them to not being actual MVP.
Can I throw one more out there then?
And it's not like their teams are the greatest teams, so they're having to carry a lot of weight for that too.
Maybe this team is better. Jalen Hurts at 28-1. Could you see a world in which that makes sense?
I think he'll be in the category. I just don't think he'll throw enough touchdowns to earn it.
Okay.
I think that people will hold that against him. They'll be like, yeah, you're winning and you're a good quarterback, but this dude has 41 touchdowns.
Now, Alec, we go to you. Overreaction reality. Kyler Murray at 40-1. We'll combine it. Baker Mayfield at 45-1 and Jalen Hurts at 28-1 are all good value bets.
Reality, and for me, the one that sticks out is Kyler. I think he makes the most sense if you're actually going to place money or even just have a rooting interest there, because he's got arguably the best receiver in football. I think that alone, on top
Jordan
of
Addison.
And Jordan Addison, who, if he decides he cares, is a very good wide receiver. He's a very good number 2. It seems like Minnesota's run game.
TJ Hawkinson.
Yes, it feels like their run game is always good enough to supplement the pass game. It might not be an all-pro running back in the backfield, but they're always good enough to where defenses have to respect it. And then Kevin O'Connell calling the plays for an athletic, just masterpiece of an athlete in Kyler Murray. I think that you could see some video game numbers, and that's what makes the world of prediction markets like Kalshi fun, where you could get in on this early and you could say, I don't think he's actually going to win this.
But for $10, you would win $400.
Exactly. So you could put down $10 and you could say, if he even cracks the top 5, the finalist list, I'm cashing out at some point if he has a decent year.
Right.
Also, they have John Oliver's brother, Josh Oliver.
Okay.
I believe.
Needle mover.
Overreaction or reality? Lamar Jackson will play his entire career with the Ravens.
Reality. I think his actually, though, man, he could have a long career. We've seen, like, Randall Cunningham had a long career.
For sure.
And being able to run and just escape the pocket. The one thing we always discuss is, for a dude who was at the top of his game, will they ever settle for backup?
Right.
And I don't know. He probably wouldn't. He'd probably be like, nah, that's not for me.
I would guess you're probably.
Yeah, most of these guys, they're like, I'm a starter, and if I'm not a starter, I'm not in the NFL anymore. There are guys that are perpetually backup quarterbacks that will stick around even longer because they can. But I think that he'll stick around with the Ravens. I think he's going to be there for the long haul.
Alec, what say you?
He absolutely should be. Overreaction. He won't be. I think, honestly, after the Max Crosby thing, I'm starting to remember how shady Eric DaCosta, the GM, moves up there. And I could totally see a world where he pivots off of every amazing thing he's ever said about Lamar and just says, it doesn't make sense for us in the long term. Maybe it's at the point where Lamar just can't run the same anymore and he's a pure pocket passer. And then he ends up being the quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons whenever he's half as good as he used to be for 3 years. I don't know. But I don't trust that front office to make good decisions anymore. I really just don't trust them.
So you brought up a specific name, so I want to go to that next. Overreaction or reality? The Dallas Cowboys Max Crosby rumors will continue through at least to the trade deadline.
I don't see why not. Reality.
I'm with
He'll
you.
be in the conversation. Does he need to be the only one in the conversation is my question.
No.
I think you should be looking at all potential other dudes that you could get for different value. And there might be a younger player that you might have more control over down the road. Now, that might cost you the same, but it might be a player that really fits what you're trying to do. But, yeah, as long as the Cowboys are in conversation, in consideration for playoffs, they will be saying, people will be asking, how do you add to this defense to make it that much better? And I think the question is going to become, at some point in the season, are they one player away?
Right.
And when you get to that point, I really do think if this secondary gels quickly, you could get to a point where you're like, we actually might just be that one pass rusher away, and that could push it over the top. I really do think, Kevin, this could be the time where somebody convinces the Joneses we got to make one more move. But the thing is, if it doesn't work, that's when Jerry will hold it against you.
For sure. Now, I agree with you, especially on that last part. Alec, what say you? Overreaction or reality? The Max Crosby to the Dallas Cowboys chatter is not going to die down.
Reality, and it shouldn't. I think it makes more sense now because the price has to be lower now. Just after everything that happened with the Ravens, and especially once you get into in-season moves, you're past the draft now where the Raiders are in a spot to ask for a lot more capital just because of the nature of the calendar. They don't have any leverage in trade conversations anymore other than he's currently under contract with us.
Right.
That's the only leverage they have. Now, especially with the Cowboys having their team doctor look at the physicals for Max Crosby in the Ravens trade situation, they have a lot of information, and if they feel comfortable making that move, then I feel like they're the best suited team to make that move, especially at a trade deadline situation where you hopefully have a pretty good idea of what your team looks like by that point. So you can say, yes, this team, what have we said about Jim Nils saying about the Mikko Rantanen trade all the time, Corey? This team earned it.
Yeah.
You know, if you can look at it and say, hey, this defense,
right.
Christian Parker, they've earned another player, it makes more sense.
Overreaction or reality? Joe Burrow will play more than 10 games this season. It was shocking to me to learn this. In 6 seasons, Joe Burrow has played more than 10 games 3 times.
That's shocking to you?
That is shocking.
Yeah, I feel like, obviously
in the regulars,
the Bengals don't win the first couple games of the year.
That's
just
true.
a reality. And Joe Burrow doesn't play a lot of games. So that's the thing that kind of...
I just didn't think it was that bad.
Yeah, and that's a wrist injury,
right.
The calf. It's something.
Yeah.
I don't think he plays all the games this year, Kevin.
More than 10?
I think he plays more than 10. I think he plays 10 and a half games this year.
You don't need to do that for that answer.
10 2/3 innings. Okay.
Alec, overreaction or reality? Joe Burrow will play more than 10 games this season.
Reality, that's me just being hopeful. I enjoy watching him play. I hate that his team is still miserable at constructing a roster. And it feels like they always have issues with the offensive line at some point in the season. If it's not in training camp, at some point down the road, they have issues keeping him protected. That's why he keeps getting hurt. I do think that he ends up playing more than 10. I'm with Corey. I don't know about the innings part, but I feel like he does miss time.
Yeah.
Whether it's just maybe a nagging injury that they're like, hey, this game doesn't really matter, right? We'll go and sit you for one game, but or hey, maybe they're in a position where they're like, the last game doesn't matter. It doesn't impact our season, so he doesn't play every game, but I think he plays more than 10.
The Bengals bring back all 11 starters, and they're the only team that didn't change head coaches in the offseason. But speaking of doesn't matter, overreaction or reality?
That's because the Bengals they just don't do that.
For sure. Because then they have to pay 2 people? Get out of here. Overreaction or reality? The Jets do not care about the 2026 season. Bullet points. They have 3 first-round picks next year, and they decided that Geno Smith should be their quarterback. So overreaction or reality, the Jets do not care about the 2026 season.
You think the Jets are tanking as hard as the Dolphins? They're like, guys, we signed Malik Willis to be our quarterback.
I'm going to say yes, because there is this faction out there that's like, you watch.
On Malik Willis?
Malik Willis. I actually wonder if one of them is sitting in that room.
He's looking at you, Alec.
Huh?
Yeah. I think the Jets do care.
Did you just pull a Corey on me?
I think the Jets definitely do care, Kevin.
About
the season.
winning?
Well, about the season, because you got to play it to get to the next season.
Okay.
But I think they have some young talent that they got from this draft that they need to develop. So last year, bad season, looked awful. This season, I would look at as this is another developmental year.
Okay.
But I wouldn't say I don't care. I would say if I'm Aaron Glenn, I have to develop you guys because next year when we get these rookies in, these 3 first-round picks, that's whenever you guys better be ready to hit the ground running with new, fresh talent coming into this group or a new quarterback.
Now, Alec, I'm going to skip ahead to the next one.
No, I heard the question, and you just sorely mistaken me for somebody who cares anything about Malik Willis.
Oh, I don't know why I did think that. All right, so I've got another one for you because this is amazing. Overreaction or reality? This is the funniest NFL quote you will hear all week. Mack Wilson of the Cardinals was asked about the Myles Garrett trade, and he goes, they got to deal with us. At the end of the day, they got to deal with us. Overreaction to reality. That is the funniest NFL quote you will hear all week.
Reality.
Do you know where Mac Wilson was drafted?
I do not.
The Cleveland Browns.
Oh.
So if anybody knows Myles Garrett, he does.
About getting the hell out of there.
That's right.
They got to deal with us.
Man,
what is he even talking about?
Cardinals are a tough team.
Are they? To us and nobody else.
It's like if I played a pickup game with Derek Lively and I was like, yeah, he's got to worry about me.
Dude, they won 3 games last year, bro.
Yeah.
They lost to the Rams only 37-20 and 45-17. So he's right. They got to.
Was that 45 points? They lost to the team by 45 points last year. Jacoby Brissett wants to get paid, and in the meantime, the other team got Myles Garrett. And you're like, you better watch out for us.
Y'all don't know where we're from. From the Heat. We got Gambo.
Okay, yes. They have
covering the media.
Gambo in Arizona. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
God, they got torched by that division.
Yes!
Dude, that is miserable.
What is he talking about?
44-22 to Seattle and 41-22 to the San Francisco 49ers.
Don't you worry about winning the game before that Cowboys game, all right? I do not want to play a winless Cardinals team and have nightmares about how that's going to turn out. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher right here on The Fan.
I'm experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, brought to you by Trajan Wealth and Tropical Smoothie Cafe. It is Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
Man, we're doing okay. And I had a non-baseball question for you first. I know the schedule doesn't really cross over, but right next to y'all's stadium, the World Cup is about to get underway. Are you a soccer guy? Are you pumped for the World Cup, or no time for things not related to baseball right now?
No, I'm absolutely pumped up for the World Cup. My wife played soccer in college. My 16-year-old daughter plays soccer and travel sports in high school and everything else. So I'm a big fan of soccer and looking forward to the event.
Do you have a favorite for this one? You think the U.S. has got it, or?
I mean, I 100% am rooting for the U.S., but I have a few guys in our clubhouse that are rooting for different teams, obviously. But I'm very pro U.S. in this tournament.
My prediction, by the way, is that the 2031 FIFA World Cup Women's Final will be played at AT&T Stadium.
Oh, man, that'd be amazing. Could you imagine? It'd be
yes.
so much fun.
Yes, absolutely.
Actually, Skip, I'm pretty fascinated by what you just said. When you have guys in the clubhouse that are, they're interested in it too, how do you kind of manage keeping them focused? Like, how do you go through that? Do you say, look, we can't watch this, or do you want to do things together as a team? How do you manage that?
No, I think it's part of the camaraderie. It's just like when football's on during the season, with fantasy football and everything else. I think it's just good, back and forth and camaraderie and, rooting for different teams at different times. There's a lot of people that are on our staff or even players that are from different countries and have ties to, different teams and root for different players from different countries or different sports. And so I think it's always fun watching it, in the clubhouse or off days. And a lot of guys are going to try to go to the games on off days. So I just think it's part of the culture and from guys that have been born in different countries. So I think it's a lot of fun, seeing the passion that guys have around here.
It did lead to an interesting scheduling quirk for y'all too, because I know usually days off would be Monday or Thursday, but y'all have that July 3rd Friday off, I'm assuming because of the World Cup match.
Yeah, I think guys are they're looking forward to seeing what the traffic looks like around. A lot of players and staff live really close to the stadium, so they're trying to figure out exactly how to navigate this. And there's also some guys that have families that are coming into town that maybe want to go to these games. So the tickets are pricey for sure, but while it's in town, why not enjoy it?
Now, on the baseball front, last night and then in the last Eovaldi start, I was wondering if there was any commonalities you saw yesterday in the 6th inning and then going back to the last start in the 7th inning that led to Eovaldi's struggles of finishing it out an inning that he started in both of those starts.
Yeah, last night was challenging because he had 71 pitches going into the 6th inning. He didn't give up a hit till after the 4th inning, so we felt like he was really rolling, not a ton of hard contact early on, and just felt like he was really in a groove. And then, even in that last inning that we ended up having to pull him out, he was ahead of the count. He was 1-2 against Garcia and 2-2 against Vinny, and so he was ahead of the count a lot of the times. Just had a little bit of trouble, putting him away, with a high fastball to Garcia that he ended up getting to and hitting it off the wall in right center, and then Vinny obviously with a split that kind of caught more of the plate that he wanted. So I think maybe just the execution and finishing the at bat last night is what kind of ended up costing him. But I probably in St. Louis, the pitch count might have gotten higher, and looking back on it, maybe have gotten another arm ready, to go into the game. But last night, it just felt like it was his game, and just kind of happened, pretty quickly after 71 pitches going into the 6th inning. We felt like that was Evo's game, and unfortunately, looking at it, a couple balls were hit harder. And kind of got away from him, probably 10, 11 pitches in.
I feel like, and I wish I kept better track of it last night, Skip, but I feel like I saw the curveball as the first pitch a few more times than I usually do. Is that part of maybe scouting report? And I know Nate's always so detailed with everything, or did he just feel comfortable with that and he's like, this is what I'm going with right now?
Yeah, last night he was definitely more soft and hard. It was more of a, trying to use the changeup, the split and the curveball, and really helping, out the cutter, because the cutter had, gotten hit a little bit, the last couple starts. So in the fastball, so he was trying to maybe pitch a little bit backwards and try to make the fastball and cutter play up a little bit based on, getting it over with the curveball early and, the split and then kind of finishing up. Unfortunately, that didn't work later, but early on, it was really working well for us because that is a team, a lot of left-handed hitters that are aggressive. So his scouting report is so detailed. He knows exactly, what pitches that they struggle with, and trying to expose that early on really worked. Unfortunately, the last thing did not.
Is Jack Caglione kind of a nuisance right now?
Yeah. First of all, it's a large human in that batter's box. But yeah, really fun, exciting young player that's going to be around in the league. Super talented, and he hit a couple mistakes yesterday. Obviously with the first home run, but then the changeup that was up and in, the first pitch, that beaks through mistake that left up over middle in, kind of where Jack likes to hit it, and he definitely hit it. So, yeah, he hits the ball as hard as anybody. We just got to execute a little bit better tonight.
Last night, it started the team's run of 23 games in 24 days. Was there anything else leading up to this stretch that you kind of tweaked, like sitting Seager on Sunday, or anything that y'all will do during this run to make sure everyone's feeling healthy, still going strong, all that good stuff?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of things, especially with starting pitching. We don't want to have guys go 5 innings. Our bullpen will get absolutely taxed. So we do have to push, the starting pitchers maybe a little bit more to try to get that extra inning so we don't have to cover 4 innings, each start. We do have to manage workload. There's no doubt about it with some of our big boys. We will start having some guys off, starting at, tonight. Berger will be off tonight. But we'll have some guys that, throughout this stretch that we will get off their feet to try to get through this, long stretch. And I think the tough part is we want to win these games, right? With our big guys, and we're obviously really good with when our bigger names are in the lineup, but it will test the bench in the depth of our bench. And, luckily Nicky Lopez has been really good since we signed him. Zeke Duran is no longer a bench player, but he'll be playing more different positions just because he's so talented in every spot. He'll consistently be in the lineup, but we will have to find ways to get him off his feet one of these days. And JJ's the same way. So I think, we don't want to run these guys into the ground, but we also want to win every game we can. So it's a fine line. We don't want to give everybody a day off the same day, but I think you'll see some guys off their feet in the next, 3 weeks.
I want to piggyback on that just a little bit because this, for me, Kevin, this doesn't feel like the same team that we saw maybe about halfway through the beginning of this season. It feels like a different team that's evolved a little bit, and they started playing a different brand while Seager and Wyatt were out, and it was starting to get exciting too, and we're seeing that grow. What is the next stage, the next evolution for you that you want to see them turn into as an offense?
Well, my job and our staff job is to put guys in the best positions for them to succeed. And, if they're still uncomfortable doing certain things, then we have to keep helping them feel comfortable doing it in games. You can practice things all you want, but until you do it in the game and see turn into success during the game, you just don't know if it's going to work or not in a player's mind. Seeing Evan Carter steal third base was big. He's only done that twice now in the major leagues. That's a big deal. And when you can get on base and you don't really slug, well, that's stolen base to second into third, that is slug now, right? So it's just 1 or 2 pitches later, and that created a big run at the time. Evan is a very dynamic player. Can we get him to be more comfortable bunting more? I think that is going to be the next step in his game. We have to remember he's 23 years old, so he's still, learning, and it's up to us to keep teaching that. Zeke Duran's the same way. He's a dynamic player. So kind of using these guys' talents to be more dynamic is part of what our staff is trying to utilize, and it's still a work in progress, no doubt about it. But that's the fun part.
I'm glad you brought up Evan Carter, because last night in that game, he's electric whenever he's on the bases, but getting him there obviously is the thing that you're trying to figure out what to do the most. And for Josh Young, it just seemed like somewhere, I know he's got the talent in him, but somewhere it clicked. Are you expecting that it's just going to kind of click for Evan, or is there some other way in the mindset you're working on?
I do think it's going to click. He's an extremely talented, dynamic player that obviously is one of the best defenders in center field. And it's our job to continue helping him grow into, an everyday major league player that's not only just major league average at the plate, like he's going to be even, above average at the plate. And when you have an above average hitter at the plate that can steal bases and, by the way, run down everything in center field, I think, you have a really, really nice, all-star caliber player. We have to remember he was so good early on in his career that you just expect it to always look like that. And that's not fair to the player. The big leagues is hard. You have to adjust to, when it adjusts to you. And part of our job as a staff is to, help him while the game is adjusting to him. So this game is tough. I mean, it's not easy. And there's a lot of guys that, we're helping to try to get to a spot where they're, really, really good and getting better every day. And Evan's not the only one. We're doing that with a lot of guys, and just like with JJ, and he's gone off to this 850 OPS start, whatever it is now, and Evan's going to continue to get better, and I feel really good about where he's going to be by the end of the year.
Since you mentioned Josh Young, can you walk us through the consistent hitting and possibly mental approach Josh Young has had this season? And much like we talked about with Duran last week, he should be an all-star too, right?
I do think that. JJ started off in a lunch conversation I had with him in the offseason at a barbecue spot in Dallas, and he mentioned that he wanted to be a complete hitter again and not just this pull side slug hitter that maybe he got into, kind of some nasty habits of just trying to create more than, what he's capable of. And JJ's calling card has always been, I've been a really good hitter that also can slug. It's not the other way around. And as some of these young hitters, they see what this, the game kind of trended a few years ago of like just pull side launch, and it kind of gets out of, what these guys, who they really are as hitters. And JJ, as you've seen, is a really good hitter, first and foremost. 2 strikes, he's just going the other way, kind of old school choke up, punch it the other way, get the single. The first 2, maybe try to, hit a little bit harder in the gap. The last one, I'm just going to fight my butt off and try to get a base hit the other way for the team. And that's who he is. It's a really good hitter that is using the whole field and not just trying to slug. And so he's taken that on in spring training. He's been really good with our analytical department as far as the game planning and what to look for in different counts. And then, when that doesn't happen, as far as the game planning of what he thought was going to happen during the game, he's really good at adjusting at bat to at bat and pivoting. And I think those are the best players are the ones who can pivot pitch to pitch and not game to game. And that's what he's been so good at this year.
Now, we're talking with Skip Schumacher right here on 105.3 The Fan. You've talked about this plenty of times with us throughout the season. I'm paraphrasing, but being great in late innings is tremendous, but let's not fall into those spots so often. And since May 26th, the team has outscored opponents 20-5 in the first inning. How have y'all turned that specific aspect around and gotten off to those better offensive starts?
Gosh, I wish I could tell you that it was this genius message that I delivered, and here we go. But it has been a constant kind of message of we want to score first. Our record is going to be better if we score first. We've said that in spring training because if our pitchers throw up a 0 and we score first, typically teams' records in the major leagues are very, very positive. And we're no different. If we score 4 runs, we're usually really, really good, and we don't lose too many leads. So, that has been constant messaging. But to tell you that, we're doing something like game planning wise, I think maybe a little more aggressive early on in the game. A lot of pitchers, when they come out from the bullpen to start the game, they don't know exactly how they're going to feel as far as, can they spin the ball? Is their changeup, their split working correctly? They're really trying to establish their fastball early on. And that's kind of why you're seeing a lot of uptick in first pitch home runs throughout the league, unfortunately, us included. But, guys are on the fastball early on. And so I think that's part of it. We're trying to be more aggressive and not just let guys get in a rhythm on the other side. So that is definitely part of the deal.
And then, Skip, you said, and I'm going to go back to this a lot, you said Chase winning. You were talking about Josh Smith specifically when we talked to you at spring training, but is getting to 500 something that can become too much of an obsession?
I'll be honest with you, I was not thinking about let's get to 500 yesterday. I was trying to figure out how to win the first game of a series on the road after an off day. That's on top of my mind. It's the 500 is a good spot, because you want to be above 500 at some point. So you got to get to 500. I get all of that, and I know what the record is, but I can promise you that yesterday, our staff and the messaging was win the first game. We had Evo on the mound. You felt really good about, our matchups, and, unfortunately we just didn't win. But the first and foremost is, as you guys know, I'm day to day trying to win the day, and it starts again with today. And it would have been nice, obviously, to get to 500, but I was trying to, really message, let's win day one.
And then lastly, Jock Peterson's career high in a single season for triples is 3, and he's already got 2 this year. Are we going to get to 4, you think?
Well, I think a lot of those triples are going to have to be plays like you saw last night, right? So, no offense to Jock, but there's going to have to be a misread in right field or something for the ball to go all the way to the wall for him to get to third. But I tell you what, Jock has been really, really good, not only against righties, but against lefties. He's put together some really, really good at-bats against some tough left-handed pitching where it's been challenging to, even pinch hit him lately. So there are going to be times where you still have to pinch hit. Foskey's been really good against left-handed pitching. But Jock has been, especially this last month, so good against righties and lefties that he's been really, really huge for us at the top of the lineup.
Appreciate the time. As always, good sir. Focusing day by day. Let's go get that win today.
Sounds great. Thanks again, guys.
There you go. Skip Schumacher right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're the KNC Masterpiece, and I feel like...
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
Now!
Well, look, while we're talking Rangers, right now is your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers play the Twins a week from tomorrow. That's June 18th. The first 10,000 Rangers fans at that game will win. Will get a 2008 sleeveless Ian Kinsler jersey presented by Dairy Max. You can buy tickets at Rangers.com, or you can win a 4-pack for free right now. 877-881-1053. And then we'll go to Corey.
I think, Kevin, every time we talk to Skip, I know you're locked in, dude. You're locked in.
I also take it day by day.
Sometimes every time we talk to him, there's always one question where he will say something that just makes my baseball brain just gush. You know, it's like he'll start into, I call it nerd baseball,
which I appreciate. I'm sure our listeners do too.
It's not the analytics part of it so much, but he just, as he's talking about, he's trying to make that ball play up a little more in the zone. Like all those things where he was really breaking down the usage, the way that Nathan Eovaldi was pitching early and how things were going last night. And it's just the element of those are the behind the scenes things.
Yeah.
Like that really is the behind the scenes stuff of baseball that he's talking to us about weekly, and I really enjoy it.
And then obviously you heard us legitimately laugh when he goes, you might need some more misplays out there in right field or whatever to string some more of those
when that
triples
happened,
along.
I was like, he can get a triple. And I was like, how many triples does he have in his career? He has 3. He has done it 5 times. He's gotten 3 triples in a season, but never more. So we're hoping that this year we can get him to his 4th one.
All right, I got a couple of quick football notes for you before we get to My Buddy's an Idiot. The Giants GM says he believes that Malik Neighbors will be good to go for that Week 1 game. Specifically, he said, I still think he'll be fine for Week 1. We'll see. He's trending in the right direction. So obviously that would be pretty noteworthy for the Dallas Cowboys going into that Sunday night football game. And then, you know when we did the top 10 yesterday, the merchandise sellers from the Players Association list.
One of them was a Patriots offensive lineman, right? It was Drake May.
No, it was not. But I saw a follow-up to this, which was stunning to me. Dallas Morning News says the Cowboys had one in the top 50. It was CeeDee Lamb.
Really?
Dak was 33 the year before, not in the top 50 this year, and only CeeDee Lamb in the top 50 at 21. I just thought that was crazy. And it's also
not even Pickens?
Nope. And it's
That's
also
interesting.
I know, but I wonder if people there were people who were like, maybe I'll stop this or stop that. I wonder if people cooled off on some of that gear purchasing or what the story was.
Yeah, I mean, for the season that Dak had, but you know what? They were losing. That's another factor that goes into it for sure. They were losing. They weren't at their best. And Jackson Smith and Jigba being on that is everything that, he had a good year. And a lot of fantasy player teams were like, man, that's awesome. But a lot of people picked up on him in the playoffs and further in. So I bet a lot of that has to do with it as well.
Sam Darnold was number 49 on
Get that
list.
team back into the playoffs and see where the Cowboys land.
I'm with you on that. Now, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot.
My buddy, wherever I go, he goes.
My buddy.
And would you like to start with a couple of UFC notes?
Yeah.
Potentially in idiot territory. This one, I definitely think goes into idiot territory. Dana White has said that their UFC Freedom 250 event this weekend is they're expecting Super Bowl type numbers.
Really?
For that. And that is not going to happen.
What do you mean, why is it not going to happen?
No, not why is it not going to happen. It's not going to happen. 110 million people in the United States will not be tuning into that.
Why?
Because the UFC has never sniffed anything even close to that when they were on free TV.
Mm-hmm. But do you not realize, Kevin, that this is celebrating 250 years of America?
I do.
And so all Americans should be watching.
Tell me what the main event is. Or any fight on the card.
The main event is whenever they walk out and it's the last fight of the night.
Mm-hmm.
Fact.
So, in the main event, I believe this is the main event, Ilia Topuria is going to be squaring off against Justin Gaethje.
I don't know either of those guys.
Exactly. And
should I know them, Alec?
No, I mean, you should. Nope. Topuria, he is an excellent fighter. And Justin Gaethje is the person who is like, you know what? Grappling is kind of stupid.
Oh, yeah.
Let's say we just stand there and punch each other.
I love it.
And he is an electrically exciting a fighter. But he was talking about his opponent, and he goes, all that guy is a gimmick. He calls himself the king, thinks he's a god. What an annoying little bastard. I couldn't imagine being in a room with him for 30 minutes listening to him talk about himself. And I can say this, I would leave him. That's all I'm saying.
Did somebody leave him recently?
So not that long ago, I believe his divorce played out pretty publicly. And so because of that, Topuria was like, hey, too far. You crossed the line. Do you think he crossed the line, or is that trash talking that doesn't get into like racial slurs or anything like that fair game? Because I know people have a differing opinion on that.
A lot of coaches will tell you not to give anybody material, right?
Sure.
And extra motivation. And that right there would definitely be something that I'd be like, that just add that to the list of things I'm thinking about. Now, could that be a distraction during my training? Maybe. But maybe that's the head play right there, dude. No, I think this is smart. This is psychology. He's psychology in him, dude.
Now, we always get these texts.
Do you think it is cool to have in pure American to have a fight on the White House lawn?
I think it's awesome. And we talked about this a couple weeks ago with the boxing event right in front of the Pyramids of Giza.
Yeah.
I thought that was awesome too.
It's it brings us back to Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat. And the backgrounds were really cool.
Now, Let's try comprehension here from the 682. There's actually a lot of people that will watch this card and know about it. Just because you're not a fan of it or don't like the UFC doesn't mean you should talk down on it. There's millions that will watch. Good for you. That means that you only need 100 million more. That's not what I said whatsoever. I said Dana White said that they would have Super Bowl levels of viewership for this, which they will not. I like the UFC. I bought UFC 1, you jackwagon, and I've followed the UFC for a long time. We have hosted watch parties, all right? I like a lot of the fights on the card, but to say that 110 million people are going to watch this is stupid.
I think Dana White meant Super Bowl level for UFC. So, like, some fights are this, regular season Cowboys game gives you, 30 million, something like that. He's saying we're hoping to get 3 times as many viewers as we typically get.
No. Quote, for UFC fans all over the world, this is a very unique experience for everybody. We're expecting Super Bowl type numbers for this fight.
Like the regular season gives you a certain number, and then the playoffs give you a little bump, and then the Super Bowl gives you even more of a bump.
He expects 110 million people in America to be watching this, and it's not going to happen.
Kevin, your job as the hype man, as the front guy of your organization, is to talk it up, right?
And I know he would call me a dip ass if I was like, you could have the highest rated UFC show in the history of the promotion, and it would be an incredible success and have about 1/4 of the viewership of the Super Bowl, and it would be by far the most successful thing they've ever done.
Would it touch regular season Cowboys game?
That would be easily the most important part.
From the 682. Apologies, Kevin. Did not hear that part.
All right. I might have overreacted. It happens a little. I got the Dana White promoter speak.
Dude, you had UFC 1. Was that on Sega?
No, but you had to. That's when you had to actually call a human or get the automated system. Yeah. And there was a time when you needed to go to the cable company and get that special box and stuff like that. No, there are multiple fights on this card I am really excited about. But when he said 110 million, I was like, okay, let's.
Which fight should we be excited about?
I mean, I think that main event is actually super fun. Anytime you get the chance to see Pereira fight, that's another person that, man, he will throw down on you. I, of course, was hoping that you would have figured out a way to maybe get John Jones on the card. Maybe that would have been the fight against Cyril, but 'tis not to be.
And McGregor. Patty Pimblett.
Yeah, I actually, that would be pretty incredible. Those are both great hype men.
Gaethje are fighting in January, I think. So
we will see based on what Gaethje does in this fight. I don't know what the next moves. Look, I would watch that fight again. All right, so let's go from that to...
It's going to be okay, Kevin.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm fine.
Goosefraba.
All right, so I want to bring this up because you brought this up to me, and it's incredible. Randy Arozarena, who, by the way, hit a game-winning home run or an extra-inning home run that won the game yesterday. There's this thing circulating on social media that these people kept harassing Randy Arozarena, and they were trying to call him names and everything like that. He autographed a baseball, and whether or not he wrote the rest of it, I don't know. But the baseball made it to some of the people talking trash, and it says, "I don't speak English. Yell what you want. I don't understand you." And then he autographed it. Does that make you
want to scream, "Cierre la puerta, por favor"? I mean, shut the door, please.
Oh, okay. I guess. I was going to say, does that make you feel dumb? Does it make you wonder if he wrote all that out and he does understand English and he's trying to psych you out? Or, I don't know, where do you fall on this scenario?
I just think it's a great approach to be like, I don't understand you. Whatever you're saying, keep yelling. But maybe he is trying to shut them up by telling them that he doesn't. I don't understand you. Maybe it is making him Darryl Strawberry cry. Whenever they were doing Darryl, No single tier because they thought he's an emotionless athlete that gets paid a lot of money.
But guess what? He had plenty of feeling. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Kevin, I got some things that I want to talk about with you.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it.
Don't you want to hear about those things?
I do want to hear about those things.
Is it important to be a little insane?
I mean...
Roger that, Sally.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Thank you very much, Kevin. The people have demanded more World Cup talk. So we will have at least 2 topics regarding the World Cup in the C Block today.
And then on Friday, soccer broadcaster extraordinaire Jamie Watson.
What's happening tomorrow, though, with the show?
We're going to be at, I thought you were going to be like, it's the first day of the World Cup. We're going to be at Specs off of South Cooper in Arlington from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. And I happen to know the Specs is going to have some fantabulous Rangers giveaways.
Any Rangers players going to be around?
Yes.
Or former players?
What if I told you there was going to be 2? Ken Hill and Darren Oliver.
You're kidding me.
Now, could there be others?
I hope so.
Not that I'm aware of, and I feel like they would have told us that.
Yeah, they probably would tell us, but you never know, you know?
I can't say Ruben Sierra won't be there.
Yeah, exactly.
I also can't say for legal purposes that he will be there.
That's true. So we're making sure that we don't say things like that, Kevin.
That's right.
But we did say who will be there.
That's right.
Us, Darren Oliver, and Ken Hill. Now, Kevin, also on Friday, a lot of the station going to be partying. Alec, where are you going to be partying on Friday?
Cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless.
We didn't get invited to that either.
What's up with that?
I don't know. Maybe Peyton. Maybe that's why he's not here this week. He moved to sales.
Peyton was running this, and he was like, leave KNC out again.
Yeah, he flipped to sales, and he said, you know what? We're just going to make this a theme.
Well, maybe if he would have included us, that talk wouldn't have died down a day or 2.
Oh, wow. All right, guys. I got a question, because yesterday I was at the gym and I looked up at the TV. I saw a man in a really weird coat and a bow tie, and he was talking to Malika Andrews, and I was like, who is this man? And he is Monty McCutcheon. Senior,
he played for the Rangers.
NBA Senior VP, Head of Development and Training, Referee Operations.
Oh, yes, I was thinking of somebody different.
And I'll be honest, it was I couldn't hear it, so I was reading the closed captioning. And sometimes every once in a while, they get a word wrong, and you're like, that makes the whole sentence not make sense.
Does it make you mad when it's like unintelligible?
Yeah.
You're like, well, I'm depending on you to tell me what happened.
Yeah, you're the one that's intelligent. Bold. But he was basically saying, we're not going to give a flagrant to Wemby for shoving Jalen Brunson in the back of the head. Which, when I go back and look at that, I'm like, I can understand that Brunson was annoyed. That Wemby was annoyed with Brunson. And I can understand that Brunson wanted to jump up there and punch him in the face. But he also knew how far it would have to get up there and punch him in the face.
Right.
He's very tall.
He is very tall.
Do you think that Victor Wembanyama is getting special treatment throughout these NBA finals?
Not necessarily, but I think now they're taking a closer look at him, and if there's another incident, I do not believe they would be like that level of lenient.
Okay, that's what I'm interested in, because Jordan forever, it was just beat the crap out of Michael Jordan, and he just had to deal with it.
Right.
And I don't know if they've been beating the crap out of Victor Wembanyama, and he just has to deal with it. I don't feel like I've seen anybody do that, really.
To a certain extent, a little bit, but not to that level.
Yeah, but then whenever it did turn at some point where Jordan started getting special treatment.
For sure.
At all costs.
Yes.
Like, everybody understood what was going on there, but he was also that good. I just was kind of curious if you felt.
No, I don't necessarily think he's been getting pushed around too much.
Has he paid his dues yet, though?
Or that he's getting special treatment. I mean, look, I think once you win Defensive Player of the Year and you've already shown that you're a force in the NBA, I think that should count as paying your dues. But I bet there are other people who do not think that. That's what I used to think was one of Luka's problems, is not just the chirping, but it was so early that people are like, dude, you've been here for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I've been a ref for 20 years. I'm not saying that's right, but I think that's what happened to him.
All right. Would you like to discuss a high school lacrosse team or the World Cup?
World Cup.
All right. The U.S. men's national team and Paraguay in November broke out into a fight.
Oh.
The game on the friendly on Saturday, there was a fight between Germany and the U.S. at the end of that match, too. The U.S. men's team, in that moment, Miles Robinson said in November, we got a lot of dogs on the team.
Oh, okay.
It's about letting them out of the cage, which I always love. Letting them out of the cage. Weston McKennie is his jersey all torn up. That visual,
He's
battle
from the
that's going on.
Metroplex.
Oh yeah, he is. Little Elm. And I do kind of wonder when it comes to an U.S. versus the world documentary. Everybody's like, you need to watch it. Just give it a run through. For casual fans, they'll really like it. It's kind of got the good U.S. propaganda that goes along with it. For the intense ones, it's probably missing a couple things, I bet. But for the casual fan, it's something that's going to get you excited for this World Cup.
And then I know their World Cup's not till next year, but U.S. and Brazil women's match got crazy, especially in injury time.
So I'm curious, whenever this U.S. team, we can all agree, we have questions about whether or not it can compete with the world's greatest.
Right.
We're hoping for it, we're rooting for it. We're going to root for our team. This is a World Cup, baby.
Yeah.
It only happens every 4 years or so.
Right.
Probably 4 years.
Sure. Unless you include the women's one, and then it's next year, and then you have to wait for 3 years.
They're on your home turf now, though.
Okay.
Everybody else is on your home turf now.
Yeah.
Is it probably a good thing to be a little crazy?
Oh.
And just to be one of those teams that you're like, I don't know, those dudes might just snap and Zinedine Zidane headbutt me in the chest.
I do think there was a little something to that because it got to a point in time where I do believe the Bulls were psyched out by the Pistons. Now, I know they would argue, no, they just weren't getting the foul calls that they should have for way too rough play. But that didn't really work with the Celtics until they were better than the Celtics.
Yeah.
And so then I think it did. So if you go into a U.S. game and you're like, ugh, I'm going to take a very questionable slide tackle in this match. There is something to be said for that.
Yeah, and from the 817, Brazil's dirty. They're talking about the women's team. But if you're a dirty team, do you want to be a dirty team and just be like, hey, that's just part of the game?
I think that
this team's going to have to scratch and claw for everything because they just aren't the premium level players.
And I hate to be the person to say this, but don't you think for a lot of those teams, dirty is a point of view?
Yep.
And they're like, why is it dirty?
Did the referee call it?
Exactly. And we won the game, so what's a problem?
Now, I wouldn't take a dive for a win.
For sure.
That's weak, soft stuff right there, all right?
Agreed.
But I'll go out there and be tough for as many minutes as it takes.
Yeah.
Even the stoppage minutes.
Yeah, and that's when it got, whoa.
Yeah, so that was, they said, we got a lot of dogs on the team. It's about letting them out the cage. So don't forget that, guys.
Okay. Does that go into your idea of, even though they don't have a top 100 player, you're like, they can do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
If all of them are playing like a top 100 player, be a little dirty. This is your home turf. All right? Don't let anybody come land on your rock. Take it over.
You want your rock to land on them.
Your rock on them.
I got you.
FIFA World Cup is charging $79 a pop to get your name on the Jumbotron for all the world to see. And you can register now. Yes, Kevin, you too can put your name on a Jumbotron during the World Cup for $79.
That is a lot.
And everybody's going to see it. Now,
Are they?
I don't know. I really don't know.
What? Let me ask you this before you proceed with the story. When the game is not actively going, what percentage of the time are you looking at the scoreboard or the Jumbotron?
Well, I mean, they're always...
Because I feel like everyone at AT&T Stadium stares at the board.
Am I wrong about this? Whenever we're watching at home, can't all the people see when they're on the Jumbotron too? Like the people
looking.
we see, they see too?
Yeah, but that's only if they're looking.
And that's
how many times do you see that person is like, and somebody nudges them? And
like,
like,
oh, What's up? What's up, Mom? How's it going? But it's like that's how we get this idea that all the most beautiful women in the world are going to make their way onto our TV screens because there's that one cameraman that's his job is to scan around and be like, there she is, bam. But also, so I think a lot of people do look up. But you got a good point. Somebody's focused on their nachos, maybe not focused on the pitch that much. But what other thing would you rather spend $79 on than putting your name on the Jumbotron? Because I would not get excited to see my name up there at all.
Ooh.
But I started thinking, like, there's got to be plenty of other things.
I mean, obviously, I'm going to spend it on cards.
Ooh, what kind? Right now?
I mean, if you could find some Chrome product out there in the world, that would be great. Otherwise, maybe some Top Series 2 baseball. Give me about half a hobby box.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
So I'm obviously going to spend it on cards.
A high-end steak. That's probably what I'd rock out there. Yeah.
You know what? Actually, can I change my answer?
Alec, it was about to be your turn.
There's no way Alex
and Kevin has now come in and swooped in and stolen your moment.
That's why I said, can I?
So would you be okay with that?
I believe it's may I, but go for it.
It's a fair point.
Double
it really
dog.
is. If I just magically, I would have to view it from the perspective of somebody gave me $79 and they're like, you have to spend this foolishly.
Okay.
I would spend it by buying every upgrade and offer that they have on the game that I play, like on my phone. And I'm like, that's right. Every offer you give me, every chance where they're like, I need this many coins or this many dollars for you to have more turns to beat the level that you want. I
Candy
would buy it
Crush.
all.
Yeah.
All of it.
Go buy a bunch of gems on Clash of Clans.
Hell yeah.
Just took my answer.
Yeah.
Shut up. Was that your answer?
I would buy the newest hero in Brawl package on Brawl Stars. That's for sure. I got you. I see where you're going with that. Because I've always told my kids, we do not spend our money on these video games like that. Like, you can play the game, but you're going to earn your way to the top. And they're like, but everybody else is pay to win. And I'm like, that's them. You're a majors. All right? Not somebody who's going to pay money for that.
Okay.
Back to you, Alec.
I would probably buy some gym clothes because I know how to party.
Sure.
Yeah. No, I feel like I'm the one person. Everybody at the gym seems like they have these beautiful coordinated outfits that are color-coded and stuff. And then there's me wearing old graphic tees. And I do have, like, real gym shorts and stuff, but, like, I feel low effort sometimes. I'm like, I'm not cool enough.
I was watching Shoresy once. Great show. And they were in the gym, and one guy was wearing a tight shirt while he was working out, and they all made fun of him. And I was like, okay, so do you wear baggy clothes at the gym? What is the aesthetic?
Depends on the mood.
Ooh.
Most of the time it's baggy, and I layer up because I want to sweat.
Okay.
But sometimes I'm like, you know what? I'm feeling good today. We're going to do one of those like dry fit long sleeves that kind of are a little bit tighter, a little bit more of a grip, if you will. You know, so you can show off some of the tone.
There you go. From the 321, Corey has all that Plano money because he doesn't spend it on phone games. That's a fact.
Right? Man,
that's where my coupons are.
If I got like a statement that says this is how much money you have spent on that, or cards or whatever.
469, yes, I said the same thing about Fortnite skins. $15,000 later, I'm into Lego. Now $45,000 later, yeah, that can happen. And then lastly, Kevin, because we were talking about soccer so much there, a Massachusetts high school lacrosse team was forced to forfeit a state semifinal game because a group of seniors smoked cigars after graduation.
Wait, what?
Yes, the
Not
lacrosse
after
team.
the game?
After graduation. Per a source, a series of IP Switch lacrosse seniors were smoking cigars during a graduation-related celebration and were therefore unable to play in the game due to the school's
zero tolerance,
violating the MIAA's chemical health rule.
Okay.
Yeah, the school is the one that actually said, sorry guys, we are going to have to forfeit this game because of this rule. So it was theirs as well. And a lot of parents are upset, Kevin.
Yeah, I think that they should be.
Apparently, the high school principal reportedly called police to the scene of the school to protect them.
Warning, police! There's people smoking cigars. Oh, no. What else are they doing? That's it?
According to the MIAA executive director, it never came to their table and was not their decision. It was the school's decision.
Oh.
So they said they respect this decision at the local level.
Thanks a lot, Principal No Fun. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the NBA and NHL Finals Super segment. Next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
0 for 4 shooting against this top-ranked Lynx defense. Miles weaves, leaves, and an easy 2 yet again. This time Natasha Howard on the receiving end.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to our NBA and NHL Finals super segment in just a second. But a couple of other basketball notes to clean up. The Minnesota Lynx beat the crap out of the Dallas Wings yesterday, 100-76. The Wings are 7-4 this season. 2 of those losses have come to the Lynx, and the other 2 have come to the Dream. So they're 7-0 against, the other teams. But against those 2, I believe they are 0-4.
It's a bit of a struggle against them.
It is.
You know what? I'm sure we're just figuring them out.
Okay.
We're just figuring them out.
So when the time comes, we'll get it. And then in the world of the NBA, didn't get a chance to mention this yesterday, Cooper Flagg and Masai Ujiri were both named to the inaugural Time 100 sports list. Because you know how Time has done like the most influential people for the longest time. Now it's specifically just sports focused on this one. And Flagg and Ujiri both make the cut.
Nice.
Congratulations to them.
Congrats.
Now, can you give me cut number 3, please, sir?
To Sissons by Carlson, now Howden. Howden, forehand, score! Brett Howden has tied the game at 3.
So last night, we, of course, get Game 4 of this just unbelievable Stanley Cup final. The Carolina Hurricanes victorious 5-3. The game was closer than that. There was an empty net goal scored in the last minute, but that series is now tied 2-2. Something I want you to keep an eye out on, because if this continues, it feels like Carolina is going to win the series. In the last 3 games, Carolina has outscored Vegas 9-1 in the third period.
Really?
Now, it didn't help them win Game 3.
No, it did not.
But 9-1, empty net goal or not, is pretty astonishing.
You know, what I'd say about that, Kevin, is maybe you want to score some of those goals earlier, too.
For sure.
So you can kind of, have more. If you're going to outscore them in the third period, then score some goals earlier.
You know what's funny, too, is Carolina did great in the first period. They had a 3-1 lead, and then the second period happened, and that necessitated more of the heroics.
Yeah, it does seem
in
like
the third period.
The adjustments in the series so far, doesn't it feel like the adjustments have just been huge swings?
Yes.
And like it comes in bunches?
Yesterday was a great example of that. But since you mentioned how high scoring this has been, I know you mentioned it earlier in the show as well. The Hurricanes and Golden Knights have now combined for, I believe it is 33 goals through the first 4 games of the Stanley Cup final. That is tied for the 3rd most in Stanley Cup history.
Hold on. In this many games? Or
in this many games.
Okay, all right.
In this many games.
Dang.
Now, you might have heard of the other team in 1981. It was the Islanders against the North Stars, and that one... Also, that one had 36 goals scored. But the other one...
The Nordiques?
No.
Right.
And you were never going to get this.
The Triangles?
Actually, now you're getting closer. Where the Toronto Arenas defeated the Vancouver Millionaires 3-2 to win the Stanley Cup final.
I think you mean Toronto Arenas.
I don't know if it's a Gilbert kind of situation happening right there. But yeah, so when I saw this stat, I was like, who the hell are those teams? The Arenas beat the Millionaires. And in both of those Stanley Cup finals, the first 4 games had 36 goals. So this is tied for the 3rd most goals through 4 games in Stanley Cup history.
Alec, you might be scoffing at the name Toronto Arenas. However, in 1917, the Toronto Hockey Club was formed. In 1918, they said, that's a stupid name. Let's come up with the Toronto Arenas.
Man, it's good to see that those problems continued 100 years later with sports naming.
In 1919, so 1 year later, they said that name was stupid also. We are now the Toronto St. Patrick's.
Hold on. The 1 year they had the name, they won the Stanley Cup, and they're like, we got to change it.
Yeah, and then they were like, now we're the St. Patrick's. And then in 1927, so not many years later, they rolled over into the Maple Leafs, and they have been the Toronto Maple Leafs since 1927.
Here's a suggestion. Next year, change the name of your team for one season back to the Toronto Arenas and see what happens, because Maple Leafs isn't really working that well for you.
I would love a Toronto Arenas jersey.
Okay.
It's just got every arena is on it, I guess.
You want that more than the Vancouver Millionaires?
Dude, actually, I got to go see what that Vancouver Millionaires jersey looks like.
The arenas jerseys are ugly.
Okay. Now, perhaps because of this and the just wild pace of scoring in this series, this is right now. All right, show me.
How ugly that jersey
Oh, my gosh.
It's terrible.
It looks like you went to a prison for Ivy League students. Right? Does it not?
The Vancouver Millionaires jersey is atrocious. Yes, it looks like you went to a prison for Ivy League.
So this is the highest rated Stanley Cup since 2002. Game 3 specifically drew 5 million people and peaked out at 6.1 million people. Year over year, that's more than 100% up.
Oh, nice.
It's crazy. Through 3 games, they're 101% higher than last year's Stanley Cup final. So, super positive news for the NHL.
What do you think is the reasoning for that?
I think it's because this series has been insane.
Yeah?
Like, insane. I will say...
Four Nations helps. I mean, like, all
for
the
sure.
Olympics.
And the Olympic hockey. Yeah, that definitely
And now
helps.
we have more women viewers.
Yes. I mean, we talked about this going back to, I think it was after the second round. TNT was up in women viewership 66%, ESPN 106%.
Thanks to heated rivalry.
Year over year. I cannot rule that out. I really can't. So
you know how women are.
I mean,
That's right,
they
PJ
love
Washington.
hockey. And so a couple of other notes from that game. Mitch Marner now has 8 points in his first 4 Stanley Cup final games. Since 1968, the only other players to do that are Mario Lemieux, Brian Leetch, and Mikko Rantanen. So that's some pretty damn elite company to be a part of. And then you have Jordan Staal. Jordan Staal became the first player aged 37 or older to score in the first 4 games of a Stanley Cup final. If he scores 2 more goals in this series, which Lord knows that could happen, he would tie Brad Marchand for the most goals in a single cup final by a player 37 or older.
Oh, God. I hope that happens. I'd like to see history.
Yeah. Now, the NHL isn't the only group that's doing amazing business. Oh, you know what? I said I would bring this up yesterday. Connor McDavid won the Ted Lindsay Award, which is voted for the most outstanding player in the league by the other players. This is the 5th time he's won it.
Did we talk about this off air?
We did.
Okay.
This is the 5th time he's won it, tied with Wayne Gretzky. But when Wayne Gretzky won it, it was called the Lester B. Pearson Award. What the hell did Lester B. Pearson do to get this award taken away from him?
He did nothing, really, honestly.
What's
he didn't
the
do
deal?
So the Lester B. Pearson Award, Lester B. Pearson was a Canadian politician, diplomat, and scholar who served as the 14th Prime Minister of Canada. So they wanted to make something that directly connected to hockey, and that's why they went with the Lindsay Award.
All right. So
there was really nothing against Lester
I just
B.
want to make sure there wasn't like some shocking fallout from Lester B. Pearson.
Yeah, I don't have any scandal that I know of.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the NBA, where guess what? Their ratings are up astonishingly as well. So, Game 2 of the NBA Finals, 16.4 million viewers to the people who say nobody cares about the NBA Finals. That is up 88% year over year. And the total ratings increase for the first 2 games, 89%. Which is great news, of course, for ABC because they have got both of these and they're seeing the ratings just rocket up year over year. And so for the NBA, I think it's a totally different thing. You brought up for hockey. It's the craziness of the series. It's the momentum built off of the 4 nations, which went into the Olympics and then goes into this. for this one, I think you have a combination of the biggest media market who hasn't won in more than 2 generations versus the guy who people think is the next face of basketball.
And he's not just a national thing, he's international too. Like he's a global phenomena.
Like, remember Brian Windhorst was in France the night of the draft lottery at 4 a.m. to talk to Wemby about, hey, now you're going to play for the Spurs. What do you think?
And he was like, I've never been to San Antonio.
Probably. I don't remember what he said.
Oh, okay.
But
yeah, no, I think that's a great combination of the things that's going on. Jalen Brunson is a star in New York that I think the rest of the country was like, yeah, Jalen Brunson, it's the Knicks, right? And then all of a sudden they turned it on during the playoffs, and it's Madison Square Garden.
Right.
We were watching because we wanted the environment to be insane.
Sure.
The environment was very good. I feel like it felt a little short. A little short of my expectation.
I agree.
But even still, it's been a fun series for me. I hope anybody that likes the NBA or sports fans that are looking for something to saturate that for them are getting a little bit of that right now.
Now, can we agree that Jalen Brunson needs to play better?
Oh, for sure.
So
he's had some clutch moments.
Most clutch, yeah.
But he also still has to be the entire thing for them.
So Jalen Brunson has as many turnovers as assists in this series. 13 turnovers, 13 assists. He is also a minus 13 in the finals thus far. And if you want to look at the shooting percentage, he's shooting 37% from the field and 31.8 from 3, despite taking 7.3 3-pointers per game. His shooting has been abysmal. You're right. They don't win. You don't win game 1 without him. And obviously, he was very important in the final sequences of game 2. But he needs to shoot better. And the other thing is, the Knicks got to get Cat involved in the fourth quarter. He's done a big bag of nothing in the fourth.
And quite honestly, I know we were talking and discussing the idea that, hey, he might be the MVP, as Charles Barkley threw that out there.
Right.
You win MVP in the fourth quarter of these big, close games.
Sure.
And that's the big factor there. Kevin, here's the thing. I think that San Antonio grows throughout a series, and I think they get better. And I think Sean Sweeney is fantastic at adjusting defensively. And I think he's very good. We saw it.
Yeah.
We know he's very good.
That's why we wanted him to be our coach.
And I don't think that they are just outmatched talent-wise, the Knicks versus the Spurs, like the Mavericks and the Celtics were.
Right.
I think this is a situation where I'm watching the Spurs team develop and grow throughout this series, and that's why I'm thinking that it's going to go a little longer than people expect.
Now, the team that the Spurs beat to make it to the NBA Finals, the Oklahoma City Thunder, there is a new record for the most expensive Shai Gilgeous-Alexander card. Last March, he had a card sell for $577,000.
That's it?
Corey is not impressed. This week, in the auction...
Somebody's card sold for $1 million.
All right, well, now you can add Shai to that list. This week,
that
including the Buyer's Premium, the Topps Chrome SGA 1/1 Gold Logo Man autograph sold for $1.061 million, almost doubling the previous record. Most expensive Shai Gilgeous-Alexander card ever.
He was the first ever millionaire.
And he was from Vancouver, I guess, is what we've learned. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Right.
Chevrolet, if you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
So Beats ready to go, and his first pitch is hit by Caglione high and deep out into right center. This one's got a shot, and it is gone. Into the fountains goes Caglione. He homered his last time up. That's 2 dingers tonight. Give him 8 for the year. And the Royals now lead it 5-2.
He's like a shark. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Not too bad, Hagee. You?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty okay. How are we feeling about Texas Rangers 500 watch? Obviously, yesterday that was tough.
Well, yeah, it's been tough 6 times in a row now. They've had a chance to get back to 500.
Yeah.
4 in the last 2.5 weeks. Hoping for the best, but after dropping a couple, you got to feel like maybe we're going to take another stroll through rock bottom, kind of sweep the lows.
If it meant that the Rangers win 5 straight, but you'd have to have the exact same interview guest on 5 straight times, would you take that deal?
If it's Burger,
Nimmo.
Nope.
Who else was really
Quantrill?
good? Quantrill was really good.
Yeah, he's really good.
That's not who it's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Is he Tyler Alexander?
Nope.
Oh yeah, Tyler Alexander was really good.
Nope.
Jock would be fine.
We do need to get Jock in here.
Jock would be nice to have on.
I think Jock wants to come on.
Literally can't think of anybody else.
No, can you not? All right.
Certainly put yesterday to
Duran,
bed.
I enjoyed Duran.
Duran's great,
Even
man.
through the translator was outstanding.
I thought it was great.
Yeah, well done.
All right.
See why?
Somehow our
CY's great.
Langford interviews get worse and
Kid
worse.
fag.
Like usually you think. Usually,
Why are you laughing at that?
What's wrong?
Usually you think.
The Rangers usually don't give him as a
No, I don't know
option.
why. It's like they're trying to hide Will McClay.
We need a request. Kip Fag.
You would just think that the more reps you get, you would ultimately see some improvement. But I think every
instead-
time we talk with Langford,
Yeah.
we regress. And you didn't know that it could get worse, and then you get surprised.
I think
Holy
he's glad.
smokes.
Seriously, I think he's glad we cut him loose.
Well, the delay certainly didn't help things.
Yeah.
But
The delay was brutal.
Man, it
Always
was
brutal, man.
it was
It's
pretty.
never
It made it even cringier.
Yeah, delay
Yeah.
will get you.
I appreciate how baseball fans are paranoid about slapping themselves on the back. So you ask them questions about how good they are, and they give you a 4-word answer. I really do. And that's why we choose to ask them questions about, like, how do you like the brisket sandwich? I'm hunting for something you're willing to have a conversation about.
I'm sorry, buddy.
So I would just like all the.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
But seriously, though.
All right.
How many have you had?
I think we found it late in the interview yesterday, fishing.
Yeah.
Next time we have Wyatt Langford on, we're going directly into fishing.
I don't know if you want to.
like that one.
That was my
Okay.
favorite. That was my favorite moment when we interviewed him for the first. I think we were the first ones, and he was like, "I like to be outside," and Mike was like, "You spend all your time outside, like you play baseball."
Yeah, he goes, with the baseball season about to start, I don't really get to be outside as much. That answer set Mike off.
Is Schumacher going to make Masterpiece of the Week?
Oh, would he drop on us?
Oh, I missed it.
Oh, he should.
He is. I think Medford's
Okay.
getting
Medford could tell in the moment.
It was
good.
some Evo analysis.
We're so
I
locked
believe.
in, we're so locked in on
the Evo analysis.
It's a great interview, too,
He's good.
man.
He is.
I enjoyed talking to the guy.
Now, I've been thinking
we'll
about
ask
this.
for him.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this for a while. Oh, yeah. I don't know if you ever want to bring it up. I think if you talk to Wyatt Langford about Jesus, that will engage him. I don't know if that's something you want to bring to the airwaves, but he likes to talk about Jesus.
I'm going to note that for next time.
Sounds
Yes.
good for your Jesus podcast.
yeah.
He can be a good guest.
I will say this: when he left runners on first and third, I said, "Jesus, what is he doing?"
Whenever you guys are driving, now I know, Broadus, we want to avoid those conflicts.
Yeah, what?
Does
What conflicts?
You don't want to get
People in
shot
Texas have
and everything
guns.
like that.
No.
Do you ever react to a scenario differently because of what's on somebody's car? Like if they were to cut you off, but it says Purple Heart on the license, you're like, you've owned that.
Yeah.
You've earned that.
Yeah.
Or like if you're an A&M person and you were going to let something slide, but then you're like proud Texas alum, you're like, you know what, I'm going to honk. Have like the stickers or whatever, maybe it's a political thing. Has that ever impacted your reaction to somebody else's driving?
There was this lady that was always in front of us at the drop off for school, and I'd let her cut because it said "made with bee dust" on the back of her stuff. and she had her kids in the car, so I was like, I mean, she's definitely does not care. So yeah, I definitely was like, let her do what she needs.
Okay, all right. What about you? Seem to light up when I ask this question.
I mean, I do think there's times where you'll see like maybe like a beater vehicle that's got just a ton of stickers on the back,
like they're NASCAR.
Yeah,
or from Colorado.
Yes.
I got
Colorado.
And it's just like an overwhelming amount of stickers on a total beater of a car, and you will avoid them. You'll slow down, let them get more in front of you, or you'll go around them to just try and distance yourself from them at all costs.
The coexist sticker was the first one, and then it grew from there.
Do you ever see like a political sticker and it's like Mondale in '84, and you're like, did you never think to
never took it off?
Take it off your car?
You made a commitment.
That was so long ago, and also your guy lost. Like if you won, I get it. You know,
man, they're owning it though.
Yeah,
aren't they? They're owning it.
Okay,
yeah, they're
that's
like,
true.
listen,
so
I
you
voted for the wrong
respect
guy.
that.
Yeah,
They're like, hey, I put all these Beto stickers on here. I know
just
we lost all the
I still see the
I just retaped my Perot sticker on my car. I just retaped it.
Okay.
Added some more Gorilla tape to it to make sure it didn't come off.
All right, because I've always wondered that if you're like, did that person just cut me off? Oh, they're from A&M. All right, that's fine.
I hate him anymore.
Yeah, let them go. Or
they don't know any better.
Just give them a hook 'em.
Right.
Give them a hook 'em.
Yeah.
Nothing changes my driving habits more than being behind or next to a car that has been in a lot of wrecks.
Oh, yeah. You can see the damage.
Because you think they just don't care, right?
This person might hit
just
me.
like, oh, what? Little door ding here, little fender bender there.
Yeah.
Not that big of a deal to them.
Yeah.
It's just part of driving.
They don't care about getting it fixed up. They don't care about any of that.
How about the car that's has pieces hanging off it?
Oh,
just like
staying away from them.
That's I'm kind of like going, okay.
The windows taped
like
up.
they've been racing at Martinsville. Yeah, they've been banging into people.
I actually meant to tell you that the other night. Brought us driving behind you.
Did you see? I had to get that fixed yesterday.
Your undercarriage?
My piece of plastic. I thought I had a flat tire.
Yeah, you heard it dragging.
That thing went. I went. Oh no! And then but I hit the tire pressure sensors. And they were all good. And then I got out and I looked at it. It was, And so they bolted it back on yesterday. Thanks for noticing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why didn't you call me
and not
tell
telling
me?
him? He noticed, but he didn't say anything.
I'll figure it out.
He'll figure out when he gets home.
There was a part of the plastic of the undercarriage was,
it's happened to me before.
Yeah.
I just cut mine out completely.
No,
It's like, there's something wrong with my car. And then he goes, oh, yeah.
That's right.
I've been meaning to tell you.
about that, man.
Your muffler's dragging at the bottom of your car.
I know. It cost me $6,000 to replace it. Thanks a lot.
That happened to me once. I pulled in too close to a parking spot in that front curb. If you have a lower fender, it'll sometimes grab onto that, pull it right off.
Yes.
I felt like that's either poor vehicle or parking lot design.
Which do you think it's more likely? Vehicle design?
Or 12 Coors Lights.
Why are you bringing up old stuff?
It seems like something he did a long time ago.
I did get that car quite beat up.
That Z280 that he had, he probably ripped the front end off it.
Yeah, it was a Datsun 510, actually.
Okay. All right. And then one more question, kind of in that same vein. Have you ever left a note on someone's car because they did such an atrocious job parking?
No, I've only done that whenever I dinged them.
Okay.
I dinged them, and I was like, just in case you're going to get butthurt about this, here we go. Here's my number.
So instead of saying, sorry,
me.
I hit your car,
was one number
if you're going to be a butthole about
more
this.
aggressive with it.
That's why you carry the zip ties in the car. Not for the
Zip
person.
ties?
No, you go get the grocery cart and zip tie it to their door
I got
handle.
shackles in the back.
You zip tie it to their door handle on each side, and then they got to find scissors and waste their time.
Ball gag.
You had to waste your time driving around to find a new spot because they were idiots.
I did get a note on my car once. I wedge this person in real good, you know. But I can parallel park with the best of them, you know.
Yeah.
So you give me 4 inches of leeway on either side, I'm in that thing.
Go ahead.
See him on Friday as well.
That's your winner right there. And also, why do you have shackles?
Oh, I was just quoting dodgeball. I was hoping somebody would
all right.
remember that.
Yeah,
All
were
right.
you?
Yeah, well,
I saw him that one
I
time.
really
and
identified with that character.
Okay, well, there you
kind
go.
of really made your whole entire world about it.
And I know Aiden's still waiting for answers from Broadus, who said something about a ball gag. Mm-hmm. You just watch
Well,
Pulp
that's not
Fiction,
news
or-
if you listen to Brian.
That is a good point.
It's just a
The zipper mask, all that stuff.
I do have that as a bet payoff opportunity. The ball gag nation
For a show?
Yeah, for a show.
And it's got to be
Saturday
an
hour.
hour giveaway. You know,
Come see Sean and RJ at the Firehouse Tour Mesquite.
Get your G-bag
Station
ball
1
gag.
on Friday. Get your Sean and RJ zipper mask. What do you guys got coming up? Hey, but that's the real place they're going to be, so at least I was kind of helping.
Nailed it.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hey, thanks for asking. We're going to be talking Rangers and finals and all the things here right out of the gates in 5 minutes. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. And have you guys met the Tolo who looks just like RJ Choppy? He came by our remote again yesterday.
But I want
down to the nose and everything.
Come see us. I
Some
want
of
to
his
see
man.
him.
I'm like, are you RJ's uncle? He's like, no. What are you talking about?
Oh, my goodness. I want to see this now.
Yeah,
All
you'll
right.
see him soon.
Roll
Especially
home.
out there in Tarrant County, his neck of the woods.
There you go. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece, where the news is always breaking. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and welcome into the show here on kind of an overcast Wednesday afternoon. Felt like storms were in the air throughout the day. We were in the pool earlier, but didn't come raining down on us, so we've had ourselves a good time, and hopefully it will remain that way throughout your afternoon for everybody staying safe and dry out there. General at your service, Addie's. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. Has Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635. Fixing to go 4 flawless like it's nothing. Of course, your Nosebleed brothers, Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk are here. Aiden Butler is coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, 6th inning got ugly for the Rangers last night. Wow. I think it was 5 consecutive extra base hits. 3 triples, maybe in a row, a home run, a double. It was like, good Lord. Yeah. This is what it was like trying to play the 2023 World Series Rangers on a regular basis. It was unrelenting, and it was chaotic, and it made it 5-2, and 5-3 was the final. And Eovaldi got rocked again. I think that's his 4th start in a row where he's given up a significant amount of runs.
He was really good through the first 5 innings. Similar to Leiter. I think he had 1 hit through 5, and then the 6th inning kind of went awry for him. And Caglione, man, he really just had the Rangers' number.
He's a monster.
At least one Florida Gator was red hot last night.
Yeah, there was 2 on the field last night, and they had the better of them.
They did.
Well, I think we're going to have to be patient with Wyatt Langford, but man, getting up with guys on and Jock Peterson in the 9th, I thought he might have some late inning magic for us again, but it was not to be. So that's the way baseball goes. And, I feel like you're still playing pretty well, but the 1 inning really gets away from you. You don't have the clutch hits. Nothing to panic about, but if you would drop these next 2, then I think we would be back in rock bottom watch. So I do want to acknowledge that this thing is not trending in a great direction, and I hate it because I wanted to deny Brian so feverishly yesterday when he was talking about how these Rangers struggle against last-place teams. Mm-hmm. And it haunted them once again last night.
I think they're now 13 and 20.
You're probably right by that. It is amazing.
Against the teams below 500.
It's like they play up.
That's our record now. Sorry, I went to LSU. Math skills not the best. We have a lot of fun down there, though. But, yeah, it's why I asked Chris Young about that, and he was kind of talking about it. It's a factual thing. You watch them play. They play so much better against the better teams, the above 500 teams, the teams that are fighting for the divisions and the wild card stuff like that. But every time we say, oh, well, look, there's a little stretch here. They can make some ground. They could do this. They can maybe get some separation. Go out there and lay a big damn egg. Coming off an off day, too. Mm-hmm. That's even worse. The fact that with how that is, and that's just a shame. It just really is. And, Kansas City's a team. Well, Kansas City had been playing better. I got to give them a little credit. The 2 previous series.
They'd won 5 of 7.
Yeah, they coming in. The Reds. They won a series against the Reds, and they won a series against the Twins. So they were playing a little bit better baseball. But still, man, that's just. We're all over Langford right now about that. There were 2 times. I know the runners in scoring position, 2 outs.
The 2nd inning was brutal.
Twice.
Yeah.
Twice. I mean, Gavin, you mentioned Jock Peterson. It happened to him 1 time, but with Langford,
and he's been great. He's dealing with house money at this point.
Damn, that's when you need you need Young at the plate or somebody like that. I've never seen Young's 2-strike approach has been so good this year, and that's what you kind of need. You need players like that when they get down in the count to find a way to claw through and get a big hit. And unfortunately for Langford, neither time he was able to do that.
Well, at least he's not a bad player, and he's a plus player. Wyatt Langford is, but I mean, all the talk about going into this season, what he could be, we're still waiting. Mm-hmm. And Josh Young is giving you a reminder that you really got to be patient with your guys. But dang it, they need him to be a catalyst type of bat, an impact bat in their lineup more consistently if they're going to get to, where they want to. And I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. This team's around a 500 level club, and if you could just get a couple of more hitters playing well, I think you could be significantly better than that. So it's not like when they lose and we're resenting that fact that we're asking the team to do something that's not within their means. We're just asking them to be an average offense, and I think they're capable of doing that, so we'll continue to be patient. But it is convenient that today ESPN started their pre-trade deadline coverage. It is August 3rd, so we are like 7 weeks away. We're going to have a long time to discuss this, but I thought what they wrote about the Rangers was very interesting. In the playoffs right now, their chances of making the playoffs, 64.8%. That's higher than I think what a lot of people would assume. Mariners won again last night, so they are 36-32. You're a couple of back in the loss column. The AL West is still for the taking. ESPN writes, maybe the Rangers lineup overhaul is working. Once again, bizarre park effects seem to be muddying the pictures for Texas's attack. The Rangers rank 28th in home OPS, but they have a winning record driven by a number 3 ranking in home ERA. They rank 9th in road OPS. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, they played much better on the road offensively.
5 games under 500, though. But I think it shows you maybe in a neutral ballpark, this offense would be around average. And I hope it's just psychological. But, I mean, when you have the 3rd best ERA at home, I think that probably says it's impacting the visiting teams as well coming into the Globe. They're not finding the power alleys as fruitful.
Unless you're Houston.
Unless you're Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah.
That guy has no problem.
Houston's got to figure some things out in your ballpark.
Says Chris Young has to figure out if he has enough offense, and if not, where the upgrades might be needed. He also needs to consider targeting an end-of-the-bullpen hammer who can make what has been a workable reliever mix really come into focus. So, yeah, that's what we've been talking about. To me, it's out there in the outfield, Carter, Osuna. There's just not enough pop out there, and that's the only spot that I could see where you would be thinking, let's make this move. At first base, do you want to bring in a guy and push Berger out, or do you want to believe that Berger has a productive 4 months of baseball coming up? That's what I believe.
I'd like to believe in Berger. I think Berger is kind of the same as what this baseball team is, and that's streaky.
Hot and cold, man.
Yeah, I mean, like this team is what they are, and then that's what I kind of just I went in and have leaned into that for the last 2 weeks. Like, they're going to go on a stretch where, heck yes, here they are, finally, 5 games in a row. Woo! And then this happens, right? And you get to be 500 and you're 0-6 and opportunities to get there. So they're hovering around. They're making it interesting. Right now they're still in a tie for 3rd place in the wild card, but I don't know that this is ultimately, like, are they going to go on that stretch where they win 10 of 11? That's really what they kind of need to get over that hump. We just have not seen that. I'm hopeful, but yeah, I think you could definitely upgrade first. I feel good about second now with Duran, but I think that was probably a spot that they would have looked at as well. And the bullpen stuff's interesting because I think that they'd probably look to, if they make it in, it's a lot like we saw in 23, where then you have like Heaney and Dunning end up being bullpen pieces for you. And is that Montgomery? And is that Bradford? Is that Rocker? Is that Leiter? Are those guys that end up kind of being long arms for you and playing the bullpen? Then that pushes everybody else back, whether it's Tyler Alexander and Junis and company. So I'm not as worried about the bullpen stuff as that ESPN article is, as much as like, man, you do need to get just somebody that's more reliable with the bat.
No doubt. Okay.
Is anybody really worried about, and maybe this is too technical, is Seager's timing at the plate?
Well, that has not been consistent this year, for sure.
And I know we've dealt with the back problem and stuff. I think we missed 19 games doing that. But it just seems like that he's usually been so good barreling up balls. And now you watch, these strikeouts are alarming. The way it's gone, and usually he goes to the plate with a plan. He looks like he is just kind of struggling to really kind of figure it out. He's not sure anymore. He used to have such a great eye what a strike was, what wasn't a strike. working counts and stuff like that. But his timing and strikeouts have been alarming. The way that he has just, swung through pitches and stuff like that, not even made contact.
Yeah, he's probably the guy that you need the most in order to have this offense become what we think it should be. And timing's the most important thing in any sport.
Yeah.
So if it's off for him right now, that's one of those things you can get back. I hope. I think quick twitch at 32, you're not going to get better at that. But really, we don't know a lot about Corey Seager because of how his personality is so it's just hard to determine exactly where his mindset is. And if he's still super confident, like he's 28-year-old Corey Seager, he's not going to make the adjustments anytime soon to become that late career hitter that we need him to be.
You kind of get away with that when you're having success.
Absolutely,
you could be a little different. You could be a little bit you could be a little private. You could be a little standoffish. You could be all those things, but then all of a sudden don't perform at a very high level. Happened to Bill Belichick. You could be very standoffish, very short with the media when you're having success, start to lose, and they're waiting for you at the gates with the pitchforks and torches.
He was always a guy that has been, I can be in awkward body positions, but I'm going to get my bat and my body position to where it needs to be to barrel this thing up, and he could use some unconventional approaches. 32, 33, maybe you need to be the guy that starts your swing a little bit early.
Yeah.
And that's just a massive psychological adjustment, and it's something you have to be able to look in the mirror and admit that Father Time is undefeated and you might not be the guy that you were, and that could be a difficult place to be. And again, it's so difficult to tell what's going on in Corey Seager's head. New York, the 2.5-point favorite tonight. Big money coming in on the Knicks to get the win, push San Antonio a game from defeat. But a lot of the talk is around how they're going to officiate Wemby. New York fans believing he should have already been suspended one game with accrued flagrant fouls in this postseason, and I can't disagree with them. I feel like the combination of niceness and skinniness for Wemby has given him this favored position amongst the officials and amongst the league. I think that the league needs a face of the franchise or something. I don't get it. How you could look at what transpired and say that's not due a retroactive flagrant one. This should be over.
The one on Brunson you think should have been a flagrant?
Yeah. Grabbing somebody from the back of the neck? Nearly throwing his head into the ground? How's that not a flagrant? When Brunson closing and turning his back on a three-point shooter was? I mean, I feel like we're so biased about how we look at different people. Draymond Green would probably be suspended 3 games for that.
Yes. I think you're absolutely right, and I think the history has a lot to do with it. And to Eric's point yesterday, didn't you say he's getting close to suspension?
Yeah, he's one away.
So
they decided yesterday not a flagrant.
I think that's got to be why, right? They don't want the face of the Spurs, one of their faces of the league, potentially missing an NBA Finals game. They can't have that.
I wonder.
So giving him a benefit.
I wonder this, guys, and this is a terrible way to think. I think the Spurs did some really good things. I talked to some people down there, and they were telling me, I was like, how? How did you get that done? They were talking about less mistakes, better job of attacking Towns. That was something that they wanted to do going into the game, and they played tough the whole way. That was the one thing that they stressed a bunch. We played tough the whole way, and that's something that they haven't done in the past. But this is my theory, and I wonder if the NBA has got to their officials, they need this thing not to go just 4 games. When you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, potentially $1 billion on the line, this thing can't end in game 4.
Yeah,
they need this thing to go 7
Tim
games.
Donaghy theory. Yeah, we're bringing in the extenders.
Yeah, this thing, if it goes 4, great. If it's New York wins, it's a great story, great for the city and all that. But when you start to talk about advertisers, TV revenue, all this stuff, you might call this game a little bit differently, to try and get the Spurs back into us, and that's what they've actually have done. Now, I'll say this though. New York needs to do a better job of driving the ball. I mean, they need to do a better job of trying to get to the basket and see if they can draw some of those fouls.
Yeah.
Because that's the one thing San Antonio was, and like I say, talking to people down in San Antonio, they felt like going after Towns was their way of doing that they were going to find a way to be aggressive and see if they could get to the line.
Well, the World Cup starts tomorrow, gentlemen. A number of stories. Leo Messi and Argentina on their way to Kansas City, where they're going to open up their defense on the 16th against Algeria. Last night in a tune-up against Iceland, Messi came on as a sub in the 70th minute. The fans were chanting for him. Scored a penalty shortly thereafter. 911th career goal, 117th all-time for Argentina. Made him the oldest scorer in the country's history. So a little bit of history coming in for Argentina.
That was amazing. They played that game at Jordan-Hare Stadium in Auburn.
It was so cool.
And it was packed. And you were thinking, my gosh, this is cool. In fact, I didn't think that the soccer interest, and maybe it was traveling fans, I don't know. But, man, that place, that's an SEC venue that's huge. And
Georgia's a really good soccer state.
Yeah.
Well, they definitely did have a lot of international fans there, just seeing some of the videos. But, they did their whole Auburn with the Eagles flying in.
Yeah, that was sick.
It was awesome. I mean, you might have been able to just do this thing and just have it at all the SEC stadiums. I know you want to kind of spread it out.
Right.
But it would have looked epic.
Yeah. AT&T looks great.
It does.
Some of the pictures on social right now. World Cup ticket sales have been a disaster, according to Joe Pompliano. FIFA held back tickets to create artificial scarcity, launched its own resale platform with a 15% fee, and now there's still 180,000 tickets available for purchase. So it might be an opportunity here with the prices crashing. U.S. women's soccer last night, they played Brazil for the second time in 3 nights, and they got the win 1-0, but it was complete chaos. The entire Brazilian coaching staff got red carded. Brazil finished the match with 9 players. Immediately after, 2 more got red cards.
Wow.
And the center official was just sitting there with the cards in her hand waiting for anybody else to come up with dissent. She was just like, bang, you get one, you get one, you get one. It was crazy, but next year's Women's World Cup is in Brazil. So the announcers were saying maybe this is a little bit of a preview for...
I like the armed security guards around the officials last night. I said, it's serious out here, y'all.
Yes.
Armed security guards.
Yeah. And, I mean, the atmosphere was incredible, but it ground to an absolute halt there late in the game, and it was almost you're just watching the spectacle in the theater instead of the sport, but it was a good place for the ladies to get a dub after dropping one to Brazil over the weekend. We got the champ on the other side. Then Wolchuk's top 10, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Such an amazing day. We've got National Egg Roll Day, which is near and dear to my heart. I've got the top 10 best types of egg rolls, but it's also National Iced Tea Day. So maybe you can sprinkle in what's your favorite combo when it comes to beverage and food, but we'll hit the top 10 best types of egg rolls next.
Okay, I want to chat Frankels with you before we do anything else, because G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's go to the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with the champ.
Going for 2 today at 5:30. Going for 2 times today at 5:30 is DFW's very own. I guess Terrell, Texas' very own. Jamie Foxx, ladies and gentlemen. Jamie Foxx. He does an impersonation of Shaq, Charles, and Ernie Johnson because he's been watching the finals just like us, and I think he's just figured out his Ernie Johnson impersonation. And instead of waiting, he just jumps it out there without really polishing it yet, but it's still good. It's still good. But I'm thinking maybe if he didn't, you don't want to rush it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But maybe by the time he perfected it, the finals will be over and it just doesn't hit the same. And then you got to wait till the whole next year for the basketball season and drop your good Ernie out there. Anyway, here's what Jamie did.
13 of 16 here in the Garden. I'm here. They're there. We're all here. Shaq is here. Charles is here. Kenny's here. What do you think, Shaq? I don't know what the he said, but we're here. It's great here in the Garden right now. Here at the New York Knicks, everyone's here. Ben Stiller's here. Timothy Chalamet's there. Spike Lee's there. Everyone is here in the Garden. We're here. They're there. We're going to be here. We'll be here all night. They'll be there all night. What do you think? Charles, weigh in. Ernie, let me say this. Ernie, let me say this. Shaq, let me say. Shaq, what do you think? We're here. They're there. We're here. We'll be right back. Kia, right here in the Garden.
Kia.
Yeah, gotta get Kia in there.
He's done it again. Jamie Foxx, your champ. Tune in tonight, 5:30.
Eric Bishop, is that his name? Eric Bishop, I believe. His friends call him Fox, so I'm going to call him Fox. I think it's Eric Bishop.
That's his real name?
That's his real name.
I never even knew I thought his real name was Jamie.
No, he used to get on stage one night or something like that.
Okay.
Whatever the folklore is today.
That's crazy.
Eric Marlon
Jamie
Bishop.
Foxx does sound better than Eric Bishop.
Time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here's Zach with an H.
All right, let's do this. We got the top 10 best types of egg roll on National Egg Roll Day. And shout out to Hurtado. According to the 214, they've got the new brisket egg rolls there at Hurtado, and they're amazing. So we're here. They're here. They're everywhere.
Yes.
Eric sounds like Kermit the Frog. You said that yesterday, Lucius. You're right.
Kermit
he does
the
have a little
Frog
Kermit
here.
in there.
Eric Marlon Bishop.
Eric Marlon.
Eric Bishop sounds like a rapper.
Yeah.
The Bishop.
What's Eazy-E's name? Eric Wright.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, my bad. Go ahead, man.
Eric's a lot of talented Erics out there, huh?
Yeah. Let's go, Eric.
Let's go,
Eric.
baby. Come on, let's do the top 10 Erics.
Let's go, Chief.
Let's go, Chief.
Let's go, Chief. The newest Pluckers flavor of wing
Eric
is out there.
Wainwright.
Would you be interested in a pickle dust flavor at Pluckers? Pickle lovers rejoice. The new dry rub is a big deal. Pickle your wings, your apps, your fries, anything. Come try it today. The pickle dust at Pluckers.
I'm interested. You know, I don't know if it's one of those where you're like, yeah, I'd like to try one or two of those. I don't know if I want a full order of 20 wings all pickled. You know, but like if the guy next to me had it, be like, hey, I'll trade you one of my lemon peppers for your pickle. Let me just get a feel for this. I think it could be decent.
Let me go with the Nashville hot chicken sandwich with pickle dust. Because you put pickles, you know, like the sandwich.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know what to say with the Nashville, the way you order the Nashville hot sandwich comes with those two pickles. I'd go with a little pickle dust on my Nashville hot chicken.
On the hot,
I like
okay.
that hot chicken. Yeah.
Maybe you can get a hot wing with some pickle dust on it.
It could be good.
That's what I would say.
Look, the pickle, it sounds like it'd go great with some ranch. I'll say that. A nice pickle dust wing, dipped it in some ranch.
It's such a weird flavor to me. It's got some vegetable crunch in there. It's bad. It's sour. You know, I think as a kid, I went through a time where I thought I liked pickles a little bit. But then one day I was like, this just it's not good.
It's just the shape of them.
I don't know what it is.
Lucius, I'm going to ask you a question. You ever drank pickle juice for a hangover?
100%.
Yeah. I mean, straight gone to the jar and open that bad boy
for
up.
chasers
And
don't have too much either because it'll run right through you. Promise
Great
you.
for hydration.
The hydration part.
You know?
Yeah, that's what people do.
Poopy. But I think it should be some sort of medical performance supplement. I don't think it's food to enjoy. So, no, that sounds disgusting.
So you're not into the pickle. Well, it is probably because it is a cucumber that's been pickled.
It's not food to enjoy, bro.
No,
I like pickles.
It's like
medicinal.
Got to get hydrated, man. I have to eat a pickle. That should be the
Fried
pickle
pickles
discussion.
aren't bad.
Pass me that pickle.
You must be down bad if you got to eat that pickle.
Man.
Got some
You
heat
gotta
stroke
be
symptoms. Yeah.
Down bad.
Hey, the Pickle Juice game. Shout out to Kamar Rocker. We've got Mexican street tacos and Mexican Coke is their favorite food and beverage pairing from the 903. And that
Mexican
sounds,
Coke, a little more sugar, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
But it's the cane, right? Isn't it the cane sugar? Isn't that kind of the difference?
It could be. It could be. They do spicy lemon pepper and spicy dill pickle sounds. Wait, from the 817, I think we might have had a mistake there with your text.
I appreciate you reading that.
Yeah.
Salt and vinegar wings are fire. Never had them from the 210, but that sounds good. I love a good salt and vinegar chip. We've got Quick Trip egg rolls from the 682. Pretty solid.
Are they?
I'd be nervous.
The gas station egg roll.
I'd be a little
I
nervous.
think Quick Trip is on their. I think Quick Trip's on their game though.
They are. Quick Trip has some
I
solid
think they're
food.
on their game.
Maybe I would dabble.
I think they put a laxative in that breakfast pizza. I'll tell you that.
Oh, they get you one time?
Did you have the breakfast pizza and it? Ooh, you had a bad time.
It actually tastes pretty good. You know,
you just had a
just ran right through you.
Maybe they put some pickle on there.
It's tough, man.
Little pickle dust.
You had the gravy as the sauce. You know, like a white gravy is the sauce.
That gravy don't set
it's
it
just
off.
like some fake eggs. You know, I think that's part of the problem.
It probably is. And a lot of these places are doing the fake eggs now.
We still have that the rotisserie thing. I mean the roller like the
yes.
You know that
Actually,
that turns me
7-Eleven,
off, man.
right by the
that
ballpark.
turns me off.
Be careful of the buffalo chicken things they got on there too.
On the roller?
taquitos?
At the Quick Trip, not the taquitos, but they got like a buffalo chicken with like cheese inside. Like it's a brilliant idea.
There goes
traumatized.
There goes our sponsor, Quick Trip.
Clear the skid.
So you
tastes good.
You had a whole just
there was a
grocery
time where
rundown.
You're just not eating anything at Quick Trip.
Quick Trip was like a staple eat for me for a while. But then I had to punt.
You broke guy?
He didn't love you like you loved it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Just didn't sit right.
817, the Philly cheesesteak egg
There we
rolls
go.
from Del Frisco's.
There we go.
Those are
That
good.
guy knows ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are delightful.
Yeah, those are one of the
We've
greatest.
done that on the Fridays
Those
here.
are one of the greatest. And the
special.
buffalo chicken egg rolls.
Yeah.
Did that in the ranch, bro. It's fine.
Yeah. I bet that's
so
on point.
good.
The cheeseburger egg rolls in Magic Kingdom and Disneyland are fire from the 432.
For $75.
The ones at Cheesecake Factory, also very, very
That's a
good.
lazy order.
Cheeseburger egg rolls is not a lazy
They're delicious.
order.
They're delicious. It's not a lazy order at all, Brian. If it tastes good, it's not lazy. Okay.
You think that's more of an appetizer, though? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it is an appetizer.
Well, no, I'm talking to Broadus here.
No, I was just kind of.
I'd make that.
He said
an
the word
entree.
cheesecake, and I immediately just said.
I'd entree
lazy.
that.
Oh no.
Boy.
Eric, there's no way you're just one time just ordering that appetizer as a meal. You're not doing that
unless you get
you're
like
having
6 of
more.
them.
You're having more food. Don't lie.
No, yeah, it's probably a good point. Maybe I double up.
Yeah.
The honorable mentions here, you've got your breakfast egg rolls, eggs, bacon, sausage, a Big Mac egg roll, ground beef, special sauce, pickles, and cheese. That sounds pretty fire.
Yes.
That sounds good.
Didn't I do that one time? I thought I
Did you do a
recreated.
Big Mac egg roll?
I think I recreated a hamburger egg roll, a cheeseburger egg roll. Yeah.
I think you did do that.
Yeah.
And those are
I couldn't get
those
it.
are delightful.
The problem was I couldn't. It was too moist, too wet, so the egg roll didn't really set. You know what I'm saying? It didn't crisp up like you needed it to.
Did you need the deep fryer, you think?
Yeah, it might have been because of the ingredients that you put in the egg roll. It made everything outside of it wet. So problem.
Look at this.
You can't have
supposed to be crispy.
You can't have soggy egg rolls.
No, you need that crunch.
Yeah, you need the crunch.
Peach cobbler egg rolls from Arby's. That's a thing.
That sounds good. Okay, the 432's got this right. You take leftover Thanksgiving meal and you put that in an egg roll. Mm-hmm.
They do it at AT&T Stadium.
They did have that at AT&T Stadium.
They sure
and you said
did.
it wasn't good.
Yeah, that was a trend for a minute there.
Yeah.
Some years ago.
That sounds.
I'm glad it's been normalized.
I'm kind of thinking like
I'd love that.
I'm putting a whole Thanksgiving meal on bread. You know, just like a sandwich.
Yeah, for sure.
Make that thing.
Roll it up, deep fry it. 10 is, according to Brian, the very lazy cheesecake egg roll.
Yeah.
But gosh, sign me up for it. But it's delicious.
903 with a good pull. The Texas Twinkie egg roll. Okay, so
Yeah,
you get
that'd be
these
good.
barbecue shops like my buddy Steve at Local Craft. He does, instead of the traditional Texas Twinkie,
Was that with
it's
this?
a Texas Twinkie in an egg roll. So you get like the jalapeno, the brisket, all that kind of stuff, the cheese, and it's egg rolled.
That sounds great.
You said
Pretty
the
ridiculous.
cheese, but it's cream cheese, right?
Yeah. What
it is cream cheese.
So Dawson just sent the punt team in.
Well, they're actually rocking a Texas Twinkie pizza at this place called Texapolitan Pizza
Ooh.
in Plano, nearby the house. That is very good. It's a good slice there. Other top 10 items here for the best egg rolls in the game. You've got the Philly cheesesteak egg roll at 9.
At 9?
At 9. The Buffalo chicken egg roll at 8.
Those are both top 4s, skis.
The pizza egg roll coming in at 7, which kind of sounds like a giant pizza roll.
Yeah, that sounds wonderful. You know,
That'd be
just
yum.
cheese and pepperoni.
This one
Maybe
we
some
haven't
sausage.
Yeah, there's some sausage in there. This one we haven't talked about. I'd also give this a dabble. A Reuben egg roll.
Oh, with the corned beef or pastrami.
Swiss cheese
But they
and
put
dressing.
the sauerkraut in there.
Yeah.
They go with the Russian dressing.
Yep.
See, again, the Russian dressing would make it a little bit more kind of a
Maybe
wet.
you dip it into the Russian dressing. I think that might be the key.
Yeah.
You don't put it inside. You dip it in there.
That's the problem when you do something like beef Wellington and all that because the moisture kills the pastry.
That makes sense. I get
Makes
that.
it too wet. Yeah.
Fine.
I know it's cooking talk. I didn't know how to get around it.
I just don't hear that complaint a lot, you know?
Yeah, it's just too.
Don't hear that.
It's just too wet.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
You got your.
I like the wetness.
Your Southwestern egg rolls coming in at 5. Shout out to Chili's. You guys do it right, man.
I haven't had a Chili's in a long time.
Oh, God, I love it.
Hey, give it another shot.
I think we were at a ball. I think it was when we all went with Bassick that time. I think that's
Chili's
the last
slaps.
time I went.
He loves that Chili's and Surprise.
Gosh, I love Chili's. 4 is your shrimp egg rolls. You kind of have your more traditionals, like we grew up, like your typical Chinese egg rolls coming in the top 4 here. Your shrimp, the chicken egg roll is at 3. The traditional vegetable egg roll, and then the classic pork egg roll comes in at number 1 of your best types of egg rolls.
Terrific stuff, Wolchuk.
Thank
Once
you.
again, a top 10 is in the books. Here it's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. We have a little hodgepodge coming up, Chief.
Stogies, Fireball, and Sports next to the nation.
But I...
Ship 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers baseball coming up at 6 o'clock. It's time now for that sports hodgepodge with the Chief.
Yes, sir. Lots to get to right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it is the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
All right, boys and girls, me and Lucius, Fred Davis, Alec Medford, Bobby Belt, we will be at the Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless on Friday night watching some USA.
They love you guys out there.
Fan hang watch party. We'll have special giveaways, 50-inch LED 4K TV. We got free USA swag to give you, drink specials. It's going to be fantastic. Amazing televisions in there. And if you're ready to watch Team USA versus Paraguay, let's go ahead and do that together at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless on Friday. The party starts at 7:30. We look forward to seeing you there. See the Knicks fans have a new hat, blue hat, orange letters. Reads, ticket prices were steep. Trump fell asleep and ruined the sweep. Knicks in 5.
Well, he will not be there tonight.
They got all that in a hat? Yeah, I could send it to you.
Hey, Dolan was sleeping there too, bro.
He was.
What is going on in that suite? They must have ate good or something before
Slumber party.
The gummies hit.
Yeah,
Dolan always looks like he's asleep. He's a messy guy.
And apparently they're treating everything like the same in terms of trying to get into MSG tonight.
No, you can't do that. That's the problem. You killed the vibes last time because you couldn't have the watch party on the outside. Like Dawson said, yes, those people that can afford those seats are kind of stuffy, worried about people looking at them. But if that energy is hitting them before they walk in there, they take that energy in the Madison Square Garden with them.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I do think the ticket prices have fallen quite a bit, so maybe you get a little bit more of your general public, rabid Knicks fans actually being able to afford getting into the game tonight. But NYPD put out the advisory. We know you're excited to cheer on the Knicks tonight, and we are too. But we want everyone to be safe. Starting at 4 p.m., we will have the same secure zone around MSG as we had on Monday. Everyone will be screened, get there early, and leave the bags at home. So they're still treating it like it is sort of a presidential lockdown from a security standpoint. So we'll see how that impacts things. Sure, Knicks
Seems
fans
a little unnecessary, you know?
Yeah, of course it does.
The biggest threat now is to Spurs fans.
Yeah, the Spurs fans need to be careful. I'll be surprised. Like, how you got to have some serious cojones to go in there tonight as a Spurs fan and be loud and proud that you are a Spurs fan.
Yeah, you better wear an Oxford shirt. Button that thing up.
Yeah.
100%, dude.
Hide that jersey.
I'd be wearing the brightest orange color you've ever seen before. I'd be dressed like whatever Spike Lee's wearing tonight. Give me that outfit, okay? That's what I want to be repping.
Give me the glasses and the hat.
The whole thing.
Spike Lee had on the Pope jersey the other day.
I did.
Pope signed his jersey.
Pope Leo, yeah.
Pope Leo signed his jersey.
And you were questioning Ben Stiller and his biceps filming the finals with his phone?
I think he's got a documentary
He
going
does.
on. Okay,
It was announced today.
I knew he's got something going on.
Ben Stiller filming a documentary for HBO on his phone during the NBA Finals.
$6 million.
Does this see the light of day if they don't win? Is this a only if they end up winning documentary,
man.
or do we get to see the meltdown of them losing?
Meltdown. We get to see it all.
I'd much rather watch the meltdown. Yeah. I really would.
It's one of those pieces of basketball history if they don't win, and maybe it would be interesting for Knicks fans. But you win this, and you're probably sitting on a gold mine.
And you lose, it becomes a Spurs documentary. Spurs fans are going to be just buying that thing up left and right. So we lost a basketball legend this week, Stacey King, as we had discussed earlier in the week, and you had Stephen A. Smith on First Take giving his 3-minute sort of eulogy to Stacey King. Okay. Nice. And at one point in the proceedings, this is how he talked about him.
I did find myself at times concerned about him because I saw him getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I don't know what the cause of death is at this particular moment in time. Obviously, it's just incredibly sad that he's gone. But I saw him getting a bit bigger, and I remember the last time I saw him, I got really concerned. Remember when he was playing, he walked around like 230, 240. And he was clearly more than that when you saw when you saw him over the years.
Wow. So at one point during the heartfelt message, he started pondering whether or not his weight was the reason why he passed away, which I don't believe to be the case, right? It was a fall down situation.
I guess they could have been related. That lack of upper leg strength to keep your core engaged.
Very interesting turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was fat and clumsy. God rest his soul.
I loved that.
I had a heart attack. I guess he was one of the most beloved guys in Chicago sports history.
Yeah, they loved him. They loved him. Fans loved him, apparently, what he brought to the broadcast and everything like that. So he was the real deal. And there's Stephen A. Smith giving him, I guess, a little bit of love there. Okay. What was I
wonder how Rowdy feels about that kind of commentary.
Probably not too good.
I don't think I like that one. We have Fireball and we have Stogies. We start with the Fireball. Washington State has created their own version of Fireball. I don't even think I realized the Fireball love, particularly in Pullman. Now, we know Fireball is probably a mainstay at every collegiate tailgate, but in Pullman, it just means more. Back in 2012, ESPN was broadcasting one of their games, and they flash to the crowd, and they see one of the Washington State fans in the stands. He pulls out a bottle of Fireball and just starts chugging it, like Wolchuk did with that margarita from a random Rangers fan during the parade. And so he just starts chugging that thing, and then it became like the drink of the campus, especially on game days. And so now what you have is, there was a guy named Fireball Joe, and for many years he was passing out just free Fireball shots outside of his RV outside of the stadium. And so this has become a huge deal. One of the quotes from a fan is, "Game day food is Cougar sausage topped with Cougar gold cheese and Joe's homemade chili and washed down with a few shots of Fireball." Well, now with the NIL and all the money grabbing that's going on, Washington State has come out with their own version of Fireball. It is the Cougar Reserve 1890 whiskey.
Cougar Reserve Fireball?
Cougar Reserve Fireball. And your run-of-the-mill Fireball has 33% ABV. The Wazoo whiskey, 46%. And it will all of the money that they make on this will go straight into the NIL folder of money.
Genius!
Where do we order a bottle?
It's going to go on sale right before the season starts.
Okay.
I believe. So that's when it will go on sale. I'll have to see what website. They have some QR codes and stuff like that.
Cool.
It'll be available
I'll
online
get us a bottle.
and select retail stores end of August.
Legendary party school. Whatever you think of Fireball guy, just in general, light beer drinking, karaoke singing, son of a gun, probably had a 2.8 grade point average in high school and college. That's Washington State University to its core. I don't think there's ever been a better NIL partnership.
Yeah, this is a perfect marriage.
Glove.
Yeah. Shout out to Gardner Minshew. Remember him? He was just walking around campus.
Ryan Leaf.
Ryan Leaf. It got away from him a little bit. But
Yeah, a lot. Got away from him a lot.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, he would approve of what's going on right now with the Fireball.
So there is. Did you see the Massachusetts lacrosse team that had to forfeit their high school playoffs after players used fake cigars to celebrate their graduation?
So ridiculous. They're fake cigars. Come on. What are we doing?
And this is the school that laid this down, okay? It wasn't even like the district
Wasn't the
or
conference.
whatever. No,
Yeah.
It was the principal and the superintendent seeing, and it ended up, they were fake cigars. They were fake cigars that were in photos of these guys who are on the lacrosse team. They graduate high school. They're celebrating with fake stogies, and so they have canceled the rest of their playoffs for the lacrosse team.
Wow.
Is that not... It's like it's in the same vein as that teacher that had the Fetty Wap lyric that is being put on leave.
It's a reach.
All-time overreaction.
It's a reach, yeah.
We're doing too much.
And a self-snitch.
Self-snitch. Thank you. Yeah, this is your own principal, your own superintendent saying these fake stogies. No. We don't condone that at all. You can't play in the playoffs anymore. And not just the guys that participated in this, the entire team. You're Dunsky.
What a play by me.
It's crazy how we've normalized not respecting people's freedom, or thinking something's wrong here. I must do something about it. You're just making up problems.
Yeah.
And then being like, look at me. I solved this problem. I'm fighting tobacco use in our community. Like, who the bleep asked for this?
It's so stupid. Stupid.
I mean, we started shaming Karens probably 10 years ago, and I don't think it's slowing them down. I think all the Karens are out there are saying, hold my beer and watch this.
Yeah, it's a Karen off around the country.
Man.
Who can one up the next one? And it looks like in Massachusetts, they're the league leader right now.
I think Shiloh was onto something. Let me just say that.
Making
some sandwiches.
Add that up. we got 1 down, 3 to go. A mixed bag coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking us?
Let's get our World Cup preview. We had MLB history, and the Giannis trade rumors are starting to spike. That's next in the nation.
But first, fellows, let's get you that brand new vehicle courtesy of...
Sports. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got the C-Note coming up here in about 20 minutes or so. It's mixed bag time. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, let's go ahead and shake it up and see what's coming up in our mixed bag next.
You want a chocolate? Mama. Leave the gut. Mama. Take the cannoli. Mama always said life was like a box of chocolates.
How do they get to that?
Just throw it in the bag. You never know what you're going to get.
We're going to start with the story that has taken over the sports world this week, and that is Brendan Sorsby and the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Wreck 'em. Texas Tech is not a party to Brendan's lawsuit, I should say. This is courtesy of Kirby Hocutt, Texas Tech AD. We did not file it. We did not fund it, as he is reacting to everybody who is now threatening to not play Texas Tech and attempt to kick them out of the Big 12. Texas Tech has also notified Big 12 officials it is prepared to return to the courtroom, including against schools that say they won't play the Red Raiders. As one source said, Texas Tech is 100% ready to return to court. And you also had Joey McGuire today, who was at a football luncheon in Houston. He said, in regards to Brendan Sorsby, he's recovering from an addiction. I've sat down with this young man multiple times, and what he's going through and what he's been through is serious. So he is focusing on getting him some help right now.
It's just not that. It's not that serious. You know, it's mental weakness and lack of impulse, and to have that compared to real addictions. You know, whether it's alcohol or heroin or nicotine, substances that actually, when you are withdrawing from them, it can threaten your life. You know, like people from alcohol withdrawal, they start shaking like 12 hours after their last drink. That's addiction. Okay, this is immaturity, poor impulse control, and being a complete idiot. And to compare that to real addictions is offensive.
Well, there are a lot of people that are kind of buying into this. There are some that are like you. They're like calling BS on it, and I get it 100%. My big thing is I just think that it's totally hypocritical, and I'm calling out every single one of these ADs and these teams pretending that they wouldn't do the exact same thing if they were in Tech shoes.
Yeah.
If this were the LSU Tigers or if this were our North Texas Mean Green, who would be irrelevant, nobody would even care. But you name the school, USC, Ohio State, Michigan, the University of Texas, A&M. Like, the thing is, Brendan Sorsby makes their team better. And if a player, no matter what they've done, whether they have harmed a woman, whether they have a DUI, or whatever it might be, other kids that we look the other way and they're still going to play despite having legal issues, what Brendan Sorsby did is wrong, and I'm stunned that he is eligible. I thought that it was pretty clear, cut and dry, that if you bet on your own sport, specifically bet on your own team, it's a no-no, you're done. But he went ahead and got a judge in a court ruling that allow him to be eligible, and they will not go ahead and retry this until the season's over. So week 3, Brendan Sorsby's playing. But for people to be, up in arms and trying to act like I'm all high and mighty here, we're not playing Texas Tech, we're not scheduling Texas Tech, boo-hoo, get over it. You're a bunch of hypocritical crybabies. You'd be doing the exact same thing, and Brendan Sorsby would be suiting up for you as well as he's going to suit up for Texas Tech week 3. Why? Because he's your best chance to win, and that's all these schools really care about.
I do totally agree with you. You know, I don't think any school. Well, there might be one or two out there. Maybe your BYUs. Like, we have a higher moral or ethical obligation, and we're like a religious school.
Okay.
So they're going to call us out for it if we don't stand on this. If we greenlight, something so ethically reprehensible. But I also think, Wolchuk, I'm not sure Sorsby's going to play, because I think Tech wants to be in the old boy network, and in a lot of ways they already are. But they're not in the SEC or the Big Ten. And if the SEC or Big Ten finds a way to just wrangle this deal, and Tech spent the 5 years leading up to it embroiled in this, back and forth, whether it's with Sarkisian or whether it's over Sorsby, like, they're kind of making themselves the outsider, the agitating force in this story arc. And, if it becomes a Super League situation, I think right now Texas Tech would be the first team on the outs. Like, no, we're not dealing with you guys. We remember what you did with Sorsby.
Yeah.
And while it might be true that all the universities would do that, it's the hypocritical nature of man.
Well, and no, they're not doing it from the 817 to protect the bottom line of a college football as a whole. Because Cincinnati knew this. Cincinnati knew it last year, and he played for them. No, this wouldn't be a thing if Cincinnati didn't get ticked off that Sorsby wouldn't give back $1 million. So they went to the NCAA and said, hey, might be something you need to look at here. And then they did. And then, boom, here's the can of worms. So, no, these are all shady athletic departments that don't give a damn about what's right and wrong and the moral code. They care about wins on the field, butts in the seats, and cash in their pockets. And that's the way that it goes. And that's fine. But for them to pretend like, oh, gosh, now we need to put our foot down. Big picture, though, this might actually lend itself to some change regarding college football and how it's run. Like, the NCAA here clearly has no power whatsoever. So maybe now we've got a collective bargaining agreement. We do actually put a commissioner in place here, and you do have some actual real change, which is what other coaches and ADs are kind of pushing for. It just doesn't go anywhere. But maybe this is finally the straw that breaks the camel's back, that you do end up, for those that are pushing for this and some type of regulation, maybe this does end up forcing everybody's hand to make some real change here, and something happens.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if the NCAA is no longer the governing body. Just the whole history there, maybe it's time for a new league or a new governing organization to take this deal over. But I felt like from the very beginning of the story, when it started to evolve in the late 2010s, was eventually you're going to have to get into a situation where you're giving the players 50% of the revenue so you could create the rules. You can't create rules right now because you're saying we're the boss and we demand the right to determine your labor status to 18-year-old people. You can't do it. So they would have to collectively bargain. But then the process of them giving 50% of their revenue, do you know how much these universities and conferences are going to have to reorganize and fire people? There's going to have to be a massive reckoning like, sorry, we got to Thanos snap half of our employees out of this university because we're not taking all of the revenue anymore.
No, you could be very right. That's why I felt like I think it's just all a bunch of lip service. I don't think they want any change. And this is another example of that, in my opinion.
Because nothing's truly broken when it comes to the product right now. Like, the fans aren't seeing this and saying, I'm no longer watching.
Right. We're all going to watch. In week 3, I bet you those ratings for Brendan Sorsby, if he's playing for Texas Tech, are going to be crazy. We're all going to be tuned in for that. How's he look? And the pressure now on Sorsby, immensely high. This dude's got to go out and ball out. I mean, this could end up really, he might not play well. We're all up in arms about this. Maybe Brendan Sorsby falls flat on his face. And this is just ultimately too much. If you're too mentally, to your point, if you can't handle not betting for whatever it is for X amount of time, how are you going to mentally be able to handle being enemy number one every single road venue you go to? I mean, the things that he's going to hear, the hate mail, the DMs, this is going to get crazy. For Texas Tech, I feel like the fan base was already kind of relishing and leaning into the villain.
Yes.
And that's fine. And do that. And you should. Because I think it's good for college football actually to have this. And for Texas Tech, you weren't being respected and you were kind of the new kids on the block anyway. So I'm all for this. I think it's ultimately going to be fun. And for Tech, embrace that. But it is going to be fascinating to see just what all go. How does Brendan Sorsby play on the field after all this?
Yeah, he's going to be going through a lot, something that he's not used to dealing with, where he was flying under the radar at Cincinnati, and now you are the biggest story in all of college football, and it's in a negative light. It's not even pressure of we all expect you Arch Manning style to be awesome. It's we all kind of hate you, and we want to see you fail. And how do you deal with that? Did you see what McGuire said? He was asked from a crowd. I guess he was at some function, and they asked him, could anything prevent Sorsby from playing this season? And he said it's still a stretch for week 3. And he said he's recovering from it. Wait, did you already do this?
No, we'll check how to
read
paraphrase.
The recovering part of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't have the context
you guys
of it.
were looking at me like this has already been said.
Yeah, I did.
knew you said the Ho-Cut thing.
Yeah, I read the Joey McGuire. I thought maybe you had just had a different quote, but this one I did read.
Yeah, still a stretch. So I'm like, what is that? Is that just the idea from a football standpoint? They don't feel like he might be ready. It's still a stretch that he won't be available for week 3.
Hasn't recovered from gambling addiction. How it ravaged his body and mind.
Well, yeah, and I don't know. Maybe he's saying it's still a stretch that he won't be able to play because they're not going to be able. I mean, I think we got the dates. It's like 2 weeks after the College Football National Championship when this thing's going to go to a retrial. So he's going to be good to go.
He's fine from that standpoint.
Now, maybe Texas Tech decides, you know what, we'll hold him out of a couple of games here. That's possible. Save face a little bit, but I don't foresee that happening.
Will Hammond just lights things up.
I think against Houston, Brendan Sorsby's playing that Friday night, and Fox is going to get themselves boomer of a rating. Okay, let's talk World Cup, baby. It's here. We're going to be watching it live. We got day baseball tomorrow, and then we're going to break in. We're going to give you all the updates on what's happening between Mexico and South Africa. The World Cup power rankings are out, courtesy of James Tyler of ESPN. Do you think Team USA has made the top 10?
No.
You're right. In fact, Team USA is not even in the top 15.
Okay.
Number 10 is Norway. Norway's number 10 on their power rankings. They have bounced around at the lower end of the top 15 since the 100 days out mark, and it's clear that our voters fancy them a chaotic outsider pick that, thanks to the twin threat of Odegaard in midfield and goal machine Erling Haaland up front, they are bolstered by a very strong supporting class. They've got a ton of experience from the Euros. Norway might be a sleeper when it comes to this tournament. At number 9, they've got Morocco coming in at 9. If world-class fullback Hakimi is fully fit after missing several big games down the stretch for their club team PSG, Morocco will be feeling a lot better about their chances. They went to the semifinal in 22, and in 2025 they had a great performance at the Africa Cup of Nations. Morocco might be another team we need to keep our eye on.
Powerhouse. Them in Senegal, they've just done a tremendous job producing talent to the top leagues in the country. They probably have twice as many good players as the United States.
Wow, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
8, the Netherlands, baby.
They're going to win it all.
I'm with you, man. I'm pulling for the orange. I am. And I got some family members, like my wife lived in the Netherlands for a little while, so she's kind of pulling for them. She's got a soft spot for the Dutch. I think the Netherlands are a fun story, and they always seem to overachieve in these tournaments.
They play well.
They do.
Great soccer nation.
Yeah, and they're smaller than some of the other bigger countries like Germany and France, but they end up just showing up in a big way.
Great innovative style. Some of the top players in the world. You don't think of Netherlands, but they belong.
And defensively, they're really good.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, Johan Cruyff was in the 70s, was him, and they always battled like with Germany. Well, it was West Germany at the time with Franz Beckenbauer and Gerd Müller and those guys, yeah. It was always a battle with those cats.
The Germans coming at number 7, speaking of Germany, as they are the 7th team in the World Cup power rankings. Then you've got Portugal. Portugal's another sexy pick to win it all. There's a lot of comparisons between Portugal and Argentina. Like Ronaldo's last run, are they going to rally around Portugal here and make it happen? But their 41-year-old star certainly going to be the big story for Portugal in this one.
Man, if they'd have had this team when he was a younger man, they might actually have done something big.
What's your expectation for Ronaldo? Can he chant like what Messi did, where he still looked like one of the best players on the pitch?
Played very well in the Saudi league this year.
Still looks great.
He was one of the best players in the Saudi league.
I don't think he's a top 20 player anymore. I imagined he can't play the entire game at this age.
So you think he starts, or is he a guy that they sub in?
A combination of.
Okay.
But I think we're probably, as Ronaldo super fans, hoping to avoid embarrassment in some of these moments. Like some of the low light reels, he accomplished a lot in Saudi Arabia, but he's kind of losing the ball, tripping over the ball, like just stuff that you're not used to seeing. So there's some Willie Mays in the outfield going down with Ronaldo.
Brazil coming in at number 5. Check out their young winner, Estevão. He has been ruled out due to injury, and the squad lacks an established now number 3 striker. But they're going to rock this 4-2-4 formation. That's going to provide their attackers a really great chance to dominate the tournament. They're extremely fast up front. Their offense is going to be tough to contend with, writes ESPN for Brazil. England coming in at number 4. They had a lot of tough decisions to make, and they left out some big-time names on their World Cup roster. 20 of its 26 selections were called into their very first England camp last year. So they've got themselves kind of a rebuilt team, does England. They're going to play Croatia in their first game here at what is it, Dallas Stadium? I can't
Dallas
even
Stadium.
say AT&T Stadium. I had to
Dallas Stadium.
stop myself in real time. Your top 3 power ranking teams in the World Cup, Argentina at 3, led by Lionel Messi. You've got France at number 2, always incredible, led by Kylian Mbappe, and Ryan O'Hanlon's ranking of the top 50 players of the World Cup. Dembele was one of the top players that he had listed. So France is just probably the team that's got the most talent coming into this thing when you just look at the top players rankings. But number 1 is Spain. Spain is the favorite and the top team amongst the ESPN FC World Cup power rankings. We are just a day out of the start of the World Cup. Let's go. World Cup fever. You guys catching it?
Absolutely.
100%.
We're going to have 3 and 4 games on through this group stage every day. Having it be in the USA is a bonus, but it's hard actually. I think to be convinced after these last couple of cycles and how much disappointment we've gone through that a miracle run is possible. And a miracle run would be like the quarterfinals. Pochettino saying last night he feels like the team can win even though they don't have any players in the top 100.
Yeah, they really don't. I mean, looking at doing some of this prep for the World Cup, it really seems like the U.S. just doesn't have the back line. Their defense is going to be really poor. And I think they got some good news with Richards. I think he is good to go, and he's going to be playing. But like offensively, I think they are going to be challenging.
And hey, their outside backs are really good. Serginho Dest and Anthony Robinson, and having Richards in there is huge. But they have really struggled at center back for the last 2 or 3 cycles, and it's frustrating because really your only chance of winning is low scoring games.
Man, I hate to do this. Did we have a young man that was playing for Crystal Palace that was pretty good on the back end?
Richards.
Yeah,
that's
Richards.
okay.
Yeah.
I was sitting there.
No, they've got, like Weston McKennie with Juventus, and that's a local guy here. And we're going to be pulling hard for, and we talked about this thing a week ago. They actually do, probably entering a World Cup, have the most players that are also playing like high-level international soccer right now.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know if they have enough on the back line.
Adopt a team? Everybody got a team they want to adopt other than the United States? That'll be your team, and you come on and you talk about how well your team played. How about that?
I'm absolutely
World Cup report. You have to watch. You have to watch your team
Let's
play.
do that. Absolutely.
I'm going to adopt. I will take the Netherlands.
You'll take the Netherlands.
I will take
Damn
the.
it,
I will
that's
be
a bummer
the,
for me.
I'll be the correspondent for the Netherlands.
Okay.
You want the Netherlands? I'll give you the Netherlands.
If I can take them, I'll take the Dutch because I know I'm going to be watching a lot of the Dutch because my brother-in-law is going to be very plugged in. But you picked them earlier in the week, so
I think they're going to win. But if you want to be their correspondent, Dawson,
all right,
you got
I'll be
a
the
team?
Dutch correspondent.
I'll take Argentina.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Give me Brazil.
You don't want Italy? Oh, dang.
Yeah.
Lucius, you want to be a correspondent for a team? Lucius, you want to be the correspondent for a team? You got a World Cup team you like?
Just keep up with them all the time and give you guys updates about the guys. Is that what's going on here?
Yeah.
Oh,
just homework.
Yeah.
60 seconds on soccer.
I'm gonna punt on this one.
Yeah. LeBron's like, answer the question, my man.
No, man, we're good. We're good. I'll go ahead and take England then. If that's
very
what we're
nice.
gonna do. I'll be the correspondent for England.
Somebody got Spain already?
No,
you
can take Spain.
I got the
Spain's your
Spaniards.
team. Yep.
Chief have a team? I got Brazil.
Nice. Okay, we're there. It is
got
a
'em
mixed
covered.
bag. We're coming back with the C Note Cowboys news of the evening here. World Cup starting tomorrow at 2.
23 hours away.
We'll be in the midst of Rangers baseball. Probably jumping on at 4:30. Probably should have a result from the first game by then at Mexico and South Africa. But C Note is next year. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
But you're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology.
Evening segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas. Okay, let's cruise through some of these Cowboys stories. Had a mention of this on yesterday's show. Clarence Hill on Twitter says, if you let DeMarvion Overshone tell it, it's all been decided. Said Christian Parker told him when he arrived he wants Overshone to be the mic and the voice in the middle of the defense, and Overshone plans to play it and own it. So great communicator, great leader. Is there anything, do you think, that would stand in between him and having success at that spot, Brian?
Injury.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding.
Stay healthy.
Yeah.
Please.
Listening to him talk, though, man, he is fired up. Like, he's pumped about the Mike linebacker stuff. He likes being in the center of the action there. It allows him to kind of move freely. He's talked about, hey, I'm going to be playing free for the first time since going back to high school, his first year at Texas. I mean, Overshone was getting me fired up just listening to him. Now, he is a good talker, and that seems to be a theme with some of these guys, but he does seem locked in. He's buying into it, and please, God, he can stay healthy because he's also talked about the contract. He's like, look, if I go ball out, that will take care of itself. It doesn't matter who his agent is.
Yeah, great fit maybe for his personality, and maybe this scheme is a better fit for him, allowing him to go hunt the ball, make big plays, come downhill, and if all that comes together, I do feel like Overshone has it in him to be one of the top 10 linebackers paid in the game. Like $15 million plus is what I'd be thinking, best case scenario.
Yeah, I think the two guys that could really push this team on each side of the ball, offensively, I think that's Jaden Blue, and defensively, it's Overshone. If Overshone is healthy and back to his 2024 version of himself, that does so much for you.
Okay, you mentioned Jaden Blue.
Guy here.
What happened?
I'd still go get Bobby Wagner. I would still go get Bobby Wagner to play that Mike linebacker because yesterday at practice, they were trying to kind of figure all that out. They were figuring out how much do you trust James. Barham could be the guy, but to me, the one thing you need for this defense is you need to get it off to a good start. And listen, we all love Overshone, all love him, but man, Will McClay does a really good job of trying to protect himself. Go get Bobby Wagner. Even if you don't use Bobby Wagner initially, you have him, you want to go ahead and start Overshone and all that, great. But you have Bobby Wagner there if something were to go wrong. If something, and it could be injury, it could be that Overshone's not a good Mike linebacker. Sure. That he's better playing the weak linebacker. He's better running to the football. He's better playing the D winner spot than he is taking on blocks. If you're going to try and play the run with four eyes and defensive tackles and a Mike linebacker and play coverage with everything else, you're probably going to need better than Overshone playing Mike linebacker.
So it's Wagner's ability to fight off those blocks and
Bobby
be
Wagner's
physical.
Just badass stoutness.
Yeah.
If you're listen,
See that.
it's going to be you've got two really good defensive tackles and you've got these guys that are playing like these 4-eye positions. You're going to try and control the run with that group. I don't know if you can control the run with Overshone being your Mike linebacker.
You might be right. I am curious to see it. I want to give him the opportunity to do it.
Oh, no,
but maybe they feel like they've got Wagner in their back. I mean, I don't know what the market is for him. You're going to kick yourself if somebody does sign him, and now you're like, damn it, we waited.
I just feel like, to me, that if it's not Overshone, who is the other guy? Is it James? We saw James make a bunch of tackles.
I don't love James at that spot.
Okay.
I mean, I do think Barham is like big, physical, violent guy, but he's
also a rookie,
and he's kind of a tweener. Is he an edge player? Is he a linebacker? Obviously,
that's why I think he was picked. I think that's why he was picked when he was picked, because nobody figured out what he really is. Mm-hmm. Is he an edge rusher? Is he a linebacker? I think that's why, and you have to have a plan for him. Mm-hmm. I think the Cowboys have a plan, but to me, I am not putting all my eggs in one basket on Overshone.
And D. Winters is going to be a weak side guy as well?
D. Winters is perfect to play the weak side linebacker. He's perfect the way he moves.
Didn't they say earlier in the offseason that the two inside linebackers are kind of interchangeable?
Man,
I
don't mean to say I don't know because maybe they did and I just didn't hear that. I just know one thing, that we're kind of learning a lot about the Mike linebacker, that the Mike linebacker doesn't have to play in coverage.
Yeah, that was a big takeaway from Ross.
Yeah, and see, and that's the one thing, man, with Overshown, you really don't have to, but if he could play, it is going to be about being physical because they're going to have to play the run with their inside guys. And that means the one thing D. Winters can do is he can run. And he could get to the ball, and so could Overshown. But you worry about though if guys get up on him. The one thing that Bobby Wagner, and he's proven that for 15 years, whatever. Maybe it's not that long, but he's proven that he could take on blocks and play at a very, very high level when it comes to defending the run. And I think it's like I say, if you don't want to start him, that's one thing. But he could be, in case of emergency, break glass guy and go that route.
Okay, so this is just my X's and O's, naivete wondering, you have a role for Wagner even if he can't get outside and chase the running back down because he's gone.
The problem with Wagner is he's probably not going to play special teams for you and stuff like that. But what he is he's a damn good option if all of a sudden in week 3 Baltimore starts running the ball down your throat.
All right, Chief. I did want to get this in because you mentioned Jaden Blue, and we got Overshown in the first half of this segment. Some Jaden Blue on the back half because Joseph Hoyt Morning News has a story up about the second-year Longhorn, and the buzz has been he's more dialed. Ross Winchie saying that with Brian and Vach last week, their national scout, and then there's been additional insider reporting on the building around the buzz. So Hoyt did a story on this. Blue saying yesterday, I think I'm dialed in, way different from where I was last year at this point. Shoddy's quote in the story, the intelligence is off the charts. I mean, the guy is football brilliant. He really is. Okay. Shoddy, I was very honest with him, my opinion on why he wasn't active. So we had some really great conversations. He took that, he ingested it, took it in, and he's come back with a great look on his face and a great work ethic. If this is not cheerleading, if this is the real deal, then I'm okay with them not going out and getting another running back.
Yeah, I just went through and DallasCowboys.com posted, the video of all the interviews yesterday. So after the show, I went back and watched it. Overshown stood out, and I thought Blues, it seems genuine. Just kind of listening to him, you can kind of see a little bit of that hunger in his eyes. Like he does seem like he is locked in. Nice. And so, hey, this is Kool-Aid season. This is Hopium season. He needs to prove it on the football field, but I'm buying stock. I would be buying stock into Jaden Blue right now if I were a Cowboy fan.
Blue said he needed to mature, reads the story, said he took a full look in the mirror, said he takes full accountability. Quote, really, I was just grinding, making sure I'm in the playbook, staying in contact with Dak, my position coach Derek Foster, Coach Shoddy all off season. I think those things, it's going really well for me right now. When he was talking about what he did through the winter and going into the summer, I was just grinding. Dak says he's growing. His ears are open. He's listening. And if you get the ball in his hands with his speed, with his ability to make people miss, it can be fun. We just have to find ways to do that. And Shoddy wraps up where we are now saying he's going to be a huge part of what we want to do, but he's got to continue doing his part, which he's doing right now. And I think that's an important clarification. Like, at what point will you think that was just rookie year immaturity and now we got this Jaden Blue? I think maybe by midseason. Hopefully by midseason we're saying haven't had a single issue with Jaden Blue, and maybe he's at 500 or 600 yards with a half dozen touchdowns, and that would be massive for this offense.
That would be huge. And as we're in the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening, step aside Dak Prescott. There is a new highest paid quarterback in the National Football League in terms of just APY, as Patrick Mahomes has just become the first $500 million player in the National Football League. He has agreed to a new contract extension that is going to pay him $504.75 million over the next 8 seasons. According to Schefter, that adds 2 years to the 6 years remaining on his contract and pushes his average salary now north of the $60 million per year range. So congratulations to White House, Texas's own.
Took 3 years to get there, huh?
It did.
Yeah.
Man, he likes doing those long deals, doesn't he?
I mean, he's locked in. He's not going to go anywhere else. And maybe that does ultimately help the team.
Yeah, oh yes, it does. The original one that he did was so long that it was just a matter of time before they ripped that thing up and created a new extension. But by the time you get 3 or 4 years into that, I'm sure it's going to be under market value.
I'd say a little bit about what Andy Reid's at right now too. If he's signing maybe long term, he's thinking Andy's got him, give him some insurance. He's going to keep coaching.
Was he behind home plate last night? Andy Reid was behind home plate last night at the Rangers game.
He left about the 7th inning.
Huh. That must be cool, man. Okay, we got to run. When we come back, it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, there's a ranking I want to go through with my guys, and I need you to put these guys in order, and we'll do that next.
Well, we are exactly now about 23 hours and counting to the World Cup, and get ready, because the 2026 FIFA World Cup is coming to Cosm. You can experience the World Cup like never before in shared reality. You have to see it to believe it. Trust me, it's even better than words can describe. We've been able to see basketball games there, whether it's football games. I mean, they got every sport, but you're going to be able to enjoy reserve seating. You can witness history pitch side and immerse yourself in every pass, save, and goal of the world's biggest tournament, or you can catch every match of the round shown simultaneously on the wall-to-wall LED display and explore the venue with general admission tickets. Secure your spot right now at cosm.com/World Cup. Don't just watch the FIFA World Cup 20.
Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
All righty, thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's Broadus.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broadus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. I appreciate you playing that, and thank you to Greystone for being a part of this as well. All right, I got to jump into this pretty quick because I think if I mess around here, I'm going to run out of time, and I don't want to run out of time. I was looking through Pro Football Focus.
Oh, real quick.
You got something?
No.
Oh, I thought you had something
No,
breaking
I
news.
don't. I'm ready for it.
I'm excited about our soccer.
Did just have the Mahomes news, by the way. We got that in.
We did.
Congrats to him. 63.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well done, sir. And this comes from Pro Football Focus, and this is they did a thing called the ranking of the most valuable non-first round NFL draft picks since 2016.
Ooh, this is fun.
So they have this ranking. They had their own ranking.
Okay.
But what I want to do is I'm going to give you the names, and we're going to rank them ourselves. There's going to be 10 names. So we'll start from the bottom.
All right.
We'll start from the bottom and go to the top. But I'm going to give you the names if you want to jot them down, and then we could debate in what order we want to put these guys in. You ready?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Number 1 name is Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Got it.
Number 2 name is Jordan Mailata. Number 3 name is Tyreek Hill. Number 4 name is Dak Prescott.
Number 1.
Number 5 is Puka Nacua. Number 6 is George Kittle. Number 7 is Fred Warner.
Dang, Niners.
Number 8 is Amon-Ra St. Brown. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Amon-Ra St. Brown. We got that right? St. Brown? Mm-hmm. We're good. Max Crosby's number 9. And Trey Hendrickson is number 10. Okay?
Okay.
So if we want to, we could go 10-1. How you guys feel about this? Who would be number 10 on this list? These are all players, most valuable non-first round draft picks since 2016.
Are we taking in their entire career as a resume, or are we saying you got to win in 2026 with these guys?
Entire career.
Okay. Very, very difficult.
I know this is tough.
Brock Purdy.
You
At
thought
10?
Brock Purdy was 10?
Yeah.
I kind of was Trey Hendrickson a little bit of a late bloomer.
He was drafted by the Saints.
Yeah, he was. He was a late bloomer.
Just kind of looking at full career. I was wondering maybe Hendrickson's the 10 guy because I could see Purdy as a quarterback. You know, the quarterback's gonna have to be propped up a little bit. Like Purdy has saved the San Francisco 49ers ass. Or else they'd have no quarterback.
Kind of looks like Mac Jones could have done it too.
Yeah, Mac Jones. Mac Jones.
He was Mac Jones played okay last year. He did.
Okay.
But before that, they didn't have anybody else that was really competent. And then Trey Lance was a huge bust. I mean, they gave up a lot to go get him.
I mean, didn't they go with Jimmy?
That
was a long time ago.
They went with Jimmy.
Like 8 years ago.
Yeah. And then after that, it was nobody else until Purdy. And then Mac Jones.
Purdy was drafted in 22, by the way.
Pick.
Yeah.
I'd probably have Brock as the 10th player out of this list.
Okay. Dawson, you're there on that too?
Yeah.
Chief, you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
Purdy's number 10. Number 9, Mailata, Hill, Prescott, Nacua, Kittle, Warner, St. Brown, Crosby, Hendrickson.
I mean, Hendrickson he's had a lot of sacks, but what he does in the run game is not helping you in the same way as a Max Crosby. And I think all these other guys, their impact, I mean, I don't know.
I lean Hendrickson at 9, too.
Hendrickson, then maybe St. Brown.
And he's taken a lot of sacks.
Hendrickson might have a great year in Baltimore. You know, if we did this at the end of the year after he gets to play with Hamilton and Matabike and Mentor. But yeah, I think right now I'm comfortable with Trey being at 9.
Okay, so Hendrickson becomes number 9. That eliminates him there. Number 8, that means Mailata, Hill, Prescott, Nakua, Kittle, Warner, St. Brown, Crosby.
I'll put Kittle in here just because he's been injured so much.
I agree. Yeah, he's a really complete player, and he's really, really good, but availability has been the issue.
Yeah, and this is a hair-splitting exercise. All these guys are next-level nasty. So
you're going with Kittle at 8? Okay, number 7. That leaves us Mailata, Hill, Prescott, Nakua, Warner, St. Brown, Crosby.
St. Brown?
Yeah, that would be my vote. Because I mean, with the wide receivers on this list, you're going Puka and like peak Tyreek Hill.
Yeah,
you're going over St. Brown.
That's just insane. Trying to differentiate between those 7 guys.
St. Brown's also a dominant blocker, but so is Puka. Puka might be just a little bit more versatile than St. Brown. I think Hill's probably the top of this list because he's actually got Super Bowls on his resume.
Warner's a cheat code.
Yeah.
Warner's going to be Warner or Mailata?
I would think Warner might be top 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the best at his position for quite a while.
Yeah, I'd go St. Brown as the next ranking.
Dawson, you good on St. Brown?
I suppose.
Chief?
Yeah, I'm good.
I don't have a better answer for you.
Okay. Number 6, that means that eliminates, that means you got Mailata, Hill, Prescott, Nakua, Warner, Crosby.
Okay. I mean, at what point does
Puka?
Dak not get the quarterback bump anymore?
Then maybe this is the point.
Think Dak would be your 6th player on this top 10 list?
Or do you just put Puka here?
If I
If you're
guess
taking position out of it, Puka is maybe the best player at his position.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. He has been.
I guess I'm approaching it from I'm team building, and I'm putting all these through like this is your guy. You're taking this guy in the top 10. Would you rather have somebody else? And I would most like to have Dak.
Yeah, I mean,
we got Mailata here.
That's where I was leaning. So I actually wrote it down already.
Okay.
Mailata.
Mailata.
You're probably going to tell me he's a top 5 left tackle?
No, I love Mailata. I think he's absolutely outstanding, but I do think at some point, has he always been the best lineman on his team? And that's not necessarily a detriment to him. That could be a stupid argument on my part, but like Kelsey, Lane Johnson, he has benefited from other really star linemen across from him.
That leaves you Hill, Prescott, Nakua, Warner, and Crosby at number 5.
Okay.
I think this is where I'd go Dak.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I mean, Max Crosby is an Iron Man, great run defender, great pass rusher, on the field all the time. Has he been a defensive player of the year? I don't think he's been a defensive player of the year, has he? Crosby?
No.
The man plays 12 games, you make the playoffs unless you have the worst defense in franchise history. I'm offended that you guys put Dak Prescott here. I'd go with Tyreek Hill.
It's 2-1. 2-1?
I think it's 2-1.
Yeah, I'm going to put
2-1.
Dak here.
All right, Dawson.
Because people are ticked that we're putting Purdy over Dak, and I get it. I just think Dak's done less with more in his career.
Number 4, that gives you Hill, Nakua, Warner, Crosby.
Or more with less, I should say. Here is where
Hill, Nakua, Warner, Crosby.
I'd go Puka here. But that's tough. But I'm not going to put Puka over Tyreek. Tyreek's got a ring, and I think Warner and Crosby have been arguably the best at their positions too at times. Puka's there now, but like, what is it? 2 years we're looking at for Puka.
Yeah,
I think the others just have more years that they've done it at that similar level.
I mean, Puka as a rookie was like setting rookie records.
Yeah, he was. But Tyreek was also winning Super Bowls.
No, I get that. And he was making big plays.
Yeah. I mean, the Wasp, they're not winning that championship without dialing up the Tyreek Hill play.
Yeah, and just the amount of respect that defenses
the speed. And then he still was damn good in Miami, even when he changed offenses and quarterbacks. He was putting up crazy numbers for a while.
Is this Nakua?
Or Crosby for me.
Make a choice.
All right, go ahead. Break the tie. Puka or Crosby?
I was going to say Warner.
Warner, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, crap. All right, you can break the tie, Brian.
I like what everybody's saying here. I'm going to put Nakua here.
Okay.
Okay. Number 3. That means you have Hill left, Warner left, Crosby left. Dawson's going to say that probably he thinks that this is Warner, since he was going to vote for him at 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going to vote for Tyreek at 5, wasn't I?
Yeah.
You were.
Yeah.
Do you want Tyreek here?
Yeah.
It's fine with me.
Cool. Chief?
Yeah.
Cool. Hill, that's number 3. All right. Now you're down to Warner and Max Crosby for 2 and then 1.
Yeah, Warner's so great at his job, and whether it's stopping the run or being a force in zone coverage, there's nobody like Fred Warner. So I don't want to take anything away from him, but the reason I was going to put him higher up is just that you can't compare what he's doing to being able to whoop a tackle and get you 50 or 60 pressures. So if I got to choose between those two, I'd slot Warner in here.
How about you there, Wooly?
Yeah, I have so much respect for Fred Warner. I mean, I've seen him.
Just what he's done versus the Cowboys.
Yeah, those 2 years, he's Dak Prescott's kryptonite. I think Fred Warner's just an absolute savage.
Okay, so that means the number 1 player on our list would be Max Crosby, is who that would be.
No, I think it'd be Warner, right?
I thought you said Warner at 2.
I'd go Crosby at 2 and Warner at 1. I was saying Warner. I just have so much respect for Warner.
I'm sorry.
And I have love for both of them, but yeah, I think I'd go Warner slightly over Max.
Yeah, very, very difficult, but I probably would too.
Oh, say that's for number 1?
Yeah, well, so
okay,
Crosby 2, Warner 1. And
so Crosby 2.
Maybe I'm crazy.
Crosby 2, Warner 1. Okay. So here it is. This the way that they did it, the way that Pro Football Focus did it was they went Purdy, Mailata, Hill, Prescott, Nakua, Kittle, Warner, St. Brown, Crosby, Hendrickson. That's the order they went in.
Where Hendrickson was their number 1 player?
That was number 10.
Oh, number 10.
That was 1 to 10.
1 was Purdy.
Yeah, number 1 was Purdy. Yeah,
and maybe we're not giving Purdy enough respect. I just still have not. He's struggled anytime he doesn't have the elite parts around him. And I guess some pushbacks like, well, what's Dak done? Without some of that, but I still would say Dak, I think, has had more success with no Trent Williams. Purdy sucks.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have a good left, has he had a good left tackle the last couple of years? And he's still been putting up great numbers.
Here's the G-Bag Nation. It would be Warner, Crosby, Hill, Nakua, Prescott, Mailata, St. Brown, Kittle, Hendrickson, and Purdy. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Greystone Roofing. We're at the midway point of today's show. Rangers are back in Kansas City tonight. Pregame's coming up at 6 o'clock. You also have the finals going down, Chief.
Yes, sir. The Knicks are pulling out all the stops for tonight's Game 4. That's next in the nation.
We got to chat Trajan Wealth, though, shall we? That's Trajan. And we've been talking Trajan Wealth for a while. And if you're looking for a wealth management that actually projects, maintains, and grows your portfolio, look, Trajan Wealth. They're going to understand tactical investing, and they're personalizing strategies that match your comfort level and goals. So visit TrajanWealth.com and see how they can help you move forward with confidence. I've done it. Eric's done it. We set up that consultation, and guess what? It's absolutely free. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1. 1-855-TRAJAN1. You can check them out in Frisco, but they're also in Arlington. They're in Fort Worth. They're in McKinney and in South Lake, Eric.
That is right. Now, I love Trajan Wealth because your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that can be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us, Trajan Wealth is here to help. 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Game 4 tonight of the NBA Finals between the Spurs and the Knicks in Madison Square Garden as the Knicks hold a 2-1 lead in the series. Knicks coach Mike Brown went out of his way after Game 3 to point out the foul discrepancy in hopes to get more favorable calls tonight. I've been a fan of how the series has been officiated so far and enjoy when the refs let the players play. I hope it continues, but the MSG crowd will think differently. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 Motor Oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Texas. Let's talk Wagyu. Better yet, let's taste it. Booth Creek Wagyu is now open at Park Village in Southlake. Stop in and experience it for yourself with a complimentary sample of our Wagyu beef. From our ranch to your table, every cut is raised, finished, and crafted with one goal: incredible flavor and consistency you can trust. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Visit us in Southlake or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
When was the last time you laughed and didn't think about your teeth? A lot of people walk around covering their mouth, skipping pictures, and avoiding certain foods because they don't feel confident. That's no way to live. That's why I've been telling people about my friend Dr. Jeff Buski at Granbury Dental Center for over 20 years. Look, doing nothing isn't an option, and dentures aren't a real solution either. Dr. Jeff Buski has placed more than 10,000 dental implants in his 29 years of experience, so he knows how to give you a smile that feels like your own. With dental implants, we're talking about real teeth, secure and natural, no slipping, and no embarrassment. You can eat what you want, laugh when you want, and stop thinking about it. And yes, it's worth the drive to Granbury. So if you're ready to stop hiding and start living again, go to GranburyDentalCenter.com and schedule your free consultation. And tell them Dave sent you. That's GranburyDentalCenter.com.
Most car buyers don't know this. The longer your loan, the more likely you are to owe more than your car is worth. Millions of drivers are stuck in 6- and 7-year loans facing negative equity. Leasing with D&M avoids that trap, letting you drive the car you want without years of depreciation. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M to keep payments under control and drive smarter. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com. D&M Leasing, the smarter way Texans drive.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
If you're still using Sportsbook to bet on the finals, you're getting robbed. It's time to delete that app and join millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. You trade against other fans, not the house. That means more money for you and less for those greedy sportsbooks. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for basketball's biggest stage, available in all 50 states. Download Polymarket in the App Store. Use promo code FREE50 to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code FREE50. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
Tolo, celebrate America's 250th anniversary with CertaPro Painters and get $250 off projects of $2,500 or more. Schedule by July 10th and let freedom and fresh paint ring. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And Tolos, now's the time to complete that painting project you've been putting off. CertaPro Painters provides a free estimate quickly and at the right price. CertaPro Painters knows how important your home is to you. They took care of me at the highest level, and they will do the same for you and your family. So schedule that free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and thanks for making us part of your day. We got Jared Sandler coming up here in 20 minutes. Tomorrow at this time will be in the final couple innings of Rangers baseball, and hopefully they're looking for the series victory, but they got to win tonight. After falling last night 5-3, we'll be having the pregame for you coming up at 6 o'clock. Time now to talk hoop, though. And here's Chief with your rim session.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer, and the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance! Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when ABC and ESPN delivers the largest NBA Finals Game 3 audience since 1998. 23.8 million viewers for game number 3. It peaked at over 26 million, and the basketball world is appreciating the fact that the Knicks are there, and I guess the Wemby factor, you know, those two storylines colliding is bringing eyeballs to the television.
Biggest audience since 98?
Since 98.
Wow. The final year of Jordan's second three-peat is what we're looking at.
Yeah.
And I think my question there would be, do you think the league looks at this as evidence as, see, we don't have to have supercharged dynasties. We can spread the wealth. Now we got New York in this thing, and it's every bit as popular as Jordan going for number 6.
I'm sure that's how they would spin it. I mean, this is a New York, this is a Knicks thing for sure.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, it's...
And a Wemby thing.
And a Wemby thing.
I've watched more playoffs this year than I have in a while. In a long time, probably.
Just because that's Wemby?
I feel like, yes. I want to be plugged into the whole thing.
Right. Yeah. You want to get in as it starts, and we'll see where this Wemby phenomenon goes. But yeah, I think the Knicks factor is huge here. I mean, it's a plus 160% year over year. So it's like, well, what about last year, bro?
Yeah.
What about last year? Now,
more
granted,
than double.
Yeah. I mean, it's different when you have Pacers and Thunder.
Yeah.
It's a different stratosphere when you start talking about the Knicks, and then a Spurs franchise that has been in the basketball lexicon for a long time. Whereas the Thunder, maybe not quite as long, even though they've had a pretty storied franchise for it being as short of an existence.
I mean,
as it has been.
There's a lot of people in Texas. If you're not a Rockets fan by birth or a Mavs fan by birth, if you're just randomly somewhere else, a lot of chances that you're a Spurs fan. Run into Spurs fans constantly because my wife's family is from East Texas. Spurs land.
Is it?
Annoying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, the Mavs were bad in the 90s. The Spurs started taking off in the 90s. So I totally get that. But how about this for a stat of the day I saw from a gentleman named Sean Grande?
Big Sean.
The Mets and Yankees lost 37 games in the 46 days between Knicks playoff losses.
Wow.
Wow. The Mets lost 20 and the Yankees lost 17. A combined 37 games lost for the New York baseball teams in the 46 days between Knicks playoff losses. Maybe that's part of the reason for the crash outs of the Knicks fans. One, they paid astronomical money to go watch their team lose. That's going to absolutely tick you off as you're walking out of that building and you're seeing cocky Spurs fans. But also they haven't had to stomach a loss in close to 50 days.
Yeah.
They
shocking.
They couldn't act like they'd been there before.
They were in a spot where they couldn't imagine losing.
Yeah, that's where they were at.
The Knicks and 4 stuff. Do you think
it was Knicks and 4, now it's Knicks and 6.
Keep changing it.
I love it. Do you think they waited for Spurs fans to actually taunt them before assaulting them?
No, I don't.
Just walk out of that place if you're a Spurs fan.
It's just a Spurs fan walking, standing a little bit taller.
Don't say
maybe a smile,
word.
an S-eating grin. Yeah. And that was enough for hundreds of Knicks fans. You're watching guys get derobed. I watch a guy with a Spurs jersey on. It got completely ripped off his body, completely tore up. So
I seen two Spurs fans. The cops are even telling him, "Hey man, I wouldn't go that way, bro.
Yeah,
it's not worth it."
No.
And then you see some clips later of them running.
Yeah. Can you imagine the panic
chasing them?
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
One of these kids is bound to be fast. You better have your running shoes on. You're looking for like open businesses that you can run into.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they would care.
No,
They'll just go help.
Get him. He's in here.
We got him.
We'll barricade him.
You're trying to hail taxis.
Lock the door.
They run over.
You are in absolute enemy territory. Like no one's helping you.
It's not even worth it for the price
Just
of those
don't wear
tickets.
the gear.
Hell no.
No, can't wear the gear.
Don't wear the gear.
You think San Antonio fans return the favor?
No, they're. I mean,
they're not as mean and
Southern
disgusting
hospitality.
people.
I don't think those Knicks fans would act like that down there in San Antonio because Texas is a little bit different.
oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
We'll just pull out a rifle.
I'll be right back. Get a rope.
And you saw after game one, I mean, all the Knicks fans that were there, and there's a pretty good contingency of Knicks fans in San Antonio the first couple of games.
more
And
affordable.
they congregate in the concourse after the game, and they're having their celebrations. Spurs fans aren't running up on them.
Right.
Man, if New York wins tonight and I'm a Spurs fan that likes to fight, I think I'm getting my three best fighters together. And we're going to go down there and,
I like it.
And meet out some payback.
I did like the text that came in earlier, like John Jones should walk around New York in a Spurs jersey. Just some of the baddest men on the planet. They just rock the Spurs jersey and just, all right, let's go.
I think they'd still get you like 50-1, you know?
Yeah. Oh, for sure,
they,
yeah.
They 20-1 you. It doesn't matter
numbers.
how awesome you are at fighting, but back at least on home soil, you could get your lick back on social media, post that. Be like, hey, you might have had your fun, but
50-1 has to be at the same time.
Same time. For John
Okay?
Jones.
Because once I see the first two guys fly off like some fools, I'm like, I don't know.
I'm about to say at least 4 or 5 of those dudes are going to regret
It's like bully beatdown.
ever having run up on you.
So what you do is
bars.
the plan would be then to like walk back to the hotel and knock the doorman out. That's what I think I would do. Like you kind of walk around and then like, boom, hit the doorman, drop him, and then get into the hotel.
Doorman.
Knock the doorman out. The hotel.
Well, Knicks fans are pulling out all the stops right now to try and summon victory in Game 4. There was a seance taking place. There was like a psychic chick. Okay, they're like
They said they were going to sage that place down.
and they did.
Chick.
They absolutely did. It was an award-winning psychic medium. Bianca Rose traveled from Long Island, armed with
Panda Lady,
armed with tarot
She's doing
cards,
halftime.
a Ouija board, a spirit portal, and a silver bell to the Midtown Stadium to give the orange and blue some extra luck as the team heads into Game 4 tonight. The Ghost Whisperer stood outside the Garden, repeatedly rang a small silver bell with her eyes shut as she gently whispered a chant, summoning Willis Reed, while wearing headphones connected to a specialized spirit portal used to speak with the dead.
Damn.
This is a psychotic,
That's next level.
demonic situation that is taking place here outside of Madison Square Garden. She said she was successful in contacting the late center, who was famously shrugged off a thigh injury to take the court in Game 7 of the 1970 NBA Finals. The Knicks win that. Reed was known simply as the captain. He died in 2023 at age 80, leaving behind a legacy as the heart and soul of New York's most recent NBA championship teams. And so she added that she repeatedly saw the number 6, possibly alluding to the number of games it would take to decide the NBA Finals series.
Knicks and 6.
I see the number 6.
I see a 7 in San Antonio. I see Brunson missing shots at the end.
This is insane, dude. One fan who watched the seance told the New York Post it was much needed after the Game 3 loss. Quote, "We need this. I'm feeling good going into Game 4 now," he said about the cleansing. And they did some saging and things of that nature. I mean, just ridiculous, these Spurs fans. Now, on the other end of the ridiculous spectrum, did you see the Ramona Shelburne story in ESPN about Wemby?
Oh, I thought it was about she's walking around with 2 sprained ankles.
She is?
Yeah, she's hobbling around. That was on the McAfee. I guess she flew home. She's got a 3-year-old kiddo. And for the birthday party, she had to fly back. Then she flew back to New York to cover the finals. And the kid was going to fall. She was holding the kid, tripped, and then sprained one ankle. And to stop the child from falling on its head, caught him, and then sprained the other ankle. So
it's Mama Bear right
pretty
there.
Incredible story, but now she's basically she got like 2 boots walking around there. It's working hurt.
Okay, she writes, thousands of people passed through the hallways from the San Antonio Spurs locker room to the interview room of Madison Square Garden, where on Monday night, Victor Wembanyama reflected on the first NBA Finals win of his young career. Every one of them was wearing shoes, except for Wemby. These were his first steps as a winner in the finals, and he wanted to feel them with his bare feet.
Oh, gross.
Quote, he always likes to walk barefoot so he can really feel the ground, his longtime agent said as he stood outside the news conference room. It's how he connects, he says. Now, a Spurs staffer had some slides for him if you wanted to wear them. What size are Wemby's slides?
He wears a 17, I believe.
Okay, we got a number 17 here. Can we go more?
19.
Can we go more? We got a 19. That's a 22.
Yeah, where's Shaq at?
He might be a 20. This guy might be a 20.
I'm thinking Dub, too.
Yeah.
20.
That's
19
Lucius
to 20,
is right.
bro.
Lucius is right.
Size 21 slide.
Long ass slides. 21? That's a sled.
Yeah, bro. You could go snowboarding on his shoes. So that's how Wemby likes to soak it in. He wants to feel the hardwood of MSG. Is that the grounding stuff that some of the baseball players are doing, you think, kind of?
You gotta be in the ground.
Yeah, you got to be touching the actual earth. So he's taking it to another extreme, which is probably making him a little bit more annoying. That's like you want to walk barefoot on the hardwood to feel the floor the first time you won an NBA Finals game. I don't know. Listen, if it works for him, kudos. But that's how Wemby likes to celebrate. He is becoming the villain in New York. He was asked about that, and this is how Wemby responded.
You may be New York's newest villain. Is that kind of the ultimate compliment?
I guess I'm nowhere near Trae Young level, though.
Even he knows.
I thought that was a good response. Now, Greg Popovich, speaking of pulling out all the stops, Greg Popovich boarded the Spurs flight to New York to deliver a passionate rallying cry before Game 3, according to Sam Amick.
Okay, well, now it's making more sense.
And then he spent 10 minutes addressing the entire team and then 20 more minutes speaking individually with players while sitting next to Wemby. Okay? Now, you also have the quote from Wemby's agent that he will never endorse soda companies. Quote, they all want him, but Victor will never sell soda because he doesn't want to kill the kids. That is an exact quote here. Wow. And it's like, dude, Coke Zero? Diet Coke? I don't think you're killing the kids with that. I don't think you are. Now,
Diet Coke and the cancer.
Your kids drink Coke?
I mean, you're making
They
a lot
do
of
not.
assumptions about the rest of my diet. My kids do not, but they're also like 4 and 5 and 6 years old. Maybe at 12, they could crack a Coke Zero pop.
Little sippy poo.
No, it's just the Coke Zero has entered our world a little bit, but we usually just steal them from my parents' fridge. We haven't actually purchased them and put them in our own. Now, Kurt Goldsberry with a stat here. He's fantastic. Jalen Brunson has dribbled. It's just like the ISO factor of him and how like the ball movement was nowhere to be found for the Knicks. Mike Brown talked about it after the game, and just so much of Jalen Brunson's game right now is just him dribbling the ball. So he's dribbled the ball almost 1,600 times across the 3 games. Stephon Castle is second in the series with 813 dribbles. Wow.
So it's just too much of Jalen Brunson get the ball and just dribble it out and try and figure something out without the cohesive offense working together. And Jalen Brunson, I think it's been proven at this point, he cannot just go one-on-one with Castle, Harper, especially with the lurking Wemby factor.
Yeah.
So how they get him going, I don't know. I mean, he's a great tough shot maker, and on any given night, even if they're bad looks, he can put them down. And maybe it's just enough like it was in the first game or two where it's volume shooting, but when it matters most, he will knock down the tough shot.
Yeah.
So is Karl Anthony Towns going to be the bread and butter for their offense? Their role players have done a nice job stepping up sort of randomly here. It's OG Anunoby, it's Josh Hart.
I think Shamit could have a really nice game. He had an awful game the
It's
other
the
night.
Landry night, baby.
He's been locked in. Mikael
Knicks,
Bridges
Spurs,
had a night.
Knicks.
So they're going to have to find a way to muster up But they some don't have offense. other creators.
No, they don't.
Their other handler is Alvarado, and that's why I thought they would get swept. I think it's a joke of a finals team. But he made a couple of shots late in both games 1 and game 2 that I think shielded him. But if they lose tonight, the inefficiency storyline is coming full circle, and we're going to owe that Becky Hammon an apology. Knicks fans. Oh, that would be so glorious if it happens tonight. Okay, thank you, Chief. Rim session. Tip-off tonight, 7:30. Rangers pregame's coming up at 6. We'll chat with Sands next here on The Fan. But DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. I have a heck of a promo offer here for you. But yes, this means us, Texas. DraftKings Sports is here, and the whole world is watching one tournament right now. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is live in Texas, so whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. It's waiting for you. Just download it. Right here in Texas, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand now. New DraftKings customers, check this out. Sign up with code DFW, the fan. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code DFW, the fan, with the DraftKings app. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim, issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year, ends June 28th. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Liberty Mutual customize this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
All right, turn it up. This next track by Crown Royal, it's got a way of getting everybody together. So grab your people, grab a glass, and play this one loud.
You got gold, so bring it, bring it, bring it. I said you got gold, so just bring it, bring it, bring it.
This track is brought to you by Crown Royal. Please drink responsibly.
I said you got gold, so just bring it, bring it.
It's a Root on USA watch party this Friday night as we all chant and get rowdy at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. We'll have USA swag and a 50-inch 4K TV to give away. Let's chant and party together this Friday night as we fan hang at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless with the Fan.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Tolo celebrate America's 250th anniversary with Startup Pro Painters and get $250 off projects of $2,500 or more. Schedule by July 10th and let freedom and fresh paint ring. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. In my home, it's become my happy place, but I started noticing scuffs, faded colors, and peeling paint that needed attention. And Certa Pro Painters took care of me at the highest level. Their estimates are free, detailed, easy to understand, and you get a quote right away. So schedule that free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com. Each Certa Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Big matches, summer drink deals, and your chance to see all the soccer action live. Boomerjacks is giving away tickets to upcoming soccer matches at Dallas Stadium, plus a VIP watch party for 4 at your favorite Boomerjacks location. Download the free Boomerjacks Rewards app and start earning entries today. Visit Boomerjacks.com for details.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
You, an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes. Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If you're still using Sportsbook to bet on the finals, you're getting robbed. It's time to delete that app and join millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. You trade against other fans, not the house. That means more money for you and less for those greedy sportsbooks. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for basketball's biggest stage, available in all 50 states. Download Polymarket in the App Store. Use promo code FREE50 to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code FREE50. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, as you move forward on your health and wellness journey, count on a bond that forever puts us at the center of trust. You and Blue together from the beginning, the true color of trust for the last century and the next. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, through it all.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
Welcome back, Nation. Let's talk Rangers baseball with Jared Sandler. Pregame's coming up at 6 o'clock. Your lineup: Peterson, Seager, Young, Nimmo, Langford, Duran, Carter, Higashioka, and Lopez. Rounding out the lineup there with Mackenzie Gore on the hill. This segment of the Nation brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We'll go around the Sorsby coming up at 4:40. Number of items, a couple of buzzworthy things to discuss with you as Jared Sandler joins you now here on your home of the Rangers. And a good afternoon, Jared. How you doing?
Guys, I wish I could bet $90,000 on my sport and still be eligible to play.
Yeah, it's something. It's definitely a wild time we're living in. That is still against the rules in baseball, right?
Yeah, it is. It's so much against the rules that I get nervous when anyone mentions the word bet in association with any sort of baseball conversation. Yeah, that would that would not go over well. You can ask former Ranger Emmanuel Clase how that's working for him.
I don't think I'd bet on the Rangers getting back to 500 over these next 2 nights, Sance, but I sure am hoping for it. What do you think the odds are?
Yeah, me too. Yeah, what the heck? It's like, there's like a magnetic barrier or something. They just can't quite get over the hump. And yesterday, like any sport, you just sort of feel the flow of the game, and no matter what the score is early on, you feel like, well, yeah, this is just one of those games that's going in our direction. And I certainly felt that way after the first couple innings yesterday. The Rangers got a run across. They left some meat on the bone, but they had to strike him out, throw him out with Bobby Witt. And, Evo seemed to be cruising, but, he had a tough time with the command in the sixth inning. And, we talked about this in the post game, but when you look at the pitches that were hit, only one of them touched the perimeter of the zone, and that was a changeup that was up. And that pitch, you throw a changeup up, that's not really going to, have a whole lot of success. And so just one of those, another weird example where a guy who's typically got impeccable command just sort of had it go by the wayside. And then, at the end of the day, another thing we've talked about is just the importance of the slug in the game these days. And the Royals, I think their first 6 hits were all extra base hits. The Rangers had 9 or 10 hits yesterday. They out-hit the Royals, but they only had 2 extra base hits, a double and a triple, no home runs. Whereas the Royals, they had a triple, was it 2 home runs, like 4 doubles or something. It was just, it's tough to win when you get out 3 triples.
Oh, one of them might not have counted. Maybe one of them was an error. But, yeah, 3 times in a row, the guy at home plate ended up on third base after he hit.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to win when you're going to get out slugged like that, unless you are thieves on the bases. You get that base stealing offense, bag stealing offense that Eric likes, and that's just not really a huge part of this team's identity.
Well, maybe they're trying to tap into that tonight with Nicky Lopez back at second and then Duran's moving over to first. Is this just more about they need more consistency from their batter at first base? I mean, I know Berger, we love him. He's a great guy, but he's streaky. And even talking with CY when he joined us on Monday, he talked about the plan for Alejandro Osuna in the minors getting some run at first base.
Yeah, I think with Jake, Skip said yesterday that guys are going to kind of shuffle through and get days off because they're in this stretch where they're only one off day in the next 3.5 weeks, and they're going to be playing in some hotter climates and just want to keep guys fresh. And I think Berger and Lugo, the matchup just made sense to sit Jake. I actually thought, Jake did well yesterday. You're right, Zach. I mean, he's definitely super streaky. He had one of the hardest hit balls I've seen all year. Almost took Isaac Collins' arm off in left field. It just kind of kept rising, and Collins almost didn't make the catch. It was pretty ridiculous. But, yeah, I think it's more specific to the matchup today.
Okay.
And, it just makes sense for Jake to get a day off today. But you know what? The idea of adding that in the lineup in today, for today's game with the matchup, yeah, I think, Seth Lugo, even though the Rangers beat him the other day, he's a good pitcher, the type of pitcher that, has given the Rangers some challenges this year. And so I think, trying to figure out any way to get an extra 90 probably is beneficial in a night like tonight.
Jared, the 2-strike approach for Josh Young, any explanation on that? Because he might as well just look at the first 2 and then just say, okay, get this thing down to 0-2. Bassick and them last night were talking about choking up approaches, stuff like that. Anything he offered you about when he gets there at the plate and gets in that situation?
Yeah, his whole philosophy this year is just touch it, like with 2 strikes. And what he's saying is just, hey, let's just get the bat on the ball and see what happens. Now, it's really easy to say, and it sounds like a really easy thing to execute. It's not. If everyone could just do that, then they would. I think, it's a very disciplined mindset. His preparation, Brian, is so elite. He's one of the leading voices in the hitters meetings in terms of like helping to, hey, this is what I'm seeing. This is what works. This is what he likes to do. His preparation is so good. And so I think he first of all steps in the box ready for, what might be coming. But I think the just touch it part is, just not over swinging, not trying to, do too much and just, let the like an easy swing, kind of like golf. Hey, just take an easy swing, hit it down the fairway. If we all, if it was that easy, we'd all do it. It's not, so he definitely deserves credit for more than just touching it. And I think his preparation's a part of it. But he definitely has taken a different approach. I looked at his bat speed with 2 strikes compared to other counts, and it is just like a little smidge slower. It's not a ton slower, but it is a little smidge slower to sort of indicate that it is a little more of a controlled approach in that situation.
Jared Sandler here with you on the Fan.
What do you think about Evan Carter last night? Is there a defense for that or just inexcusable?
Yeah, got to make, I think definitely the Vinny Pasquantino play, the double, he got turned around, not the best first step. You also look, he was playing towards the gap, so he almost by his position created an angle that would have made it a little bit easier, but just got turned around right away. And then the Michael Garcia triple, he wasn't comfortable with where the wall was. He didn't seem to know exactly where the wall was in that spot, and so he pulled up. But Evan is held to a different standard for 2 reasons. One, because he is capable of being a Gold Glove type center fielder, and so you expect that guy to make those plays. But also, fair or unfair, and I know he had a base hit yesterday, but his offense has not been up to his expectation, and so he's in the lineup to try and get that going, to try and use that athleticism, but also because he is elite. And Gavin, we talked yesterday, right? It's a big outfield. Outfield defense is going to play a role, and outfield defense did play a role. But he's in there to be an asset for that, and so you need him. You need him to make those plays. They're not easy plays, right? It's not like they were routine. But again, he's kind of held to a little bit of a different standard because of his ability out there, and I think the expectation is he goes and makes those plays.
We were talking earlier and wondering, ESPN did like a trade deadline primer today, and I know it's early, but if you were looking to add a position that has a power bat that can crush lefties, are you trying to find a center fielder? Are you trying to find a left fielder and move Langford? Do you want to try a different first baseman? What are the opportunities right now as we hit midsummer to be looking for?
I mean, the guy I'd love, fellas, is Yordan Alvarez. I don't know that he's going to be traded, and I don't know that he's the guy. I don't think, he's the guy the Rangers would necessarily be able to land if, multiple teams want him, which multiple teams would. But, he's a left-handed hitter who can hit lefties, so you don't have to worry about that platoon disadvantage. He hits for power. This team needs that. He gives you good at-bats. But I think you got to find, I'll kind of twist it a little bit, Gavin, instead of a position, I'll say you got to find a guy who can do damage against lefties. You need someone who can slug against lefties. And I think just with the versatility of a lot of these guys, whatever position that player plays, you can figure it out, right?
Okay.
So does that make sense? If the guy's an outfielder, you figure out, what the right combination is.
Is the relationship with Houston good enough that that's actually feasible?
That's a good question. They've never, I don't know, the last time they made a trade. I don't know the philosophy of, the Astros. Are the Astros going to trade Yordan Alvarez to the Rangers unless they get an absolute haul? And, I don't think that the Rangers would necessarily be willing to make that type of a move, right? So, I know that's a pipe dream, right? But, that's the type of player the Rangers need. You either need to lean in and add athleticism, or you can try and add some slug. And I think specifically you need a right-handed hitter who hopefully can slug against righties, right? But you definitely need somebody who can slug against lefties because, that is an area of need for this ball club.
Is it total insanity? And I know we're going to be focused on offense, and rightly so. But again, last year at the deadline and several deadlines, it's been reinforcing the pitching from CY. He values that so much. With Tarek Skubal's name being out there, is there a world where the Rangers could get in on him?
Zach, I think that's tough unless you're going to extend him right away because Tarek Skubal is of the caliber that you are not you'll take a little bit of the Tigers will take a little bit of I don't want to say discount. The price tag won't be as high because he's a rental as opposed to, if you had more control. But I don't know how much lower that price tag is because he's Tarek Skubal and he's arguably the best pitcher in Major League Baseball. And the other thing, too, is, what trading teams that are in line to acquire Tarek Skubal have to consider is with the, potential reworking of the CBA, or, the CBA will be reworked, but with the chance that draft pick compensation is eliminated, in the past, you make that trade and you give up what you give up, and you think, well, if we can't sign Tarek Skubal, we'll at least get a first-round pick out of it, and there's value there. But there's a chance, no one knows, but there's a better than I'd say it's a coin flip's chance that gets eliminated for free agents. That when a guy becomes a free agent, the team would lose a draft pick, and then the team that loses, so the Tigers would get a draft pick, or if the Rangers traded for Tarek Skubal, the Rangers would. So I don't see it happening. And again, there are a lot of factors. The other thing is Tarek Skubal will be a wanted man, and I don't know that there are multiple teams in the mix, so the Rangers can have the highest offer or are willing to put together the highest offer.
You're the man, Sands. Thank you so much for the baseball conversation. I suppose we'll try to catch up with you tomorrow afternoon after the game.
Sounds good, fellas.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Tomorrow's first pitch, 1:10 here locally, so we should be coming on 4:30, something like that. We'll go around the Sorsby. Scorched earth could be on the horizon. We'll explain why next year on The Fan.
But first, Holes, let's talk about your hair for a sec. If you're losing it and desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution for you. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's truly amazing. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it begins to grow. Now, Advanced Hair, they have it all. Top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So go ahead and schedule your free consultation right now, 469-599-HAIR. And just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and they're the team that I personally recommend. You're going to love them. So please don't wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself, 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Coming up on the next K&C Masterpiece, we'll be live from Specs in Arlington, 3909 South Cooper Street. We'll be joined by former Rangers Ken Hill, Darren Oliver, plus Specs is going to be doing Rangers giveaways. So join the show, 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., leading you into Rangers right here on The Fan.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're replacing a roof, get the peace of mind of a lifetime workmanship warranty from Blue Nail Roofing. Other roofing companies might back up their work for a year if you're lucky, but because of Blue Nail's training and the quality of their team members, you're protected with a lifetime workmanship warranty. Call today and also learn about Blue Nail's flexible financing that allows you to get work done now and pay later. 855-255-1975, BlueNailRoofing.com.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro hockey, Game 2 of the finals, Carolina down 1-0 in the series, a minus 165 favorite over Vegas. Total in the game is 6. And Game 1 was really high scoring, 5-4 in favor of Vegas. I think we get a lower scoring game tonight. Give me under 6, and I like Vegas to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here. Do I have a major announcement for you from Platinum Ford in Terrell? You can get employee pricing right now, which means you pay what they pay at Platinum Ford. We're talking American value for American values. It doesn't get better than this. Check out the full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Some restrictions apply. Go see GM Adam Vinci right now. Tell him you want your employee pricing and you want to pay what he pays. You can start the process online. PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
50 years in the Lone Star State, a one-stop shop so you're never late. Price is so low that you want to know
which way to Specs.
Come on, let's go.
Specs Fine Spirits and Fine Foods. World-class service, that's all about you.
Shout Specs, it's how we do. A huge selection since 62. Shout Specs. Low priced, amazing. Here's to you. Shout. Cheers to savings.
Summer is coming. Are you ready to look and feel your best? If you're dealing with low energy, weight gain, muscle loss, or low sex drive, your hormones may be holding you back. BioT certified providers help treat men and women for low testosterone, low energy, muscle loss, and low sex drive. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program or call 817-518-4580. That's myhormonelevels.com or call 817-518-4580.
Divorce,
Divorce, foreclosure, loss of a loved one, life hits hard, and IRS problems often follow. You didn't ask for this, but you do have options. I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath. At the law offices of Namath and Flores, we focus specifically on helping people like you resolve IRS wage levies, bank levies, and even unfiled returns. We help taxpayers fight back legally and aggressively. IRS problems don't go away on their own, so call the law offices of Namath and Flores today at 972-484-0829 or visit myiRSteam.com.
The Global Soccer Showdown has arrived. Join us at Mexican Bar Company for every match, every goal, and every unforgettable moment. Great food, cold drinks, multiple screens, and the ultimate game day atmosphere. Mexican Bar Company at the District in Willow Bend, where fans come together. Info and reservations, mexbars.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. If you're still using Sportsbook to bet on the finals, you're getting robbed. It's time to delete that app and join millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. You trade against other fans, not the house. That means more money for you and less for those greedy sportsbooks. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for basketball's biggest stage, available in all 50 states. Download Polymarket in the App Store. Use promo code FREE50 to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code FREE50. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
During Dallas summers, a working AC is a game changer. Luckily, American Home Shield can help protect your wallet from pricey repairs when major appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge break. If AHS can't repair the covered item, they'll replace it no matter its age. So don't sweat breakdowns. Keep your cool with a home warranty from American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at AHS.com. See AHS.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by ntccog.org/game plan.
The big event is finally coming to North Texas this summer, and that means increased travel activity. Consider using transit, carpooling, shifting travel times, or working from home if possible during busier travel periods. Travel tips, schedules, and maps at nctcog.org/game plan.
Rangers manager Skip Schumacher with the KNC Masterpiece, Wednesdays at 12:20. Coverage you deserve on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 The Fan. What do you say we go around the Sorsby? There's been a number of developments here on this story, including the commish talking. We'll get his thoughts as well. How sure are you he's going to play in the fall at 877-881-1053? If you want to leave your name and city you're texting from, we'll make you famous here in the nation. More than 2 days after the Texas court gave Brendan Sorsby the injunction, where do we sit as far as what could happen next? And we'll go to Brandon Marcello. CBS Sports wrote about what was determined and what was learned from a meeting of Big 12 ADs yesterday. Commissioner Brent Yormark has asked everybody to stay silent as they work through it. He did make a statement today, but in the end of the meeting yesterday, only Texas Tech amongst all the Big 12 schools believes Brendan Sorsby should play this season. So it's unanimous against them. It is believed they are all asking the Red Raiders to not play him. But it is also not believed that anybody has seriously even considered putting together a proposal to kick Tech out of the Big 12 at this point. But the writer says this right here as he concludes things. Leaders are preparing for war if Tech plays Sorsby this season. The ideas pitched to me over the last 2 days have left my jaw on the floor. Okay, Texas Tech and to a lesser extent the Big 12, I think they have to be mindful of their place in college football. And if you have people around saying this would be war, the College Football Playoff Committee is not governed by the same rules that the NCAA is. They could just say, well, for us, playing a guy that was gambling on his own team is a deal breaker for us. And maybe we're not going to come out and say it as part of the criteria, which, might expose us, but there will be a wink, wink, and a nudge, nudge. Like, I just will not be surprised at all if Texas Tech finds it pretty dang difficult to find allies inside the world of college football. Could this impact sponsors? I think anything and everything is on the table when the writer says the ideas pitched to me over the last 2 days have left my jaw on the floor.
Yeah, I think Texas Tech is going to have to do a lot of thinking about what this could mean for them big picture. And maybe they get to a point where they just think, man, this is just all too hot and we gotta bail out of this. They don't come across like that's what they want to do. They come across like, hey, we want to be in support of this guy. Joey McGuire's talking about, I'm not going to turn my back on this kid. And so, and McGuire was talking to a group of people today, and he was saying, as a society, we've been okay with other things that happen and allowing players to play. It's crazy. It's not murder. It's not beating somebody. So he's going to those lengths to be like, hey, there's a difference here in what this kid did and what other people have done year in, year out, and there's no issue with them playing.
Yeah, because none of those sort of impact the competitive integrity.
Right.
It's like, where are your ethics as far as who you want to allow to represent, and where do you stand with second chances? And there can be a wide range of, I think, appropriate responses, to those questions. Do we want to be second chance you, or do we want to be like accountability and discipline you? And I think those things are different than gambling on the games. The story says, forget about the Big Ten and SEC forming a super league. If the Big 12 opts to ignore the foundational rules of the NCAA, what's stopping the other conferences from alienating the Big 12? If Tech refuses to see the world in black and white, there will be escalation in boardrooms and more radical thinking from people who are usually the last ones to reach for a grenade. And what that tells me is even the most calm and stoic minds, like, hey, guys, let's slow down. Let's not do anything rash. Even they are thinking, man, we might have to do something extreme. If the NCAA can't govern this, how do we police it ourselves? At 877-881-1053. As a Tech alumni, we have to cut bait. It's not worth it, man, says the 806. What do you think about that idea, Wolchuk, that you could find allies in partnering with other college football conferences, institutions, networks? You could find these things more difficult if you play Sorsby. Is it maybe making you think at all we should think twice about this?
No, I think it's all a bluff. I think it's all heat of the moment, and I think it'll all blow over. I really do. I think it's, hey, you get the first 72 hours or so, whatever it is, all these ADs want to puff out their chest and try and save face, like, oh, this is so bad for college football, when in reality, they look themselves in the mirror. Their university would be doing the exact same thing Texas Tech is doing if they had the opportunity. The only difference would be if they had a better quarterback position. Right, if they had another option that was better or just as good as Sorsby. Otherwise, they're all standing by Sorsby. Why? Because he gives them the best chance to win. And at the end of the day, that is what these universities and these ADs and these school presidents really care about. They don't care about the sanctity of college football, because there's been so many other issues that they have turned a blind eye to, and now all of a sudden they want to say, this is the one, we're going to draw a line in the sand. And I get it. I'm stunned. I thought it was pretty clear, cut, and dry. You don't bet on your own team. And maybe this does go ahead and save some other things from now they are able to institute some actual guidelines and laws. But in reality, I think that it's all a bunch of BS. And the only thing that might hurt Tech in this is if indeed the college football playoff committee, if they were to drop a game or two and they're on that fringe of getting into the playoff, does then the committee come back and say, hey, we're going to hold you out of this thing? I think that's the only real danger that Texas Tech has by
costing
standing
you
by
the benefit of the doubt a little bit.
Don't have a late season loss or don't lose the Big 12 championship game, that kind of thing. And especially if you've been playing well all year, then don't put it in their hands to make a decision. Those are all athletic directors and people like that.
Yeah, where was everybody, the Sandusky case and Joe Paterno at Penn State? Were they all saying, we're boycotting Penn State, we're not putting them on our schedule, the Big Ten wants to kick Penn State out. Georgia has arrest
but they
after
didn't
arrest.
keep Sandusky. They didn't say we want to keep Sandusky on the team.
No, but still.
They kept him for a long enough time, and a lot of people knew what he was doing.
Right, and they left it under the rug.
But it goes back to the integrity of the game, and that means more to them than any other crime that you can commit.
Yeah, I would think so. But also, Paterno got run out of town. Might have killed Paterno over that Sandusky thing.
You can say some teams would totally cut bait. Tell me those teams. Because I don't believe you. I don't believe they would. I don't think they would cut bait and get their money back. If they have a better quarterback option, maybe. If Sorsby had decided to go to LSU with Lane Kiffin right now, you think Lane Kiffin wouldn't be standing by Sorsby because he gives them the best chance to win? Yes, he would. LSU would be doing the same damn thing Tech is. I don't think any of these schools would be doing anything different. They can pretend and tell you they would. They wouldn't, unless maybe there is a religious, it's a Baylor. TCU's AD even came out and said, we're going to play Tech. We don't care. Tech's been good for the Big 12.
That's different than playing the guy on your team. You're playing against them.
But I still think they all would. I think the NCAA and all college athletics is just built on hypocrisy.
So I want to say I believe Wolchuk is in denial because he's in a Tech family right now. But I would say I'm not sure what's going to happen. I just think there's a chance he doesn't play.
I get wanting to take the opposite approach, but you also said you agreed with me 2 hours ago when I said the same thing.
That what?
That you agreed with everything I said about the NCAA being hypocrisy.
It is.
And they'd all do the same thing.
There's multiple facets in this discussion, and I think one of them is you're pissing off people in college football so much, and these aren't like young people that are hip to the idea of gambling in sports. These are old people that remember Pete Rose and grew up for decades where this was not allowed. And the 903 says he didn't gamble against his team. What they said about the Pete Rose thing when it came to that years ago was when you don't bet for your team, that's essentially a bet against them. And it signals to the bookies and stuff, hey, Sorsby's not betting on his team, and that is effectively impacting the fairness of said wagering. Kirby Hocutt announcing a lengthy statement this afternoon. The situation is hard, it is new, and there is no perfect answer. You have this from Ari Timken that I find very interesting, Wolchuk, and I'd love your thoughts on this. Brennan Sorsby has lost 11 straight November games as a starting quarterback in college. His last win was November 4th, 2023 against Wisconsin. So, you're a gambler. You have lost in September and October because that's what happens with gamblers. The more you play, the more likely it is you're going to lose. You have a couple of games to get back to even. A couple of games remaining until your account is due, and you're going to have no game day advantage for the next 9 months. You are a 15-5 quarterback going into November's, and now you can't win in November? Doesn't that seem a little suspicious?
It does, and I think that he's going to be questioned for that anytime, and to the Texas point, anytime he throws an interception. I don't agree with the court ruling. Let me make that clear. I didn't think he was going to get this necessarily to happen and go his way. He did. The fact that he's now eligible, why is it on Tech to then be like, we're going to be all high and mighty and we're going to try and do the right thing?
I don't think they have to, but I think it might be a cost benefit analysis here.
I just don't believe the bluff.
Are we going to go win the championship? Is it worth it to have Sorsby?
It might not be.
And
he might not end up being very good. That's the gamble they're going to take here. And evidently they think that this is the big difference for them. This is the difference between showing up and playing Oregon in a college football playoff game and getting shut out versus we actually have a legit chance to win. They believe that he is the over-the-top quarterback, and to them, the risk is worth the reward. And if that's the case and they end up being proven right, then hell yeah. If it's not, then they're going to have to own all that.
We got 3 down and 1 to go. Football Fix coming up next. Where are you taking it?
Oh, yes. We've got a new signing with the Philadelphia Eagles. And who is the player that Tyler Smith is most excited that he's teammates with now? That's next in the nation. But we do have to talk about Cosm, baby. And the FIFA World Cup is here. It's finally here. Dallas, get ready. It is coming to Cosm. You can experience the World Cup like never before in shared reality. You have to see it to believe it, baby. Enjoy reserve seating and witness history pitch side as you immerse yourself in every pass, save, and goal of the world's biggest tournament, or catch every match of every round shown simultaneously on the wall-to-wall LED display. It was amazing. Eric and I were out there for a Mavs game towards the end of the season, and they also had every single college football conference championship game on. It was glorious. We didn't miss a single beat of the action. You can explore the venue with general admission tickets. You can secure your spot now at Cosm.com/World Cup. Don't just watch the FIFA World Cup 2026. Experience it at Cosm.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Vikings quarterback Kyler Murray is already asking for more reps in OTAs, saying it would ease his transition into the Vikings offense. Murray has been splitting reps with J.J. McCarthy, as has been reported from OTAs. But Murray is also reported to be the heavy favorite to win the job in Minnesota over McCarthy. At a certain point, head coach Kevin O'Connell has to make a decision so Murray can take all of the first team reps. Any reps Murray isn't taking are hurting the team. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at Hellsberg.com.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your air conditioner breaks down, don't get ripped off. Call the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their number one goal is to fix your air conditioner and not try to sell you something you don't need. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. Theontimeexperts.com, the choice of the Consumer Team.
If you're still using Sportsbook to bet on the finals, you're getting robbed. It's time to delete that app and join millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. You trade against other fans, not the house. That means more money for you and less for those greedy sportsbooks. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for basketball's biggest stage, available in all 50 states. Download Polymarket in the App Store. Use promo code FREE50 to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code FREE50. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
Hi, it's Eric Giafalo. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now for a limited time, new Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber customers can get Fiber 500 internet and a line of mobile for just $59.99 a month with autopay for 1 year. Get Fiber 500 internet for $19.99 a month and unlimited welcome for $40 a month plus taxes and fees with a new smartphone line. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more and switch. For new Frontier Fiber internet and Verizon Mobile customers in select areas, mobile and home discount enrollment required. Additional terms apply. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3
fourth and final hour of the G-Bag Nation. We have Rangers baseball coming up at 6 o'clock. They're in Kansas City, and fingers crossed for a dub. 2 games short of 500 right now. We'll hit the Expressway G-Bag of the Day in L.A. Live. All coming up right around the corner. It's time for Wolchuk's Football Fix. Here he is, Zach.
Let's do it. Let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun? Yes. Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side! I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Big news of the day so far, the Mahomes deal. Over $500 million. He is the first $1 billion athlete, $500 million athlete, I should say, in the National Football League. He reworked his deal. He's now going to be signed up through 2033. He's got a value of $504.75 million. That makes it the first NFL deal valued at over $500 million. And he's now the first quarterback to eclipse Dak Prescott since he got his deal done in terms of average per year, sitting around $64 million a season.
You're getting that Pat Mack money now.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Isn't that nuts? Like,
it's crazy.
That is freaking wild that we're even having that conversation. Like McAfee's looking at maybe making as much a year as Patrick Mahomes. But congratulations to him. And he's now making more per game than Puka Nakua's entire rookie contract, as the Underdog Twitter put out, which is just nuts. But well-deserved for Patrick Mahomes, who many still view as the best quarterback in the sport right now.
He's making more in one game than Nakua's entire...
One game.
Whew.
Yeah.
He deserves it. Do you think he's the best quarterback in the game?
I still would take Mahomes. Like in a draft, I'm still going to take Mahomes over anybody, yeah.
I mean, he's proven that if you can get him there, he can make magic happen.
Yeah.
But, man, it'd be really hard to not take Josh Allen.
Yeah. Look, Allen's fantastic, but I guess, like, Mahomes has gotten the best of him. And I know it's not like quarterback versus quarterback, but there's still just something about it. Like, Mahomes has come away victorious when they've gotten to play each other in the postseason.
He's done it with deep, explosive, like whatever it was, 2018, we're going to chuck the ball all over the yard, and then, okay, you give me lesser weapons, I'll just dink and dunk you to death. Like, he does that, and he comes up clutch. So I think it would still be Mahomes for me over any other quarterback.
Crazy. But congratulations to him. Now we've got another center that's being paid, and I wonder how you're feeling about this, the Chiafalo family.
Hey,
we might have to check in on that. Yeah, what do you got?
Because I had to look this up. Do you think we're getting to the point where we're going to start to see a separate salary cap just for quarterbacks then?
I hope so.
Because
I think that'd be a great thing for the league.
I mean, Dak did what he did, but now it's 3 years removed. Are we going to start to see with these guys coming up? And I was just looking up that the next collective bargaining agreement ends. It expires March of 2031. Do we have to have that before then, or is that something that you negotiate after 2031?
That's a good question, because I do think they also have in the current CBA that you can't go to the 18th game until it's expired. But there's already talk that the 18th game might happen before.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I wonder if we're going to have a separate quarterback salary cap.
Is that just like there's just like max contracts like in the NBA? Like it's just is what it is.
I don't know the answer.
I
don't know the answer. I think that if you get to a certain level, maybe you get that. Maybe it's tiered for first year guys, third year guys, fifth year guys, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
If you earn them, maybe there's a cap on you can become a $35 million quarterback. You become a $50 million quarterback. Become a $60 million quarterback.
Dude, if I was in the union and I was a member of the working class, this would be my main point of emphasis right now. We're out here getting our asses kicked.
Yeah.
For $1 million, $800,000. This dude's making $60 million, and I get it, the economy and the supply and the demand and everything, but we got to square this up one way or another. And if we unite as a union, right? Let the top 12 players vote on whatever they want. But we got to vote on, and we're going to overpower them by a count of 4 or 5 to 1. We have to vote on smoothing out the money.
Yeah.
Raise the minimum salary to $4 or $5 million, and quarterbacks won't have the space to hit 60.
Yeah, and maybe like with the edge rushers, I mean, they're getting close. Like Will Anderson's at $50 million now, which I never thought that we'd really see. Like even an edge rusher getting
and
as close.
We're at war against them too. We're at war against edges, all the star players in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it is a massive discrepancy. And they haven't, I don't think they've raised, I'd have to go back and look at the year, But to your point, like the average salary, like it is something that they need to go back and
quarterback salaries have gone from $15 to $60 million, and the NFL minimum has stayed the same.
There you go. Yeah, it's crazy, and I do think, Brian, to your point, you might be right. I think that might be good.
The average salary for NFL players is approximately $3.2 to $5.2 million per year, depending on how you look at the.
Yeah, the average. You take all of their income and divide it by 55 or 60 or whatever. That's going to hit the average. What's the median? Half people making under, half the people making over.
Yeah, and that's why you can't have like.
In reality, here's your goes, Dawson. The median salary in the NFL is closer to $1 to $2 million, $1 to $1.2 million per year.
Well, we got another.
And the star quarterbacks are probably worth 60 times more.
Sure,
but that's not what this is really about.
No, because I think you'd also have the NFLPA have a better opportunity to really push and fight the owners. But then you've got players, 20 through 52 on the rosters that are like, I need my game checks. I can't realistically threaten to sit out of games because I need to be paid.
Yeah. Yeah, if they could make it through one negotiation and then a cycle of 10 years where the minimum guys are making more money, then you get to the next CBA with a much more solidified and secure labor force.
Mm-hmm.
What you want is for all of your guys to be good for a year, and you can't get there right now.
No, you can't. Now, center Aaron Brewer and the Miami Dolphins have now reached a deal on a 3-year, $52.5 million extension. That includes $37 million guaranteed. That's going to make him one of the highest paid centers. I don't know if you were to poll NFL fans that they'd even know who Aaron Brewer is.
Yeah, simply don't know ball. That's disappointing.
Man.
He was an undrafted guy. He's not a big name, but he is he's a really good center. Yeah, he's a really, really good center. He's a little bit undersized, so if you're one of those offenses that's trying to just really bully people, but he was a guy that can really get out in space. You can pull him and do some fun stuff with him. So he's worth it.
Worth it. Giants edge Abdul Carter suffered what sources classify as a minor ankle sprain during practice Monday. We were discussing that during Monday's show, and that's officially what it is. Now, Giants general manager Joe Shane said that he believes Malik Neighbors is going to be fine for Week 1 against the Dallas Cowboys. That will be a big storyline to monitor ahead of the Week 1 opener. He had to have that second cleanup surgery to remove scar tissue earlier in the offseason after he suffered an ACL tear, and news of that second surgery just went crazy, and now people were like, he's probably not going to be available to play, but hey, their general manager still saying, I'm positive. I think he's going to be good to go for that week. Now, who is Tyler Smith the most excited about of the new additions this offseason for your Dallas Cowboys? Take it away, Tyler.
I'm excited about a few guys, but I think the addition of Rashawn Gary, to that defensive side of the ball, bro, is just huge. I feel like, he's a lightning rod in terms of the attitude you should really have, as a defensive player. And I feel like, the accountability aspect that he's pushing on that side of the ball is going to be huge for us. Like, we do a lot of body work together, after OTAs and stuff. So like even when we doing rehab, like I see him, on his iPad watching practice, and like I asked him because we're OTA, so we only get like 12 plays together. It's not very much. I'm like, what are you watching, bro? He's like, bro, I'm watching individual, and I'm making sure guys ain't slacking on these drills. Like I'm making sure guys are locked in to what we're trying to do and like what we're trying to perfect, because ultimately like. He owns it. Like he holds ownership, for that side of the ball. To him, like, that's his house. That's the house that he wants to continue to build. So, I'm super excited about him.
Rashawn Gary,
leadership, intangibles
continues to build.
Trying to see dominance. That's what I'm trying to see. Okay, I'm trying to see legit production. I do like the leadership. I love the attitude, that kind of stuff. I want to see him go out there. Can you be a double-digit sack guy? Can you do that?
Yeah, but I tell you what, Vach and I were talking about that this morning. He might be your best overall defensive lineman when it comes to pass and run.
Excluding Quinnen Williams or including?
Including.
Yeah, he might be a better pass rusher than Quinnen. It's by that. I mean,
I don't even think he's a better pass rusher than Quinnen.
I mean, he's had 7.5, 9, 6, 9.5. Like he hasn't had less than 6 sacks, and he's had over 7.5 for pretty much every year but one since 2021. Like he's been a solid pass rusher throughout his career. Might not be a 10 sack guy,
But he is kind of that guy that can go
might be different having a guy like Quinnen Williams on his team, though.
I could be.
That might help him even more.
Like, he's not the elite.
Well, I mean, it helped him having Micah, at least for the first half of last year.
Yeah. I mean, he had 7.5 sacks in the first 8 games of last year. And then certainly things went, I mean, I don't know if there was injury or his play just declined. But, yeah, I mean, maybe he is a better pass rusher than we're giving him credit for. I'd love it. If he could have a double-digit season, I think we'd all think that that's amazing. But I think 8 is a fair expectation for him to have.
What do you think's fair for Quinnen? I mean, he had the huge year, but other than that, it's been 5-6. And maybe as he approaches 30, that burst up the field, that get off is going to be slowing down a little bit, and you're going to be, a suffocating power defensive tackle in the run game.
I think teams are getting better at inside at guard and center. I don't think they're going to allow guys like Quinnen Williams to have a lot of sacks. I think the sacks are going to have to come from your edges, from your outside linebackers. I mean, the edges here are kind of like, I noticed when I went through remember last week I was telling you guys how they listed these guys? Remember I was saying, Donovan Ezerako is listed as a defensive end. And, well, this time around, if you look at the roster, they've got Ezerako, Gary, Leofau, Houston, Williams, Lawrence, Land, Wheat. Those are all outside linebackers. Everybody else is listed as a defensive tackle. So remember last week it was like they had separated, like guys were listed as defensive end. Actually, they had Gary listed as a defensive lineman, which would mean that he could probably play stand-up, edge, maybe even play some defensive tackle for you. I just don't think teams are going to allow you to attack them in the middle like they once did. I think we're getting better at guard. I think we're getting better at center, too, which is kind of limiting, not allowing those defensive tackles. And hopefully Quinnen Williams has 6 to 8 sacks, but I don't think teams are going to let those guys do that in the middle.
I get that. Now, this was a fascinating article from ESPN today just about personnel grouping. So the best offenses in 11, 12, 13, 21, and 22 personnel groupings. Best in the league when it came to 11 personnel.
Dallas?
Which is 1 running back, 1 tight end, and 3 wide receivers, was the Dallas Cowboys. They had the most snaps, 479 passing attempts to 244 rushing attempts. They had just under 5,000 total yards and 22 total touchdowns. They led the NFL with EPA, expected points added, well over 101 on 11 personnel snaps, averaging 6.6 yards per play. Dak helped the offense produce a league-best 206.7 passing yards per game. Running back Javonte Williams and the team also saw high-level rushing production at a league-best 80 yards per game out of 11 personnel. The team to watch for this upcoming season with Joe Brady taking over as the head coach, maybe more of that from Buffalo. But teams with the best 12 personnel, 1 running back, 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers, that was the Cleveland Browns, surprisingly. And I was
soon to be the Atlanta Falcons, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I could see that. 13 personnel. This one was not a surprise. 1 running back, 3 tight ends.
Rams.
1 wide receiver was the Rams. This is the new thing for McVay. Right. McVay remakes his offense every handful of years, and the 13 personnel was certainly something that he was running a lot out of. And I think more teams are going to copycat that this coming season.
Yeah, the Bears are coming with that with Ben Johnson after drafting Roush to go along with Kmet and Loveland.
I can see that.
There
for
was
sure.
a huge tight end run in the second round of the draft.
A lot of teams, and the Rams added another one in Max Clare from Ohio State, who might be one of the better all-around tight ends. So yeah, these teams are looking at can I do that? Can I find a way to get 3 tight ends that I feel good enough about to rock this 13 personnel to where I can not only run out of that, but also be able to pass out of it as well.
Yeah, you have to be able, and the reason why Dallas doesn't have a good 13 personnel package is because they got really one guy, right? You think about Ferguson.
Spanford,
I think,
started to come on,
good enough.
But compared to the other teams that are really good at 13 personnel with the Rams, that these teams that are running these personnel groups that are very 12, 13 personnel heavy have so much better tight ends than you do. And there's no sense for Dallas to be a 13 personnel team if they don't have, if they have maybe a guy and a half. Or, if that.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully Michael Trigg can step up for you, and that could be a guy that can help you feel better about using it. But that certainly seems to be a trend that's going to pick up this year in the NFL.
Do you need two guys that can block and one downfield weapon in that, or is it kind of mix and match?
It is mix and match, but I think ideally you'd have at least two guys that you feel good enough about blocking.
Right on. Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Football Fix in the books. We'll hit the expressway, take a snapshot of the breaking sports stories of the day, get you the G-Bag of the day in LA Live, and hand you off to the pregame show coming up at the top here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at Men's T Clinic. You heard us out there yesterday, Fort Worth Alliance location. Congrats, Fort Worth. You got a Men's T Clinic in your backyard now, and it's outstanding. You know, once you tap into hormone optimization, testosterone replacement therapy from Men's T Clinic, everything just looks a little bit brighter. The energy levels, the brain fog disappears, the energy levels skyrocket. You know, you see that visceral fat around your midsection start to melt, maybe a little bit of extra muscle on your frame. All benefits from Men's T Clinic. They got the peptides for you. Been hearing about the peptides. That can take you next level as well. But Men's T Clinic does not stop there, although that by itself will feel amazing almost immediately. But Men's T Clinic is not about quick fixes. They're going to address all the underlying causes of low testosterone and make sure you are living your absolute best life, from performance upgrades across the board to health benefits. They'll get you dialed in with a dedicated medical provider. It's amongst the reasons our Tolos have described Men's T Clinic and their therapies as life-changing, right? So hormone optimization is outstanding. It's great to live in a time like this. Feels futuristic, where you can just get the testosterone coursing through your veins once again. But they also have terrific hair replacement therapies. They have joint therapies for your knees, ankles, hips, stuff like that if you're a weekend warrior, and advanced bedroom wellness if you need a little bit extra help there. They got you covered. Men's T Clinic, 972-GO Men's T, now with 6 DFW locations. We'll be out there again soon at mensteclinic.com. Book your appointment now. Salute.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Get our lowest price guaranteed. Come and see us today in person or visit us online at alliancehyundai.net.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
How many of you want a home equity loan, but you want to close fast? With TexasLending.com, we can close fast for many reasons. One of them, we do automated appraisals on many of our home equity loans. That means you can get an appraisal done for a fraction of the cost at twice the speed, closing your loan when you need it. Fast. Call TexasLending.com for your home equity loan today. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Dallas, get ready. It's the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and you can check it out at Cosm. You can experience the World Cup like never before in shared reality. You have to see it to believe it. Trust me, words do not do it justice. It's absolutely incredible. You can enjoy reserve seating and witness history pitch side as you immerse yourself in every pass, save, and goal of the world's biggest tournament. If you can't be there in person, Cosm is the next best thing. So you can catch every match of every round shown simultaneously on the wall-to-wall LED display and explore the venue with general admission tickets. Secure your spot now at Cosm.com/World Cup. Don't just watch the FIFA World Cup 2026. Experience it at Cosm.
It's a KNC Texas Rangers lunchtime party tomorrow morning, Corey.
Oh, man, Kevin. We're going to be at Specs in Arlington, 3909 South Cooper, celebrating Terramana Tequila, and joining us will be Rangers alums Ken Hill and Darren Oliver, plus a set of 4 premium tickets to a future game and other Rangers giveaways.
What a morning into lunchtime Rangers party this will be. Get Masterpiece with the Rangers tomorrow morning at Specs in Arlington with the Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/ground advantage to learn more.
Dawson back here with you for Window Nation. You want or need new windows at the house, you're thinking, wow, how is there any way I could get half of them for free? Yes, you can. Go to windownation.com right now. Book your appointment. They'll come out to the house and give you a free, no-obligation quote on all new windows. Good for 6 months, so you don't have to do the work now, but let's get this quote taken care of. No obligation. Good for 6 months, and you can lock in the savings of buy 4 windows, get 4 free. No limit on that, so you can put all new windows in your home and get half of them for free. On top of that, how about nothing due, nothing down, no payments, and no interest for 2 years, 24 months, brand new windows in your home, beautifying your home, making your home a lot more energy efficient with my friends from Window Nation, and you don't have to pay a single red cent on that for 2 years. So new windows from Window Nation can make your home a lot more energy efficient just to begin with. You know, you feel it getting hot and humid, and maybe the AC's working extra hard at the house, but it's not coming down to temp. Well, why is that happening? Your windows are no longer energy efficient, and it's time we fix that with my friends at Window Nation. Again, half of them for free. Go to windownation.com. Buy 4, get 4 free. Pay nothing for 2 years, and tell them we sent you. Go to windownation.com. Salute.
If you're still using Sportsbook to bet on the finals, you're getting robbed. It's time to delete that app and join millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. You trade against other fans, not the house. That means more money for you and less for those greedy sportsbooks. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for basketball's biggest stage, available in all 50 states. Download Polymarket in the App Store. Use promo code FREE50 to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code FREE50. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay, where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
'Twas the night before Father's Day, and all through the house, Dad slept in his recliner, completely passed out. The TV stayed on, volume low, soft, and slight, as Dad dreamed of gifts from Academy, the kind he'd like. Of a turtle box speaker with the whole day ahead, no plans, no errands, just Blackstone's lit red. Titleist golf balls for an easy swing. Magellan Outdoors, take on anything. Because tomorrow's not just Father's Day, you see. It's Dad Christmas at Academy. Academy Sports and Outdoors. Fun can't lose.
Summer's coming, and your home is about to take a beating. Traditional paint fades, cracks, and breaks down in the brutal Texas sun. Rhino Shield's a thick ceramic coating that won't chip, crack, peel, or fade, backed by our 25-year transferable warranty. Rhino Shield's ceramic-based formula reflects sunlight and retains indoor temperatures, reducing HVAC energy usage. And here's the difference. Instead of a huge upfront cost like paint, Rhino Shield can be financed with a low monthly payment. Right now, get 20% off. Call Rhino Shield or visit rhinoshielddfw.com today.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Cosm Dallas Experience.
Dallas, get ready. The 2026 World Cup presented by Fox Sports is coming to Cosm. Experience every pass, save, and goal in shared reality. With reserved seating or catch matches on our wall-to-wall LED display with general admission. Secure your spot at cosm.com/World Cup. Don't just watch the FIFA World Cup 2026. Experience it at Cosm.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's a double sports Wednesday night. You have Rangers baseball coming up at 6 o'clock. You have the NBA Finals at 7:30, and we're fired up for both those things. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. G-Bag of the Day here coming up in about 3.5 minutes. I think Knicks fans are finding out that karma is tough. It is. As ahead of Game 4, the NYPD announced it would prevent fans from gathering around MSG unless they were going to the game or had business specific to that area. So they had greenlit a special small-scale party of 1,000 fans outside the Garden. But just hours before the game, Knicks owner James Dolan says, I'm canceling that bad boy because of the city's onerous security restrictions. So this is kind of like a Knicks versus city government story that's playing out, and it's as a result of the Knicks fans being unruly. I think social media suffers. Those Knicks fans suffer. And I don't think it's a massive win for Spurs fans because I think they'll just be assaulted at a different place on their walk back to their hotel. Yeah. But that's the situation. A statement released by the MSG accusing the mayor, Mamdani, of transforming the streets around the arena into a police state in order to freeze out fans from celebrating. I don't think anybody's trying to stop your celebrating. They're trying to stop the assaults and the vandalism, the jumping on cars.
Yeah, it's a big difference. Celebrate all you want. Let's just not beat people up.
Dolan, in an interview on WFAN this afternoon, taking aim at the city's leadership, quote, I don't think they have faith in their own police force. The mayor's office and the police commissioner, too, do not have the experience. They have never managed anything like this before. It's like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches coming out the sides. So, yeah, it is unfortunate. But I think once you've taken to assaults and destroying public and private property, you should probably expect this. This doesn't seem like overzealous.
They were upset, man. You moved them away from their party spots. All the bars and stuff down there by the Garden were closed. Parking was closed. They were upset, and their squad lost.
Yeah, they lost, and you
ruined their party.
Yes, and maybe they feel like they're getting robbed here with this Wemby stuff. I think one of the more interesting storylines tonight is he going to crash out again and assault somebody on the court and get away with it,
or is a Knicks player gonna put the red dot on him?
Yeah,
and return fire a little bit. I know Draymond Green was kind of calling out the Knicks players like, man, he does that to Brunson. If somebody did that to Steph, I'd have gotten kicked out of that game, and it would have been worth it to let that person know, hey, that's not how we're going to treat our guy.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like, at what point do the Knicks do what Wemby was having the Spurs do to Shea last series?
Yeah, hard fouls. Get your goon out there.
Is it too early? Does Wemby, you think, have to win a championship before we start hating on him for this stuff? Am I just early to this party? Because I feel like Wemby might be one of the most dirty players in all of sport right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the more winning is going to take place. I mean, Josh Hart had a double kick on Cornette.
Yeah,
he double kicked him.
Yeah,
and no Knicks fan is crying about that. I mean, it's a physical series. It is what it is. They're getting. I mean, that's the entire game plan for these other teams versus Wemby is just to be physical as hell with them. So he's kind of returning fire that way. Like Brunson had a fistful of his waistband and jersey on that play where he mushed him to the ground. It's like Brunson was grabbing onto his entire uniform. Like I'm not going to let you do that to me. And hey, refs, please call the fouls. No problem. I fouled them. Great. They should have called that foul. It wasn't a flagrant foul. And
it wasn't.
If it was not in my mind, and not in the NBA's mind.
I think it was only not a flagrant because they wanted to keep him in this series. How can you take a guy by the back of his head and try to throw him down, and that's not a flagrant?
It's a shove. I think what they said, a shove is different than a punch.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Family. We have time towards the end of this hour to pick up that conversation. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius, G-Bag of the Day.
All right. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. This is brought to you by EastDallasDiesel.com. It's all about the finals, all about the NBA finals right now. Our winner and champ going for two today is Mr. Jamie Foxx out of Terrell, Texas.
Hey, Jamie.
He does an impersonation of the Inside the NBA crew, Shaq, Charles, Ernie. I think he's just figured out this Ernie impersonation. He wanted to give it to you before the NBA Finals was over with.
13 of 16 here in the Garden. I'm here. They're there. We're all here. Shaq is here. Charles is here. Kenny's here. What do you think, Shaq? I don't know what the he said, but we're here. It's great here in the Garden right now. Here at the New York Knicks. Everyone's here. Ben Stiller's here. Timothy Chalamet's there. Spike Lee's there. Everyone is here in the Garden. We're here. They're there. We're going to be here. We'll be here all night. They'll be there all night. What do you think? Charles, weigh in. Ernie, let me say this. Shaq, let me say, Shaq, what do you think? We're here, they're there, we're here, we'll be right back. Kia, right here in the Garden.
Kia. It's like it's almost there, man. It's like at a 6. We need it at a 10. It's at a 6 right now. That Kia sounds good. Work that back in there,
How
James.
do you like his Charles?
I love his Charles where he's fighting through and he's throwing it to Shaq before he can get anything out.
Yeah, I like that. See, we just got to work it out a little bit.
Good Charles, though.
Sometimes I do. I'm on the 3rd day of a hangover, so I don't know what's going on.
Day 3 one?
Yes, what I said. And it's not like the headache one. It's just nausea, and I'm finally getting hungry.
Okay, that's good.
I want a pizza so bad right now, fam. The whole damn thing.
But the answer is more beer, right, Dr. Dawson?
Yeah,
Well,
it absolutely is.
I
yeah.
listened to Dawson last night, and let me tell you, bro, it worked, okay? At first, I was got a little nauseated again as I was going through it, but I was like, I'm going to fight through it.
Yeah.
And after I got finished, I felt great. I woke up this morning. I went on like a 4-mile little walk in the hills and whatnot. Felt great. As soon as the walk was over with, Nazi was like, hey, I'm back, baby.
Yeah.
You can't shake me. Wow. I'm back with you. Yeah, I just got to eat more. I didn't eat enough. I didn't eat enough this weekend. Did too much drinking and not enough eating. Can't believe I'm learning that lesson in my 40s.
Yeah, what I about to say, man.
That's something you're supposed to learn a long time ago.
Eat more.
Yeah. All right, so we're talking about Wemby being a dirty player. Yeah, he's there. What was that? Isaiah Hartenstein or whatever. Yeah, he elbowed that fool in the face. Wemby elbowed him in the face.
This guy's attacking people.
No call.
No call. No.
No call.
That was the most savage elbow I've ever seen.
I've never seen that.
Yeah.
And you know them elbows hurt.
You're talking Tom Jonovich and Kermit Washington.
Crazy.
Level violence.
Oh,
Tom Jonovich.
Wait, is this the Nas Reed one? Is this the T-Wolves one, or did he do one on Hartenstein?
He did one on Hartenstein. Bro.
He did one on Hartenstein.
We got another one.
Yeah, we got another one.
Jeez. Yeah, he did Hartenstein something nasty.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not like, hey, you need to be overlooking this. Call the freaking foul.
Call it. Just call it. But no, they want to protect him, man. He's the superstar right now. They want to protect us, in my opinion. Let's go to New York City.
Fans are triggered, by the way, by my take.
They don't like that?
They can't see the truth.
Well, and our one Knicks fan in the 512 is triggered by me.
Okay.
Worst take of all time. Jackhole.
We went back-to-back on those?
Yeah, we went
Yeah, it was pretty
back-to-back.
great.
High
Insane
five.
take, Eric. Dawson, please shut the bleep up. Jeez. It was pretty awesome.
It's fantastic, dude.
Yeah.
I love it.
Hey, there's something for everybody
It's
out
fun. It makes the finals more
it's
fun.
Wild. It's wild. A lot of screaming and hollering at the TV in my house right now. He didn't see that!
I mean, and hey, I would love to go back to a league where the hard foul was allowed.
Right.
Let's go back there.
Yeah.
But that's not where we are. So I just want some consistency.
No. We got ankles touching, and that's a flagrant.
And I do hate
That's
the Spurs.
crazy.
I do hate the Spurs a lot.
As I said, Wemby throw a guy on the ground, and then we got the ankle touch. That's flagrant. I was like, okay, what are we watching, bro?
Yeah, that was crazy.
What is happening here? Let's go to New York City point guard. Stephon Marbury. He's talking about Wemby being a dirty player. After what he did to Brunson, he has some advice for the Spurs. Remember, this man is from New York.
I'll tell you something about Wemby. Wemby is an international player. Okay, they play dirty overseas, just so you know. We're not used to playing dirty in America the way how Wemby just now threw Jalen Brunson. Now, if I'm watching film and I see Wemby throw somebody on my team, if he throws somebody like that, the next game, I'm gonna pop him in his rib cage so hard with my elbow that he's gonna fall and drop to the ground, and he's gonna wish he never put his hands on me. Okay, so next game, I guarantee you, after y'all watch that film what he did to Jalen Brunson, you better know that whenever he get on the basketball court, you better make sure you put that knife in his neck. All right? That's what it said.
Yeah, that's New York right there. Put the knife in his neck.
Yeah, that means Brooklyn. A literal knife.
Yeah, it means a real knife.
Yeah.
That's Brooklyn right there for you. Point guard. Stephon Marbury. He got statues and everything in, China?
Yes, he does. He's a legend. The Guangdong Tigers, probably. Yeah.
Guangdong Tigers.
I do think that needs to be in the moment, though.
Yeah.
That needs to be in the same game. It's not next game. It needs to be right now.
Right now.
It's like when your quarterback gets clobbered, you want your offensive lineman to attack immediately. Let's go. Defend our guy.
They got this big German dude that never plays named Ariel. I don't know if he's on the active roster, but he's probably their biggest guy that they don't need for the rotation.
There you go. Run him out there.
Yeah. I mean,
your job is to get ejected in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah. I think you have to order something like that because you know the retaliation is going to be punished. That's how it always works.
Sure. Yeah. You don't want it to be one of your stars.
Draymond Green will punch you right in the jaw in front of everybody, get kicked out the game, and clap on his way out. Like, that's right.
I did it.
Some things are bigger than that.
No, man. All right, Lil Bootsy, I played this one yesterday. He's not a fan of Caleb Williams' Madden cover, the Chicago Bears quarterback. He likes to paint his nails. So he's on the cover with the Madden with his nails all showing off. And Boosie's not a fan.
I come up under Tecmo Bowl. I never thought in a million years that I would see a Madden cover with one of the best players with his fingernails painted. A game that's sold to billions of little boys. What kind of message are they sending to these little boys? I never thought in a million years I would see this. Next is gonna be lipstick on the covers, thongs. Man hiking the ball with a thong in his ass.
Man hiking the ball with a thong in his ass.
It's amazing. We need to 5-time this thing right now.
Man, the way you said that was incredible.
That's that Baton Rouge sauce right there. Thongs. Lipstick, man. Thongs.
Man hiking the ball.
Hiking the ball with a thong in his ass.
Lipstick on the covers, thongs. Man hiking the ball with a thong in his ass.
That's awesome.
That's so funny.
I want Boosie to read me a book, bro.
Yeah.
I need to do the audio version of Boosie, bro. Yeah. Okay, what else we got? There's a content creator coming up in the game. He's got like 10,000 followers right now. His name is Trevor Questions. He hangs around the baseball community, MLB community. Are you guys familiar with LaTroy Hawkins?
Old pitcher.
There we go.
Pitcher, yeah. Back
Through
in the
heat,
day.
tall guy.
Yeah.
There we go. He's like a bullpen coach right now for somebody, right?
Probably.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
Boston?
Yeah. I don't know. I think he is. I shouldn't have jumped out there and said that fast.
But anyway, Minnesota Twins.
Hey,
you nailed it.
All right. Trevor Questions was catching LaTroy Hawkins outside of the hotel as the team was loading up to get inside the hotel, and he was going to ask him a question. And I like Troy Hawkins' answer.
Troy, can I ask you a quick question?
Shoot.
So, do you believe in stuff you've never seen, or do you not believe in stuff you've never seen because you've never seen it?
I don't believe in none of that.
Okay. Hey, when I
Pretty short and sweet there. I don't believe in none of that.
That's it. Hold on one more time, fam.
Do you believe in stuff you've never seen, or do you not believe in stuff you've never seen because you've never seen it?
I don't believe in none of that.
Okay.
No, okay.
Okay. Thanks for the time.
Thanks for clarifying. What do you say, Lucius? Time to vote?
Yeah.
Okay, I might have missed one clapping back at these texters over here.
Okay.
But I believe we have Jamie Foxx with the Inside the NBA show, Wemby analysis from Stephon Marbury.
Mm-hmm.
Boosie, not a fan of Caleb Williams' painted nails.
Mm-hmm.
Trevor Questions with LaTroy Hawkins. Is
That's
there another
cool.
one?
That's it, I think, yeah.
All righty. I'm going to go with wow, this is tough. All these are good. Yeah. I could take either one. I'll go with Boosie. Uh-oh. Chief, how about you?
Yeah, same here.
Shoot, man.
It's 2-0.
Yeah.
Lucius?
Yeah. A thong in his ass, man. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Wolchuk?
It's got to be the phone.
It's Boosie, yeah.
Brian?
Billions of little boys.
It's an anonymous.
Billions are playing
Billions,
that game.
bro.
And unanimous Boosie is the champ. If you ever missed the champ, you can tune in 2:20 right before Wolchuk's Top 10. Lucius replays it for you in the first hour of the show every afternoon here in the nation, although tomorrow at that time we'll be in the middle of some Rangers baseball. So good luck to them. Hopefully they're looking for a series victory. You have the pregame coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. In the meantime, here's Lucius in LA Live.
Hey, it's a hump day edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
And you're from the UK? Are you the UK dude? Nice. Where are you from?
London.
London. What part?
Like West London.
West London. Yeah. Nice. What's your club? What club do you support?
Fulham.
Fulham. Oh, I'm sorry. And nobody knows what we're talking about. That's fun. You guys call it football. In America, we call it
soccer.
Gay. And
Butt naked Wednesday.
Yeah. Hey man, happy Pride Month, y'all. Have you boys over there celebrated Pride Month yet? You guys got any plans?
What do we do? How do we celebrate? Yeah.
See if you celebrated Pride Month. It's still early. It's still early in the game, bro.
Plenty of time. Plenty of time.
Hey, this is LA Live for Wednesday, June 10th, 2026. It is a butt naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Shout out to Dallas's own Miss Erykah Badu for naming today Butt Naked Wednesday. Peace to the gods and mad props to the gods you're born. How you doing, sir? NBA Finals Game 4 tonight. I see Wu-Tang is going to be performing at the halftime.
That's right.
I like that better than Cardi B. No disrespect to Cardi B, but I just feel like that's more New York-eccentric right now. Cardi got the fun songs, and she didn't even play those songs. She didn't even play the real New York songs. She went for new songs that she's trying to sell. Like, come on, man, what are we doing?
We don't want to hear that.
Play the hit. Classic. Yeah, what that Bodak Yellow, girl? She says she gonna do what to who? Let's find out and see. Cardi B, you know where I'm at. You know where I be. Sorry, I love that little part when she say that.
So sassy.
Yeah, hey, I like when there's all these celebrities in the garden, but what I don't like on the broadcast is they're not putting the names under their faces. They're not telling you who these celebrities are sometimes. Like, sometimes I get it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that was Bloomberg. I got it.
Yeah.
But that should have had a little thing under there.
Yes.
To let us know that was Bloomberg.
Yeah.
Is this like on the Jumbotron or like actually on the broadcast?
On the broadcast. I want to see him on the broadcast. Yeah. The names, at least. I was just started looking in the background, like, oh, man, it's a whole lot. But every once in a while, just give us those, and there's so-and-so, and there's that guy, and they're, give us that.
Yeah, because I'm at home like, hey, that's that guy.
Yeah.
Who is that guy?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
I would be the worst for recognizing celebrities because I would be the dude that said, aren't you that guy that was in the movie with the
that one time
spaceship?
With that guy?
As Dick Wolf, you should have known that Law and Order was sitting down there.
That was cool.
Yeah, they were right there next to
the Law and Order. That was both of them right there.
Yeah.
Woolchuck is very bad at spotting celebrities.
Yeah.
There was that golf dude that was standing right next to you, dog. Roy or something like that.
Yeah. Tiger Woods?
It was Rory.
Yeah, just standing right next to Woolchuck.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to tap him like, chill out. Woolchuck just talking, man, and then the Rangers and then,
they had just traded for Max Scherzer, Lucius. I was like, oh my God, this is crazy. And then looking around us, we got Manny Pacquiao right in front of us here. It's like, wow, this is crazy.
Woolchuck. All right, every Wednesday I like to ask the listeners of this station a question because you know way more about us than we know about you, and I'm just trying to get to know you. And we have a lot of visitors in town and new folks in town in the DFW, so I got a question for you. What's the rule everyone should know before living in or visiting the DFW? What's a rule everyone should know before living in or visiting the DFW? You guys got some.
Those on-ramps from the service roads, you got to floor it.
You got to get on that damn thing.
Especially 35.
You got to go.
God. I hate that. And you can see like the traffic coming and this person is creeping on the ramp. You're like, man, you're going to get a smash, fam.
Like, no,
Let's
go.
Yeah, we used to talk about it like Ricky Bobby when La Martina and I first moved down here. When you approach that, we said slingshot engaged, and we'd time it up and just mash that gas coming through by the Coors Light sign on 35.
Yes.
And approach the AAC, get on there from the design district.
Dude, it is a crazy time.
You gotta go.
It's a damn historic landmark, that Coors Light sign.
It used to be Pearl Beer. Way back in the day, first Pearl Beer, yeah.
Big traffic for sure.
Yeah.
And just like how spread out everything is.
Yeah, it's going to take you 30 minutes.
Like, just know it's going to take you a while to get anywhere.
Yeah. I got some answers like this from the Tolos. Rush hour traffic applies to every hour of the day.
Yeah.
It can.
It can.
It definitely can.
It can happen. You be on your way to downtown Dallas at a weird time. You're like, what's all these lights?
Yeah.
What's all these people outside? Stay away from Deep Ellum at night.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah, it's good.
I hate to hear that.
I do too. Because there's a lot of cool things.
It's a lot of cool things.
Yeah.
It's cool to walk down during the day.
It is. I mean, we get really the only time I ever get to go down there is we have that barbecue dinner down there. But you walk around afterwards, you're like, man, this is
It's
like
a cool vibe,
place,
man. Just when they get the drunk and get the fighting.
It's the only place that feels like an actual downtown in Dallas.
It
like,
does,
hey,
it does,
here
man.
it's happening. We got live music. There's
does.
bars open. There's people on
You're right.
patios.
Yeah, it's got some 6th Street vibe to it a little bit.
You'll end up like a Spurs fan in New York City.
You will, dude. I would say I would just be careful.
Yeah. Let's get back to fighting. Everything doesn't have to be so permanent. Let's get back to fighting. You don't have to pull any weapons out. High school football is professional football here in the South, they says, here in DFW, so don't forget that. High school football player. He's basically Emmett for it right now until he graduates.
Yeah, that's not Cowboys Stadium. Yeah. That's a high school football stadium.
Fam. The left lane has a 20 miles per hour over requirement.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah, I run into problems with that sometimes myself because I'm at 12 or 15 over, and then I see the person behind me like, oh, that's right, I got to get out of here. I felt like I was going pretty fast.
I know. Sometimes you have to bail out.
88 miles an hour on the toll, and someone's like, get out of the way.
Thought I was doing okay, but all right, if you want to go faster, then fine.
Yeah, big F-350 right behind you. Let me get the New York vibes. What else we got?
It's like Wimbledon.
Hey. I know. When someone says they're around the corner, that means they're 30 minutes away.
Yeah.
Avoid 635 like the plague if possible.
Or use the underneath the.
Boy, I use it all the time. That bill is nasty.
I know.
Goodness,
I live
they
it.
get you for that.
I live
It's
it.
expensive.
It's almost $5 a shot.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what,
It adds up.
It gets you to where you need past all that crap at 635 and 35. A lot of indecision going on down there.
Sure.
It's
Indecision.
A lot of indecision.
People just hang out in that right lane. Like, I need to get off in 2 exits.
How about this one, Lucius, for people visiting? All barbecue places in Texas are not the same.
Woo. Facts.
Say that again.
That's true.
So do your research. If you're new in town, welcome. Love to have you here. But all barbecue places are not the same. Do your research.
Is the same apply for Tex-Mex, or do we think that most of the Tex-Mex spots, like, you're probably going to be okay?
I think you're a lot more okay with Tex-Mex spots. I don't know if
I just don't want people going home and like, oh, that was crap down there.
Yeah.
You know, do your research.
Right. Yeah.
Figure it out. Do a little research. You'll be all right.
Like, the soccer folks coming in, they're going to be like, let's get some Texas barbecue. They're going to go to the closest spot, and they'll probably end up with crap brisket.
Yeah, don't do that. Do some research.
Like Beckham went to Blues Barbecue or whatever.
Yes. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, you're right. Warren G. from California. He comes here and he goes to one particular barbecue place.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say the name, but every time I see him, I'm like, come on, fam.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Come with me.
That's our quick joint. Like, that's our McDonald's of barbecues down here, Playboy.
Get in the passenger seat. Let's go. Come on.
Go to the Nickies. It's okay.
Let's see what else we got. What's a rule everyone should know before living in or visiting the DFW? This Tolo says, the weather is like every woman I know, bipolar. You never know.
Never know.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get that day.
You never know.
That's from Uncle Ron.
Heck yeah.
That was Ron.
He nailed it.
That's Uncle Ron.
Yeah. If you're not living sober, Uncle Ron, and your lady's bipolar. Wherever you are. Dallas isn't Fort Worth, and Fort Worth isn't Dallas.
That's true.
Don't mess with Texas because everyone is carrying.
Yeah.
Stay off the left lane. Man, the left lane keeps coming up again. Here we go, another left lane thing. Don't move to the pinks, the browns, the whites, or the butter beans in Highland Hills. Those are all apartment complexes, and this Tolo is 100% correct. This is 100% correct, bro. You can Google that.
Okay.
All 4 seasons in 1 week is not unusual. That's true. The left lane is for left lane again. Damn. The left lane is for people that are willing to pay a speeding ticket.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I find the middle and right lanes go fast enough for me these days.
Somebody on the fan text got me, bro.
214 nailed it.
God, dog.
Oh, you could tell. You could tell for sure.
Man, that was quick. Did I give it away? There's so many like fast food kind of barbecue spots we got. He found it quick.
Did he get him? He did?
Yeah, he got it. He got it. Police in Balch Springs do not play.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that about a lot of areas around here.
Pantego, Irving can have you sitting outside your car. They're just going through it. I'm telling you, they be going through it. We're gonna wait for Officer Ruffins, which is a dog, to sniff your car around before he let you out of here.
You just sit tight.
Yeah, you sit tight, buddy. What else we got for you boys? Ooh, I'm almost up against it. It's almost time for the Rangers game.
Rangers?
Yeah. Beef is a preferred protein of the masses here in the DFW.
Facts.
Let's go.
Get familiar with the NTTA.
Yes.
Gosh.
Yes.
Yeah. I got another bill coming to me.
What if we just
without a tag, Dawson? You're running without a tag again?
Yeah, ran without a tag again.
Simple to go online.
I know. And
No, you know what? They haven't been sending them. I called. I'm still waiting on a new
don't
tag.
do that, bro. They're gonna double charge you for something.
It's been ridiculous. I did it online and I've called, and I still haven't gotten anything. I don't know. They're backed up or something.
I think I need to see a therapist about my damn toll tag procrastination. I think it's been 8 months. Got a new car. Been meaning to do it.
Oh no.
You just haven't done it.
Well-intentioned.
I was going to do it, but we needed the new license plate. Right?
Oh,
I was getting everything filled out. I got caught up on my truck's toll tag from like 2 years, $3,000, and now I think I'm heading for a similar situation. Yeah.
And you still take it too, don't you?
Oh yeah.
You're still adding on to it. Good.
Yeah. I mean the toll roads, especially the bush. You know, that is our secret weapon, I feel like. Everybody from out of town is going to be like, oh, wow, the traffic's bad. Hit the bush. You're going to be smooth sailing.
Hit that bush.
Somebody said every highway down here has multiple names, so you have to get used to that. You got the number in the name. How about that?
Yeah, and there's like 6 toll roads, but one of them is just named Toll Road.
Yeah. Jeez. Don't eat at Sweet Georgia Brown's. Used to be an amazing place. It used to be so amazing.
That's a shame.
Yeah, it used to be amazing. My sister told me stories about that one. All right, let's get ready for this game. I'm so excited. And I need some pizza to get my body back together.
Yeah, carbonated beverages, hydration.
Oh my gosh.
Get a little sausage pepperoni tonight.
I got to get something down.
Which game are you? You're talking finals? You talking Rangers?
Finals. Have the Rangers on the other squad. You know what it is. Have the Rangers right there on the other TV. I sit in my dad's pool room and watch it sometime.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's a 2 or 3 TV situation here again tonight. And then tomorrow, thank you, Lucius.
Yep.
LA Live every night, 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Tomorrow afternoon, they're going to have the pregame on in KNC's time slot at 12:30, first pitch at 1:10, and hopefully by then we're talking about the Rangers having the opportunity to win this series and get back to 500.